Alright, let us dive into this wild story. While playing around with his buddies, our main guy gets randomly summoned by some goddess to a brand new fantasy world. While his classmates are absolutely hyped about becoming legendary heroes, Kang Hansoo feels the complete opposite. He thinks they are just clueless kids, so how could they possibly save the world? So he straight up demands the goddess send him back to Earth. Oh, she is furious, but she keeps her mouth totally shut. Instead, she casually opens a portal and drops a bombshell. She tells Kang Hansoo he just does not belong in a place meant for great heroes, so he needs to leave instantly. Kang Hansoo steps right through that portal without hesitation. Expecting a quick trip home to his beloved Earth? Nope, he gets dumped in a dark, incredibly creepy forest. But at this point, Kang Hansoo still has not grasped the actual danger. He is weirdly optimistic, thinking he just got dropped off somewhere far from school. Hearing a strange noise behind him, he excitedly turns around, expecting to ask for directions. Instead, he locks eyes with three massive monsters staring at him with pure, literal hunger. One of them is literally carrying a half-dead elf. Kang Hansoo feels his legs turn to absolute jelly, and reality finally hits him as he desperately sprints away for his life. It suddenly clicks that so-called goddess was nothing but a kidnapper, just dragging random students over to fix her own world and its massive problems. A kidnapper calling herself a goddess? Yeah, obviously there was absolutely zero chance she would keep her word. Now watch closely, because things shift here. While Kang Hansoo runs, that fake goddess drops the other students off in Sankori Town, where a waiting saintess is totally ready. Just like that fake goddess, this saintess is gorgeous, greeting the heroes with a perfectly warm smile. But every girl is entirely distracted by the movie star handsome guy standing behind her. She softly announces she is the saintess of this temple. She received the divine oracle, which is exactly why she has been waiting here to welcome them all. She points right at the handsome guy. He gives a flawless noble bow and introduces himself, claiming it is an absolute honor to meet the legendary heroes. I am Prince Anis Master, the sword saint of the Master Kingdom up north. Hearing his deep voice, the girls feel their hearts flutter like crazy. Besides being literal royalty, he is also the exact guy responsible for training these brand new heroes in swordsmanship. The saintess scans the room, clearly looking for someone. Has the princess not arrived yet? The maid stammers, completely intimidated by her sudden cold glare. Well, suddenly a girl dressed head to toe in hot pink kicks the doors open and screams. She is completely sorry she got totally wasted and overslept. Princess, being honest is fine, but maybe do not say that out loud. The pink girl blinks, asking if she seriously messed things up again. She wobbles, crosses her legs awkwardly, and immediately crashes to the floor. She insists the floor is way too slippery and she totally did not trip. That is Princess Ethna Arching, their magic instructor, awkwardly defending herself. The heroes just stare at her in silence before a few guys start cheering like absolute madmen. She is way too cute. Fantasia is the greatest place ever. She is actually the princess of the Archmazing Kingdom down south. Princess Athena and Prince Anis will be assisting you. The saintess finishes her introductions and immediately activates the status system for everyone. Wow, so there really is a status window, just like a kid's video game. Oh, Hangu opens his system, checking out his own level and brand new skills. Let us see. Blessing curse ratio? I get blessing, but what is all this other stuff? I will just click on blessing first. Hero blessing. It automatically translates the languages of any species friendly to heroes. Plus, hunting experience and achievements get a massive, overpowered boost. Auto-translation is top tier, but exactly how huge is this experience boost? If there is no actual level cap, this buff is going to be absolutely broken. But tons of rivals got this exact blessing too, Hangu mutters, instinctively glancing right at Choi Kangmin. Choi Kangmin studies the system for a second before speaking up. Saintess, the goddess mentioned we need blessings from the gods. How do we get them? That is a brilliant question. The saintess smiles warmly. To receive a blessing, you must earn a god favor. Each deity has entirely different standards. Right on cue, the heroes get flooded with system notifications, announcing the divine presence and delivering direct messages straight to them. The saintess continues explaining that while every test is unique, they are all desperately hoping to find someone capable of destroying the Demon King. Any more questions? The room goes completely quiet, so Choi Kangmin speaks for them, saying they are probably totally good. The gods up there are always watching, but remember, their favor can be incredibly temporary. I wish you all the absolute best in getting blessed. Excuse me? You and I both know this is gonna hurt. A glasses kid nervously asks what happens without blessings, and she cheerfully smiles, calling them worthless trash. The glasses guy is completely speechless, smartly deciding to shut his mouth. And with that, their epic fantasy journey of hopes and dreams officially kicks off. Back in the monster forest, Kang Hansoo is absolutely exhausted after running his legs entirely off. He leans heavily against a tree, gasping for air, cursing he should have done more cardio. Right then, a spear aggressively slams into the trunk. Trembling, he slowly turns his head. Dozens of terrifying monsters are glaring at him hungrily, aggressively chanting in some bizarre unknown language. If he actually understood them, he would be totally freaking out, because they are literally screaming for human meat. Kang Hansoo rage toward that fake goddess absolutely skyrockets. One look proves Earth definitely does not have freaks like this. He got completely played. She never had any real intention of sending them back home. Kang Hansoo, use your brain. He forces himself to calm down, analyzing everything while sprinting. If this is a true fantasy world, magic has to exist. Please heavens! Just then a blue system screen magically pops up right in his face. Name Kang Hansoo. Level 1 Blessing None. Curse Hero Rank E Ratio 2.56. Wait, what? Where did this come from? A hero actually getting a curse? That is where we leave it. He checks the curse. Auto-translates hostile languages. Trust me, you will want to see what happens next. Stick with me here. Kang Hansoo sees his hunting experience and achievements completely tanking. Reading this, he feels shattered. Does that crazy goddess actually want him dead? If leveling up in this game-like world brings penalties like this, is he doomed? The beasts growl. We will eat his heart, eat his flesh, chew his bones dry. Kang Hansoo can now understand those monsters perfectly, but he is definitely not thrilled. An auto-translate skill for hostile species. Does this mean he can actually talk to them? Desperate to survive, Kang Hansoo decides to risk it all and try reasoning with the beasts. Hey guys, can we just talk for a little bit? The corrupted monsters stare at each other blankly before responding. The lunch is talking, the meat is speaking. Let us eat first, talk later. Hearing this, Kang Hansoo feels completely hopeless. Communication is completely useless after all. With 0 options left, Kang Hansoo is forced to keep running. But human stamina has its absolute limits. His legs simply give out. He genuinely cannot run another step. Imagining himself getting eaten alive, Kang Hansoo quietly mutters his final words. Mom, Dad, I am so sorry for dying before you. This is all that crazy goddess and her fault. Right then, a strange language echoes in his ears. Suddenly, an arrow flies out of nowhere and pierces his leg. The culprits? An elf tribe ambushing from the trees ahead. At this moment, the monsters behind him finally catch up. Seeing the elves, they wildly scream in excitement. Elves, we are eating elf meat. A fresh lunch. Get down here, you stupid elves. Screaming this, the monster pack blindly charges at the elf tribe. Kang Hansoo figures this is a classic fantasy turf war. Using the chaos, he drags his injured leg to a nearby tree, resting up and questioning his entire miserable existence. What does he do now? Beg for divine help? No way, he is in this mess because of those jerks. Kang Hansoo stares at his bleeding leg, grinding his teeth. Pay close attention here. He would rather die than beg them. But is he really going out like this? Little does he know, right next to him is a mysterious cloaked figure staring with pure curiosity. Suddenly, the system screen flashes a new message. A certain god is peeking at you. Should he pray to this god? Kang Hansoo looks at the slaughter ahead and answers himself. No, absolutely not. The only reason he is trapped here is that crazy goddess. Should he pray elsewhere? Just as Kang Hansoo decides he would rather accept death than beg a god for mercy, another notification pops up. A certain god is teasing you. Wait, what is this? He has no idea what this means, but spitting blood, his mouth moves faster than his brain. Save me! The god asks why he is here all alone. Why is he alone? Because that damn goddess kidnapped him from a civilized modern Earth. But he obviously cannot just say the actual truth out loud. If this random voice is also a god, they might be friends with her. Thinking fast, Kang Hansoo points at his bleeding leg. Please just save me first. It hurts so much I think I am dying. The system instantly relays the message. A certain god feels conflicted. Kang Hansoo asks curiously, is there any other god who will help me? A certain god feels doubtful. They claim no other gods are around. They say it is lucky no other gods are nearby. Are they all just outsiders? Kang Hansoo sighs. A certain god wonders what an outsider is. Damn it, what did I just say? Kang Hansoo mutters, then nervously replies. An outsider is a Korean term for someone outside the social group. What if he just uses weird slang to explain it? Kang Hansoo thinks for a second and totally makes up an answer. An outsider means a lone wolf running through the wild forest. The god seemingly relates to this image, sending a message right through the system. A certain god likes the meaning of outsider. The god confirms they are an outsider. Hearing this, Kang Hansoo breathes a sigh of relief. Please just help me. The god asks if he is also an outsider. Kang Hansoo freezes inside. You and I both know the feeling. What are they saying? He became like this because of his classmates. Those absolutely terrible spoiled kids. He is totally an insider, the exact opposite of an outsider. But to survive, Kang Hansoo lies through his teeth. Yes, I am an outsider too. That is exactly why all my friends were summoned to the temple while I am the only one left here. With that answer, Kang Hansoo actually earns the god pity, a pathetic loner abandoned in this world. Instantly, a warm light gathers right over his wound. The arrow vanishes, the wound heals, and his pain disappears completely. Now he is absolutely certain they are a real god. He stands, stomps his foot. Thanks for helping. My body feels light. The god cares for the poor outsider and feels proud. Name Kang Hansoo, level 1. Outsider blessing F rank. Ratio 2.98. Why put outsider next to a blessing? Confused, he taps the details outsider. An outsider will have all their stats reset except for death. Terrible things happen if a lone wolf leaves the wild. So random. Lone wolf, what the heck does this mean? He mutters. Right then, a beast gets super close to Kang Hansoo, but since its back is turned, it totally misses him. Hiding behind a tree, he whispers. If I become both an outsider and insider, you will judge me, right? The god confirms they only help outsiders. Speechless, Kang Hansoo refocuses on reality. He is incredibly close to those flesh-eating beasts. Even if he can understand them, extreme danger is literally right there. He sneaks away quietly, but accidentally steps on a dry branch. Snap, a monster instantly notices the sound. It snaps its head back and yells, "Lunch is escaping! Human meat, speak up!" The monsters instantly turn toward him. No more sneaking, Kang Hansoo runs for his life. At that exact moment, he feels a clear change in his body. He suddenly remembers his new blessing. Watch this crazy skill unfold. The outsider resets all stats except for death. Kang Hansoo sprints like the wind, absolutely thrilled. Not only are his brutal injuries healing up, but his exhaustion is just completely gone. Even running at his absolute top speed, he feels completely fresh. Meanwhile, those monsters behind him, they are finally slowing down, completely losing steam and unable to keep up. One smart monster suddenly hurls a massive boulder right at Kang Hansoo, hoping to crush him instantly. But totally defying its expectations, Kang Hansoo barely even flinches. He completely ignores the heavy impact and just keeps sprinting like an absolute madman. Let us dive into this, guys, because this system is absolutely insane. Trust me, you are going to love how this works out. His wounds and fatigue vanished, and his strength is fully restored. The skill clearly stated it heals all conditions except death. So basically, as long as he does not die on the spot, even the most fatal, life-threatening injuries will completely regenerate. Talk about an overpowered survival hack. But right while Kang Hansoo is feeling invincible, reality hits hard. He sprints forward only to slam the brakes right at the edge of a massive cliff. Kang Hansoo stares down into the terrifying bottomless abyss, suddenly panicking. What about this? Will he actually survive a drop like that? The system immediately chimes in with an answer. The god bluntly states he will die from this height and actually congratulates him. What a totally heartless deity. Kang Hansoo mutters, "You could at least give me some wings or something." Glaring at the monsters closing in, he realizes his terrible spot. He is stuck negotiating with a weird god, a literal dead end in front, and a bloodthirsty horde right behind him. Time is up. He has to make a move. Surprisingly, Kang Hansoo turns around to negotiate with the monsters. "Listen up, you freaks! I have a proposal that will make everyone happy. There are a lot of starving guys here, but clearly not enough food, right? Whoever catches me first, I will gladly give them the absolute best cut of my meat. Instead of sharing me, why not try this? The fastest one to grab me gets the most delicious prime cut all to themselves." Hearing Kang Hansoo say this, the monsters go absolutely feral. Bloodlust fills their eyes as drool spills out, and they all lunge forward. They violently shove each other, desperately reaching out to snatch him first. "The best meat is mine. My meat, mine, I caught it first. Meat, meat." Slowly but surely, the frenzied monsters push Kang Hansoo right against the jagged cliff edge. One wrong step and he falls. Now pay close attention, because this is where our guy goes full savage. Smiling coldly, Kang Hansoo grabs one of the greedy beasts and literally drags it off the cliff with him. The monsters in the back lose their footing. One by one, the whole pack tumbles down after them. "Is that meat crazy? My lunch just fell, you absolute lunatic!" Hearing those monsters scream in panic, Kang Hansoo feels a rush of joy and bursts into wild laughter. Ha ha ha! One bizarre monster howls out. He really is insane. Boom, boom, boom! Heavy crashes echo as bodies violently slam into the ground, kicking up massive clouds of dust, and then nothing. The entire deadly canyon sinks back into an eerie, chilling silence. After who knows how long, Kang Hansoo slowly regains consciousness. Letting out a weak groan, he blurrily blinks his eyes. When his vision finally clears, he finds himself resting on a huge pile of monster corpses. Amazingly, he is still alive. Even though it feels like his entire body got flattened, he figures it must just be his imagination. The Outsider title. All stats of the Outsider will completely reset upon death. Kang Hansoo stands up, reading the system explanation panel, and softly mutters to himself, "Yeah, definitely just my imagination." A system alert pops up. Some mysterious god, totally amazed by Kang Hansoo using the Outsider skill, boldly speaks up. "Just stop talking already." Right then, a battered monster drags its broken body, weakly reaching an arm toward Kang Hansoo from nearby. It groans, "Oh, my lunch meat." Whoa, it is actually still alive. Kang Hansoo stares at the mangled beast in pure shock. A system window pops up. Name Blue Moon Butcher. Level 3. Blessing none. Curse. Kang Hansoo is totally stunned. Oh wow, I can actually see other people's status windows now. Sounds like a badass name, and its level is way higher than mine. Is that why it survived such an insane drop without a blessing? Just purely because of its high level? Kang Hansoo picks up a sharp, heavy rock and slowly walks over, crouching right beside the helpless beast. In fantasy RPGs, you level up by gaining experience, and crushing a much stronger, higher-level opponent, that definitely guarantees a massive chunk of sweet experience points. Without another word, Kang Hansoo raises the rock high and brutally smashes it down. You and I both know the hero is struggling, but let us check on his classmates at Sanchi Castle. They are chilling, listening to the High Priestess explain how levels and blessings grant power. She says you can level up by killing creatures with status boards, or by receiving divine blessings. To get a god's blessing, you must do this and that. Oh, Honggu feels like he cannot listen to this boring lecture anymore. He covers his mouth, yawning. What a total waste of time. Meanwhile, Kangen presses his hands together in deep prayer. "Please, gods bless me. I am exactly the chosen hero you all have been searching for." In the center of the grand hall, the priestess continues her long speech. Remember one critical rule. Receiving a blessing does not mean it is over. The gods will constantly be watching your every single move. Suddenly, Bora shoots her hand up. "Lady Priestess, I have a quick question." The priestess pauses her lecture, looking over and inviting her to speak. Bora asks, "You just said the gods are always watching us?" The holy priestess nods gracefully. "That is exactly right." Bora presses further, looking horrified. "You mean even when we are using the bathroom or taking a shower? They watch us with absolutely zero exceptions?" Hearing this alarming question, all of Bora's classmates instantly change their expressions. A cold shiver runs down their spines as they quickly cover up their bodies in pure panic. Seeing their reactions, the calm priestess speaks in a flat tone. Brave heroes, they are not mere mortals. Please do not judge their divine actions through your flawed human perspective. Even so, but before Bora can finish, multiple system panels suddenly pop up in front of everyone. One male god says not to worry. Another male god aggressively insists he has zero interest in such trivial, boring things. A god of wind chimes in, claiming those things are basically just thin air to them. Bora narrows her eyes suspiciously, muttering, "Is this really going to be okay?" At this moment, Mion rests her chin on her fingers, curiously asking the class rep. Well, they are gods after all. If they find someone entertaining, they will bless them, right? A system alert triggers. A fierce god gives you a thumbs up. The wind god highly appreciates your great opinion. Heh! While Mion is laughing cheerfully, a glowing orb suddenly manifests in front of her, making her gasp. Huh? Right after that, her status window updates with new information. Name Mion, level 1. Blessings acquired, F rank bravery and an F rank charm skill. Curse ratio 1.03. Mion jumps up and down, cheering wildly. Wow, I actually got a divine blessing. Hooray, everyone around her looks completely shocked. Huh? That fast? How is this skill supposed to fight the Demon King? Whatever, I do not care. While everyone is still buzzing with confusion, they suddenly catch a faint, sweet scent. What is that smell? Everyone suspiciously sniffs the air a few times. Very quickly, every single guy in the room gets a dazed, obsessed look, shooting literal hard eyes straight at Mion. Phew, phew, phew! Mion smirks proudly, reading her brand new skill description. Charm, a seductive fragrance constantly radiates from your physical body. Your overall chances of capturing and completely controlling the hearts of the opposite sex greatly increase. Seeing this absolute mess, the priestess firmly speaks up. Miss Jang Mion, this is really not the appropriate time to use your charm skill. Oh gosh, that is totally my bad. But what do I do? I have no idea how to turn it off. Mion giggles without a care, keeping her charm active as a system alert pops up. Stick around, because this gets way messier next time. Let's jump into this wild world. A pure goddess hated this behavior. The Shrine Maiden gasped, whispering, "Oh, it is too late." Mion just laughed. What is late? Are all these guys completely obsessed with me already? The maiden sighed. Please check your status board. Mion scoffed. What is wrong with my board? Mion pulled up her stats. Name Jongmon, level 1, Hero Blessing, Force Charm. But then she saw it. Punishment Curse. Stats at 1.03. Mion absolutely shrieked. What is this? A punishment curse. The crowd finally snapped out of her charm skill. They started whispering to each other. A punishment curse? A curse? But we are the chosen heroes. Why would a curse appear? Maybe a demon is here. The Shrine Maiden just smiled calmly. Blessings are not the only gifts gods hand out. They also curse heroes they find annoying. Mion groaned loudly. I have never heard of that. The maiden stepped closer to Mion with a sweet smile. Of course, because I was just about to explain. While Mion stood totally confused, a glowing handprint suddenly scorched her back. Ah, it burns, the system flashed. Punishment active. All damage and criticism you receive heavily increases. You will suffer terrifying pain for any impure actions. Terrified, Mion begged, I was wrong. I will take it all back right now, please. The burning finally faded. System alert. A pure goddess is watching you closely. A wind god whistled innocently. Another male god awkwardly looked the other way. The maiden clasped her hands, looking dead serious now. Remember, once you receive a blessing or a curse, it will not disappear until you die. The effects scale with your level, and once leveled up, they never go down. Mion whined miserably. Wait, level F hurts this much? I am completely doomed. Mazing walked over, cheering her up. Hero, do not quit. Blessings can neutralize curses. The pain will fade once your body and mind get stronger from leveling up. Mion blinked. Really? Acing smiled warmly. Absolutely, so do not give up. Watch closely, things shift here. Back to Kang Hansoo. He held a bloody rock, frowning. Weird, why is my level totally stuck? I just slaughtered a bunch of bastards way higher level than me. Is it because of the hero curse? Or is leveling just insanely hard? He picked up the Blue Moon Butcher's dagger. He asked the god looking out for lone wolves for useful intel. System alert. A god requests you simply call them outsider. Kang Hansoo tried again. Outsider god, got any useful tips? System pinged. A certain god says they absolutely cannot tell you that. Ah, right, great. Kang Hansoo muttered internally. What a totally useless god. Well, except for the blessing part. I will keep them around since the rewards are actually amazing. System ping. A god complains that just running around is super boring. I agree, Kang Hansoo thought. Despite sprinting through this endless forest for hours, he felt zero hunger, thirst, or dizziness. System. A god suggests trying something totally different. Sure, if I could just find someone. Before finishing his sentence, he spotted a horde of monsters dead ahead. He instantly ducked behind a massive tree. But those beasts had razor-sharp senses and they caught a scent. Sniff, human meat, so hungry for meat, system alert. A god hopes the powerless outsider dies peacefully. Kang Hansoo gripped his dagger tight, his eyes locked on them. I could totally stab that massive mouth if it gets a bit closer. A monster sniffed the air aggressively. Sniff, sniff. Meat is close, smells like blood. Delicious. The whole pack started hunting around. Smell meat, but where is it? Starving. Human meat. Let's search over there. Hiding behind the trunk, Kang Hansoo weighed his options. He really just wanted to ditch this forest and find human civilization. But he had zero clue which way to go. Plus, these woods were swarming with man-eating freaks. On the bright side, he did get a tiny bit stronger. He examined the Moon Butcher's blade in his hand. It looked basic, but this edge was insanely sharp. No wonder its previous owner earned that ugly butcher nickname. System alert. A certain god is actively praying for your doomed soul right now. Then Kang Hansoo spotted a thick vine hanging from a branch. A wild idea sparked. He sliced it down with his dagger, muttering to himself, I am definitely not dying here. I know what you are thinking. Magic? Swords? Nah. Even in a fantasy world, no rule forces him to use typical flashy magic stuff, right? System ping. A god is staring at you with pure confusion. Ignoring it, Kang Hansoo quickly wove a short vine into a makeshift dagger sheath for his hip. With the longer vine, he secured a heavy rock to one end. Gripping his DIY weapon, Kang Hansoo smirked. Hey god, do you know what centrifugal force is? Without waiting for an answer, he started spinning the makeshift flail and jumped out of hiding. Time to let these man-eaters taste the absolute power of science. Swinging it wildly, Kang Hansoo calculated the momentum. Whoa, way stronger than I thought. Under normal conditions, swinging this twice would literally throw me off balance. But every time my blessing kicks in, my legs instantly lock tight and my breathing stabilizes perfectly. I finally get how the outsider's blessing actually works now. I do not even have to worry about taking damage or getting completely exhausted. As long as I do not instantly die, this blessing heals absolutely everything. Meaning, even at death's door, I can keep swinging until the end. Outsider's blessing. It recovers all negative status effects except death itself. When a lone wolf finally leaves the wilderness, something truly terrifying happens. A monster lunged right at Kang Hansoo's throat. Zero fear in his eyes. He just smiled, whipped his rock flail, and brutally smashed it down. Total danger zone. Losing one guy did not stop the pack. After Kang Hansoo crushed a few more, they switched tactics, hurling heavy stones from a distance. The meat will get tired. Oh, I see. They are trying to drag this out and drain my stamina entirely. These ugly freaks are way smarter than they look. Surprised but sharp, Kang Hansoo immediately formulated a counterattack plan. He tanked the painful stone volley, dropping his head like he was fully exhausted. Meat is tired. Food is ready. Hook, line, and sinker. They took the bait perfectly. They dropped their rocks and rushed him. Trust me, you and I are about to see absolute carnage, Kang Hansoo smirked. Cheap tricks, but I never promise mercy. Alright, stick with me here. You're about to see this wild survival game kick off. He swings his makeshift weapon, wiping out the last of the monsters. The system pops up. Some god claims these shady outsiders are called Gnons. Gnons. They are classic bipedal monsters, straight out of basic fantasy lore. Usually they look like massive, ugly hyenas to fit the cheap setting. Kang Hansoo just sighs. I'm a puzzle solver, you know? The Gnons I saw back in the games were way cuter than this nightmare. Is this just the brutal difference between 2D and 3D? Maybe it's false advertising. Or honestly, maybe they just look way uglier in real life when they're actively trying to murder you. The system pings again. That same god mentions baby Gnons are actually super adorable. Kang Hansoo rubs his chin. Oh wow, thanks for that absolutely useless piece of information. Anyway, thanks for that. But seriously, I've slaughtered so many of these things. Why haven't I leveled up yet? Meanwhile, over at the temple, Mystera announces that official training kicks off tomorrow. I'll be teaching swordsmanship, and Princess Ethna will be handling magic. You guys can pick whichever path sparks your interest. Kamen immediately shoots his hand up. Can I just learn both of them? Mystera nods. Of course. And if it gets way too hard, you can always quit. Kamen confidently promises that won't happen. Mystera just smiles. Guess I'll put my trust in you then. Another guy raises his hand, looking entirely lazy. Is it okay if I don't join either class? Mystera calmly replies, if you don't need top-tier swordsmanship or magic, you can just do whatever you want. That's when Ohangoo speaks up. So can I just drop by whenever I have free time? Of course, Mystera says. Does anyone else have any other questions? Ohangoo just chuckles. Nope. Heh. Suddenly, the system pings again. Some immature major god is actually feeling highly amused by this kid's attitude. That night, Ohangoo sits on his bed completely lost in his own delusions. To him, that basic training is just for extra characters. No overpowered cheat skills there. A true main character walks his own path. Those regular guys will just step in and accept whatever boring training gets handed to them. Now watch closely, because his ego is about to go completely off the charts. Meanwhile, me, the true protagonist of this fantasy world, I'll be exploring epic labyrinth with gorgeous, cute companions. The next morning, once everyone is finally gathered, Mystera raises his hand and shouts out loud, any hero wanting to walk the path of a knight, come follow me. You can always change your mind at any time if you feel like it just isn't the right fit for you. So no need to stress. Someone immediately calls out, wait, Prince, what about the magic training? Where are we supposed to learn that? Mystera forces an awkward smile. She's a very dedicated person, so she will definitely show up soon. Anyone wanting to learn magic, just wait here. With that, he leads the sword trainees away. One student mutters, did you even sleep last night? Ugh, don't even ask. I couldn't adapt to that awful portable toilet. And honestly, it feels incredibly weird not having any shampoo or conditioner around here. While all his classmates are busy complaining, Ohangoo stands off completely alone, checking out his personal status window. Level 1, Blessing. Hero rank F, Special rank F. Wait, a dividend curse at 1.17? A new blessing? Ohangoo's eyes go wide with total surprise at this notification. Curious, he immediately clicks on it to see exactly what it is. Special, you are chosen as the most unique main character in the world. Only you can see and feel this special blessing. Reading this, Ohangoo flashes a huge, arrogant grin. Looks like my answer is right here. That guy Choi Kangmin thinks he's the absolute best, even though he knows absolutely nothing, right? Fine, good luck to him. If a kid like that really tries his hardest, maybe he'll eventually reach an A-tier rank as the classic rival to the actual main character. Fully fueled by his wild delusions, Oh Hong-gu leaves the temple and heads straight for the nearby town square. After wandering around, he finally finds exactly what he's looking for. He pushes open the doors to a guild headquarters. Ignoring all the suspicious glares from the veterans, he marches straight up to the reception desk like he owns the place. Welcome in. It looks like this is your very first time visiting here. What exact reason brings you to our guild today? The bespectacled receptionist asks him with a bright, welcoming smile. Oh Hong-gu replies with absolute pure confidence, I want to register for the guild and become an adventurer. This is the classic fantasy protagonist choice, the absolute perfect spot for a guy who hates being tied down by rules. You're gonna love this reality check. While Oh Hong-gu daydreams, a sharp voice calls from behind, Hey! This isn't a place for a little kid like you. Are you completely tired of living? Oh Hong-gu turns around to see the owner of the voice, a fierce girl rocking fiery red hair. Seeing she finally has his attention, the girl keeps lecturing him. Stop whatever stupid thing you're about to do and go straight home. I've watched way too many kids lose their lives just because they suddenly felt like playing adventurer. The delusional king, Oh Hong-gu, secretly rejoices. This is exactly it, the undeniable effect of his special blessing, plot armor. Plot armor. You know those ridiculous character shields in movies and TV shows? It's basically a massive plot device designed to completely prevent important main characters from dying or getting severely injured at incredibly inconvenient moments in the story. Hey, are you even listening to me? The red-haired girl snaps, clearly annoyed. That finally snaps Oh Hong-gu completely out of his wild daydreams. He looks her up and down, silently evaluating her. This girl in front of him? Probably a disguised princess or some noble's daughter. Is this the ultimate privilege of being the main character? That special blessing is definitely working overtime. Smirking, Oh Hong-gu looks right at her. And what if I don't want to go back? If you're really that worried about me, why don't you just come along with me? You really shouldn't judge a book by its cover. But I'm guessing you've met plenty of people whose skills don't match their looks, right? The redhead looks shocked at first, but then a very meaningful smile spreads across her face. Well said. Hearing that, Oh Hong-gu is 100% convinced he's the protagonist, so he just keeps spewing nonsense. I didn't want to reveal this so soon, but I am actually the chosen one. Is that so? She replies, looking completely unimpressed. Back on Earth, he'd never even get to talk to a perfect 10 out of 10 girl like this. But here, he's the legendary hero destined to save the entire world. Somewhere up above, a god is literally dying of laughter. So what exactly are the abilities of this chosen one, she asks. Oh Hong-gu tries to look cool. You'll witness my plot armor if you work with me. Meanwhile, let's jump back to Kang Hansoo. After a totally brutal fight, he has successfully wiped out almost the entire monster pack. Only one single beast is left breathing, gasping out, Human Town, out west. Very far. The battered monster just stares at Kang Hansoo, whispering in terror, Talking meat, you are too strong. I am telling the truth. Thanks, Kang Hansoo casually replies, right before swinging his makeshift weapon and sending the beast straight to the afterlife. These monsters are surprisingly honest. If they lie, it's super obvious, Kang Hansoo tells the god watching him. He narrows his eyes, staring out toward the west. The human village is definitely in that direction. He has absolutely no idea how far it is, but after interrogating dozens of monsters, there's no way he's wrong. So what do you and I make of this? He almost died to these things, but now he's the one slaughtering them. Overnight, he flipped from prey to apex predator. Guess I actually have some potential, huh? Kang Hansoo feels a quick surge of pride. But then he looks down. His body is covered in deep cuts and his clothes are completely shredded from rolling around the battlefield. Stick with me here, because our boy took some heavy damage learning to hunt. If it wasn't for that Outlander's blessing, those monsters would have ended him right there. The healing power of this blessing is honestly not bad at all. Keeping my condition stable is enough for now. But how far away is the nearest town anyway? He is super curious about the people in this new world. Seeing Kang Hansoo getting all excited to meet other humans, the god watching him sends a system warning. This deity? Clearly not happy. Do you want me dead or something? The god just says it is none of his business. Pretty harsh, considering he already gave our guy a literal blessing. Right while Kang Hansoo is casually chatting with this god, another pack of monsters sneaks up behind him. They try to ambush him, but he completely wipes them out in seconds. This is really weird though. Kang Hansoo stares hard at his personal stats window. Name Kim Kang Hansoo, level 1, F-rank Outlander Blessing, E-rank Hero Curse, ratio 3.15. His level hasn't gone up at all. Kang Hansoo is totally confused. He just slaughtered dozens of beasts way higher level than him. Why zero progress? Even the god is getting anxious. After that notification, Kang Hansoo suddenly hears voices coming from nearby. The system does not translate the language for him. Wait, could these actually be elves? He needs to be careful. Kang Hansoo quickly ducks behind a tree to watch quietly. He sees this group shooting arrows at someone who is running away, just like he was. Looks like they are not exactly the good guys. Poking his head out, he realizes the group is actually human. 2 swordsmen and 1 archer. Could these guys be real-life adventurers exploring the woods? But because he moved, the archer in the group spots Kang Hansoo immediately. Without hesitating, she fires an arrow that slams right into the thick tree he's hiding behind. Wait, I am just trying to find the town. Kang Hansoo rushes out to explain, but suddenly realizes they do not understand a single word he is saying. These are the first humans he has met here, so he cannot lose this chance. He secretly hides his dagger, drops to his knees, raises his hands, and says he will not fight. Now pay close attention here. He cannot speak their language, but humans do not just use words, right? He uses calm gestures and a steady voice to show he wants zero trouble. Even without words, it seems like his message got across. The three of them whisper to each other, and then the female archer raises her bow, aiming right at Kang Hansoo. Oh no. Kang Hansoo instinctively throws his hands up to protect his face. He is just a harmless guy. He is not going to bite anyone. By some absolute miracle, the group finally accepts Kang Hansoo and lets him tag along on their journey. As they walk, they start chatting with him super enthusiastically along the way. But of course, unless he hears his own name, Kang Hansoo has no clue what they are saying. He feels so lucky to meet good people. At least they did not shoot him on sight. Even without seeing their stat windows, Kang Hansoo can guess they are way stronger than a level 1 rookie like him. The god watches Kang Hansoo getting along with the trio and feels surprisingly annoyed. The god tells him he is not acting like a proper outlander, feeling pretty upset. Alright. Kang Hansoo just gives a half-hearted reply to brush the god off. The god complains that he is ignoring him. Kang Hansoo hears this and just laughs out loud. We are pretty close now, so I really do not mind what you say. Since when are we close? The god snaps back. Kang Hansoo ignores him this time, looking at his new teammates. Compared to them, he is the only one chatting with a literal god. He managed to figure out their names using body language. This bearded older guy is Gary, and Kang Hansoo guesses he is definitely the leader of the group. He carries that absolutely massive sword around without breaking a single sweat. But is he seriously that strong? The guy looks like he is ready to fight a massive dinosaur. Kang Hansoo stares at the massive bone muscles on Gary's arms, totally blown away. He wonders just how insanely powerful this guy really is in a real fight. The god sighs. Yeah, this guy is absolutely nothing compared to a god. He is just a human. Next up is Cone. He is not as bulky as Gary, but still ripped and smiles a lot. He wields twin swords, looking exactly like a classic fantasy character. The last member is the archer girl, Misa. That crossbow of hers looks like it is made of solid steel. You and I both saw the size of that thing, right? Kang Hansoo guesses that weapon is definitely not meant for hunting humans. Misa signals him to look over there. Over where? Following her point, Kang Hansoo sees smoke rising from the bottom of the mountain far away. If it is not a forest fire, it has to be a house. They finally reach actual human civilization. Kang Hansoo cheers out loud, but the god hears his happy shout. Instantly, the system chime rings in his head. The god warns him again that he is not acting like a proper outlander. Just like before, Kang Hansoo brushes it off. Yeah, I know. The god glares at the outlander, clearly annoyed. I am just pretending to be friendly so I can escape this forest, Kang Hansoo thinks. The second he says that, chaos erupts. A pack of beasts charges out of the forest straight at them. Gary, Cone, and Misa quickly ready their weapons for a fight. Gary and Cone, being the swordsmen, rush forward into close combat. Meanwhile, Misa stays in the back line, firing her crossbow to give them heavy cover support. During the heavy battle, right as Misa is reloading, a monster suddenly lunges at her from behind. Thank God Kang Hansoo is there. In a split second, he strikes the deadly beast down, saving her life just in the nick of time. From that moment, the entire monster pack locks onto Kang Hansoo, swarming him like crazy moths to a flame. The result? Kang Hansoo flawlessly slaughters every single one of them in a flash. With the beast wiped out, Gary's group turns to stare at Kang Hansoo with weird, calculating eyes. You would think they would be grateful for his help. But nope. After muttering something to him, Misa brutally raises her crossbow and shoots Kang Hansoo right in the chest. Curse this world is all Kang Hansoo can think before his body collapses to the ground. Waiting until Kang Hansoo stops moving completely, Cone finally speaks up to praise her. Great job, Misa. The plan changed because of those monsters. Misa just smiles back. This actually worked out perfectly. Thanks to those beasts going totally crazy, we finally got to see exactly how dangerous he really is. I honestly thought he would be super weak with that skinny, fragile body of his. Plus, he just kept constantly annoying me by babbling in that weird, completely strange foreign language. But he fought way better than I expected. Gary nods his head in full agreement. It would have been way too risky if we let him find out our original plan. Exactly. It is a bit rude, but it cannot be helped. I really doubt this kid would willingly let himself be sold off as a slave in the town. Gary quickly reminds them, oh right, we should take that dagger he was using. Why bother? It just looks like a piece of absolute trash. Since we cannot sell him as a slave anymore, we might as well take what we can get. Besides, who knows? This thing might actually turn out to be super valuable. Seeing his teammates looking totally unimpressed, Gary gets annoyed. Do you guys not believe me? I got a really good look at it earlier during the fight. That pattern belongs to royal elves. Seriously? Real elf gear? Cone finally gets curious and steps closer to Kang Hansoo's body. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you will want to see what happens next. Alright, jump in with me. We are picking up right where the chaos left off. Even if it is a fake, it is worth a fortune, Gary insists. He rushes his team. Hurry up, Khan. The gnolls are hunting us. Stay sharp. I cannot fight anymore. Understood. Khan stares down at the knife gripped tight in Kang Hansoo's hand. Suddenly, his expression shifts to pure shock as he calls out to the others. Hey, look at this. He will not let go of his weapon, even though he is already dead. Misa quickly fires back a warning. Do not let your guard down. I shot him in the chest, not the heart. He might still be alive? A twisted smile creeps onto her face. She raises her sword and brutally stabs Kang Hansoo one more time. This should do the trick, right? Just as Khan reaches down to snatch Kang Hansoo's knife, a glowing system window suddenly pops up right in front of him. Name Kang Hansoo. Level 1, Blessing Solitude. Curse, E-rank hero. Now, viewing someone else's status window usually requires two specific conditions. Either that person has their settings on public, or you need to view it through a very special blessing. Plus, there is one absolute requirement needed just to trigger this. The target actually has to be alive. Before Kang can even begin to process this terrifying realization, Kang Hansoo suddenly moves. He delivers a brutal, lightning-fast stab straight to his neck. Kang drops dead instantly. Gary and Misa scream in sheer terror, completely spiraling into a total panic. Who the hell is this guy? Is he some kind of demon? Gary's hands shake violently as he tries lifting his blade, but he completely fails. My strength! I am way too weak to fight right now. Gary, right in front of you. Misa screams out desperately, but it is way too late. Kang Hansoo sweeps past Gary like a phantom, snatching his life in an instant. An arrow is still stuck right through Kang Hansoo's chest. You do not need to be a genius to guess who shot it. You are going to want to watch this closely. Kang Hansoo slowly turns, flashing a deeply twisted smile. He casually rips the arrow out of his chest while speaking a language Misa cannot understand. For every step she takes back, he moves forward. Despite the massive language barrier, she desperately begs for her life. But of course, Kang Hansoo refuses to listen. Without any hesitation, he sends her straight to the afterlife to reunite with her pathetic friends. Damn it, that hurts like hell. Who shoots something like that at a normal person? Kang Hansoo complains bitterly while putting on Misa's clothes. I thought this outfit would fit, but it feels incredibly uncomfortable. Is it just because it is women's clothing? Meanwhile, a god of food does not hesitate to burst out laughing at his struggle. The god of food teases that they totally respect an outlander's weird hobbies. Annoyed by the misunderstanding, Kang Hansoo frowns and defends himself. It is not a hobby. She was just the only one whose body size actually matched mine. Those other two idiots were wearing heavy, ridiculously clunky armor that made zero sense. Kang Hansoo picks up Misa's crossbow, inspecting it carefully before nodding. I think I can actually use this thing. I should definitely take it with me. He pauses. Oh right, I just noticed something. I honestly still have zero idea why those absolute bastards just kept attacking me. But during that second time, the status window suddenly popped up and then vanished. Kang Hansoo mentally reviews the brief information he managed to read from Misa's stats. Focus. The chance of hitting the target increases significantly. The more they move around, the lower the accuracy drops. That is the true blessing of a god. I guess it is way more common in this world than I thought. The god of food chimes in, saying no one will bother asking where he goes now. Kang Hansoo thinks for a moment before deciding. I am heading to that village just like I planned. Plus, I have this. Kang Hansoo lifts a bag stuffed with all the loot he scavenged from those three traders. I have already collected enough compensation for my troubles. With this cash, everything is settled, even if I cannot speak the language. Right? Now I know what you are thinking. So does a god of food who quickly reminds him about his desperate struggle to escape being an outlander. Absolutely, Kang Hansoo replies. Meanwhile, over at the temple in Century Town, Ethna frantically rushes into a classroom. I am so sorry. I will do my absolute best to make up for being late, she gasps. Alright. First, I suppose we should thoroughly explain what magic actually is, right? A very long time ago, the Fanta continent had absolutely no magic at all. A frizzy-haired guy jumps in, acting like a complete know-it-all. The entire foundation of magic is just meant to be applied to practical reality. I read all about it in novels. You become a shining example if you apply calculus to it. Hearing this, the glasses-wearing guy puffs up with complete pride. I knew this day would come, so I fiercely protected my purity. The pink-haired guy standing behind him immediately bursts out laughing. He protected it? Seriously? You have got to be kidding me. For anyone confused, there is a very famous inside joke in Korea. It says if you are still a pure virgin at 25, you automatically become a wizard. And you become a literal legend if you maintain that status at 42. How pathetic. Magic is basically just chemistry. Let me show you all the very first automatic magic bomb in Fanta right here. The short-haired girl with glasses declares with total confidence. Just then, the class president, Boa, speaks up sharply. Quiet down, everyone. You are completely distracting all the other students. The frizzy-haired guy merely shrugs and scoffs. This hopeless nerd knows absolutely nothing about fantasy tropes. How on earth could you ever become a great mage just because you read up on the history of magic? No, magic is all about pure talent. You have to get used to mana. All right, everyone. Ethna claps her hands, loudly interrupting them. I honestly hate impractical theories, too. Raw talent is always number one, so explaining the true foundation of magic is absolutely necessary for everyone here. The foundation of magic? Wait a second, did she really just bring that topic up already? I have not even heard it yet. What do you mean by talent, and what is with the purity thing? The students immediately start gossiping even louder. Athena quickly continues her explanation. Let me remind all of you right now. Magic is a strict field where sheer talent matters the most, and the core factors deciding your talent are natural bloodline and proper education. Never forget that. I am Athena Archmazing, the direct descendant of Sion Archmazing. I am the 12th generation heir of the original founder. You could easily say I fully inherited both the powerful bloodline and the brilliant intellect of the previous generation. Then what about us? One guy asks, totally confused. You all will have to study directly under me, officially becoming my personal students. And then we find the most elite one. Pretty simple, right? Princess Duboza immediately raises her hand. I am sorry for interrupting your lecture, but I really need to ask one quick question. About bloodline and intellect. For someone who completely lacks both, is becoming a mage totally impossible. We honestly just want to dive in and start learning magic in a practical, hands-on way right now. Athena looks completely stunned for a second before suddenly flashing a radiant, excited smile. Of course it is possible. Not even letting Duboza finish her sentence, Athena pulls her up. I will explain all of that later. But before that, you are Hero Duboza, right? Yes, Boa replies, looking completely bewildered by this energy. Then I am officially establishing a master and student bond with Hero Duboza right here, right now. I am proudly accepting you as the very first student of Athena Archmazing. Hero Duboza, please accept this magical oath immediately. Wait, an oath? What oath? Duboza mutters under her breath in pure confusion, then closes her eyes and whispers something quietly. Instantly, a brilliant, blinding light erupts from her body. After a few seconds, the bright glow fades away. Congratulations, Hero Duboza. From today onward, you are officially a mage. While Duboza just stands there looking completely lost, Athena smoothly turns to lure in the rest of the classroom. I forgot to mention, the sooner you become my student, the more talent you receive. Name Duboza. Level 1. Blessing F rank hero, magic C rank. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Duboa looks at the status board and realizes the blessing hit rank C when they formed their bond. Is this the talent you were talking about? Exactly, Athena replies. Because of this, if you don't have parents or a mentor with magic, it doesn't matter how hard you try. You'll never become a real mage. Let's stick together here because this magic system is absolutely ruthless. Do you see why talent matters now, Hero Duboa? Duboa nods. I get it. Then let's return to your question. Right after that, Athena summons a small flame in her right hand. The founder actually ascended into the magic god, granting blessings so descendants and future students could easily learn and master spells. As she speaks, Athena cranks up the intensity of the flame. This is white magic. Most mages use it because the blessing makes it completely safe and incredibly efficient. Suddenly, Athena's face turns dead serious. A dark, crackling purple flame ignites right out of her left hand. The purple fire immediately starts burning her glove, eating straight into her bare skin. The students completely panic. Athena just laughs through the pain, looking right at Boa. You asked if you really needed talent, right? Here it is, in my right hand safe blessed white magic, but in my left unblessed black magic. While Athena is totally absorbed in her dramatic lecture, a dark shadow creeps up behind her, followed by her loud, terrified shriek. A maid brutally pinches Athena's cheek, scolding her. Princess, did you forget His Highness strictly forbade you from ever using black magic? Athena looks up with a super pathetic, teary face. I just used a tiny bit so the heroes could understand it better. Oh really? Understood. I will be reporting this to the queen immediately. Athena instantly panics and begs, I'm so sorry. Please don't tell her. Another voice interrupts, Princess, please let me heal you. A male mage desperately rushes over, casting a healing spell on Athena's burned hand. Duboa stares at the nasty wound, feeling guilty. I'm so sorry, I really shouldn't have asked that question. It is totally fine. At least everyone here now understands just how dangerous black magic is. So what exactly is black magic then? Is it just pure evil power? Facing the students' questions, Athena calmly responds. Black magic isn't exactly evil. Unlike the safe magic blessed by the magic god, black magic is simply magic in its raw, completely untamed natural state. While his former classmates are getting their safe beginner magic lessons, Kang Hansoo has already wandered all the way into a remote human village. Even though there's a massive language barrier, having cold hard cash easily gets him past the guard post and straight into the settlement. Now pay close attention here because things get sketchy. This town sits right in a man-eating monster forest, so nobody even blinks at Kang Hansoo strolling around fully armed. Is this the place the guards mentioned? Kang Hansoo spots a wooden sign showing an elf soaking in a bathtub. Yeah, this sign has to be it. It is definitely an inn. After successfully renting a room, Kang Hansoo immediately hits the bath to wash off the grime. Having some free time, he starts thinking deeply about life. Money really is everything. Even without speaking the local language, Cash talks to guards, innkeepers, literally anyone. Suddenly, a system notification pops up. The god feels uncomfortable. Kang Hansoo just bursts out laughing. Oh, really? Yeah, I guess I am taking a bath right now. Wait, what's your gender anyway? Outer god, male, female, a mix of both? The god feels even more uncomfortable. I honestly thought you were a guy. Hey, I have to protect my honor too, you know. Kang Hansoo jokes around while scrubbing a stubborn blood stain off his arm with a towel. Man, this blood is hard to wash off. Suddenly, a very weird system notification appears. The god is worried. What are you worried about? The god claims it is a secret, while Kang Hansoo is still sitting there totally confused. A deep male voice echoes from outside his room. Is it this room? Kang Hansoo flinches, staring sharply at the door. Another person replies to that voice using the god faction's language. The first man immediately barks an order at his lackey. All right, go back to work. I will handle things from here. Kang Hansoo decides to run a little test. He calls out calmly to the guy outside, I'm taking a bath right now, please wait a moment. The man outside sounds pretty surprised. I thought you didn't speak the language here. Ahem, well I do. Kang Hansoo quickly throws his clothes on, gripping his weapon tight with high alert. They can clearly understand each other. Even if this guy isn't human, he belongs to a totally hostile species. An enemy of the heroes. Could it be someone like the Gnons or those other freaks? Kang Hansoo weighs his options, deciding not to open the door himself. Instead, he sits on the bed, eyes locked on the entrance, hiding a knife behind his back with his right hand. Then he calmly shouts, Come in! Watching the door slowly creak open, Kang Hansoo holds his breath, just waiting. I know you're feeling that exact same tension right now. His heart is pounding crazy fast. Who knows what kind of monster is stepping through? Hero's enemy or not, it doesn't even matter. Elves, humans, Gnons. To him, they are all exactly the same. The only thing that actually matters is whether this conversation goes smoothly or turns bloody. A middle-aged man with a completely exhausted, haggard face steps into the room. What do you want? Kang Hansoo asks straight up. Seeing Kang Hansoo's intense glare, the man quickly replies, Don't worry, I am the village chief. Someone reported a guest who didn't understand the language, so I just wanted to come check on you. I see, Kang Hansoo replies, secretly analyzing the guy in his head. Is he actually human or is he just in disguise? He looks way too young to be a village chief. The man speaks up, Kang Hansoo, your name is pretty strange. Kang Hansoo just forces a nervous laugh. Just as he suspected. They can totally see his status window. Having his personal information snooped on like this makes him incredibly annoyed. The village chief kindly warns him, it is best if you hide your status window. You really shouldn't expose your info out in the open like that. Wait, I can hide it? Kang Hansoo's eyes go wide in pure shock. Hearing this, the old chief looks at Kang Hansoo with a judging stare. You really don't know a single thing, do you? I honestly thought you were a smuggler sneaking in, or maybe someone from another kingdom. You look pretty disappointed by that. Is it that obvious? The chief doesn't even deny it. This village has a very bad relationship with elves. Because of their insane greed, the Gnons lost their homes. Our lands fell right into their crosshairs too. So many people here have lost their closest loved ones to them. This entire village was literally built to gather people who want revenge. That is exactly why there are so many heavily armed mercenaries hanging around here. Not many people are left who remember the past tragedy. The rest are just fresh rookies from the city looking to grind experience. Right then, Kang Hansoo's system violently flashes a new notification. The god is looking extremely frustrated. While Kang Hansoo is totally distracted by the pop-up, the chief suddenly changes his tone. Before I leave, can I ask you one last question? Let that sink in for a second, guys. The old chief holds up a weird vial, asking casually, It has been a while since I poisoned your dinner. Why hasn't it worked yet? Kang Hansoo immediately grips his knife, ready to stab the guy. But before the blade even touches him, game over. Kang Hansoo's entire body locks up tight, completely paralyzed and unable to move. The old village chief flashes a twisted, smug smile. Impressive resilience. What exactly are you? Let's jump right into the madness. Kang Hansoo struggles to move, but the chief scoffs. Those trash elves resist poison, so I made this specifically for them. Give up. Your weak body can't fight it. The village chief snatches the knife right out of Kang Hansoo's hand. You did nothing wrong, just bad luck. Even a god is scolding you, saying they warned you about this. Kang Hansoo can only sigh in despair. After fully restraining him, the chief drags him down into a dark basement, a literal slaughterhouse used to torture the elf tribe. Kang Hansoo looks around the grim room and sneers. I finally get it. This is exactly why those elves ended up as your victims, right? You're the real culprit who started this conflict by stealing their homes. Hearing this, the chief snaps. Those garbage elves, they are the real enemy here. Just look at my status board. This is the price for carrying such a heavy burden. Kang Hansoo checks it. Name Crimson. Level 16. Blessing missing. Elf curse. You are chosen as the sworn enemy of the elf tribe. Your life force and youth have been permanently shortened. All damage and malice from elves is massively amplified. Did a god send this curse down? Kang Hansoo asks cautiously. Crimson actually answers honestly. It appeared when I slaughtered an elf. I just consider it an honor. Kang Hansoo forces a bright smile, trying to gently negotiate, hoping to somehow wake up Crimson's conscience. Chief, I am not the kind of elf you hate. Kidnapping me just to vent about this feels like a total waste. Before Kang Hansoo can finish, Crimson points the blade right at his face. I didn't plan on talking this much, but seeing this knife changed my mind. Where did you get this? Kang Hansoo hesitates. It is an item he looted from the Blue Moon Butcher, but he really wonders if he should actually spill the truth. He glances at the elves hanging from the ceiling, looks at the knife, and decides to prioritize survival. I got it after killing the elf who shot me. Watch closely here. Maybe we share the same enemy? Crimson asks, completely suspicious. You killed a royal elf with that skill? Royal? Crimson sees Kang Hansoo's pure shock and laughs out loud. You didn't know? How annoying. Killing you is trickier now. Then let me go. Kang Hansoo fires back. No way. Did you not check my status board? I am a mage, but I have absolutely 0 blessings. A blessing? Crimson starts getting a massive headache. You really know nothing? I am an outsider, Kang Hansoo replies. He mentally adds that no god or person ever explained this world to him. An outsider. Crimson stares at Kang Hansoo with sudden interest. Kang Hansoo clicks his tongue, explaining it is like a lone wolf crossing valleys by itself. Not bad. You won't walk alone anymore. A god is literally praying for the outsider's death. Before Kang Hansoo can figure out what Crimson means, a system notification pops up, making him even more confused. What is going on? Why is everyone acting like this? Suddenly, Crimson waves his hand, using magic to light the candles. He releases a chain, dropping an elf to the floor. Crimson violently stomps on the female elf and bluntly declares, I am a dark mage. You will die so I can extend my lifespan. Even if this curse is rotting me away, taking your lives will fight it off. I will give you a less painful death as a reward for killing that royal elf bitch. Oh, how incredibly kind of you, Kang Hansoo says with heavy sarcasm. Escaping is going to be extremely difficult, but I refuse to die here. Let me try negotiating with him one more time. Kang Hansoo calls out to the chief. Crimson smirks. If you plan to beg, forget it. But fine, speak up. Feel free to say your final words before you die. While Crimson talks, the female elf on the ground groans in pure agony. Annoyed, he whips her ruthlessly until she stops making noise. Finally, some peace and quiet. Crimson looks completely satisfied. He casually turns back to Kang Hansoo. What were you going to say? Witnessing this absolute horror, Kang Hansoo feels a wave of hesitation. You saw that too, right? This guy is acting crazy. Did he show me this execution on purpose? There has to be a hidden reason. Walking this path all alone must be incredibly tough, right? Kang Hansoo probes. You understand? Crimson's eyes practically glow as he stares. Yeah, I used to be an outsider too. Like wandering everywhere entirely alone? Crimson mutters, losing a bit of interest before a sudden realization hits him. He happily continues, I get it now. So aren't I an outsider too? The god emphasizes that is absolutely not the main point. I agree, Kang Hansoo thinks to himself. But hey, did I actually succeed in changing this maniac's mind? I like you now. But since I am an outsider, I must remain a lone wolf. Crimson's twisted logic makes Kang Hansoo silently curse his own luck. What kind of garbage logic is that? First killing me for justice, now killing me to be a true outsider. A certain god is laughing uncontrollably. Kang Hansoo gets even more annoyed. What is so funny? Today is a beautiful day, Crimson says. Finally, someone who understands my inner feelings has appeared. My dear Kang Hansoo, please always keep watching over me. Sure, Kang Hansoo replies, groaning internally. His current situation just got way worse than before. Crimson stops paying attention to Kang Hansoo. He turns back to the elves hanging upside down from the ceiling. After a moment of thought, he finally picks a male elf for his sixth sacrifice ritual. Let us begin. Crimson flashes a vicious smile. He claps his hands and starts the dark ritual. Mother of life, holder of destiny, grant me the rest of this elf's life. In that exact moment, a brilliant magic circle lights up, completely surrounding the male elf. Swear you will offer your remaining life to me, Crimson orders coldly. The elf refuses, glaring back with eyes full of pure burning hatred. Seeing this, Crimson slowly crouches down and drops a threat. If you agree, I will let your daughter reunite with you very soon. He grabs the man by his hair. You know the price of defying me, right? To protect his daughter, the poor guy has absolutely zero choice but to obey Crimson's sick demand. The vow is established. Instantly, the magic circle erupts with a blinding flash of light, forcing Kang Hansoo to duck his head and look away. What is wrong with this chief, absorbing elf lifespans for immortality? Kang Hansoo wonders. But just a split second later, that intense light completely vanishes. Did it fail? Kang Hansoo asks, slowly opening his eyes. Not at all. My spell is fully complete. Crimson steps on the elf, now a dry husk. Why do you look the same? Crimson laughs. Because I'm not human. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you need to see what's next. Let's dive right into the madness. Do you have any idea how many humans and fairies I've slaughtered in this village? So many that the curse doesn't even affect me anymore. When it first hit me, I was still just a human. In that exact moment, I turned old and completely hideous. That was when a witch visiting the village offered me up for an experiment. Saying this, Crimson slowly strips off his shirt. Kang Hansoo stares in pure shock as a grotesque Gnon head is revealed right in the middle of his stomach. A Gnon? That is right, I am a Gnon. Crimson boasts with sickening pride. Isn't it absolutely magnificent? The perfect fusion of two species that completely oppose those pathetic fairies. With a Gnon's raw power and a human's brilliant mind, I will get my revenge very soon. Just me alone is more than enough. I also have dark magic on my side. I will use the fairy's own power to destroy them. It is an absolutely flawless plan. Don't you agree, he asks. Kang Hansoo stammers, but I am not a fairy. Crimson scoffs. Why even worry about such minor details? With his blood-soaked hands, Crimson grabs Kang Hansoo by the shoulders and says gratefully, Thank you for teaching me about outsiders. Thanks to you, I have finally realized my true self. I am an outsider, a lone Gnon wandering through the forests. I will never forget you. To show my deep gratitude, I will truly cherish your sacrifice. Kang Hansoo panics. Wait, you are still going to kill me? Of course, I am an outsider after all. Kang Hansoo falls totally silent. He thinks to himself that he learned a harsh lesson today. Outsiders are incredibly dangerous, and this might just be the end of the line for him. Meanwhile, back in Sanctuary Town, here Princess Athena of the Amazing Kingdom is hailed as an absolute genius of the magical world, constantly admired by absolutely everyone around her. She spends most of her time just playing around. Thanks to her insane natural talent, she never actually has to put effort into doing anything at all. So why would a legendary genius like her accept Dubois as a student? Simple. It is because magic is heavily determined by your bloodline and the learning environment. Even knowing that harsh truth, Dubois still tries her absolute hardest. Because of that relentless effort, Athena actually decided to make her her very first disciple. You said magic can be created through imagination, so is there any specific way to boost its power? Hearing her favorite student's question, Athena happily replies with a smile, That is a truly excellent question, Hero Dubois. If you want to increase the raw power of your magic, you simply have to learn and copy the magic of your teachers or your parents. Aside from that, Athena continues, using ice magic to casually shape a cute little rabbit. This leaves the rookie heroes completely amazed. Thanks to talents blessed by their ancestors, members of the Arming family have passed down and mastered fire magic for countless generations. But this right here is my own personal magic. Do any of you want to give it a try? Athena asks excitedly. Dubois nods, then tries using her hands to create the same rabbit Athena just made, but totally fails. Seeing this, Athena gives an awkward smile. This is my first time teaching someone, so I am still a bit clumsy. As my magic grows stronger, my students will also find it much easier to do, understand? Suddenly, Jang Mian speaks up from the back. And what about people who are not blessed with talent like me? That question acts like a lit fuse, making the other students immediately start shouting in protest. Exactly, we need to be blessed too. I want to be blessed as well. It is so unfair. Why does only she get it? You have to treat all of us fairly, they angrily grumble. Here's where it gets really interesting, so pay attention. Athena flashes a twisted, wicked smile. The ice rabbit in her hand suddenly turns its head to stare at the students, giving them major chills. So, should I pick one more person? Which hero wants to be my second disciple? Athena says this while pretending to think it over. Hearing her offer, the students completely lose their minds. Everyone desperately wants to follow Dubois and become Athena's next student. That spot is obviously mine. Princess, please pick me. No, it has to be me. You do not even study. Like you are any better. The heroes were originally united to learn alongside Princess Athena, but that unity is shattering fast. With just a single sentence from her, they immediately start fighting and turning on each other. Watching the heroes argue so loudly, Athena finds it absolutely hilarious and adds fuel to the fire. Let me know whenever you guys make a final decision. Every single one of Athena's twisted expressions is caught by Dubois. She quietly steps up and questions her. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Athena plays totally dumb, asking, what do you mean by that? Dubois quietly replies, never mind, it is nothing. Alright, let's continue the lesson then. We left off at the ice rabbit, right? A person's unique magic can only be learned after endless trial and error and non-stop training. Dubois asks, is that just like dark magic? Dubois' sudden question leaves Athena completely stunned. After a long moment of heavy silence, she answers, dark magic is totally different from white magic. It cannot be learned all alone. You and I both know where this is heading. Dark magic always requires a living sacrifice. This perfectly mirrors Kang Hansoo's current nightmare, as he is literally becoming the sacrifice for Crimson's twisted spell. Standing right in the middle of the magic circle Crimson created, Kang Hansoo mentally curses his awful luck. Why did he have to fall into the hands of this absolute maniac? Kang Hansoo, my very good friend, swear that you will gladly give your life to me. Crimson says with a creepy smile. Kang Hansoo, heavily annoyed, fires back, the consent of the sacrifice is actually required, isn't it? I have imprisoned your physical body, but not your mind. Stop with this absolute nonsense and swear the oath now. Kang Hansoo panics internally. If he just sits here doing nothing, he is totally dead. What can he even do? Suddenly, a wild idea pops into Kang Hansoo's head. He quickly shouts at Crimson, wait a second. Before I die, I have one final request. I want to see Misa one last time. Crimson strokes his chin, thinking it over. Misa? The girl carrying that ridiculously huge crossbow? Yes, you know her too, right? Why do you need to see her? Kang Hansoo stammers out, I am her boyfriend. Hearing that, Crimson bursts into loud laughter, steps forward and grabs Kang Hansoo by the shirt. You are her boyfriend? Ha! I am the village elder. I know absolutely everything that happens around here. Did you seriously think I would not know that Call is actually Misa's real boyfriend? Do not think you can fool me with such pathetic lies. Kang Hansoo thinks to himself, so this guy has not completely lost his mind. He really does deserve his title as village elder. Well, that just makes things even easier. Kang Hansoo secretly rejoices, then continues spinning his massive web of lies. You are totally right, but Call is just her ex-boyfriend now. Crimson smirks coldly. So you claim to be her current boyfriend. Prove it then. Kang Hansoo confidently fires back, just smell me, and you will figure it out immediately. The only reason he is so insanely confident is that he literally wore Misa's clothes earlier, so naturally her scent is still all over him. Crimson, still highly suspicious, steps closer to sniff Kang Hansoo, and just as expected. The crazy elder admits it really is Misa's scent, saying there is no way he would smell like that unless they were lovers. Kang Hansoo pushes his luck, then can you bring Misa here? Crimson instantly rejects the idea. I am sorry, but if Misa suddenly disappears, Call and Gary will definitely suspect me. Kang Hansoo cheerfully replies, I understand. Internally, he is sweating. He cannot believe this psycho actually considered kidnapping Misa just to bring her here. How bizarrely kind of him, but also absolutely terrifying. Crimson asks, do you want anything else? Kang Hansoo pretends to hesitate before answering. If I actually survive this, please let me go until I can see Misa. Crimson sneers, once I take your life force, you will not have much time left to live anyway. That is my one and only wish. Crimson finds it strange but agrees, fine I will. Kang Hansoo says, then I swear, setup complete. Trust me, you will definitely want to see how this crazy bluff plays out. Stick with me, because you are about to watch the ultimate payback. Crimson finishes talking, and Kang Hansoo instantly feels agonizing soul-crushing pain. So much for a painless death, right? Total lie. Watching Kang Hansoo writhe in agony, Crimson coldly smirks. Farewell, I will pass your final words to Misa. But suddenly Kang Hansoo smiles right back. Impossible. Misa is already gone. What do you mean? Crimson stares, absolutely stunned. Kang Hansoo doesn't answer. Instead, boom! A brutal uppercut sends Crimson flying backward. Caught completely off guard, the chief screams in pure rage. You dared to trick me? Kang Hansoo fires back instantly. Hey, I should be the one saying that. Crimson promised it wouldn't hurt, but the pain was actually off the damn charts. Absolute torture. This pain just made us bitter enemies. Crimson's eyes go wide with absolute shock. Impossible! How in the world are you still alive? I will answer you after you die. Kang Hansoo rolls his shoulders, ready for an all-out clash. The dark magic binding him is officially weakened. Thanks to the Outlander's blessing, his life was magically extended. A weak kid like him actually survived. You agreed to let me go if I lived through this, right? You should really keep your promise. Kang Hansoo taunts, casually strolling over to pick up his knife. His gaze sweeps across the locked-up elves, stopping dead on a blue-haired girl. She will be the first, and she is my witness. He raises his blade, slashing right through the heavy chains on her arms. He throws her over his shoulder and sprints for the door. Crimson screams, "Wait, where do you think you were going?" "Absolutely not. Haha, village chief, I literally told you to keep your promise." Kang Hansoo replies with a smug grin. Based on that promise, Crimson cannot touch him until he meets Misa. But wait, Misa is dead. How do you meet a dead person? Now watch closely here. Crimson plays dirty. He breaks the promise by releasing the lifespan he stole. He thinks he has won, but suddenly, massive pain hits. He violently vomits fresh blood and his immense power completely vanishes. "What is wrong with you?" Kang Hansoo asks casually. He scans the chief up and down, letting out a mocking, "Oh, did your power disappear?" Ever since that dark magic attack, Kang Hansoo feels like his eyes unlocked a brand new, broken ability. Crimson is losing his mind over this shock. "Impossible," he screams. "I have taken countless lives and never suffered a single scratch. Are you some kind of immortal vampire? You absolute bastard! What the hell are you even made of?" Kang Hansoo opens his mouth, but a system notification pops up. The god warns him to hide the truth. So he swerves hard. "I am the Outlander ancestor." Meanwhile, the god is literally rolling around in absolute cringe. As long as you are happy, Kang Hansoo thinks. He checks Crimson's status again. Seeing the guy coughing up blood, a wild idea hits him. This chief is level 16. Killing him would drop insane experience points, right? No, first things first, he needs to escape. Thinking this, Kang Hansoo flashes a grin and bids Crimson a cheerful goodbye. But before he even reaches the door, a furious roar echoes out. "I will never forgive you. I will kill you and eat you alive. You ruined my hard work. I'll chop you to pieces." Crimson lunges with razor-sharp claws. A sudden attack slashes a huge wound right across Kang Hansoo's chest. Surprised? You should be. This is a unique GN sword technique. I wanted to use it on the elves, but you will have to do. Crimson boasts proudly. He thought this fatal strike would completely finish Kang Hansoo off. But nope. After bleeding like crazy, the wound rapidly heals up. It vanishes like nothing happened. Crimson is utterly terrified. He grabs his pants and sprints for his life. Too bad he runs right past the blue-haired girl. She grabs his leg. Crimson stumbles, and Kang Hansoo delivers a brutal fatal blow. But wait, game over? Nope, he still has another head. Thinking fast, Kang Hansoo raises his blade to execute that GN head. "Damn mage, my daughter, I never got revenge." The GN tears up with his final words. "Sorry, fatherly love, rest in peace," Kang Hansoo says, mercilessly finishing the GN off. Afterwards, he frees the elves and gathers everyone. "You and I thought this was a happy ending, right?" "Wrong. That was 1 minute ago." Now Kang Hansoo is literally running for his life, chased right to a cliff's edge. Damn these ungrateful elves. What the hell are you guys even thinking? Right before becoming a Pincushion, Kang Hansoo jumps off the cliff. "We will meet again," he vows. Meanwhile, back at the academy, rookie heroes are fighting each other just to become Athena's students. But the moment the Master Mages finally arrive on the scene, the chaotic situation is handled in a flash. Becoming a master to a hero, countless mages chase that noble title. After they proudly claim their heroes, the magic class officially continues. Magic requires pure imagination, so absolute focus is key. Athena lectures passionately to the crowd. Thanks to her guidance, the heroes can finally generate real fire. Right then, a curly-haired guy raises his hand. "Princess, is it possible for us to apply math to this?" Athena looks blank. "Math, like the stuff merchants study?" "Yeah, with magic, 2 is better than 1, but the efficiency drops." "I mean math applied to magic, like using calculations too." Princess Athena cuts him right off. "Ah, no." "Oh, really?" Curly says, super disappointed. Seeing this, Athena starts teasing him. "Hero, what math formula did you use to make that fireball? You only use magic because your teacher can use fire magic." Curly refuses to back down. "I don't buy it. I can definitely become a mage using my modern world knowledge." Suddenly, a veteran fire mage steps up, totally agreeing. He is right. Princess Athena explained one thing incorrectly. Math absolutely can be applied to magic. Since the princess used a fireball, I will explain with that. She only studies theory, so she does not know we actually use math to boost magical efficiency. Another mage cooperates, summoning an ice ball and launching it skyward. Because in a real war, we must avoid wasting energy when it is completely unnecessary. To shoot a fireball accurately, the angle is crucial. You also have to calculate wind direction and speed. Boom! The fire mage shoots his fireball, perfectly destroying the ice in midair. The heroes gasp in awe. He turns to Curly. "This is what you meant, right?" "Exactly," Curly stammers. "So where does this leave us?" "It means these rookie heroes are finally getting trained by truly legendary mages. Things are getting real." "Alright, stick with me. We are jumping right back into the magic training." Meanwhile, the elves Kang Hansoo rescued are recovering. Isapresso, the princess's maid, gets her injuries treated by another fairy. She is in absolute agony, lashing out from the sheer pain. But sadly, applying basic medicine is all they can do for her right now. Only the raw power of a true saintess could actually cure her. And let us be real, the only 2 saintesses in the world are not going to waste their divine power on an ordinary elf. We will catch him. Just rest. The healing fairy quickly backs out of the room. This total disaster? It is definitely the work of that twisted village chief Crimson. The rest of the villagers might be in on it too. They will report everything once they get back home. Iso stews in pure rage. Then another elf walks in with updates. The mercenaries lost track of him. Iso snaps, "Why do I care about some pathetic human? The other elf nervously twists her fingers together. But he did save our lives. That completely triggers Eso. Then what about the princess's dagger he is carrying? Do not be fooled, humans are just lying, untrustworthy animals. He saved us, Eso. That is why I kept quiet. We did not even ask him to kill the chief. It was just a bunch of monsters fighting each other. Calling him a monster? The blue-haired elf Kang Hansoo save first kicks the door open, absolutely furious about that. Eso, what exactly is your problem here? She screams. Councilmember Celeblis, are you okay? A pink-haired elf rushes over to heavily support her. Celeblis. She comes from the royal elf bloodline, her name meaning Holy Sun. She is the literal heir to the throne gifted with absolute immortality. Now watch closely, because the tension here hits the ceiling. She was Crimson's favorite toy. Answer me, Celeblis demands, leaning heavily on the young pink-haired elf. Commissioner, please calm down, we will report this and end it. Celeblis glares. Nothing is over yet. He could have escaped alone, but he saved me. Eso still stubbornly refuses to listen, swearing the human just wants her immortality. Do you have any idea that he used a dark magic pact? Celeblis asks darkly. Kang Hansoo broke the absolute rules of the pact, and there is always a heavy price. Just look at Crimson dead for underestimating Kang Hansoo's life. Poor Eso used to run around the palace so carefree. Now it is just a memory, Celeblis sighs regretfully. Eso breaks down crying. You do not understand this absolute despair and humiliation. Of course I do not, I am not you. But we have to find him, the pink-haired elf advises. Commissioner, your condition is terrible right now. If we meet again, do not even call me Commissioner. This old woman feels too broken for such massive responsibility. With that, Celeblis turns and walks away. Meanwhile, Kang Hansoo's outsider god is secretly watching everything, checking the exact spot where Kang Hansoo fell to see if he is dead. Can you not see me? Kang Hansoo groans, literally dangling from a tree branch. Heroes looking for swordsmanship, please go this way. Ansis leads the whole group straight into a wildly luxurious banquet hall. Wait, what? Is it break time already instead of sword training? Why are they resting so soon? Confused and totally overwhelmed, everyone awkwardly grabs a seat at the giant banquet table. Once everyone settles, Ansis raises his teacup, proudly welcoming the heroes who chose the path of the sword. Instantly, a row of people on his right raise their cups and scream out at the exact same time. Welcome! The massive shout practically jump scares the new heroes. Ansis lowers his cup with a gentle knowing smile. I overheard your chatter. The training you are expecting? It is not normal sword practice at all. Let me give you guys a very simple visual example. He looks at the massive tank-like guy on his right. Knight Captain, care for a quick duel? The man beams. Yes, it would be my absolute honor. The Knight Captain completely agrees, stepping out from the table and walking into a wide-open clearing. I know what you are thinking, a basic sword duel, just wait for it. Ansis casually grabs a blade. First, we show standard swordsmanship. Captain, do not use your real style. He nods. Understood. As Ansis and the massive Captain start clashing, the rookies whisper at the table. This is kind of unbelievable. Wait, isn't this just regular sword fighting? Suddenly, the Knight Captain spots a tiny opening. With a sharp grunt, he heavily strikes, disarming Ansis completely. Ansis just holds his bruised arm, smiling. Beautiful strike, Captain. The Captain bows his head humbly. You are far too kind, sir. Ansis casually picks his sword back up. Alright, now I will show you the true swordsmanship you will be learning here. While a mage patches up his arm, Ansis smirks. Captain, go all out this time, do not hold back, it is my absolute honor. Hearing that, the Captain grips his weapon tightly. His face goes dead serious. You can literally see his blade start glowing, blasting out intense blue energy. Across from him, Ansis flares up his own insane aura. The Captain roars, slashing forward with everything. Ansis instantly swings back to meet him. The two blades slam together in a massive, blinding explosion of light. A split second later, a shattered blade spins through the air. The Knight Captain just stares at his snapped sword. I lose. Ansis smiles warmly. You have improved massively, though, the Captain bows deeply. Thank you so much for the praise. The rookies are completely baffled. Wait, what? That is it? Ansis chuckles at their confusion. Focusing all your power into one strike to completely obliterate their weapon. Now that is true swordsmanship. Forget the Demon King, you guys could not even dent a basic Iron Knight without this. Ah, so it is all about raw power output. Ansis sits back down. Exactly, you get it now. So our real training begins right this second. First test, everyone take a sip of that tea. The heroes take a gulp. Instantly they gag. Ugh, this tastes absolutely vile. Ansis just smiles at their disgust. So what do you and I take from this? A warrior's true blessing is absolutely necessary. Alright, stick with me. We are diving straight into absolute madness today. This special tea contains a drug that easily grants massive blessings. Therefore, everyone needs to drink up. They are warriors. Surviving countless deadly trials proves they are completely worthy of gaining this next level power. Their ultimate mission. Defeating all enemies with pure compassion and justice. But honestly, even knowing the tea's insane benefits, many of these rookie heroes are totally terrified to take a second sip. Except for Choi Kangmin. He carelessly chugs his entire cup in one breath and demands, give me another. He adds, if drinking this is too hard, you guys should stick to eating desserts. Hearing that bold claim, Honest looks at Choi Kangmin with intense interest. He immediately barks a new order. Captain, poor hero Choi Kangmin another full cup. Yes, of course. Suddenly, a system notification pops up. A certain goddess is incredibly curious about the tea's taste. Meanwhile, a water god desperately tries stopping his nosy friend from getting involved. Another kind god just looks at these pathetic heroes with absolute pity. Meanwhile, back with Kang Hansoo, he is sitting high up in a tree, sighing heavily. That was way too dangerous. This time, no gnome was there to break his fall, but thankfully thick trees caught him. Good thing he generously bribed that gatekeeper earlier, or he would be totally busted right now. Suddenly, a huge pack of gnomes shows up, immediately spotting Kang Hansoo hiding in the branches. Meat in the tree? Fresh meat? Get down here! Kang Hansoo simply stares back at them, deadpan. Always such a friendly and welcoming greeting from these monsters. Honestly, right now gnomes actually feel more trustworthy than humans or arrogant elves. Struck by a sudden idea, Kang Hansoo just smirks. Alright, I actually happen to have a little question for you guys. Fine. He leaps down from the tree. A few quick brutal swings later, he has basically wiped out the entire gnome squad without breaking a sweat. Looking at their lifeless bodies scattered on the ground, he feels a bit confused. Was that fight incredibly easy, just because there were so few of them? System alert. A certain god looks at him with pure boredom. Kang Hansoo tightens his fist, realizing his body feels ridiculously strong right now. What is going on? Did he somehow level up without noticing? Muttering to himself, he pulls up his personal status window to check. Name Kang Hansoo, level 1. Outlander's Blessing F Heroes Curse E score, 3.43. Wait, nothing changed. Wait, pay close attention here because things get weird. Spotting that 3.43, Kang Hansoo asks, Outlander God, what exactly is this score? It actually went up. System alert. A certain god just laughs out loud at you for not knowing what the score is. Kang Hansoo presses, so do you know? System alert. A certain god specially advises you that having more of it is always better. Wow, thanks a lot. Finally, some actually useful information from him. So, what happens now? Kang Hansoo mutters, glaring down at a half-dead gray gnome. I have a few questions. You better answer them perfectly. I am still completely furious at those annoying elves, do you understand? The gnome shivers on the ground. Hearing about elves, the gray gnome's eyes instantly light up. Elves, you have elf meat? Kang Hansoo replies, yes. The greedy gnome urges, then ask your questions, hurry up. Remembering his brutal clash with Crimson, Kang Hansoo asks, how exactly does gnome swordsmanship work? He thinks to himself, I am still way too weak. Even hitting level 2 won't guarantee my revenge anytime soon. Copying their unique gnome swordsmanship might not be a terrible idea. At least it will boost my raw power somewhat. Hearing the question, the gray gnome stares up at the sky, hungrily licking its lips. Meat, fresh raw meat is the absolute best. Frowning, Kang Hansoo asks, wait, why did your eyes just turn red? The gray gnome answers, I know that is the power of meat. So how do you use this power? The gnome bluntly states, just eat a lot of meat. Kang Hansoo asks again, I want to see this power in action. What do you usually eat? Meat. Sorry, stupid question. Rubbing his chin, Kang Hansoo ponders. Gnome swordsmanship and this so-called power of meat do not seem like much of an upgrade at all. Do I seriously have to study their bizarre lifestyle just to pull off a flawless revenge? While Kang Hansoo is quietly plotting his next strategic move, back at the academy, Honest's very first swordsmanship lecture is still going strong. Magic takes natural raw talent, but honestly, if anyone has enough time and money, they can easily learn decent sword skills. Plus some basic magical knowledge. Right in the middle of his lecture, a pale-faced Choi Kangmin loudly interrupts the class. Give me another cup. Honest isn't even mad, just chuckling it off. Hero Choi Kangmin, you can stop drinking now. The magical effect actually drops significantly if you consume more than one. Staring obsessively at his tea, Choi Kangmin thinks, but I need to get stronger immediately. I'm on a completely different level compared to these pathetic fakes. Just then, a waiter quietly steps up behind him holding a fresh pot. It works much better if you wash it down with a little bit of sweet honey tea. Anus agrees, advising that consistency is what really matters. 1 cup a day, 2 cups at most if you are feeling exceptionally greedy. Choi Kangmin declares firmly, 2 cups a day, I will definitely try doing that. Anna smiles brightly. Very good. However, the warrior's blessing will not stabilize over a short period. It is just like how a small child cannot magically become a full adult overnight. Choi Kangmin panics, quickly shouting out, then how long will it take? Anna calmly replies. The exact time varies for every single person, but if you keep absorbing it like you just did, you will master it within a year. Hearing that, Choi Kangmin screams out loud in absolute disbelief. A whole year? Now you and I need to watch this twist closely. Suddenly, glowing purple light appears, revealing his brand new personal status window with fresh information. Name, Choi Kangmin, level 1, Hero's Blessing F Grid F Curse None, score 1.111 Blessing. Whispering happily to himself, he immediately clicks on it to inspect the details. The grit skill, the longer you fight, the stronger you become. But beware, this effect resets completely if you are defeated or lose your fighting spirit entirely. Choi Kangmin covers his mouth, muttering that it is completely unbelievable. System alert, a war god proudly agrees that it is indeed unbelievable. Meanwhile, a certain martial god simply snorts. Honest claps his hands, laughing out loud. I sincerely congratulate you, Hero Choi Kangmin. A blessing from the war god himself. I definitely think highly of you. Choi Kangmin scratches his cheek, looking extremely shy. You flatter me way too much. Anna smiles brightly. Alright, first, let me show you exactly how to hide your status window. 2 days pass. Kang Hansoo is still roaming deep inside the forest alongside the gray gnome. Meat, meat, meat. Kang Hansoo just watches it devour its prey, lost in deep thought. It has been 2 full days since he started following this guy to observe the true power of meat. Seeing Kang Hansoo totally distracted, the gray gnome's eyes flash cold. It ruthlessly abandons its meal, spinning around to launch a vicious sneak attack. Kang Hansoo speaks up very calmly, "Oh boy." Over the past few days, the gray gnome tried hunting Kang Hansoo whenever he showed an opening, even though it never succeeded a single time. Just like before, Kang Hansoo simply raises his leg and kicks it flying. Frowning, he says, "Do not leave this here." Kang Hansoo feels the gray gnome is weirdly weak. He immediately checks its personal status window. Name, Broken Fang from an Arrow. Level 6, Blessing None, Curse score 0.00. Kang Hansoo sternly demands, "You actually reached level 6? The gnome flaunts 2 colored rings. "Right, look at the proof. Trust me, you and I aren't ready for this." "Alright, stick with me here." Hansoo looks at the gray Gnon. Fairy meat, fairy heads, his prey. Did this guy say agile Gnons got fairy hair? Hansoo thinks for a second. Answer me. How did a weak scumbag like you manage to hunt down 2 fairies? The gray Gnon snaps back right away. "Wrong, I am very strong, you talking meat, you weird piece of meat." Hansoo ignores the insult and keeps questioning it. "Can you even see my level?" The Gnon replies, "I cannot see it, but I still know you are level 1 meat. Very easy to drop." Annoyed, Hansoo steps up and punches the gray Gnon right in the head, making it scream in pure pain. He thinks to himself, does this monster know because of some hidden trait? Spending days with the gray Gnon, watching and interrogating it like this, Hansoo learns a lot. Beyond just Gnon traits, he gathers a ton of wild information about completely different species too. Suddenly, the gray Gnon points in a specific direction and yells loudly, "This way." Hansoo asks him, "What exactly is over there?" The Gnon answers, "Lots of fairy meat." "Tons of it, really?" Hansoo smirks, thinking to himself, "That is the fairy village location where they ambushed me upon arrival. And I also confirmed the village chief was not lying about the past. It is actually the truth." Right then, the gray Gnon screams out again, "The meat has been stolen." Hansoo immediately asks, "Stolen from the fairies?" The gray Gnon howls, "Fairy meat is awful. Rabbit meat is delicious. I love meat." Watching the Gnon eat its prey again, Hansoo notices something. The physical changes in its body are becoming super obvious. Power slowly rises from the Gnon's stomach every single time it eats something. This method is way easier and simpler than the village chief using dark magic to steal life force, even if the actual efficiency is a bit lower. Hansoo smiles and asks the gray Gnon, "How does it taste? Are you full yet?" The gray Gnon tilts its head to the sky and roars loudly, "I am full. It feels absolutely amazing. I want more meat. More. That talking meat is mine." As it speaks, the gray Gnon's fur starts turning blood red and its entire body grows massive. Baring its fangs and swinging its claws, it rushes at Hansoo. But Hansoo saw this coming, zero fear in his eyes. He charges straight at the gray Gnon. Now watch this closely. Hansoo's fist is glowing with a bright red light. It looks exactly like when Crimson used the non-species sword technique earlier. "Thanks a lot. Thank you for letting me figure out exactly why they call this the power of flesh." With that said, Hansoo uses the exact move he just learned from watching the gray Gnon to slice it perfectly in half. The gray Gnon lies dying on the ground. It looks up at Hansoo. "Talking meat is really strong, but how?" Hansoo laughs and says, "We only hung out for a short time, but you were incredibly useful to me." "Thanks a lot. Its teeth were broken by arrows earlier." The gray Gnon asks, "Is the talking meat also a Gnon?" Hansoo denies it. "No, I am human." Hansoo looks at his hand, still radiating that fierce red light. He mutters, "Something like a chemical reaction got stirred up from that intense emotion. It feels absolutely amazing." So that is the greed of the Gnons wanting to stay full forever, huh? Plus, the system notification pops up. A god of food is extremely surprised by the outsider's sudden change. Seeing the god call it the power of flesh, Hansoo falls deep in thought. I really doubt anyone else would be able to use this ability. If I did not have the outsider's blessing, wouldn't I die the second I used this depleted life force power? Even though the Gnons seem to easily refill it just by eating meat. But with the outsider's blessing, right before my energy drains completely, the blessing recharges it. It just keeps refilling every single time it runs low. That is an infinite loop. This is actually pretty epic. The system chimes in again. A god mocks you for being childish. Let us go. Saying that, Hansoo dashes quickly toward the direction the gray Gnon pointed out earlier. He doesn't get far before 2 Gnons suddenly appear ahead. "The smell of meat! Meat where? Get out of my way!" Hansoo shouts loudly, throwing punches to finish them off in seconds before continuing his sprint. A system notification pops up. A god is very surprised. While rushing forward, Hansoo angrily thinks to himself, "Even though I have gotten way stronger, I am not happy about this at all. I should be scrolling on my phone in a nice warm bed right now. Instead, I am stuck using this hideous dagger, wandering through a forest full of man-eating monsters." The system pings. A god points to the left. "Oh, thanks a lot for the tip." I know what you're thinking. Is he going on a rampage? Let's find out. Hansoo follows the direction, quickly spotting a massive wooden wall in the distance. Drawing his dagger, he smirks and wonders, should I go punish these fantasy savages using this new power of mine? Meanwhile, 2 guards are on patrol, chattering endlessly about absolute nonsense as they walk along the path. Kang Hansoo hides in the bushes, carefully watching them. He planned to sneak in from behind, but the security here is way tighter than he expected. Kang Hansoo thinks it over in silence. Luckily, I already memorized the village layout earlier. Suddenly, a god appears right behind him in thin air. A certain god urges you to go immediately. Kang Hansoo is visibly surprised when he hears that strange message pop up. Huh? Kang Hansoo is totally confused. Why so sudden? Before he can even finish his thought, the god literally kicks him in the back. A certain god insists that now is the time to go. Still confused, Kang Hansoo wonders to himself, why does this god suddenly want to help me out? I have no idea what is going through this god's head, but he sprints after the guards anyway. His own instincts are telling him to do exactly the same thing. Kang Hansoo looks up at the towering bamboo wall. Can I actually pull this off? Now is my chance. Hansoo stabs his blade straight into the bamboo wall, uses the momentum to leap high into the air, and successfully lands behind the barrier. He jumps up and looks around carefully. Nobody is standing guard over here. I got super lucky. The god appears beside him again. A certain god gloats, telling you to be grateful. Kang Hansoo smiles and whispers, Yeah, thank you. I am always grateful. He smirks, getting ready for his very next move. The guard is patrolling, humming a carefree little tune to himself. Suddenly, Kang Hansoo's hand drops heavy onto the guard's shoulder, making the guy flinch and glance back in panic. Kang Hansoo's eyes glow a fierce red. He violently stabs his dagger directly into the guard's neck, making fresh blood spray everywhere. The guy freezes, completely unable to fight back. Blood keeps spurting out of his neck and pouring heavily from his mouth. Kang Hansoo looks down at the dead guard with pure contempt. It sounds harsh, but I really do not see any difference between killing a human and killing a monster. He stands there staring at the body, muttering to himself. But I guess this guy has people who will actually mourn his sudden death. But earlier the guard threw his hands up to surrender, saying he had a family. Kang Hansoo grabs the guard's leg as the body goes limp, muttering darkly, And I almost died without ever seeing my family again, all because of you people. I will never let you trample all over me again. The god appears floating in the air right next to Kang Hansoo once more. A certain god stares at you in a very provocative way. Wait, are there 3 moons in the sky today? Kang Hansoo exhales deeply and drops the guard's lifeless corpse. So what do you and I make of this eerie silence? Kang Hansoo looks at the pile of dead guards he just wiped out. If this many people are dead, shouldn't someone have noticed by now? Let us dive right back into the madness. Kang Hansoo is super confused. Infiltrating is usually fun, but all he sees are mercenaries. How exactly is he supposed to find the fairies? The deity appears right next to him, arms crossed. A certain god absolutely despises you. Kang Hansoo just keeps overthinking things. Both fairies and humans need to use the bathroom, right? So why hasn't he spotted a single fairy? The deity keeps mocking him, laughing at his slow brain. Kang Hansoo snaps back angrily, telling the god to stop being so mean. Suddenly, he freezes, catching sight of something moving in the distance. A man and a woman approach with a lantern. Behind them, 2 heavily tied-up captives with bags over their heads. Kang Hansoo quickly ducks behind a door to spy on them. He mutters that things are getting interesting. Cut to another scene. Jang Mian is fast asleep under her blankets. A shadowy hand reaches out to cover her nose, but the movement wakes her up. Mian instantly realizes she's being kidnapped and bites his hand hard. He quickly throws a bag over her head, but she manages to glimpse half his face. The guy tells her to shut up. Mian gets tied up and left on the bed while her 2 kidnappers start talking. One points at his partner's hand, asking why it is bleeding. He complains that she bit him. The other just clicks his tongue, telling him to be more careful. The bad guys grab Mian, ordering her to follow them. They keep aggressively shoving her forward. Under the hood, Mian desperately wonders, were the other fairies captured exactly like this? Suddenly, Mian hears a strange echo. She recognizes the sound, the village chief's basement. A blue-haired girl speaks up with dead seriousness. Crimson believed we were completely ignorant of our actions, but we deliberately ignored him just to protect our new way of life. Mian strains to listen, guessing it is the healer from before. The blue-haired girl's voice echoes over the tied-up hooded fairies. This is your rightful punishment. She stresses every single word, crushing their spirits completely. Punishment for letting our dear friend fight all alone. A blonde guy eagerly chimes in. I heard it in the cafeteria. These fairies despise humans. If they live, they will steal our homes and families again. Now pay close attention, because things are about to get really dark. The bald guy frowns, saying he warned everyone to stay inside. The blue-haired girl calmly orders them to begin. The blonde and braided guys raise their swords furiously. In the name of Crimson, for our fallen comrade. They brutally stab the fairies without mercy. Blood sprays everywhere. The bald guy savagely grinds his blade into them. Mian collapses, tears filling her eyes as blood pours from her mouth. Goodbye, espresso. All the fairies lie dead on the cold floor. The killers look at each other. Now only one is left. They stare at Celeblis sitting in a chair, asking what to do with her. Showing zero fear, she bluntly calls out their lack of objectivity. Her sharp eyes pierce right through them. Won't this be incomplete until you kill me too? The braided guy sweats, saying he caught her trying to escape. The blonde hesitates. Her rank is high. How will they handle the retaliation? Celeblis lowers her head sadly, claiming she understands their feelings. They hesitate, thinking about Kang Hansoo. Can they really kill their savior? Her voice drops low. Keeping your secret fills me with utter disgust. The blonde offers a deal. Swear to stay quiet, and you go free. Celeblis angrily shouts back, asking if an agreement built on blackmail is ever truly supported. The blue-haired girl questions why she even said that. We could have released you even if you lied. Celeblis smirks in pure contempt, proving that fairies never lie just to save their own skin. The bald guy thrusts his sword straight at Celeblis, speaking without a single ounce of mercy. Then we have no choice. We will make this quick. Suddenly, a voice echoes out, making the bald guy freeze mid-swing. Is that so? You and I knew this was coming. Celeblis opens her eyes just to see the bald guy's severed head flying through the air. Celeblis is completely stunned, unable to believe her own eyes. Kang Hansoo stands confidently before her, resting his bloody sword on his shoulder. Kang Hansoo glances at Celebliss in dead silence. She stares back in shock, babbling something rapidly in her own fairy language. Kang Hansoo widens his eyes in surprise. Huh? Looks like we meet again, but first he needs to completely wipe out these absolute scumbags. The blonde and braided guys who are acting so tough step back in pure terror. They whisper wildly, speaking a language Kang Hansoo does not understand. He figures he should probably take those two out first. Kang Hansoo lunges forward, attacking the braided guy. The dude panics, dodging aside while cursing in that totally foreign language. Kang Hansoo coldly states that whether it is fairies, villagers, or the chief, he plans to kill absolutely everyone just like he originally intended. The blue-haired girl collapses, shaking uncontrollably while shouting at her defeated friends. Trembling like a freezing rat, she tearfully begs for someone to save her life. Kang Hansoo stops his blade right in front of her. Oh, I actually know that language. It would be great to understand everything, but too bad for you. Every single man has been slaughtered by Kang Hansoo. Their bodies litter the cold floor as fresh blood flows like a literal river. Panicking, the blue-haired girl desperately sprints toward a wooden door. Kang Hansoo just stands perfectly still, waiting to see what her pathetic plan is. No more messing around. Kang Hansoo hurls his dagger straight through her brain, moving so fast she cannot even scream. He stays in his throwing stance, perfectly lethal, accurate down to the millimeter. Kang Hansoo looks at his messy handiwork with pure satisfaction. Much easier than he expected. Taking out that entire group first was definitely a brilliant strategic move. Celebliss clearly wants to say something to Kang Hansoo, dropping a massive monologue, but Kang Hansoo just stares blankly, wondering what on earth she is blabbering about. Staring at her, a system panel suddenly pops up. Name Celebliss level 12, Blessing Control Living Being C, Inherit Purity B, Noble Curse B. Kang Hansoo is genuinely shocked he can actually see this panel. I didn't see this at first. Did she show me on purpose? Stick around because this is about to get insane. Alright, stick with me here. Kang Hansoo is absolutely stunned. He only has one blessing, but this girl? She has two and their rankings are insanely high. Another system window pops up right in front of him. Creature Control. It slightly boosts the stats of any controlled beast and massively increases the chances of taming highly cautious monsters. He is totally blown away. A blessing completely dedicated to taming creatures? Sure, it is a high rank, but it is completely useless if there are no animals around. Hansoo thinks it over for a second. There is only one logical reason she would show him her status window. He walks straight up to Celebliss and asks, "Is your name Celebliss?" She happily starts rambling on, but all he can actually catch is that last word. Celebliss, that must be her name. She looks incredibly happy, smiling from ear to ear. Hansoo just stares blankly at her like he lost his mind. He feels absolutely nothing. Maybe it is because he is an outsider to this blessing. Suddenly, the god appears right next to him, looking absolutely furious. The deity is extremely annoyed. The god angrily emphasizes that he is an outsider. Hansoo is just totally speechless. He takes a knee next to Celebliss, grabs his blade, and gets ready to cut her free. He answers the god, "Yeah, I get it. If I stay an outsider, I will be punished, right?" Hansoo lets out a sigh. Celebliss chatters at him again, but he cannot understand a single word. He just tells her she is one lucky fairy. Cutting her ropes, he mutters that he originally planned to wipe them all out. He only let her live because she had a similar background to him. Hansoo is secretly kicking himself. Giving my name to the locals in this world was a huge mistake. Meanwhile, Celebliss is just overjoyed that she literally escaped death. He turns to leave, telling her to take care of herself now. Deep down, he thinks if he slaughters all the fairies here, he is no better than those other twisted guys. Suddenly, Celebliss trembles, leaning against the chair. She mumbles something under her breath and then practically throws herself right at Hansoo. He quickly catches her by the waist. Annoyed, he snaps, telling her not to cause him any more trouble. She just keeps smiling, chatting away, and he clearly hears his own name. Surprised, he asks if she knows his name. She calls him out again, giving this bright, radiant smile while saying things he completely cannot understand. 3 massive moons glow brightly in the night sky. Hansoo and Celebliss finally hit the road. Looking at the path ahead, he feels totally shocked. So many people died here, but why is it this quiet? He calls out to the god, "Dear outsider god, what do you think is the reason?" The deity appears beside him, crossing their arms in deep thought. The god claims to be in no mood for chatting. Hansoo is totally speechless. Well, they are here, but completely useless. He thinks to himself that he probably needs to ditch this fairy just to calm the angry god down. Hansoo looks around, feeling totally helpless. He cannot trust a single person in this creepy village, and the dark forest is packed with absolute chaos. Now pay close attention here. It is way too late and insanely dangerous. They need to run. Hansoo scoops her up and they blast through the dark forest like wind. Looking terrified, Celebliss clings tightly to him, calling his name and mumbling. Hansoo is totally lost. What on earth is she saying? How is he supposed to understand her? She suddenly looks dead serious, pointing up at the sky. He looks exactly where she is pointing. Up there? Something is literally on fire. He is absolutely stunned by what he sees. A fire phoenix? The massive bird circles above, roaring with pure raging flames. Deadly fire shoots right down at them. Celebliss just hums a happy tune without a care, but Hansoo looks at her in total panic. He knows his cheat skills will keep him safe, but she will be roasted alive. Celebliss tugs his shirt, babbling again. "You want me to put you down?" She nods eagerly. Taking the chance, he asks her straight up. "You want me to leave you because you are a burden so I can run away, right?" She nods as if agreeing. Then she walks right up to the blazing phoenix. She starts talking to it, and surprisingly, this legendary beast actually understands the fairy language. Hansoo watches in pure shock. Wait a minute. With her high-level creature control blessing, is she actually becoming companions with this giant fiery bird? She turns around and calls out to him. Smiling brightly, she chatters away, mentioning her name again. Then she skips happily right back over to Hansoo. She just keeps talking and talking, but it is pure gibberish to him. Annoyed, Hansoo demands an answer. What in the world are you saying? You and I did not see that coming, right? Celebliss suddenly kisses him. The god screams in shock. Hansoo shoves her away, covering his mouth. What are you doing? She looks at him with a satisfied smile, but the phoenix glares down, absolutely furious. It breathes a massive ring of fire around them. Hansoo panics. What is going on now? He blocks the heat with his arms. Suddenly, Celebliss just climbs right onto the giant fire phoenix. She calls his name one last time, sounding like a final goodbye. The majestic phoenix kicks off the ground, shooting up into the dark sky, taking the fairy away. Hansoo just stands there dumbfounded, watching them disappear into the distance. Suddenly, the god pops up, grabs 2 huge handfuls of his hair, and yanks hard. The god screams that this outsider committed a crime. Startled, Hansoo yells to wait. The deity is literally fuming with pure rage, teeth grinding. The god passes judgment. Hair pulled tight, Hansoo throws both hands up in total surrender. Hey, I am angry about this too. Covering his mouth, he grumbles angrily. My first time, I cannot believe she repaid my kindness with harassment. Suddenly, his eyes widen as a brand new system window flashes before him. What is this? He checks the screen. Foreigner blessing F, Fairy C, Hero's Curse E, Prophet 4.85. He lights up with pure joy, a high-ranking new blessing. Sitting on his head, the deity glares daggers at him. The system notes that the god is extremely incredibly annoyed with this situation. He laughs, trying to calm the god down. Come on, this stuff just happens in life, you know? But the deity yanks his hair even harder. The god is losing it, but Hansoo only cares about that glowing screen. Fairy, you are now destined to be a true fairy friend. Your lifespan and youth have increased. Plus, fairies love you now, and that is where we leave it. Trust me, you will want to see what happens next. Let's dive right in. Kang Hansoo is deep in thought, calculating his next move. His lifespan and youth just got a massive upgrade. It acts exactly like an Outlander's blessing. But if he actually combines the Outlander and fairy powers together, his total average lifespan and raw physical strength will completely skyrocket. The little god jumps right off Hansoo's head. It immediately starts complaining, annoyed that he looks way too happy about all this. Hansoo just scratches his head. He says he is only happy because he finally broke up with that fairy. Hearing this, the god completely freezes up. Then a massive smile creeps back onto its face. The god instantly relaxes. Hansoo is honestly just speechless at how incredibly easy to persuade this guy is. He smirks, turning to ask, Hey Outlander God, should we try pushing things a little bit further? Across the way, a massive werewolf is standing tall. Hansoo suddenly leaps from behind, grabbing it right by the neck. He casually asks the beast how things are going. The werewolf looks at Hansoo and only sees fresh meat. It smells a delicious meal. Hansoo just gives a cold smirk and says, Let me take a tour of your home. The next morning, Asus and Athena Archamazing are standing in front of a huge crowd. Asus announces it has been 3 days since you all arrived and starting today. After thinking it over carefully, everyone will level up by hunting wild beasts. He quickly reassures the entire crowd not to panic or worry too much about it. To practice hunting safely, the knights are going to draw monster talismans right over here. Despite the reassurance, everyone still looks completely restless and anxious. Meanwhile, Athena excitedly jumps up and down, eager to enter the secret realm. These blessings are absolutely essential here. As your blessing ranks and personal levels go up from hunting all these monsters, your overall combat abilities are going to massively increase too. The crowd instantly gets hyped. Leveling up. But honestly, I know what you are thinking. Are these rookies really ready for a true fantasy-style monster hunt? Some of the girls happily chat among themselves, asking if leveling up really improves their skin. Another proudly replies that it improves their figures too. And with that excitement, their grand monster hunting journey finally begins. A guy at the very back hears a strange noise from the bushes and snaps his head around. He frantically screams, It is a slime! Everyone else instantly turns to look. What? The poor slime gets scared to death, crying as it tries to run away. Asus and Athena Archamazing immediately scream out in unison, Stop right now! The crowd, ready to slice the slime, stops in a total panic. They ask what is wrong. Asus steps up and explains, That life form is a slime. It is a highly beneficial creature that does no harm to humans. The guys slowly put their swords away, totally disappointed. A useful slime? There goes my exp. Athena walks over and gently picks up the poor, trembling little slime. She smiles and says exactly, Slimes will eat absolutely anything, from basic garbage and waste to annoying insects and even dead bodies. Thanks to them, infectious diseases in this area are massively reduced. She holds it close and walks away. Being hugged, the slime is not scared anymore. Athena carefully warns everyone, make sure you never ever attack a slime again. People even keep them as pets here. If you ever hunt one down, you will be branded as a complete and total savage. The group bows their heads, completely bummed out. Okay, we are sorry. Asus claps his hands to hype them back up. It is fine. He explains that normally level 2 goblins would be the most perfect targets for beginners. But today, our actual target is a level 4 beast. Hearing this, absolute shock instantly washes over every single person in the crowd. Level 4? But we are only level 1 right now. Their anxiety completely spikes through the roof. Isn't that insanely dangerous? Athena happily steps in to calm their rising nerves. Do not worry, we have saintesses with us. Even if you end up dying, you will just get revived. The crowd starts whispering in pure terror. Wait, dying? We could die? Asus smiles confidently at them. With the heavy hitters we brought along today, we could actually take down a level 6 orc. Honestly, unless you have incredibly terrible luck, it will never reach the point of death. Suddenly, a massive foot stomps hard into the ground. Terrifying beasts emerge from the shadows, growling viciously. The crowd instantly erupts into screaming panic. Ah, they are here! Come to me, my sweet exp. The most overexcited guy steps right to the front. Perfect, you are all mine. Without a second thought, he charges straight in to attack them. Here we go, but watch closely. Reality is about to hit him hard. A single casual swipe from the beast knocks his sword away and tears right into his flesh. Ah, my eye! Blood continuously pours from his torn face. The massive beast just stands tall, staring down at him as he collapses to his knees, screaming in pure agony. Trembling in absolute fear, he clutches his bleeding eye, looking up at the monster, and it gets worse. Anyone else who tries getting close is instantly swatted away like annoying flies. One guy literally gets his arm completely snapped. A blue-haired girl with glasses tries casting her chemical magic to save the day. But nope, the beast just violently smacks her right through the air too. She scrambles backwards, shaking as she stares at her hands. Why didn't my magic work? Seeing her totally distracted, a guy frantically yells at her, "Hey, pay attention to the front!" The brown-haired girl hasn't even fought yet and is already crying in fear. Just as expected, the entire rookie squad gets absolutely annihilated, screaming desperately for someone to save them. Asus furiously raises his voice. That is quite enough. He steps forward and swings his sword straight at the monsters. Easy as pie, Asus completely destroys 2 beasts. They fall to the ground, sliced right in half. The rookies are still writhing on the ground, groaning. It hurts so bad. What the hell was that? Mommy! Just then, a girl approaches Asus. It turns out to be Princess Sense. She speaks up with a gentle voice. Prince Asus, you have worked so hard guiding these heroes. Asus looks back in surprise and calls out, Princess Sense, you made it. She gracefully kneels beside the completely battered and bruised group. There must be some profound reason the gods chose these specific people as heroes and brought them all the way here, right? Some male god asks through the system, wait, is there actually a reason? Another god just sends question marks. Sense clasps her hands, sitting next to the guys. Some pure god thinks this is just a riddle. Some demonic god just shrugs. Suddenly, the deep wounds on the rookies heal up like pure magic. Even the dead guy violently gasps, shooting straight up in total shock. I am alive again! Lady Sense, please come here! Sense gently praises him. Oh, what a wonderful hero, fighting bravely until your very last breath. She smiles so sweetly while looking down at them. Every single time you die, I will just revive you. The sunlight suddenly feels way brighter. Meanwhile, the others are still desperately fighting off the incredibly tough beasts in the background. A blue-haired guy puts his hand on his green-haired buddy's shoulder. Thanks for pulling the aggro, man. The green-haired guy just stands there, totally confused and having zero clue what is happening. Huh? What the heck is he talking about? Right after that, the blue-haired guy fiercely charges forward into battle. He aggressively dives straight toward the terrifying monster right in front of him. The monster gets completely sent flying by his heavy strike. It violently crashes into a tree, drops to the ground, and coughs up blood before dying. The blue-haired guy smugly checks his new system notifications. One god praises you, while another completely criticizes your timing. Trust me, we gotta see what's next. Alright, you and I are diving into a wild one. Choi Gang-min checks his board, finally level 2. He's rocking Hero's Blessing rank E, Magic rank D, Speed rank F, Command rank F, and a 3.22 interest rate. He is absolutely hyped. He is super smug about this new blessing. Hunting? Turns out it is a total breeze. Choi Gang-min's notifications just keep popping up. His speed boost lets him move like absolute lightning for a set amount of time. But there is a catch. The longer he uses a skill, the longer the cooldown. His command skill gives a slight buff to his party, and get this, the more reckless his orders, the stronger the effect becomes. Choi Gang-min glances over at some guys nearby, who are loudly celebrating because they just took down a beast. Are they actually useful? Suddenly, a loud noise from behind completely startles him. He turns to see a brown-haired guy and a blonde guy locked in a fierce battle with a massive monster. They yell to protect Jang Myung, their so-called goddess. These low-level monsters are nothing to fear. Working together, the two guys successfully take the beast down with a final strike. The blonde girl named Jang Mi-ong calls out sweetly from a distance, saying thank you, and claiming they just helped her reach level 2. Naturally, all the other girls are glaring at her with absolute jealousy. Jang Mi-ong smugly thinks to herself that being pretty is a real weapon. But then, a notification says a god is staring right at her. She immediately gasps in shock. Oh crap! Jang Mi-ong quickly waves her hands, desperately denying any sketchy business. But then it says the goddess of beauty is smiling at her. She is totally stunned. Her status board pops up with the beauty's price perk, completely exempting her from gross bodily functions and physical upkeep. Jang Mi-ong is absolutely thrilled by this sweet little upgrade. It is exactly what she wanted. The two guys who just helped her act all gallant and tough, boasting that as real men, they will always be there to protect her. She puts on a fake, sweet voice, thanking them and saying she trusts them. Watching this, Choi Gang-min thinks those two are absolute, total idiots. Even the two guys hanging with Choi Gang-min scratch their heads and awkwardly ditch him, saying they will just help him next time. Gangmin is completely blindsided. What the hell? They even have the nerve to yell out, "Bros forever." Turns out, those two guys were also totally charmed by Jang Myung and ran off just to help her out. Gangmin just smirks to himself. Jang Myung really isn't too bad after all. He turns around and strolls right over to where the two girls are standing. Gangmin gives a friendly wave, and the blonde girl immediately asks if he wants us to hunt together. He smoothly says, of course. Meanwhile, some random god is casually eating popcorn, the goddess of beauty is watching seductively, and a super hyped god of war is literally screaming for all the heroes to just go die. Watch this with me. Over in another area, the green-haired girl gets violently slammed into the dirt. Her sword is knocked right out of her hands as the beast sends her flying. A system alert pops up. The water god feels pity that she is fighting all alone. The monster grabs her own sword and slowly approaches for the kill. One god offers popcorn to the water god, but the water god just rejects it, completely out of the mood. She forces herself back up, muttering she can do this. Magic sparks right in her palm. Gathering every ounce of her strength, she blasts the beast with a full power spell, leaving the monster absolutely battered and broken. She sighs in pure relief, collapsing onto the ground. Her board pops up named Eubora Level 2. Blessing Outcast Rank F, Magic Rank C, Weapon Rank F, and Interest 2.04. She jumps in shock. What? She hit Level 2? Eubora flashes a proud, satisfied smile at her status board. She knows she is not leveling as fast as the others, but this is just the beginning. The water god breathes a huge sigh of relief. With another god cheering her on, she stands, grabs her sword, and heads out. She whispers a quick thank you. Suddenly, another alert. The god of war declares her body is a mighty weapon, meaning any weapon she owns will automatically return right to her. She is totally amazed. Wait, a brand new blessing? The wooden sword should feel light. But right then, another terrifying beast growls directly behind Eubora's back. It lunges straight for a lethal attack. Seriously, another one? The system window practically screams the epic reminder once again. God of war, your body is always a mighty weapon. The vicious beast leaps right into striking distance. With a merciless lightning-fast slash, she draws blood and makes it roar in agony. Eubora is fighting it with absolute all-out effort. Its massive arm swings to strike her, but she does not even get a scratch. The monster just stares dumbly at its own arm. Is it completely crippled now? Eubora uses that perfect opening to blast it with magic. Pouring everything she has left into her blade, she screams out for it to die. One clean, epic slash fully decapitates the beast. Her status board updates. She just hit level 3. Eubora smiles proudly down at her arm, realizing she actually did it. Meanwhile, the main group has split into two separate factions. One side has Choi Gang-min with 2 girls, while the other is Jang Mi-eung surrounded by 4 clueless guys. They hype each other up, promising to keep pushing forward together. High up on a mountain peak, 2 dark shadows are quietly observing them. The gods Athena, Arch, Amazing, and Anna stand together on the ridge, watching their every single move. The wind god cheers with a refreshing breeze, a hot-tempered demon god scrambles to find a seat, and another god notes that sunset has already started rolling in. I know what you're thinking, where's our guy? Under the high moon, a beast is about to eat someone's hand. It's Kang Hansoo, fiercely fighting off the absolute last monster. Mangled monster corpses are piled up like crazy all over the area. Even a god is genuinely curious about just how many he has slaughtered so far. Kang Hansoo checks his status board and casually mutters he is not entirely sure, maybe a few thousand. He heavily slumps down right onto a dead beast. Even in the middle of battle, he was constantly checking his status window. His board reads Kang Hansoo, Level 1, Outcast Rank F, Fairy Blessing Rank C, Hero Curse Rank E, Butcher Rank E, and an interest rate of 5.46. He realizes he just got hit with another curse. Things are looking pretty grim. Frustrated, he stares up at the empty night sky, then drops his gaze back to the board. At this miserable rate, he thinks he will absolutely never level up. A certain god starts feeling pretty annoyed. Kang Hansoo honestly does not know if he is trying to reassure the god or just himself. He tells himself it is fine. He already knew growth would be insanely hard because of that evil god's curse. The system board flashes his specific hero title. It states the languages of hostile races will be automatically translated. But the catch? Experience points gained from hunting and any major achievements are severely reduced. Kang Hansoo is totally confused. He did not expect the reduction to be this brutal. Grinding his teeth in pure anger, he realizes his level will barely move a single millimeter. One god quietly gazes out at a distant galaxy, while another god casually notes that today feels exactly the same as always. So many shining stars out there. Kang Hansoo suddenly wonders, did something weird just possess them out of nowhere? He looks genuinely surprised by this. After all, he figured they were supposed to be super happy and carefree right now. Meanwhile, a certain god is trying desperately to look the other way. So what do you and I make of this twist? He drops the thought, staring at his new slaughter curse. Now, even friendly races will treat him like an absolute terror. Trust me, things are about to get insane. Stick with me here because this gets wild. The system warns that protests against his cruelty just spiked. Kang Hansoo sighs heavily. He was totally forced into becoming an outsider. The god floating beside him is just happily singing away. Some deity is clearly having the time of their life right now. Suddenly, Hansoo freezes. He spots a brilliantly glowing bracelet wrapped right around that monster's wrist. He glances over at the massive basket of treasure he just looted. He genuinely tried his best not to rob them blind, but seriously? Is this what he calls not looting too much? A giant basket like this, and he says it's not a lot. He picks up the glowing bracelet to examine it, absolutely certain this stuff originally belonged to humans or fairies. But since he can't level up right now, his only real option to get stronger is cold, hard cash. Suddenly, heavy footsteps approach. The beasts are closing in on Kang Hansoo, and it's looking pretty bad. It is not just one monster, it is an entire horde. They roar out for blood, screaming about human flesh and revenge. Kang Hansoo actually flinches at the sudden noise. He stands up, looking completely unfazed as he glares at them. More goblins left over? The monster leading the pack has actually evolved all the way to level 9. Honestly, that is pretty terrifying. But Kang Hansoo? He is completely calm. Looks like a planned rebellion, huh? They probably thought sheer numbers would give them the edge, but it is never enough. Plus, it looks like these freaks have eaten tons of meat already. They keep screeching, launching themselves straight at Hansoo. They look completely starved, acting like absolute savages. They want his strong flesh and scream about devouring his heart whole. Kang Hansoo leaps into the air, dodging the monster's brutal strike, and casually says, "Thank you." Gripping his sword, which is literally radiating with intense killing intent, he prepares to dive back down. He is absolutely thrilled that so many great teachers came to see him in person. The monsters just stare up at him in pure shock. What? Goblin meat? Hansoo swings his blade, sending one monster straight to the afterlife in a single strike. He turns back to the shaking horde. "Thanks everyone, I finally figured out how to use this power efficiently. Now pay close attention." This is where he snaps. The monsters instinctively back away, realizing he is way too dangerous, but Hansoo is totally fired up. "No matter how much you prepare, it will never be enough to face me." Kang Hansoo gets ready to unleash an absolute massacre. Flash forward to the next morning, the sun is up, and Hansoo is standing right next to the massive pile of gold he collected. He scored so many gold coins, but the language barrier is still a huge problem. He realizes that if he cannot sell this loot for a fair price, it is basically just a pile of worthless rocks. He desperately needs a translator. Aren't there any smart goblins around here that can magically transform into humans? Hansoo sits by his gold bags, thinking hard. Could he actually trust a goblin? They are terrible liars after all. Suddenly, a guy with 2 horns pops up right behind him. Oh, look at this level 1 weakling. It is Kamas. The horned guy walks up and asks Hansoo where he sent all those goblins. Hansoo excitedly spins around to look at him. Kamas gets flustered and snaps. "Do you not understand me? I am literally speaking human language right now." Hansoo steps forward and grabs Kamas by the collar, celebrating his catch. Kamas panics completely. "You bastard, what is your problem?" Kang Hansoo is pretty thrilled with this guy. He actually looks smart. A goblin with a super handsome human appearance? Hansoo eagerly asks the guy, "What is your name?" "I have no idea what kind of goblin you are, but I think we could be great friends." Kamas frowns, annoyed. "I am a demon, not a goblin, you idiot." Kang Hansoo freezes in absolute shock. "Wait, you are a demon? I totally thought demons were supposed to be ridiculously strong humanoid creatures." He clearly remembers that kidnapper telling his group that the hero's ultimate goal was taking down the demon boss, defeating the demon king. He stares right at Kamas. If even gods need to summon outsiders for help, demons should be insanely powerful. But this guy? While Hansoo is lost in his random thoughts, Kamas suddenly starts screaming. "You absolute lunatic. You mentally attack someone during the very first introduction while claiming we are friends? Assuming every single demon is super strong is just such an outdated, toxic stereotype." Kang Hansoo looks a bit awkward. "Sorry about that." Then he drops an even more damaging insult. "But you really are a bit weak, huh?" Kamas looks ready to burst into tears right there. Hansoo immediately panics and waves his hands. "Hey, do not cry. You are making me look like the bad guy here." Kamas angrily snaps back. "You're only slightly stronger than a normal human anyway. Who even are you? What kind of level 1 freak is this insanely strong?" Hansoo just chuckles and says, "It is all thanks to my blessings." Kamas screams back, calling out his blatant lie. "Do you think I am blind? How can you lie straight to my face when you literally have way more curses than blessings right now?" "I know what you're thinking. How did he see that?" Hansoo is absolutely stunned. "You can see them?" Kamas points to his green eye. "Of course. I have a blessing that lets me see through everything. I also have another blessing that goes way beyond normal sight. It actually lets me peek directly at other people's status windows." Suddenly, Kang Hansoo's hands start shaking uncontrollably. He mutters, "I knew it." Kamas glares at him and asks, "How much longer are you going to hold my neck?" Hansoo quickly replies, "Do not misunderstand, this is just a little sign of our friendship." Kamas snaps back fiercely, "More like if I do not agree to be your friend, you will literally chain my neck." Hansoo stares at him in pure surprise. "You are actually pretty smart. Way different from those dumb goblins." Kamas huffs, "I am a dark mage. If you are stupid, you can never learn dark magic. Right now, I am training outside my hometown so I can actually find someone to marry." Kang Hansoo is even more blown away. "Marriage? Seriously? You are already at the age for marriage?" Kamas smirks. "Stop treating me like some lowly human. I had already reached marriageable age way before you were even born, kid." The god floating beside Hansoo gets super curious. A certain deity urges him to ask more about this guy's personal life. Obeying the system, Hansoo tightens his grip on Kamas. "Hey bestie, so what is the real reason you haven't gotten married yet?" Kamas, getting tossed around like a literal ragdoll, groans out loud. "Just kill me already. I refuse to be toyed with by a human like you." Hansoo laughs. "You are not married and you are still a virgin. Dying now would be a huge waste, right?" Kamas turns his face away in pure embarrassment. The stronger a demon is, the more partners they have. I am way too weak. I ran away because I refused to become the 243rd husband of some ancient female demon. Hansoo sighs with genuine sympathy. Wow, that is just pathetic. Kamas gets even angrier. Stop pitying me, you jerk! Then, looking completely confused, Kamas asks Hansoo a question. But wait, how are you even moving around right now? Kang Hansoo really does not understand what he means. Huh? What do you mean? Kamas explains, I used a massive amount of paralysis poison. That dose could completely paralyze a fairy with insane resistance. It turns out a purple potion had been spilled all over the ground. Kamas asks in disbelief, you are only a level 1 human. How on earth are you immune to it? The god holding the potion vial spins it around equally confused. Paralysis poison? And trust me, you and I are going to love this next part. Hansoo grinds his teeth in fury. You little son of a bitch! Kamas trembles in absolute terror as Hansoo flashes a wickedly evil smirk. Stick with me here, because this memory is pure madness. Kang Hansoo grabs Kamas tightly by the collar. He stares at the demon, flashing a wicked, terrifying smile. Seeing this, the demon Kamas breaks into a cold sweat. He panics, quickly casting dark magic to tightly bind Kang Hansoo in place. A surge of magical energy snakes around his legs, crawling up and wrapping him tight. But Hansoo flexes his raw strength. With just a single powerful shake, he easily shatters the demon's magical binds like they are nothing. His hand stays locked on the demon's collar. Furious that Kamas dared to sneak attack him, Hansoo tightens his grip even more. His face twists with rage, eyes glaring fiercely right into Kamas. Seeing Hansoo this furious, the demon panics. His face turns completely pale as he desperately thinks to himself, what the heck are you doing? Kamas cannot believe his own eyes. How did this guy destroy his dark magic so effortlessly? The terrified demon screams out loud. You absolute monster! How on earth did you escape my magical binds that easily? Hansoo just stares at him in dead silence. Kamas gets even more terrified and stammers, What is it? Hansoo asks him dead seriously, what is your connection to the village chief? Hearing this question, Kamas bursts into laughter. He aggressively mocks him. Are you stupid? Do you have any idea how many village chiefs I have met in my entire life? Seeing him joke around, Hansoo gets furious. He growls darkly, I am talking about the chief with the Gnoll head tattoo right on his chest. Kamas pauses for a few seconds, thinking hard. Finally, it clicks. I remember now! Are you talking about that guy who was standing right on the edge of death? His past was so tragic it sounded like a fairy tale. It could make anyone cry. So I simply freed him from the fairy realm's curse, did I not? Before the demon can even finish, Hansoo furiously lifts him straight off the ground. Kamas turns pale with fear, too terrified to speak another word. Now watch closely, everything clicks. Hansoo explodes with rage, asking, so you are the mage who helped that corrupt village chief? His face twists into something truly terrifying. He looks like a demon straight out of hell with that chilling smile. Meanwhile, in the forest, the students gather to hunt gnolls. Sennis steps up sadly, covering his face. Unfortunately, the other heroes quit the training and return to the temple. The funds will now be invested in the heroes who stayed. 2 students chat happily. The bald guy shouts, awesome. The other one just cheers wildly, laughing out loud. Ansa steps up, praising the students. Gaining 3 whole levels in one day is totally unheard of. This is exactly what I expected. You humans are amazing. But while smiling, he secretly thinks the hero's blessing is the best part. Suddenly, a panicked cavalryman rides up to report to Ansis. Prince, I have an urgent report. We just discovered a gnoll that has completely lost control. The summoned knights are currently, before the knight can finish, Sinas interrupts, asking what level the gnoll is. Level 5, he replies. Sinas rests his chin, thinking, then asks Ansis. These 3 heroes are also level 5, right? Ansis replies seriously, yes, they are growing incredibly fast. Sinas immediately makes his choice. I think this is a rare chance for them to gain great experience. Soon after, the whole group arrives where the out-of-control gnoll is. They carefully hide behind bushes, watching the beast and signaling silence. Shush, Ansis whispers. It looks dumb, but this gnoll is incredibly special. It can fight someone way stronger than me, so please be careful. Hearing this, Princess Athena chimes in with her usual pure innocence. An adult one can even use dark magic. She looks totally thrilled, completely forgetting that they are standing right next to a super dangerous beast. She cheerfully adds, everyone must be careful when its eyes turn red. Right then, the gnoll hears Athena's voice and snaps its head around defensively. I know what you are thinking. She really messed up. Its eyes are already glowing blood red. Everyone gasps, falling dead silent at Athena's absolute, unbelievable stupidity. Seeing the gnoll spot them, Athena gasps in fake shock. Oh no, I am so sorry. I just got everyone caught. Then she literally covers her mouth and giggles. The beast lets out a furious roar and charges straight at the hiding group. Seeing things get dangerous, Athena and Prince Ansis quickly step back to safely watch. They completely push the students forward to face the ferocious monster alone. Ansis smirks, crossing his arms. We will stay right here! Athena cheerfully cheers them on. Choi Gangmin glances back, grinding his teeth in absolute anger as the royals just watch. Seeing the massive gnoll rushing in, the panicking students tremble in fear. Are we going to be okay? Gangmin uses his captain skills to calm them down. You do not need to fear it. Inside, he desperately wishes he just had more time. Observing the gnoll's huge body, he yells to his classmates. Its massive size means it will move way slower than the ones before. First, dodge its attacks. But before Gangmin can even finish his sentence, the gnoll uses insane speed to dash right behind him. It attacks like an absolute rabid wolf. Gangmin turns his head, but before he can process anything, a massive earth-shattering explosion suddenly goes off. Boom! Thick smoke violently blasts everywhere, creating a massive dust screen. The shocked students start coughing heavily through the intense dirt. They frantically call out for gangmen. Giving them zero time to react, the gnoll flashes its cruel red eyes, bares its terrifying fangs, and strikes. The students are sent flying into the air. The bloodthirsty beast is trashing everyone when suddenly its head violently erupts into roaring flames. Burning alive, the gnoll roars in pure rage. It turns out the one who set the monster on fire is you, Bora. Her hands are literally smoking right now. After putting out the fire, the beast lets out a deafening, furious howl. Bora immediately summons a razor-sharp sword using her weapon blessing. Gripping her sword bravely, Bora charges forward and slashes directly at the gnoll. But the monster has a body like iron. Her strike does absolutely zero damage. Worse, it grabs Bora and knees her gut, making her cough up fresh blood. She screams. So what do you and I make of this? The crazy beast tosses her like a rag doll. Bora flies through the air, violently crashing right into gangmen. Stick with me, we are jumping right into the chaos. A brutal smash leaves them screaming in agony. Seeing the students wiped out, the goblin flashes a mocking grin. Terrified, Jongbon hugs Bora and screams at the top of his lungs. Wake up, Bora! Please wake up! She shakes her friend, trembling in pure panic, completely lost on what to do next. Seeing the monster creep closer, Jangmyeon shivers in absolute terror and begs for her life. Anyone, please save me! The vicious goblin stands right over Jangmyeon, making her violently shake and scream out loud. Tears stream down her face in absolute despair. Clasping her hands together, she prays with everything she has. Just anyone, please help. Suddenly, her unique charm blessing automatically activates. Thanks to this crazy passive skill, her body constantly releases an incredibly irresistible and seductive scent. Her ability to attract and seduce the opposite sex instantly skyrockets. Right now, even the gods are watching this entire situation unfold. The goddess of innocence screams about that overwhelming scent, while the evil god just observes in total, creeping silence. Even that nasty goblin falls victim to the charm. It slowly creeps forward, deeply sniffing the sweet scent radiating from her body. Gently touching her hair, the monster mutters something completely under her spell. The goblin looks totally lovesick, absolutely mesmerized like it was struck by Cupid's arrow. But while it's completely distracted, a sharp blade brutally slices right through its head. The beast dies in a single flash. With tear-filled eyes, Jangmyeon looks up at the heroic savior who just rescued her. Prince Anas stands there looking absolutely majestic, gently asking, "Hero Myeon, are you okay?" Up above, the goddess of innocence breathes a huge sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Jangmyeon is still totally trapped in her leftover panic, curling up and shaking uncontrollably. The gods keep watching the whole story unfold, though the evil god actually looks pretty disappointed. Nearby, the water god just uses cold water to splash their faces awake. Prince Anas turns to scan the area and prays, "To the brave heroes who fought these strong enemies, may divine blessings shine upon you." Meanwhile, over in the forest with Kang Hansoo and the combs, the demon lets out a completely helpless scream. Thud. Kang Hansoo casually tosses the Komos away like trash. Struggling to stand, the monster complains, "You are literally more evil than a demon. How dare you chuck me like a log?" Looking like the literal king of hell, Kang Hansoo coldly says, "Hey there, buddy." Hearing that, the cursing demon notices Kang Hansoo right behind him and instantly breaks into a cold sweat. With a pale face, the demon reluctantly stammers, I really can't do that." Kang Hansoo smiles brightly, but his voice is absolutely freezing and totally void of emotion. "Haha, so you want to die?" Suddenly, the demon screams out, "Wait a second," and instantly casts magic to heal every single brutal wound covering his battered body. Now watch this closely, because things get interesting. The magic washes over him like a clear river, instantly erasing the blood and returning him to perfectly healthy condition. Kang Hansoo looks super annoyed. He thinks to himself, wait, is this healing ability just like those annoying outsiders? Kang Hansoo grumbles in frustration. "Thanks for taking pity on the village chief back there. I almost died for absolutely nothing." Then he glares, asking the demon, "Do you want another beating, or are you going to help me?" The Komos calculates his odds nervously and replies, "That is way too risky. There's a terrifying saint in the next city over. I refuse to die before I even get married." Seeing him decline, Kang Hansoo sighs helplessly, tired of hearing about this marriage excuse. But suddenly the demon brightens up and cheerfully offers, "Okay, how about the second closest city instead? I will gladly guide you right there." Kang Hansoo secretly celebrates and agrees. Alright, it's a deal then. Deep down, he's thrilled, totally wanting to avoid any city filled with that annoying goddess's minions. Just as the two are packing up to leave, the demon suddenly realizes something. "Oh yeah, I almost completely forgot." Walking right behind him, Kang Hansoo asks, "Forgot what? Let's go." The demon turns back and explains, "Since soldiers were banned from the forest 2 days ago, we actually have to take a detour." He glances at Kang Hansoo and adds, "They just want to check identities, but for a demon like me, it's a guaranteed death sentence." With a massive sack of gold slung over his shoulder, Kang Hansoo just casually replies, "Guess we have no other choice then." But inwardly, he curses out loud. Thanks to this language barrier, he's absolutely screwed too. Damn that useless goddess. Seeing Kang Hansoo losing his absolute mind with rage, his guardian god starts rolling around laughing. Knowing some deity is mocking him just pisses him off more. Meanwhile, in another forest, Oh Hangu and Arya are venturing deep into the woods to hunt goblins. As they walk, Arya won't stop grumbling, "You are literally the most useless idiot I have ever met. Did you learn about how the real world works from a children's picture book?" How do you not even know what a toilet is? Oh Hanggu turns pale, angrily thinking to himself, toilets are never even mentioned in fantasy novels or comics. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. He wants to argue back, but Oh Hanggu cowardly reconsiders. For the past 2 days, she paid for his inn, his armor, and even his weapons. Since he's a total freeloader right now, he can only boil with inner rage. No way he dares to talk back. Suddenly, Arya stops in her tracks, turns around and snaps, "Hey you!" Oh Hanggu blinks, asking what? Arya tries her best to suppress her boiling anger. "It's super creepy how you keep staring at my back this whole time." Oh Hanggu calmly defends himself. "Just a misunderstanding, I just prefer walking behind people." But in his head, he's completely gloating about the whole situation. "I know exactly what you're thinking. Why is a gorgeous girl helping this guy?" He fully believes it's all thanks to his amazing blessing. Total main character buffs. Thinking about his special blessing, he starts giggling to himself. Arya gets totally furious, pointing a finger right in his stupid face. "Hey, are you even listening to a single word I'm saying? And do you realize how shocked I was by your pathetic way of attacking that slime? Don't you know basic common sense?" Seeing Arya look so fiercely angry, Oh Hanggu completely panics and stutters out a reply. Well, Arya immediately warns him, "Look, past this point is official goblin territory. Normally newbies like you should start with safe village chores." Oh Hanggu hastily rejects the idea. "No way, I definitely don't want to do that." Arya gives up and sighs. "Then we don't have a choice. Goblins are incredibly dangerous monsters. You better stay alert if you actually want to leave this forest alive." Oh Hanggu casually replies without a care, "Understood." Arya sighs in pure exasperation, asking, "Are you totally sure you actually get it?" Oh Hanggu just keeps his completely relaxed expression, flashing a goofy grin. "I understand perfectly well." Suddenly, a breeze blows through, sending a few leaves dancing in the air. Up in the divine realm, a god of fate waves him over, while a wind god wonders if something massive is about to happen. Oh Hanggu notices a few gods are now watching his every move, and he flashes a triumphant smirk. The number of deities tuning in is visibly increasing. While everyone else grows safely like fragile greenhouse plants, I will storm the battlefield and steal all the gods' blessings. Seeing Oh Hanggu smile like a total creep, Arya is so done with him. "Could you please stop that disgusting grin and actually keep your guard up?" Oh Hanggu thinks to himself, this is true goblin territory, definitely tough for a slime rank mercenary. That's the absolute lowest tier meant for total rookies. But he proudly opens his status board. Name Oh Hanggu, level 1, blessings. Forced hero, 4 specialty, mercenary with a massive 1.95 dividend. Looking at it, his confidence skyrockets. "I've got a brand new blessing. It gives me a crazy bonus experience point effect. The mercenary perk grants bonus experience whenever you complete a quest. Sure, if you fail or quit, you lose a massive chunk of points. There's a huge risk involved, but for a legendary main character like me, it's absolutely no problem at all." The two push deeper and deeper into the dark forest. Getting suspicious, Oh Hanggu asks Arya, "Are you entirely sure this is the right place?" "So where are they? Trust me, you'll want to see this." He looks around everywhere, but there's literally no trace of a single goblin. Even Arya looks completely shocked and confused. "This is so weird, why is it completely empty?" "Let's dive right into this mess. Is something wrong with this forest?" Oh Hanggu is still completely lost in his main character fantasies. He smiles and says, "There's always something for the protagonist to do." Arya hears his nonsense and has zero clue what he means. "What was that?" Oh Hanggu acts totally smug. Nothing at all." Arya pulls out the quest board to double check. "This is annoying. We just need 5 Glon ears. I really thought we'd finish this early." While Arya is visibly worried, Oh Hanggu just stands there, hands stuffed in his pockets. He looks way too confident and says, "Just keep heading deeper into the woods." Arya realizes they've gone way too far. Plus, her gut is screaming that something terrible is about to happen, so she desperately wants to turn back right now. "It isn't that simple. Let's head back to the guild first and see if there's any new information." Oh Hanggu turns around with a cocky grin. "It's totally fine. Just trust me." Hee. Seeing him act so sure of himself makes Arya even more anxious. "What exactly makes you so confident?" But before she can even finish her sentence, Arya lets out a terrified scream. Out of nowhere, a massive axe swings straight down toward Oh Hanggu's head. He barely has time to look up, panicking as he stammers out, "What the?" He instantly dodges the Glon's brutal axe strike. The heavy blow smashes into the ground with terrifying force. Barely escaping death by a single inch, Oh Hanggu drops to his knees, grabbing his head, shaking violently and screaming his lungs out. Arya immediately draws her sword and charges in. She screams, "Oh Hanggu, focus right now!" Then she channels her power, leaps high into the air, and stabs her blade directly down into the top of the Glon's head. The monstrous Glon takes a direct hit to the skull, baring its teeth and glaring wildly as it blocks the impact. But shocker, that heavy strike does absolutely zero damage to this Glon. Arya panics, realizing it's wearing iron armor too. This is really bad. She quickly jumps back over to Oh Hanggu, anxiously asking, "Oh Hanggu, can you even stand up?" Now watch closely. Things get crazy here. Standing right in front of them is an absolutely massive Glon, blood-red eyes glaring as it growls like a maniac. Arya yells, "Draw your sword now, this Glon is ridiculously strong." Oh Hanggu finally snaps out of his near-death daze and stutters, "What? Yeah, okay, got it." Oh Hanggu pulls out his sword, but facing the Glon directly makes him panic hard. His sword hand shakes uncontrollably and his face turns completely pale. All that cocky confidence gone. This is a Glon? It's way scarier than I thought. Right at that exact moment, it gets worse. They aren't just facing one giant beast. They're completely surrounded. Several more Gnons are standing all around them, gripping their weapons and rushing in fast. Arya sees the situation falling apart and curses under her breath. She turns her back to protect him. Listen closely, O Hangu, I'll distract them and open a path for you to escape. O Hangu sees her trying to save him, but he stubbornly grips his sword and says, You want me to leave all this free experience behind and run? Arya glares at him, dead serious. This isn't a joke. Suddenly, a huge rock gets hurled straight into O Hangu's face. Smack! A loud thud echoes out as his entire world starts spinning wildly, and a stream of blood begins pouring down his head. This cannot be happening. Ouch, what the heck just smashed into my face? His vision instantly starts fading to black. The very last thing he sees is Arya, looking terrified while screaming his name. Oh Hangu! Oh Hangu! Right before passing out, this guy is seriously still thinking he's the untouchable main character. Meanwhile, the gods watching his every move start chatting and having an absolute field day. The wind god is literally rolling on the floor laughing, while another god laughs so hard their jaw drops. After what feels like forever, Oh Hangu suddenly snaps awake, his memories of passing out rushing back to him. He feels totally helpless and screams, where did those Gnons go? Now here's where things hit hard. Arya, covered in brutal wounds, smiles brightly. You're awake? I took care of everything. Oh Hangu sighs in massive relief and says, oh, thank goodness. But then his eyes dart over and he freezes. One of Arya's arms has been completely sliced off. She's just sitting there bandaging the stump, leaving him absolutely speechless. He gasps. Panicking, he points at her missing arm and stammers, Your arm. Why? Is it because of me? Oh Hangu instantly drowns in a crushing, suffocating wave of pure guilt. He completely breaks down. Arya tries her best to calm him. It's my fault. You don't need to blame yourself at all. Oh Hangu realizes the horrifying truth. Main character? What a massive joke. I don't deserve anything. Then, like a sudden flash of hope, Oh Hangu remembers something and desperately opens his status board. Wait, there has to be a way to fix this, right? Maybe using my special blessing. He frantically scrolls through his stats while Arya quickly tries to stop him. Hey, just calm down. Oh Hangu snaps back in pure frustration. How the hell am I supposed to stay calm? Arya smiles and blames herself again. It was my mistake, so please stop beating yourself up. Oh Hangu realizes the dark truth. His special blessing literally forces Arya to take all the blame without ever getting mad at him. The guilt and self-hatred hit him 1,000,000 times harder now. He lets out a bitter, mocking laugh, realizing this great blessing is just a twisted shield that lets him escape all responsibility. Arya stands right next to him, watching Oh Hangu talk to himself and laugh like a maniac, completely clueless about what is breaking his mind. The gods are still eagerly watching him. The wind god actually falls off a cloud from laughing so hard. Seeing these divine beings mocking his pain, Oh Hangu completely loses his mind and screams at the gods in absolute fury. Stop laughing right now. Do you think this is a joke? Hearing this, the gods immediately get ticked off by Oh Hangu's completely ungrateful and ridiculous temper tantrum. The wind god isn't amused by this baseless rage. The deity decides to teach him a brutal lesson. Boom! Out of nowhere, a massive lightning bolt strikes Oh Hangu directly, shocking him to his absolute core. His eyes roll into the back of his head. You and I know he had this coming. Oh Hangu just got cursed for disrespecting the gods. The curse? See through. System alert. Physical shields are totally useless against you now, and the chance of your fatal weaknesses getting hit just skyrocketed. Let's dive right back in. His stats shot up or his secret gets exposed. Oh Hangu stares blankly at the new curse notification, totally confused. What the heck is this? Is this like the cursed Jang Mian got? Not being able to see through things even without a shield, what does that even mean? Arya just stands there, watching him mumble to himself and act like a total maniac. She asks if he is doing okay. Oh Hangu turns around to answer her, but the exact second he actually lays eyes on Arya, he absolutely freaks out in pure shock. Giant sensor bars block out almost 80% of her entire body. The only things he can actually see are a few tiny blurry patches. Arya asks worriedly why he has been muttering to himself. Did his head hurt after passing out? Oh Hangu is just too shell-shocked by this bizarre curse to answer. He screams in absolute defeat. Don't tell him this is permanent. Oh Hangu rolls around on the ground throwing a massive tantrum. Damn it, what kind of trash curse is this? His ultimate dream of traveling alongside a beautiful girl? Completely and utterly shattered. Arya calls out to Oh Hangu in panic. Suddenly, the forest wind heavily picks up, sending leaves violently rustling and swirling all over the place. Arya gets a really bad feeling about this. She quickly urges Oh Hangu to hurry up and leave. This forest is acting super weird right now. They need to head back to the city immediately, because running into more monsters would be totally deadly. Arya's anxiety keeps growing. Oh Hangu thinks about the city, grips the grass tightly, and firmly declares, Alright, let's go. He figures going to the city might help heal Arya's injured hand. That is right, the Holy Maiden is currently residing inside the city walls. If the Holy Maiden is truly somewhere in this fantasy world, then she can definitely heal the terrible wound on her hand. Oh Hangu confidently steps up to the plate, promising to take full responsibility and get her arm entirely back to normal. After all, he is a legendary hero. Now pay attention here because we are jumping back to Kang Hansoo. He is carrying a heavy bag of gold guided by the demon Komos. Walking along, Kang Hansoo asks him to repeat his name again. Komos looks absolutely disgusted. He complains they've been walking together this whole time, and that is all Kang Hansoo cares about. His name is Komos. Kang Hansoo hears it and immediately asks if Kom is his family name. It sounds way too plain. Komos glares back, snapping that it is not a last name and it definitely is not plain. He explains he is the 23rd child born to the 348th wife of the 14th Demon King. Kang Hansoo is totally stunned. Oh really? Komos continues, saying that humans always put a huge emphasis on royalty. But for demons, royalty and nobles are super common and hold a ton of power, so they really do not care much. Kang Hansoo just laughs innocently. So basically, in other words, you are saying you are a demon with a pretty terrible background, right? Hearing that brutal truth, Komos just slumps to the ground in self-pity, literally on the verge of tears. Kang Hansoo quickly scrambles to comfort him. He apologizes and begs him not to cry. So what about a nickname, just Calm? Komos sadly replies that an old friend used to call him that. But now, that friend is the 425th wife of the 7th Demon King. Caught up in those painful memories, he sadly admits he could not even congratulate her after she had her very first child. She was special. Kang Hansoo is starting to get seriously exhausted as Komos just keeps whining on and on about this old friend. But then Kang Hansoo thinks to himself, he feels bad for a demon who hates marriage this much. But Komos still does not have it as rough as him. Kang Hansoo literally got kidnapped from his own world. Meanwhile, the god watching them is getting insanely bored. The god yawns so hard tears fall down. This deity is fighting off pure boredom and desperately just wants them out of this forest already. Kang Hansoo wonders to himself, did the god get this annoyed when he traveled with elves or other random people? But why such a massive attitude change just because he is hanging out with a demon right now? As the two of them keep walking, the demon Komos suddenly spots something super interesting. A massive footprint pressed deep into the dirt. Komos points right at the giant track and announces they have finally arrived. Kang Hansoo immediately asks, where exactly? Komos traces the giant footprint on the ground and figures they just need to walk a bit further to exit the forest. Kang Hansoo sighs, finally some actual good news today. Komos quickly warns him not to drop his guard. Once they leave the forest, they will step right into the demon border, the Kingdom of Nights. Kang Hansoo asks in total confusion, the Kingdom of Nights? You and I both know leaving a forest is never that simple, right? The two step out of the tree line into a vast open land under a starry night sky. Komos turns to him. Exactly, and it is also the border of the orcs. Kang Hansoo repeats orcs? With his eyes glowing bright, he scans the massive wide-open area in front of them, looking for any signs of life. I am just looking around to see if there are any good guys among them. Komos quietly listens to the surroundings and warns him. Compared to those runts you fought last time, these orcs are on a totally different level. Looking down from above, Komos points out, there, I spot one already. Kang Hansoo looks around frantically, asking where it is. Suddenly, down below, one of the orcs seems to notice something off. It stays perfectly still, sniffing the air for a scent. Kang Hansoo looks where Komos is pointing and spots a whole group of orcs. These guys are massive and insanely muscular, with faces that look exactly like wild boars. Look closely, and you will see they are fully equipped with armor and weapons, plus they are leading a few horses. Kang Hansoo is genuinely surprised. Hey, what did you just say? They just look like regular orcs to me. Wait, do normal orcs even know how to raise livestock? Suddenly, one of the beasts speaks up. What is this? Why do I smell humans so close by? Another one sniffs and confirms it. You are right, and they are definitely men. A few other orcs standing nearby start licking their lips, practically drooling with hunger. Men will not taste as good as women, but whatever. That is still enough to fill my stomach. The whole mob of orcs rallies to hunt down their prey. One of them screams out, they are right over there! Komos jumps back in pure panic. Damn it, this is all your fault! Kang Hansoo asks cluelessly, what did I do? Komos furiously yells, your eyes are literally glowing like those runts. Do you have zero self-awareness of how much you stand out in the pitch-black night? Kang Hansoo finally realizes his mistake and frantically apologizes. My bad, I almost forgot since I am so used to it. Komos is absolutely speechless at that excuse. You forgot? Kang Hansoo quickly switches his glowing eyes back to normal and turns to ask the demon with a cheerful smile. Tada, it should be like this, right? Komos is so furious he practically explodes. You absolute jerk, why did you not do that earlier when you knew we were supposed to be hiding? Kang Hansoo covers his mouth, laughing playfully. Because it looks super cool. Seeing Kang Hansoo still finding this funny, Komos loses his mind and screams, are you actually stupid? But before he can even finish yelling, the entire mob of orcs steps right up to them. Hearing their heavy footsteps, there are quite a few of them. Kang Hansoo suddenly flips his glowing red eyes back on. Dropping the playful act, he smirks. Plus, my night vision is way better like this. 1, 2, 3, about 10 of them. Aren't these guys taking this a bit too lightly? Kang Hansoo is totally confident he can wipe them out, but Komos looks terrified. This is entirely your fault. Orcs normally do trading and stealing. So, 10 armed beasts against our guy? Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Let's jump right back in, guys. These monsters can sniff out anything valuable. And looking at you, you just look like some tired third-rate mercenary who barely survived a fight. Plus, you absolutely reek of money, so they are definitely heading straight for you right now. Sure enough, sitting right by Kang Hansoo's feet is a massive, sparkling bag of gold, catching every orc's eye. Kang Hansoo just grins. Looking completely hyped, he leaps straight down the cliff. Let me go down and have a little chat with them, he says. CMOS quickly tries to stop him. Hey, wait! But it is way too late. Hansoo is already standing right in front of the entire orc squad. Still up on the cliff, CMOS just lets out a heavy sigh. Whatever, do what you want. Hansoo flashes them the most punchable, cocky smirk ever. Hey, orcs. Instantly, the whole mob starts shouting at once. Hey, you skinny pig! Yeah, you weak little pig. Hand over everything valuable you have on you right now. They are all talking over each other so loudly, Hansoo does not even know who to answer first. Finally, the big guy who looks like the boss steps up. Hey, skinny pig, do you not understand pig language or something? Hansoo just drops his hands, completely done. Who exactly are you calling a pig? I am a human, got it? Now, this boss orc clearly is not the sharpest tool in the shed. He genuinely looks confused. A pig is speaking in the elf language? Instantly, another orc argues back at him. No, a skinny pig knows the orc language. It is just a really smart skinny pig. Hansoo physically facepalms, absolutely speechless at how incredibly stupid these blockheads are. They just keep yelling over each other, making a massive racket. Hey pig, hand over all your stuff right now, or you die. And actually, after you hand it over, we are going to kill you anyway. Hansoo lets out another heavy sigh. He figures their vocabulary is definitely better than the goblins, but it is still nowhere near good enough to actually hold a decent conversation. Well, I guess I really do not have any other choice here. Hansoo slowly drops his hand to his sword hilt, fully preparing to beat these absolute morons into a pulp. Did Simos say these guys were way stronger than the goblins? Honestly, they do look pretty decent at fighting in a group and surrounding their enemies. Watch closely here because it is about to go down. Hansoo aggressively draws his sword, cutting off their nonsense. Hey, you blue pigs, I suggest you hand over everything you have right now. Furious, they snap right back at him. We are orcs, not pigs! But Hansoo does not even let the monsters finish their sentence. He dashes forward, throwing a brutal punch straight into the boss orc's mouth, sending it flying backward with an agonizing scream. A massive mouthful of blood instantly spews from the creature's mouth. Without missing a beat, Hansoo just keeps charging forward. Can I actually take them all down? Honestly, no point overthinking it now. I already activated the Outsider's blessing, so I really hope this crazy plan actually pays off. Seeing their boss get absolutely floored with a single punch leaves the entire mob totally stunned, just staring at each other. But Hansoo is just getting started. He charges right into the middle of the pack, landing heavy blows on them with a completely unhinged, bloodthirsty look in his eyes. I am the only one allowed to make the rules here, understand? He decides to completely crush their pig heads to prove who the real fat pig is. Hansoo is throwing devastating punches with one hand while launching a dagger with the other. The blade flies at lightning speed, burying itself deep right between an orc's eyes, sending dark blood splattering everywhere. That orc's eyes instantly roll into the back of its head, dead before it hits the ground, not even a single scream. The weaker grunts standing around watch Hansoo go absolute sicko mode, and now they are completely terrified to step up. One turns totally pale, sweating bullets as it looks at its teammate. What the hell is wrong with that pig? The other guy is just as panicked, but tries acting tough, telling him to go catch the human instead of asking dumb questions. They both grip their swords tightly, but neither dares to move. They start shoving each other immediately. What? You go do it. Do you want to fight him? Hansoo coldly drops into a crouch, ripping his dagger out of the dead orc's skull. He immediately spots these two absolute idiots standing there, literally arguing over who attacks first. He just gives them an icy glare, stepping up and casually taking out both of the morons in seconds. Argument over. Now both of them can hold hands on their way to the afterlife. Hansoo quietly cleans off his dagger and looks up at Simos. Hey, I thought orcs were supposed to be way stronger than goblins. Simos just calmly walks over to him. They are significantly stronger than goblins. You are just the anomaly here. Hansoo holds up his blood-soaked blade, scoffing in pure disgust. Strong, my foot. High above them, the vast, endless night sky stretches out endlessly, beautifully dotted with dozens of bright, sparkling stars. It creates a view that looks incredibly magical and completely peaceful. But totally contrasting that gorgeous view is the brutal battlefield below them. Dozens of orc corpses are just scattered dead across the dirt. Hansoo quietly grabs a cloth, wiping the thick monster blood off his blade. Hansoo casually glances around the area for a second. Did I really take them all down already? That was way easier than I thought. Also, if you want to follow me, you should probably step back, right? He is casually talking to Siamos, but when he turns around, silence, no answer. The guy is completely nowhere to be seen. Now this is where things get completely weird, so stay with me. He suddenly spots the demon huddled behind a rock, his legs completely engulfed in a massive roaring fire. He is writhing and groaning in pure agony. Cough, cough. Hansoo just stares. What on earth are you doing? After actually processing the situation, he instantly starts panicking. Wait, what happened? What is that fire? That looks incredibly dangerous. Hansoo is just standing there awkwardly, completely clueless on how to actually save Simos from burning. The demon firmly grits his teeth, sweating profusely from the unbearable pain. Look up at the sky. Suddenly, an insanely powerful gust of wind violently blows right over them. The sky? Hansoo curiously tilts his head upward. Right there, high in the clouds, is a massive pure white dragon spreading its gigantic wings as it glides through the air. It has 4 powerful legs that look just like an eagle's, packing incredibly heavy, razor-sharp claws. Hansoo is totally mesmerized. Whoa, that is huge! Is that a lizard or a dragon? Hansoo is completely, utterly captivated. Dragon or not, the creature looks so impossibly majestic that he literally cannot tear his eyes away. He unconsciously mutters aloud, where exactly is that thing heading? Still desperately struggling against the magical flames burning his feet, Simos groans in pain. There is a goddess riding on the back of that dragon. Hansoo snaps his head back, totally shocked. A goddess? Simos forces the words out. That is right. She is literally humanity's ultimate weapon. Spotting a demon from that insane distance and landing a precision attack? Hansoo finally puts it together. The raging fire cooking Simos's legs right now was definitely caused by that dragon rider. Simos lets out a pained sigh. The Elven Kingdom is over in that direction. It must be something massive if the goddess is personally heading out there. I managed to avoid death, but bumping into one of the only two goddesses in existence? That is just terrible luck. Simos is so busy theorizing, he practically forgets his legs are still literally on fire. Why would she be visiting the elves? Could it be? Hansoo kindly interrupts his thought process. Hey man, your entire lower half is pretty much turning into ashes right now. Simos finally drops the goddess topic and focuses on violently stomping out the flames. This type of injury is nothing to us demons, but a wound from a goddess does take time to heal. With zero shame, Simos looks up at Hansoo with pleading eyes. Carry me. Absolutely not. Hansoo rejects him instantly without a second thought. But flash forward a few minutes later, Hansoo completely caves and is now angrily giving the demon a piggyback ride. Trudging along, he remembers getting kidnapped to this brutal world and almost dying endlessly. Trust me, you and I know his nightmare is just beginning. Let's dive in, guys. Kang Hansoo hasn't even piggybacked his own parents, yet here he is carrying a low-level demon. Meanwhile, a watching god literally dances with joy before dropping a wild suggestion. The god suggests leaving the demon as orc food. Kang Hansoo's face immediately drops, looking absolutely miserable, and Simos? Being carried on a human's back, the demon just grits his teeth and swallows his pride. Simos is fuming. If word gets out that a lowly human had to save him, his chances of ever getting married are completely ruined forever. Hearing this, Kang Hansoo flashes an absolutely evil smirk. Once they escape, he's definitely spreading that rumor. Catching onto his wicked thoughts, Simos furiously yells, "Are you even human? Who blackmails a demon?" Kang Hansoo's eyes turn dead serious. I am definitely not normal. In fact, I am about to become a hero. Simos is completely stunned. What? You a hero? Kang Hansoo just glances back at the demon and casually asks, wait, can't you see my status window? Simos is utterly speechless. Looking at the guy's screen, he is shocked to see the hero's curse given to this absolute menace. Usually, when you lose to a hero and flee, you get the hero's curse. It makes leveling up impossibly hard, destroying any chance of revenge. A demon stuck with his curse is basically just a walking corpse. Kang Hansoo looks mildly concerned. Doesn't that mean you're useless wherever you go? Just keep riding, I guess. Pretty weird logic for a fantasy world. Simos is still suspicious. He demands to know how a lowly human like Kang Hansoo got so ridiculously strong just from a simple fairy race blessing. Or is there some secret magic at play here? Seeing the outsider blessing, Simos excitedly grabs Kang Hansoo and shakes him wildly. Hey, stop it! You're going to fall! Kang Hansoo warns. Simos pauses, admitting that despite traveling the world for intel, he has never once heard of an outsider blessing. I can think of a similar curse, though. Curious, Simos quickly forces open Kang Hansoo's status window to get a better look. Name Kang Hansoo level 1. Blessings Outsider F Fairy C Curses Hero E Murder E Dividends 5.66. Kang Hansoo mentally sighs. You act like you actually know what it means. Now pay close attention to this. People snoop at his window, but outsiders get all their stats reset unless they die. A truly terrifying fate awaits the lone wolf. Leaving the forest. Kang Hansoo rereads his stats. A full reset? Doesn't that just mean going back to square one? Simos chimes in, guessing that's exactly why Kang Hansoo doesn't even need to eat or use the bathroom. Fatal wounds vanish completely without a trace, and you don't even feel tired anymore. Honestly, this blessing sounds more like a total scam. Kang Hansoo completely agrees with Simos. Yeah, no idea what an outsider is, but it definitely feels way more like a curse. Kang Hansoo knows perfectly well that slaughtering those Gnons monsters was completely pointless. No matter how much experience he grinds, every single one of his stats will just reset anyway, meaning he can literally never level up. Riding on his back, Simos frowns and asks, then how exactly did you get so strong? Kang Hansoo proceeds to tell Simos the whole crazy story. Fair enough, the demon admits. They continue walking in complete silence. Meanwhile, a certain god is still quietly watching them. She lets out a helpless sigh, a literal god, quietly reminiscing about the past. Kang Hansoo looks up, suspicious. An outer god? Meanwhile, inside the holy temple, the students have been fully healed by the saintess and are finally resting. Frustrated, one kid violently kicks the stone wall. Damn it, we keep losing. How can you call yourself a legendary hero after such a pathetic defeat? Choi Kongman turns around, annoyed. You aren't the only one who lost, so calm down. The kid stammers out an excuse. That's when Prince Ansa steps up, clapping his hands to boost morale. Alright, don't lose hope. A Gnoll is way stronger than normal monsters, but once you guys level up, you'll definitely be able to crush them. The group replies with zero enthusiasm. Ansys thinks to himself, their average growth rate is 4 levels. Things are progressing perfectly, but the main issue is finding enough monsters for them to hunt. Just then, a soldier rushes in to report, Your Highness, we found absolutely no trace of the mercenaries who wiped out the Gnons colony. Ansys demands answers. What exactly did you find out? The soldier explains that since it was a massive Gnons horde, they assumed a famous mercenary group wiped them out. Handing over the official report, the soldier adds that experts actually suspect a night order. Ansys raises an eyebrow, completely skeptical. A night order? The soldier nods. Yes, all the sword wounds on the Gnons corpses are identical. Looking at the report, Ansys gasps in shock. This is extremely strange. The forest entrance was strictly blocked so the heroes could hunt safely. How did a mysterious night order sneak in and destroy every Gnon in a single day? But here's the crazy part we know. Could just one person have done it all? Ansys smiles, brushing off his own thought as totally absurd. Ansis issues a new command. General, the general stands ready. Yes, sir. Ansis continues, it is a bit early, but prepare the heroes to hunt orcs instead. The soldier waits for orders. What about the ongoing investigation? The prince shrugs it off. Hand it over to the info guild. With our plans changing, we can't afford to obsess over this forever. The general bows to prepare. Understood, Ansis decides he will personally accompany the heroes now. Bang! A massive crash echoes as the heavy doors are violently thrown open. Ohangu bursts in, panting heavily. Ansis stares in utter shock. The hero Ohangu is carrying Arya on his shoulder. He had sprinted all the way from the forest into the city at top speed, desperately trying to get her hand healed. He glares at Ansis and screams, "Where is the saintess?" Choi Kangmin is stunned, quickly calling out to him. The rest of the class starts whispering among themselves. Wait, didn't he go out for solo training? Ohangu ignores everyone, panic in his voice as he yells again. I heard the saintess return to the temple. Where is she? Seeing this blatant disrespect, Ansis frowns in anger. Hero Ohangu, watch your manners! Ohangu grits his teeth, looking desperate. I am sorry, Prince Ansis, but because of me, a young girl's life is in terrible danger. Princess Athena spots Arya on his back and gasps in horror. Oh my god, it's her. Arya calmly steps down, looking softly at Athena. I am simply a mercenary now. Plus, I was actually planning to retire and head back to my peaceful manor. Athena looks incredibly worried. Your manor? Why so suddenly? Mid-sentence, the princess finally catches a glimpse of Arya's brutally severed hand. She screams in absolute pure terror. Arya awkwardly hides the bleeding stump behind her back. Ohangu frantically begs for help. Trust me, you will want to see how this unravels next. Stick with me, we're about to watch a brutal reality check. Before Ohangu can even finish speaking, the saintess steps out with her guards, visibly annoyed. What a commotion, she snaps. Seeing her, Ohangu lights up and shouts her title, but the saintess just asks coldly what the problem is. Prince Annis quickly reports that the hero Ohangu has returned. Desperate, Ohangu recklessly rushes forward to beg, but the guards instantly block his path. He cries out that he needs a favor. The soldiers just coldly order him to stop right there. Lowering his pride, Ohangu drops to his knees and begs her to just listen. The saintess glances down at him, genuinely surprised. It is shocking, honestly. He is still at level 1 and completely cursed. She pulls up his status window right there to look. Name Ohangu, stuck at level 1. Hero Blessing rank F, Special rank F mercenary class. Curse of Insight rank F, ratio at exactly 2.5. Ohangu desperately stammers that he found an amazing companion out there. The saintess shifts her gaze over to Arya, immediately pulling up the girl's status window to see for herself. Name Arya, level 12. Noble Blessing B, Charmy Warrior D, Mercenary Student Curse E. The saintess narrows her eyes, quietly running the numbers in her head. A rank B Noble Blessing. If she is not a marker herself, she definitely has to be a duke's daughter. Resting her chin on her hand, the saintess plainly says she does not find that excellent. Ohangu scrambles for any excuse to make the saintess heal her. He shouts that Arya protected him with her own life, proving she is absolutely top tier in her skills. In his head, Ohangu feels a quick wave of relief. Just as he guessed, she comes from noble blood. Ohangu secretly hopes that Arya's noble background will make the saintess reconsider and heal her right now. But to his absolute shock, she coldly and bluntly rejects him on the spot. Pointing straight at the guildmaster, she tells the hero to take his pathetic request over there instead. The guild staff step up and lecture him. Do you not see that the priests and knights who sacrifice everything for the people are all at least level 30 or higher? How exactly is she so excellent that she can stand on their level? Hearing those brutally honest words, Ohangu completely shatters, sinking deep into total despair. Shaking all over, he forces out another desperate excuse. He stammers that she is a warm-hearted noble, but the saintess does not flinch. She sternly replies that the answer is still not enough. Now pay attention. This is where the tension spikes. The saintess demands to know her worth again. Gritting his teeth, Ohangu gathers his courage and screams that it is her potential. The saintess simply nods. She dryly states that Arya will probably become a charming lady in a few years. Ohangu frantically waves his hands, clarifying that he is talking about her actual combat talent. The saintess scoffs at that. Talent? If we are talking about talent, literally all of your classmates standing around you are overflowing with it. While you wandered aimlessly out there for 5 whole days stuck at a pathetic level 1, your friends have already skyrocketed up to level 6. Their talent totally exceeded all expectations. Shocked, Ohangu slowly turns his head to look at his classmates, completely speechless and stuttering like a fool. He tries to mumble an excuse but freezes in pure terror. His own classmates are glaring back at him like actual demons. They flash cruel, creepy smiles and brutally mock him. They laugh, saying he talks a big game but is still stuck at level 1. The saintess is rapidly losing whatever patience she had left. She coldly asks if he has anything else to say. Helpless, Ohangu punches the dirt hard, feeling utterly humiliated. But with absolutely no other choice left, he decides to activate his special speech skill, lacing his words with his blessing power. He declares that Arya is his incredibly precious companion. He begs her to please heal the girl's injured hands right now. He calls it a formal request, but the saintess fiercely shuts him down with a hard no. His special ability shatters instantly against her, having absolutely zero effect on her mind. Seeing his ultimate skill fail completely, Ohangu just freezes on the spot. He is left totally stunned, confused, and knocked flat on his back. The saintess warns him, before making demands, he needs to prove his own worth first. Why should she pay the price for a mess he created himself? Hero Ohangu indeed. Ohangu drops to his knees in utter defeat, unable to say another word. He stammers helplessly. Seeing him beg like this, the saintess gently crouches down to meet him at eye level. She softly explains the harsh reality to him. She says it seems he is taking a saintess's miracle way too lightly. Ohangu frantically waves his hands, swearing that is not true. The saintess turns to the scholar beside her. She tells Ohangu she is going to show him exactly what she earns for performing a single miracle. The scholar steps up. The scholar quickly pulls out a massive list and proudly reads it aloud. It is a message thanking the saintess for curing their senator's fatal brain disease. They are incredibly honored to offer their deepest respects with these gifts. 15 aura swords carrying the forest's soul, 200 moon bows, 600 tamed unicorns, 15 phoenix feathers, plus 40 other rare items attached. I know what you are thinking. Everyone standing around hears that insane tribute list and just stares at each other with jaws dropped. Wow. The saintess speaks softly to Ohangu, asking if his eyes are open now. This is what you call proof of a person's real value. Could you ever match something like this? Ohangu forcefully shouts that she should consider it an investment. He promises he will grow strong fast, but before he can even finish his sentence, she violently cuts him off. She tells him to come back and talk when he actually gets stronger. Utterly helpless, Ohangu groans as the harsh criticism from his classmates rings loudly in his ears. They tear into him, calling him an impatient loser who just runs away. One snickers, saying he always acts like he is so noble and much better than everyone else. The whole crowd of classmates surrounds Ohangu, laughing out loud and throwing brutal insults until he cannot even lift his head up. Traveling with a companion again? That is disgusting. What on earth is that pathetic guy thinking? I really cannot stand him. Taking all these insults, Ohangu suddenly snaps and screams out. Not bad. The gods watching this drama are eagerly eating it up. One god warns that lying is bad, while a rebel god king sighs at his lack of confidence. Suddenly, Eubora raises her hand to speak up. Excuse me, saintess. Sorry for interrupting, she asks politely. But could I possibly take that mercenary as my own companion? Seeing Eubora step up to claim Arya, the saintess pauses to quickly weigh some logical reasons. Even though Eubora seems left behind compared to other heroes, her talent would be wasted totally alone. The saintess realizes she was looking for a way to unlock that exact potential. Without missing a beat, the saintess accepts Eubora's request. She smiles and says if an excellent warrior like hero Eubora wants this, then please go right ahead. The saintess decides Arya will actually be highly useful as Eubora's companion. Stepping right in front of the injured girl, she speaks very politely. Miss Arya, please hold out your hands. Completely surprised, Arya cries out in pure joy and quickly agrees. The saintess immediately channels her divine power, fully healing Arya's completely severed hands in seconds. The saintess declares that from this moment on, Arya will be the sword and shield for hero Eubora. She tells her to engrave this duty into her mind until the day she dies. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you are going to love what happens next. The saintess just hopes Arya will not become a burden, while Arya stares in shock as her missing hands regrow completely. Let's jump right back into the madness, guys. Arya stares at her healed hand, crying pure tears of joy. The saintess snaps, "What are you doing?" Still overwhelmed, Arya quickly wipes her eyes. "What do you mean?" The saintess just smirks and points her out. She tells Arya to pack up and follow the hero, Yubo. Arya does not waste a single second. She walks right over to Yubo, bowing politely, totally ready to become her new traveling companion. With all that drama finally handled, the saintess lets out a heavy sigh. "Prince Anus," she complains, "I have already wasted way too much time on all this completely worthless trash. Let us move forward with our actual schedule." Anus scrambles to get everything ready. "Right away, saintess." Meanwhile, Ohangu is still just sitting quietly in the corner, looking absolutely crushed. The rest of his party passes by him on their way to a mission, laughing right in his face. "Haha, hey Ohangu, good luck with that. Anyway, let us go. What is our next move?" Asus notices his total breakdown too. Right now, Ohangu is drowning in pure failure. He absolutely hates himself. He feels so useless because he could not even do a single thing to help Arya. Regretting his own arrogant attitude, he just starts punching the dirt over and over again. "Damn it, damn it, damn it!" he screams out in rage. Suddenly, Princess Athena walks over gently. She reaches out her hand. "Hero, please raise your head," she says. "I know you were not acknowledged, but you did nothing wrong." "Hero Ohangu," he stammers, looking up at the beautiful princess. Princess Athena looks right at him. "You were the one who carried Arya all the way to the temple, right? Thank you for saving my childhood friend." "Childhood friend?" Ohangu asks, totally confused. Athena steps even closer and grabs Ohangu by the hand. "That is right," she confirms. Princess Athena is incredibly grateful that Ohangu begged the saintess so hard to heal Arya, her oldest and closest friend. She smiles warmly, keeping her firm grip on his hand. Suddenly, a magic circle appears. Brilliant, beautiful light bursts out, radiating this incredibly soothing and warm energy. "Watch this closely, because everything changes here. Please become my second disciple," she asks gently. The second those words leave her mouth, that glowing magic circle shifts right behind Ohangu. He whips his head around in pure shock, staring at the magic power. Still completely dazed, Ohangu just mutters to himself, "Second disciple magic?" After transferring her magical power straight into him, Princess Athena gives him a very polite bow. "Then I wish you the best of luck, hero Ohangu," she says sweetly. Ohangu is still completely mind-blown by what just happened. He just sits there in the dirt, absolutely petrified like a stone statue. Having handed over the magic, Princess Athena quickly turns and jogs away, calling out for Prince Honest. "Wait up for me," she yells. Then the two of them just hurry off together, leaving Oh Hangu sitting entirely alone in the dust. He looks dazed for a second, then wonders if Princess Athena actually has a crush on him. Wow. Oh Hangu's delusions are officially out of this universe. With a bright red face, he actually mumbles these embarrassing, totally shameless words out loud. Honestly, he looks like a complete idiot right now. Even the gods watching from above have to applaud this insane level of overthinking. Some plain-looking goddess of beauty drops her jaw in pure shock. A random male god actually starts clapping at his massive ego. Meanwhile, a minor dice god just holds up a perfect 10 out of 10 for the sheer delusion. Oh Hangu suddenly jumps to his feet, absolutely overflowing with energy. "Alright, let us start over again. Let's go!" Meanwhile, over on Kang Hansoo's side, a massive group of orcs is screaming their heads off. "Run! Get out of here!" The monsters scatter in pure panic, their terrified screams echoing everywhere. Why? Because almost the entire pack just got completely wiped out by Kang Hansoo's bare fists. But Kang Hansoo has absolutely zero intention of letting them escape. He dashes right after them. One orc sees him closing in and turns around to curse at him. "You stupid pig, just wait!" It does not even finish its sentence before Kang Hansoo kicks it straight in the mouth. It takes the brutal kick head-on, screams out in agony, and collapses on the spot, dead before it even hits the ground. After finishing off the last guy, Kang Hansoo just casually steps over the orc bodies. Just another day getting jumped by a mob trying to pick a fight. We all know anime logic by now, right? No place to hide in the open plains. Kang Hansoo sighs and turns his head to look at a noisy goat bleating loudly nearby. The goat trots over to the horses and starts aggressively chewing on the rope tying Simos to a horse's back. "Hey, that is not food!" Kang Hansoo yells out quickly. Kang Hansoo looks at the horses and the goat, thinking how these gifts from the orcs stand out way too much. He walks over, grabs Simos' sleeve, and shoves it into the goat's mouth instead, flashing a very wicked grin. "Good boy, chew on this thing instead." The goat starts chewing on the fabric, looking pretty annoyed about the sudden downgrade. Still tied up on the horse, Simos opens his eyes. "You look a little too excited," he grumbles. Seeing that Simos is fully healed, Kang Hansoo laughs out loud. "Well, look who actually managed to come back to life." Simos just scoffs calmly. "Of course I am fine. I am fully recovered now, so untie me." After cutting Simos loose, Kang Hansoo looks at him in total amazement. "Your recovery speed is honestly insane. What are you, some kind of lizard?" Simos glares at him with pure disgust. "I really hate hearing those words coming out of your mouth." Kang Hansoo notices the horns on his head are completely gone. "Wait, are you using magic to hide your horns?" he asks. Simos just shrugs. "It is just a very basic disguise spell. Since we need to enter the city soon, I have to hide them." Kang Hansoo looks totally confused. "Why did you not just do that from the start?" Simos sighs patiently. "Using magic like that would have slowed down my recovery. Plus, it would look incredibly weird if a lowly human lost half his body and somehow still stayed alive." Suddenly, Simos looks down in absolute panic. The goat is chewing on the edge of his shirt with everything it has. "What is this?" he screams. Hearing they are close to the city, Kang Hansoo gets completely lost in thought. "I am worried too, but at least this guy is smarter than me." Still, he said it was the second closest city. "I honestly thought we would get there way faster than this. How much further is it?" Suddenly, the ground starts shaking just a tiny bit. Kang Hansoo immediately stops and listens closely. Rumble, a carriage is tearing across the plains at max speed. Right behind it, a mob of armed orcs is chasing them down. One orc riding a horse pulls up close, laughing wildly. "Ha ha ha, hand over everything you got, you cowards." The old carriage driver sees them catching up fast and whips the horses frantically. The lead orc swings a massive blade around with a nasty grin. "Haha, you cannot outrun us. You are nothing but slow pigs. Just give up and stop." The old man driving turns around, his face super intense. He immediately shouts orders to the guards, commanding them to turn back and protect the passengers so they can escape. Following orders, the brave soldiers charge straight into the rushing orcs, ready for an all-out battle. Seeing the guards try to block their path, the orcs scream furiously. "You stupid, weak little pigs! How dare you try to fight us? It is time for all of you to die." So what do you and I think happens next? Total massacre. Against the orcs' raw power, the soldiers are just ants. Agonizing screams and the sickening crunch of breaking bones fill the air. Crack! Snap! Kang Hansoo just stands quietly, watching the whole slaughter from a distance. CMOS looks at him. "Are you really not going to help them?" Kang Hansoo replies coldly. "Just because you are a demon does not mean you would want to marry some crusty old demon king, right?" Simos cannot even argue with that logic. He just turns his head away in anger. "Guess I overstepped by asking." "Alright, stick with me. We are diving into a world where our main character, Kang Hansoo, just wants some payback. He figures he will watch for now." Kamas sighs, calling him a completely heartless jerk. Hansoo thinks to himself that yeah, maybe he is a little heartless, but can you blame him? He still cannot bring himself to trust a single human in this twisted world. After those brutal orcs finish slaughtering the guards in their way, they mount up and chase down the escaping carriage. By now, the carriage horses are completely exhausted and dropping pace. With nowhere left to run, the passengers stop the carriage, deciding to face the monster horde head-on. The orc leader slowly steps forward, laughing mockingly as he asks if they are out of breath already. The few surviving soldiers are shaking with fear, desperately raising their swords to protect whoever is inside. The humans shout something, looking totally ready to fight to the bitter end against these monsters. Suddenly, one of the orcs takes a huge sniff of the air and turns to his boss, grinning about smelling human females. But the leader is not interested at all. He just barks an order to ignore it and grab the food supplies. He figures it is better to just loot the cargo and get out of there fast. Suddenly, the carriage doors swing wide open, catching even the orc boss completely off guard. He grunts in surprise. Two young women step out of the vehicle and they look incredibly confident. The girls casually say something to the monsters without a single trace of fear on their faces. The orcs start screaming excitedly about the women. The leader just bursts out laughing, taunting that if they had just stayed hidden inside, he actually would have let them live. He calls them incredibly stupid pigs, but as the two girls step fully onto the dirt, they still are not scared. One wields a sharp sword, while the other channels blazing fire magic. Both are absolutely ready to throw down. They shout a battle cry and immediately charge forward. The girl in the pink dress summons a massive, scorching fireball and blasts it right at the orc squad. And it is not just one shot. The magic user unleashes an endless barrage of explosive fireballs straight into the enemy lines. Meanwhile, the fierce girl with long hair leaps high into the air with an icy sword, bringing the freezing blade crashing down onto an orc's skull. The monsters are totally stunned by this crazy fire and ice combo, leaving them zero time to counterattack. What just happened? The fire and ice clash together, creating an earth-shattering explosion that absolutely vaporizes the orcs into pieces. The surviving human guards erupt into massive, joyful cheers over the victory. It feels like they just escaped death itself. Hansoo watches from a distance and actually praises them, noting the girl seems pretty strong and wondering if it is real magic. Kamas, however, is not happy. She crosses her arms with a super annoyed expression. She mutters that it is absolutely nothing. Hansoo drops his arms and straight up says he hates how this played out. Kamas turns to him, totally confused, asking why he is not happy that innocent people survived. Hansoo replies that it is obviously not about that. Scratching his head awkwardly, he admits he just thinks it is a huge shame he missed his chance to get revenge. Kamas' face darkens instantly as she snaps back, asking how that is any different. After watching those two girls completely wipe out the orc squad, Hansoo thinks to himself that they must be the absolute elite of this fantasy world. He bets that building a solid connection with powerful people like them will make his survival a whole lot easier, especially while living surrounded by total savages in this crazy fantasy world. Now pay attention, because here is where his plan gets wild. Hansoo suddenly gets an idea, takes a deep breath, and lets out a massive scream, yelling that there is a beautiful human female right here. Thanks to his hero curse, the normal human civilians cannot understand a single word he is shouting. Kamas is startled by his sudden deafening screams and furiously asks him what the heck he is doing. But Hansoo knows exactly what he is doing. Those green pig monsters can understand him loud and clear. Hansoo gets this super wicked, cunning look in his eyes and says he is going to handle all these livestock pigs at once. Sabotage sounds fun. Meanwhile, down with the girls, the pink dress mage is conjuring another flame. The long-haired girl is swinging her blade to finish off the stragglers, when suddenly the ground starts shaking heavily. Something is rushing right at them with terrifying speed, kicking up a massive white cloud of blinding dust. A gigantic herd of orcs riding massive bulls comes charging in. Their numbers are absolutely insane, and they are fighting each other as they ride, screaming and howling loudly. They yell that the women are theirs, pushing and shoving for the prize. Hearing this deafening roar, the human group panics and braces for impact. They're already struggling just to finish off the first small squad, and now their stamina is almost completely gone. Completely terrified, they scramble to figure out a safe retreat plan. Kamas rubs her chin in total disbelief, absolutely shocked that Hansoo just used his curse to summon a monster army. Seeing the massive orc army gathering up perfectly, Hansoo eagerly draws his blade. He grins, deciding it is finally time to rescue the lovely ladies. Kamas immediately asks if this totally contradicts his original plan, but Hansoo just walks forward with a cheerful smirk, brushing it off by saying plans change sometimes. Seeing Hansoo actually trying to save humans, an outer god chimes in, demanding he just let them die. Hansoo stays completely calm, smoothly asking the outer god to just let this one slide. Down below, the orc army completely surrounds the group, trapping the two girls right in the center. They stare at them with disgustingly creepy, hungry eyes. Laughing wickedly, they gloat that the human girls are exhausted and order everyone to corner them. One particularly beefy orc steps up to take charge. He declares the women belong to him and orders the rest slaughtered. Gripping her sword, the long-haired girl nervously shouts something back. Cold sweat pours down her face. Now I know what you are thinking. Epic hero entrance, right? Nope. Hansoo strolls through the monsters, smiles, looks at the girls, and calmly decides they still look fine, so he should wait a bit longer. The orc chief notices Hansoo casually standing right next to him and looks incredibly annoyed. He grunts, asking what the hell is wrong with this skinny human pig. Hansoo just looks up at the massive beast, flashes a cheeky smile, and introduces himself simply as an apostle of an outer god just passing through. The orc instantly raises his giant sword. Growling that he is going to kill him first, the chief violently swings his heavy blade straight at Hansoo. Since Hansoo was just chilling and enjoying the show, he has to quickly leap backward to dodge the deadly strike. He lands with a genuinely surprised look on his face. He laughs out loud, asking why brute orcs like him always love talking so big. Hansoo easily and nimbly dodges the frantic attacks from the surrounding orcs. They wildly swing their weapons, screaming at the human pig to die. Seeing them lose their minds and slash so recklessly, Hansoo gets another brilliant, terrible idea. He suddenly thrusts 2 fingers straight up a charging orc nose, cheerfully telling the beast he is just going to borrow it for a second. The poor orc gets its nose hooked and has zero clue what is happening, just standing there completely dumbfounded. Using the beast's nose holes as grips, Hansoo pushes with crazy force and literally bowls the heavy monster through the air. The flying monster crashes right into the others standing nearby, knocking them down like bowling pins. A horrific, pitiful shriek echoes across the battlefield, sounding exactly like a pig getting slaughtered. The 2 girls witness this absolutely bizarre move and actually step back in fear. Hansoo is thrilled that one attack took down multiple enemies, but at the same time, he is feeling pretty grossed out. He admits the move is super fun, but definitely way too dirty. He stares intensely at his 2 fingers, which now smell so bad he practically wants to throw up. Seeing their buddy tossed like that, the remaining orcs go absolutely berserk. Giving Hansoo no time to counter, they launch an endless barrage of sword slashes right at him, finally forcing him to struggle a bit on the defensive. He barely dodges, calling for a timeout, but the monsters just slash harder, roaring at the skinny pig to drop dead. But after weaving through hundreds of deadly slashes, Hansoo just chuckles proudly, bragging that he can read all their attacks with ease. Kamas watches from behind, and suddenly screams out a warning. And trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Alright, let's dive right into the madness. Careful! He snaps his head back to check the threat. Huh? Right then, an orc charges at him with terrifying blinding speed. It roars in pure rage. Die! It swings its massive sword straight down at Kang Hansoo. Everything happens so fast that his companion screams out from a distance in total panic. Why was he being such a careless idiot? That blood orc. But before the warning even finishes, Kang Hansoo throws a brutal punch. A direct hit, punching right through the orc. Blood splatters everywhere as the monster collapses instantly, dead before it hits the ground. He turns back and casually says, "Man, that actually startled me when it jumped from behind." The 2 girls watching Kang Hansoo's insane strength are completely wide-eyed, jaws glued to the floor. He slowly pulls his arm out of the orc, turns around and asks, "But wait, what did you want me to be careful of?" Seeing Kang Hansoo's fake innocent expression, Kamas grits his teeth and curses silently, this little punk. But out loud, he just frowns and says, "Never mind, forget it." Meanwhile, Kang Hansoo thinks back to the monster's weird behavior. Why did this goblin suddenly go completely berserk like that? Is it some kind of skill similar to those gnolls? Man, maybe I shouldn't have killed it so fast. I could have actually observed how that power works first. The soldiers standing nearby are practically crying tears of joy. They happily babble away and Kang Hansoo catches scattered words, something about almost dying and thanking him for the rescue. Catching those key words, Kang Hansoo smirks with pure arrogance. Not bad, he thinks. It is a small step, but at least he is starting to understand their language. Learning from that idiot wasn't totally useless. Suddenly, the spirit following him violently smacks him right on the head. The spirit is clearly furious that he isn't acting like a proper outsider at all. The spirit demands absolute fairness, meaning he should just kill absolutely everyone here. Kang Hansoo sighs in sheer helplessness. Please, just calm down. Watch closely, things are about to get wild. The orcs are terrified of his raw strength. That skinny pig is insane. But one clueless orc rallies the pack. He must be exhausted after fighting that much. It screams and prepares to charge when suddenly, bam! A flying object smashes violently into its face. The orc grabs its bleeding head, grinding its teeth in sheer pain. Ugh, what the hell was that? Looking closer, the beast completely panics in absolute horror. It is a severed goblin arm. Kang Hansoo steps up with a bright, terrifying smile and cheerfully announces to the monsters, "All right, little babies, whichever one of you can turn red, go ahead and raise your hand." The orcs are seriously sweating now. They nervously ask, "You skinny little pig, how the hell are you even able to speak our language?" Kang Hansoo smiles, but it radiates pure menace, like the king of hell himself just appeared. He says, "Well, looks like the rest of you can't do it. In that case, goodbye forever." From the bright daylight straight into the dark sunset, the slaughter continues until the final orc falls. Kamas walks over and cautiously asks, "Is everything okay?" Kang Hansoo stands over a literal mountain of dead orcs and stares. "What do you mean, okay?" After processing the question, he shrugs. "After all that, I am still feeling perfectly fine." Kamas ruthlessly points a finger toward the humans from earlier. "Not you, idiot. Look over there." Kang Hansoo happily turns to check out their current expressions. Oh. The group isn't looking joyful like this morning anymore. Instead, they are staring at him in absolute horror and high alert defense. Kang Hansoo awkwardly scratches his chin and mutters to Kamas, "Looks like I might have shown off my powers a bit too much. You should go do something about this." Kamas furiously yells out as Kang Hansoo literally shoves him forward to talk. What the hell? But he still steps up to handle it, muttering curses under his breath. Kamas stands before the group and politely introduces them. "I am Mage Kamas, and that is swordsman Kang Hansoo. As you can probably guess from his strange name, my friend over there doesn't know how to speak your language at all." Seeing Kang Hansoo flash a perfectly friendly smile, the soldiers finally drop their guard and relax. Kamas glances at Hansoo's incredibly fake face and thinks, this guy is way too pro. No blushing, zero shaking. Suddenly, the girl in the dress points at Kang Hansoo and nervously says something. Kamas quickly smiles and explains. Just as the lady pointed out, it is true he holds the hero's curse. If you look closely, he also has a C-rank elf blessing. Because he is destined to be a friend to the elves, his lifespan in youth will be drastically extended. Plus, any positive effects and favorable comments he receives from the elven race will be multiplied several times over. You and I both know how insane that is. It is the ultimate symbol of trust since marrying an elf only grants an E rank. Kang Hansoo covers his smirk. Wow, this elf blessing is actually pretty useful for me. That is definitely something I didn't fully understand before. But as Kang Hansoo turns his face away, his expression contorts in sudden rage. Wait a second. This whole damn misunderstanding is entirely that stupid goddess's fault. The girl in the pink dress looks incredibly guilty, says something about Hansoo, and then smiles with sparkling eyes. Kamos translates, she says she is deeply sorry for doubting the man who literally saved her life. Later that night, sitting alone by the crackling campfire, Kang Hansoo quietly reflects on everything crazy that went down today. Being an outsider with this cheat-level blessing has one major advantage, but at the same time it brings one massive drawback. Every single class becomes completely average. Literally all of them. He mutters to himself, man, it has been a while since I've done anything. While he spaces out, the long-haired girl walks over and calls his name. Kang Hansoo turns his head, totally clueless about what she wants. He takes a wild guess. I think her name is Julia, some high-ranking noble lady studying at the famous fantasy academy. Kang Hansoo feels awkward. Okay, this is getting complicated. My damn human translator's already fast asleep. Seeing the girl sitting so far away, Hansoo narrows his eyes. Huh? Why did she call my name just to sit miles away? Is she trying to chase me off? Suddenly the girl calls out, Kang Hansoo! She adds something else that completely startles him. He blurts out, huh? Wait, why? The next morning at the temple, the usual majestic and peaceful vibe is totally shattered. It is incredibly noisy. Oh Honggu stands right outside the temple doors, screaming, why won't you let me in? The temple guard stares him down with ice-cold eyes. You cannot enter. Oh Honggu furiously argues back. Hey, I am a hero too, you know. Suddenly, a wildly sarcastic voice echoes out. You mean a failed hero? Honggu is completely stunned. He stammers, excuse me? A scholar casually steps out from the temple shadows and smirks. You are a hero who left the temple because you lost your sponsorship rights. You have exactly 3 choices. Oh Honggu, still failing to grasp the situation, confusingly asks choices. The scholar's voice drops entirely cold. Option 1, accept a private fund and give up entirely. In this case, you can never call yourself a hero again. In fact, if you use that title even once, the death penalty will be carried out immediately. Oh Honggu's face turns ghostly pale with absolute horror. The scholar holds up 2 fingers. Option 2, go back to training. But until we see actual results, your funding is cut. Honggu starts panicking internally. No way! If I choose that option, I am going to become the absolute laughingstock of everyone else. Just imagining his classmates brutally mocking him makes his stomach drop. Sweating nervously, Honggu asks, what about option 3? And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. The scholar gives him a choice. Option 3 means relying entirely on the temple. They would set up a marriage with a noble until retirement, but he could never leave the temple grounds until the day he dies. Stick with me here because Oh Honggu pictures that miserable life trapped inside the temple forever and immediately makes his choice. He smirks and says he will take option number 1 instead. He thinks to himself that there is absolutely no way he can live in a prison like that. The scholar then hands him a rolled-up parchment and speaks in a completely cold tone. Alright, just sign right here. Oh Honggu looks surprised as the man casually explains it is a contract. He picks up the scroll, looks it over, and asks why they even need a contract anyway. The scholar looks visibly impatient now. He explains they simply cannot let a hero who has already left the temple ruin the good reputation of all the other active heroes. Calling it a form of insurance, he signals his subordinate to bring up a small chest and directly opens it right in front of him. Inside sits pure treasure, gold coins and sparkling gems. The scholar explains this is the personal fund mentioned earlier, plus a new ID card to replace his hero tag. Seeing that glowing chest of gold, Oh Honggu lights up with pure joy and a little bit of shock. What? This is completely different from how fantasy novels usually go. The scholar just looks at Oh Honggu and asks him to repeat himself. Oh Honggu quickly waves it off, saying he was just rambling nonsense and to ignore it. He happily hugs the gold chest. Usually in fantasy stories, kingdoms or temples that abandon the main character are instantly treated as the absolute worst villains. But what kind of crazy kindness is this? Oh Honggu happily asks the scholar to confirm that how he spends this money is entirely up to him. The scholar nods and says yes. Oh Honggu thanks him and happily walks out of the temple. He thinks meeting a noblewoman sounds tempting, but getting married right now feels like putting a permanent end to his wild freedom. The path he wants to walk is completely different, the path of a true commander. Oh Honggu grins and happily announces he is heading straight to the slave market. The child god is eating popcorn and following right along. Meanwhile, at the city center where the goddess statue stands tall, the saintess is inside the main hall, kneeling respectfully before the divine figure. An attendant approaches quietly and whispers, Saintess, the hero Oh Honggu has officially abandoned his duties. Hearing this report, the saintess looks incredibly sad. She thinks to herself that they might lose even if they get more heroes in the future. Even if they avoid losing, things are going to get extremely complicated from here. There are 2 saintesses on this continent, but if a real war breaks out, she will have to handle it all by herself. She quickly turns and asks her attendant a question. She mentions that after returning from her trip to the Elf Kingdom, she heard the number of hyenas had dropped heavily. The attendant bows respectfully and gives her full report. Now pay close attention because this changes everything. Rumor says an unknown group of knights wiped them out. The saintess looks totally shocked. She spins around, questioning how unknown knights could kill that many hyenas. She asks if the attendant is absolutely sure. The girl reports that it seemed to be a small squad of elite swordmasters. The saintess looks stunned and just mutters that she understands. She assumes they must have miscounted the hyena pack, especially since one tribe was desperately hoping those beasts would leave the forest. But elite swordmasters doing this? She just cannot believe normal knights could actually pull this off. The attendant closes her eyes, coming to a terrifying conclusion. If not knights, then could it possibly be the demon lord? The saintess gets a terrible feeling in her gut hearing that title. The attendant immediately realizes she spoke out of turn and begs for forgiveness, saying it just slipped out in a panic. The saintess hesitates before giving orders. Jumping to conclusions is dangerous, but she admits this sudden crisis feels just as heavy as an actual demon lord invasion. She orders an immediate investigation into any possible demon lord involvement. The attendant accepts the mission and hurries off. Watching her run away, the saintess stands there deep in thought. This territory is the far west. Demon lords usually stay in the far east. Sure, a few demons travel to the central continent for missions, but they never use sneaky tactics like this. She silently hopes they have enough manpower to actually investigate this mess. But right in the middle of her thoughts, a sudden voice interrupts her. A scholar approaches her, offering up a glowing crystal sphere. She looks at it and coldly asks what it is. The scholar quickly reports it is a message from the academy, stating they want to invite the heroes over for an official campus tour. Hearing this, the saintess is completely caught off guard. She demands to know what he just said. How on earth does the academy know about the hero summons? Where did they get that classified intel? The scholar winces and stammers out the truth. It turns out a student somehow saw Hero Oh Hangu's status window while hanging out at the mercenary guild. You and I both know how frustrating this is. The saintess facepalms in total defeat. She says Oh Hangu has to fix his own mistake, assuming he will eventually crawl back when he gets tired. She sighs, thinking it is not inherently wrong for people to know about the heroes since they are humanity's hope. The big problem is that these heroes are still way too weak. However, if this tour becomes a golden chance for the heroes to find a highly skilled master or useful disciple to travel with, it could be worth it. Realizing this, the saintess immediately orders the scholar to send a positive reply back to the academy. The scholar quickly bows and promises to contact them right away. But of course, the very second one massive headache is solved, another crisis pops up out of nowhere. A soldier suddenly rushes into the hall shouting that he has an urgent report. The exhausted saintess just groans and asks what it is this time. The guard quickly reports they just recovered a bag believed to belong to one of the heroes. This sudden news totally catches the saintess off guard, and she sharply asks him to repeat that. Meanwhile, Kang Hansoo and Kamas are chilling in a carriage, riding into the city with their group. Kang Hansoo thinks for a second before asking Kamas if those women actually hired these mercenaries. Kamas replies casually, pointing out it is pretty obvious. Suddenly, a mercenary rides up right next to the carriage and says something to Kang Hansoo. Kamas steps in to translate. The guy wants to know why Kang Hansoo is so incredibly strong despite only being level 1. He's also asking about his training methods. Kang Hansoo scoffs, amazed at how shamelessly blunt these guys are. Sitting beside him, Kamas dryly asks if she should translate that exact phrase. She says his disgusting greed makes her uncomfortable. Kang Hansoo panics and quickly shoots that idea down. He says absolutely not. Kamas stays totally calm. She explains he shouldn't feel bad, since asking about another fighter's secret training methods is incredibly rude in the first place. For mercenaries, their physical body is literally their entire livelihood and greatest weapon. Because of that, they are naturally obsessed with topics like getting stronger. Kang Hansoo stares blankly and asks if she just means all mercenaries are completely shameless. Do they only care about themselves? Kamas glares at him and snaps, telling him not to put words in her mouth. She just meant it is extremely hard for mercenaries to be open or friendly. Normally, these guys just fight brutally and die on the battlefield. Hearing this, Kang Hansoo gets pretty interested in the conversation. He leans in and asks her what she means by that. Then why would anyone ever willingly choose to become a mercenary? Kamas sighs heavily before breaking it down for him. It is because if someone has the mercenary blessing, they can actually earn experience points just by completing assigned missions. Kang Hansoo smirks, thinking, experience points. And trust me, you'll want to see what's next. Stick with me here. We are just getting started. He suddenly gets an idea. Wait a minute, hero? Languages of hostile races are actually translated automatically for you, but the experience points you get from hunting and achievements will be drastically reduced. Kang Hansoo checks the info and screams in pure shock. It is not there. It is completely gone. His experience penalty capping his level-ups only applies to hunting and achievements. This means experience points gained through other methods won't be affected at all. Kamas looks confused and asks a question. What exactly is not there? Kang Hansoo suddenly smacks Kamas on the shoulder, totally startling him. Then Hansoo immediately puts on this desperate begging face, asking Kamas how to actually become a mercenary. He happily thinks to himself, I finally found it, the true way to get stronger. After a very long journey, Kang Hansoo finally reaches the city. He is so incredibly happy, shouting out in pure awe that they actually made it. It feels amazing to finally be here, but that joy fades instantly. Hansoo crinkles his nose, his face twisting into pure disgust. Kamas notices Hansoo's completely scrunched up face and asks, "You do not look too thrilled." Hansoo frowns heavily. Well, there is a terrible stench in the air. Kamas simply tells him that tons of different people gather at the city gates. It is totally normal that they cannot wash up while traveling. Kang Hansoo gasps in surprise. Oh? Then Kamas immediately roasts him. Besides, you have absolutely zero right to complain about this. You are the one who stinks the absolute worst here. You are completely covered in the stench of orc blood. Hansoo frantically sniffs his own cloak, and yeah, it smells horrific. Is that true? He looks at Kamas with a totally innocent face, saying he cannot believe he would say such hurtful things. Kamas angrily points a finger right at Hansoo, yelling that he has no right to say that. Stepping into the city, Kang Hansoo looks all around. After all, the mercenaries practically vanished the exact second they entered the city walls. Kamas asks, "Do you like them or something?" No need to miss them. Mercenaries have obvious places they hang out: the guild, pubs, inns, and the blacksmith. While Kamas is still busy talking, Hansoo has already rushed straight toward the busy street stalls. Wow, this looks incredibly delicious! Hansoo excitedly grabs a bunch of fruit. Lately, all we have been eating is pork and meat. I honestly thought vegetables did not exist, but they actually have them in this town. Kamas points out that he is not even hungry right now. But pay attention here, we should probably hear the business those waiting ladies want to discuss. Hansoo grabs a fruit and takes a massive, crunchy bite. You are completely right. They head over to meet the two girls they saved earlier. The moment they spot Hansoo, they start talking quickly. Kamas translates. She wants to repay us for saving her life, so she suggests we all share a cozy inn together. Kang Hansoo instantly agrees. Oh, that sounds perfectly fine to me. A god grumbles in the background that it is not fine at all. The god seems incredibly annoyed by this, so Hansoo quickly explains himself. I am totally helpless here too, so please give me a slightly friendlier look. Then Hansoo eagerly asks, when exactly should we head over to the mercenary guild? Kamas looks right at him and says, if you do not want to get kicked out immediately, you need to wash up first. Hansoo frantically sniffs his clothes again, taking a deep breath. He actually smells so utterly foul that even the trailing god covers their nose in pure disgust. Later at the inn, Hansoo happily watches a bunch of slimes busy cleaning all his dirty clothes for him. Oh wow, make sure to eat all the dirt on these clothes. They are basically a natural washing machine. I absolutely love these slimes. Like a vacuum cleaner. Kamas adjusts his own clothes and warns him. Highly trained slimes are extremely expensive, so do not even think about stealing them. Hansoo happily watches one crawling on his shoulder, cleaning his shirt. Just how expensive are they? Kamas casually replies, their exact weight converted entirely into pure gold. Hansoo pokes the slime and jokes around. You little rascal, you are so incredibly expensive. That honestly makes you even cuter. The slime jiggles happily. Kamas turns around and snaps, stop playing around and change your clothes. Kang Hansoo looks completely innocent. Did you not say we would buy clothes later? I literally do not have any spare outfits left. Kamas straightens his outfit and sighs. Gentlemen must arrive early and wait for the ladies, so I already prepared an outfit for you just in case. Hearing this, Hansoo totally sticks his tongue out in pure annoyance. Ew, I really do not understand how you're not married yet. Kamas screams in pure fury. Do you seriously enjoy teasing a demon like me? Down at the restaurant, Hansoo leans against the wall, totally bored. Did I really have to change clothes? So annoying. Meanwhile, Kamas is chatting up the ladies in the distance, making them laugh happily. I know what you are thinking, this guy is ridiculous. Hansoo glares at him with utter contempt. He acts charming, yet treats humans like livestock. I really hope that demon gets struck down by some divine punishment soon. At that moment, the two girls finally come downstairs. Hansoo glances over. Oh, they are here. Every single nobleman in the restaurant immediately looks up, completely stunned by their absolute beauty. Wow, the girls walk down in gorgeous dresses and politely say hello. Kamas smoothly rushes over like a total gentleman. We just got here too, so please, do not feel bad at all. Hansoo cringes in disgust, thinking to himself, what the heck is this demon spouting? We have literally been waiting for a while. Even the god standing behind them is annoyed by his fake attitude. Hansoo impatiently urges Kamas. Whatever, just tell her to hurry up so we can eat. Kamas smiles warmly. I actually know a lovely restaurant you ladies will adore. We haven't had a proper meal due to our long journey, so why don't we eat first? The two girls happily reply, but Kamas's face instantly darkens in annoyance. He turns back to Hansoo. She says a nice meal sounds great, but she wants to visit your destination first. Hansoo laughs out loud happily. Haha, Kamas. Just tell her I definitely want to go eat too. Kamas helplessly sulks in the corner, feeling totally discriminated against. Whether it is humans or demons, everyone in this world only ever cares about pure absolute strength. Kang Hansoo suddenly thinks, guess there are some decent citizens in this fantasy world after all. The god behind him just stares at him gloomily with cold, piercing eyes. Meanwhile, Hongu leaves the temple hugging a treasure chest and arrives at the slave market. Standing at the entrance, he is in absolute shock. No way! How is a slave market operating completely out in the open like this? The massive slave market gates are located right near the busy city center, and the sheer number of people walking by is absolutely insane. He glances over and quickly spots a muscular, incredibly strong-looking slave standing perfectly still while everyone openly gossips about him. Wow, just look at his incredible physique. He looks absolutely perfect for doing heavy grunt work. Yeah, he definitely looks like a powerhouse. The slave stands there with a deeply sorrowful face, making the buyer speak up. Hey, say something, boy. Meanwhile, in the corner, a massive slaver is viciously screaming at a slave to stand up straight. You useless trash. You will have to go back in and get re-educated. Oh, Hangu watches them for a moment before deciding not to care. He mutters, let's go. Time to get this over with. Up above, a certain god has just opened a betting pool, and another incredibly sketchy gambling god has eagerly accepted the wager. Oh, Hangu walks deep into the holding cells, completely unimpressed. Surprisingly, there is not a single decent slave here. But just as he wanders around, a voice suddenly calls out, Huh? It is you, oh Hangu! Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to dive into this mess. Oh Hangu spots a classmate who casually asks if he is here buying slaves too. Hangu immediately gets suspicious. The guy gives a casual shrug. Yeah, basically. He points at a huge guy nearby. Looks like we had the same idea. You got sick of training and bailed too, right? Hangu stays on guard. That is a secret, he says. Inside he is sweating. Does this guy not know I ditched on day one? His classmate just laughs it off. Hey, relax. We are in the same boat. We should team up. I will even share some really useful intel with you. Hangu raises an eyebrow. Useful intel? The guy jerks his chin toward the old manager in the corner. That guy right there. If he realizes you are a hero, he will show you the premium slaves they hide in the back. Hangu panics. What? Are you crazy? The guy stays totally calm. Look, you cannot stop someone from peeking at your status window. So technically, you are not breaking the secrecy agreement at all. You have got a point, Hangu mutters. But in his head, he is stunned. People can peek at status windows? Realizing there is a massive loophole in their contracts, Hangu zones out. The guy asks, so picked a slave yet? Hangu goes defensive. I am not telling you. Why is this dude acting like my best friend? We never even spoke back on Earth. Creeped out, Hangu dodges him and quickly walks away. If you want to show off your slave later, swing by the East Gate Inn. Hangu just nods. Watching him leave, the guy smirks, surprisingly cautious. I played that perfectly too. Meanwhile, the manager looks absolutely miserable, resting his chin and smoking a cigarette. Hearing an excuse me, he sighs. Look, I am busy. Come back later. But the customer slams his hand on the counter. I am here to buy a slave. Now watch this closely. The manager's eyes go wide. The screen flashes. Customer Hangu, level 1, special hero blessing F, curse seen through, dividend 3.01. The manager gasps. A hero? His whole attitude flips instantly. Smiling brightly, he bows. Welcome, legendary hero. He immediately starts his sales pitch. What kind of slave are you seeking? A warrior to fight right by your side. Inside, the manager is cheering. The last hero brat was loaded. Today is absolutely my lucky day. Hangu slams the table again. I need a strong female warrior. The manager stammers. A strong female warrior? Hangu frowns. Wait, you do not have any? The manager quickly backpedals. No, we actually have one who fits your exact request. Leading him to a strange door, he smiles. Please follow me. Whoa, Hangu gasps. The manager chuckles. We do not show this premium item to just anyone, but you are an exception. Hero. Blinding light bursts from the open door, making Hangu squint. The sight inside leaves him completely speechless. Is this outside? Is this where they dress up the slaves for display? Standing before a heavily muscled figure, the manager asks. So, hero, what do you think of this slave? Hangu eagerly steps up. Let me see. He scans her massive muscles. The manager happily explains her backstory. She was a brutal bandit who plundered the Northern Night Kingdom. She was enslaved after her crew betrayed her. You and I both see the problem here, right? Hangu gets a sudden chill, completely freezing up. Her strength is absolutely unreal. She can swing a heavy two-handed axe with just one hand. Annoyed, the manager snaps at her. Hey, show your status board. The screen pops up. Mirasi. Blessing. Mercenary B. Warrior E. Riding E. Slave curse F. This curse applies to anyone who surrenders their rights to the gods. The system notes. Rights surrendered, cursed as property. If they resist an order, the master suffers the exact same pain. The manager reassures him. As long as your commands are clear, they literally cannot betray you. Sweating bullets, Hangu mutters, Seeing him hesitate, the manager laughs. Do not worry about price. I will not overcharge a hero. Hangu stammers, it is not that. Awkwardly scratching his head, he clarifies. I want a strong but slender female warrior. The manager blinks. Slender? He strokes his chin in deep thought. Since you have a magic blessing, wouldn't you want a human shield to protect you while casting? Hangu laughs nervously. You're not wrong, but can I just pick them myself? Inside, he is praying a special blessing will magically make this work. The manager happily gives him the green light. Of course, be my guest. It is a gorgeous day outside, perfect for a stroll. After browsing a bit, Hangu shouts, I have made my choice. The manager turns around, totally surprised. That was incredibly fast. He laughs in amazement. You picked 3, you really know your stuff. He nods. They are slender, but still way stronger than you. The screen reveals a red-haired slave, level 6, charm blessing F, slave curse F. Standing before the 3 women, the manager rips up their paperwork. Sarakana Lusa, I revoke all my past orders. Hero Hangu is your new master. He turns to Hangu with a bow. Since I destroyed my contract, the master transfer is officially complete. Now give them crystal-clear orders. Slaves have been known to kill or run away from their masters. Handing over a heavy coin pouch, Hangu nods. He thinks to himself, they will never betray me because I will shower them with love. Excitement building, he turns to the 3 girls. Sarah Kanalusa, follow me, let us grab you some weapons first. Looking shocked and confused, they bow. Yes, master, as you wish. Hangu snickers behind his hand. System notifications spam his vision. A shady betting god chuckles wickedly. An evil god grabs some popcorn. Meanwhile, Kang Hansoo is dripping sweat, totally miserable. Damn it. He figures eating and visiting the mercenary guild were fine. So, what do you and I make of this crazy contrast? Let's dive into this wild story where our hero is totally illiterate. Staring at the gibberish on the paper, Kang Hansoo silently cries inside. He wonders, should I actually learn how to write? He needed a signature just to register for the mercenary guild. He totally didn't see that annoying rule coming. Suddenly, he frowns and glances up. Right in front of his face is a gorgeous girl, smiling so brightly right at him. Kang Hansoo cries internally. Damn it, they won't even let him ask someone to sign for him. Kang casually walks over, mocking him with a smug smirk. No need to be so embarrassed, buddy. Lots of mercenaries can't even spell their own names. Kang Hansoo furiously snaps back, shut your mouth. Kang pushes a piece of paper toward Kang Hansoo with 3 symbols spelling his name. Here, just copy this. Kang Hansoo leans down and bitterly mutters, you make it sound so easy. Because of this stupid curse, even just copying letters is incredibly hard. 10 minutes later, Kang Hansoo proudly holds up the paper and happily shouts out, let's go, I actually did it. On the paper is his name. Sure, it looks terribly messy, but he pulled it off. Suddenly, Kang covers his mouth, flashing an incredibly wicked smirk while thinking to himself, what an absolute idiot. The guy looks down, literally shaking with silent laughter. This makes Kang Hansoo visibly annoyed, immediately turning to ask what's so funny. The blonde girl takes the messy paper and says, I will finish your registration process right now. A system screen in front of him suddenly glows brightly, leaving him completely stunned. It displays his stats. Name Kang Hansoo, level 1, Blessing of the Foreigner, and his rank? A D-class mercenary. Reading his hero's curse and strange stats, he yells out in pure shock. He actually got the mercenary blessing, and it's already at D rank. Kang casually glances over and laughs loudly. Getting a D rank on your very first evaluation? You should really thank those 2 ladies over there. Looking at the 2 beautiful girls in front of him, Kang explains they actually verified his combat skills using their own official mercenary ranks. Kang Hansoo replies with a completely indifferent tone. Ah, just tell them I said thanks. Kang furiously yells back at him. You lazy bastard, you should at least thank them yourself. He responds with a totally emotionless face. I would if I actually could. Kang gives a sarcastic thumbs up and says, all right then, maybe I should just buy you a children's picture book. Kang Hansoo angrily shoots back. Hey you bastard, stop treating me like a damn toddler. Just then, Lessa walks over, handing Kang Hansoo a quest paper. She says something in the local language that he absolutely cannot understand, making him blurt out in total confusion. Huh? What's this? Kang quickly explains. You should read it as your very first quest. It's a subjugation mission. He continues, it is a simple task aimed at suppressing the orcs' breeding and drastically reducing their overall numbers in the area. The reward is decided by the number of orc noses you bring back. Kang Hansoo excitedly replies, now that's a sweet quest. He smirks triumphantly to himself, thinking, not to mention. He stares right at them, realizing he has these beautiful ladies right here to act as the perfect bait. Now pay attention here. Things are about to get bloody. The 2 girls look absolutely bewildered by his weird attitude. Suddenly a divine being appears, placing a hand right on his shoulder. The system pops up. A certain god is wondering if another massacre is coming. He doesn't hesitate, answering instantly, of course not. But then Kang Hansoo suddenly smiles a very dark smile. This time the system notifies him that a god is feeling curious. He joyfully thinks to himself it's going to be an absolute extermination. Under the clear blue sky, someone loudly shouts for Julia. In response, a sharp blade is seen slashing forward at the literal speed of light. Julia fiercely attacks, screaming out with intense determination. The massive beast is knocked flying back by her strike, angrily grinding its teeth and growling at her. It lunges forward, grabbing Julia right by the face and violently slamming her into the dirt. Trembling in pure pain, she looks up. Suddenly, a familiar sound echoes out. She quickly ducks her head. The monster turns around in surprise. Bam! It gets hit by a sudden attack, falling backward with a painfully twisted face. Lessa runs over in a total panic, desperately asking, are you okay? Julia, her face covered in dirt, smiles and replies, yeah, you totally saved me. Lessa scolds her with a dead serious look. Don't push yourself so hard. Do you have any idea how many monsters are still ahead of us? Julia calmly reassures her friend. It's fine. I can handle that much. But the beast is already waking up. It grabs its bleeding head, slowly standing up while cursing at them. You stupid pigs! Lessa nervously gasps. Crap, was my fire magic not strong enough? The enraged monster screams out at the top of its lungs, I'll kill you! Suddenly, another massive monster from behind comes flying backward right towards it. The 2 huge beasts collide with devastating force, painfully spitting up blood. Seeing the 2 monsters violently tangled on the ground, Julia visibly trembles and stammers out, it's still not dead! Lessa is completely stunned by what's unfolding right in front of her eyes. She steps forward, gently patting Julia's shoulder to calm her down while her mind races. As a count's daughter, she has met all kinds of people in her life. Royalty, rich merchants, noble knights, rugged mercenaries, and even elves. Let's pause for a second because we both know he's built different. She stares intensely at Kang Hansoo, realizing none of them stand out like him. He is casually slaughtering the orcs, looking like an absolute boss while his system proudly displays, Hero of the Elves. Kang Hansoo is confidently and effortlessly fighting off the brutal orc horde with a huge smile. One monster painfully grabs its slashed neck as dark blood wildly sprays out everywhere. Lessa thinks to herself, even though he bears the hero's curse, which makes everyone around him seriously doubt if he's actually a demon in disguise, he also received the sacred elven blessing. That is literally the most convincing proof that he isn't an evil being. Seeing his crazy aura, the remaining orcs terrifically back away in pure fear. Kang Hansoo takes them all down with just a few lightning-fast strikes. Lessa glances over at Julia completely flustered and stammers, "We should probably try to work a little harder too." She thinks to herself, this guy is seriously one strange and unpredictable dude. Meanwhile, Kang Hansoo looks absolutely thrilled by this non-stop bloody massacre against the ugly orc monsters. He literally leaps onto their backs as they desperately try to flee in terror. Seeing this, Lessa clenches her fists. Trembling, she mutters, "Please, that's enough." Covered in sweat, she shuts her eyes tight and screams with all her might. "Please, can we just take a short break?" Hearing her scream, Kang Hansoo surprisingly turns his head around. Calm walks up, sighing with a totally helpless tone. "Let me tell this aggressive meathead, my dear friend, that we really need to rest for a bit." Lessa weakly replies, "Please do that and thank you so much." Exhausted, she gently sits down on the ground, letting out a very heavy sigh. She thinks to herself, what on earth is up with his insane stamina? Lessa stares blankly at Kang Hansoo, completely amazed. He seriously wasn't exaggerating at all about wiping out every single orc in this entire zone. But doing all of that combat without even breaking a single drop of sweat? It's totally unnatural. Suddenly, a super loud shout from nearby makes her jump right out of her skin. Julia walks over and checks on her. "Are you exhausted? I was pretty surprised when you begged for a break earlier." Lessa gasps in shock, clutching her chest. "You scared the life out of me, Julia." Then Lessa turns and smirks. "I only said that to help you out." Seeing both your legs shaking like jelly was honestly hilarious. Drenched in sweat, Julia defensively yells back, "That's so unfair, you only look fine because you're wearing a skirt?" Hearing her friend's excuse, Lessa feels incredibly smug. But then Julia speaks up again, her face shifting to pure awe. "Still, this guy named Kang Hansoo is absolutely incredible." Lessa completely agrees with a nod, "Right? Even though you could say it's thanks to my blessing." But before she can even finish her sentence, Julia quickly interrupts her. "No, I'm talking about his actual personal combat skills." "His skills?" Lessa gasps out. Suddenly feeling a deep chill, Julia shivers and explains, "Since you're a mage, you probably couldn't see it clearly. But his swordsmanship, it's completely insane. And trust me, you're going to want to see what he fights next." Let's dive right into this crazy story. How do you even explain his style? Julia struggles to put it into words. He uses an incredibly dangerous and unstable sword technique. Just one tiny mistake, and the resulting backlash could completely destroy his own body. Yet somehow he literally practices this suicidal fighting style every single day. Lessa drops her jaw in absolute shock and asks, "Wait, what? Is that even humanly possible?" Julia hesitates for a second before answering. "Honestly, I have no idea. And people used to call me a prodigy when I was young." Then she suddenly shouts, He can probably explain it himself. We finally get a break from training." The others gasp in total surprise. "Huh? What in the world is that?" They watch in disbelief as Kang Hansoo pulls out a literal children's picture book to learn basic vocabulary. He struggles painfully, sounding out simple words like human, demon, and monster. Seeing this ridiculous sight, they just sigh. He is actually just studying words right now. They mockingly quote him. "Save me. I am so sorry. Please spare me. Do you have a death wish? I was wrong. That hurts. Please go easy on me. Just stop it." Julia chuckles and points out a hilarious detail. Somehow he only has perfect pronunciation for very specific threatening phrases. Lessa gives an awkward smile and agrees. "Yeah, you are totally right about that." Julia turns with a playful wink. "Oh, by the way, I just hit level 15. Lessa yells out in pure shock. "Seriously?" But deep down, she nervously thinks to herself, the power gap between us is just getting bigger and bigger. A system screen suddenly pops up with student info. You will receive a massive amount of bonus experience points as a reward every time you successfully graduate from a semester. Every single student is at the divine tier, and they are constantly fighting against each other. Under this crazy system, the higher your current level is, the easier it actually becomes to keep leveling up. And naturally, as you climb those tiers, securing even higher ranks becomes a whole lot easier for you. But there is a massive catch. If your rank drops, it means you instantly lose absolutely every single one of those special privileges. Julia stares into the distance with fierce determination. "Lessa, this time I am aiming straight for rank B." Lessa screams in total panic. "What? Rank B? What if you push yourself way too hard and end up getting seriously hurt?" Julia just turns and smiles warmly at her. "Do not worry. If it were just the two of us, it would definitely be tough. But this time we are going to be fine." She explains further. "That guy might look like he only cares about hunting monsters, but he is actually paying incredibly close attention to our safety." Lisa blushes bright red, staring at Julia while resting her chin on her hands. "I thought you said you had zero interest in men, yet you are observing him way too closely." Julia gets super flustered and immediately yells out a defensive denial. "No, it is not like that at all. Carefully observing other people's movements is just an essential skill for a swordsman like me." Meanwhile, after a long session, Kang Hansoo finally closes his book. Then he loudly shouts some broken phrases at them. Julia and Lessa panic and answer one after another. "Is it time already? Please just let us rest a little bit more." Seeing their dramatic reaction, Kang Hansoo rubs his chin in deep thought. After pondering for a moment, he yells out another terribly pronounced sentence. "Hey, you girls look healthy enough. His absolute lack of tact leaves everyone completely speechless. Lessa quietly analyzes him. As a mage and a scholar, she realizes this guy acts foolish and reckless, but his true depths are incredibly hard to see through. Kang Hansoo starts saying something else with a dead serious expression. Lessa admits to herself, he really triggers my curiosity. Kang Hansoo shouts at them again, and they just helplessly yell back, "Yes, yes, we are coming right now." But deep down, Lessa sighs. Before anything else, I really need to teach this guy some proper pronunciation. The scene shifts to a magnificent towering castle. The elegant saintess asks the priest, "So is this the mysterious bag you mentioned?" The priest bows deeply and confirms it. "Yes, my lady." Now watch closely, because the plot thickens right here. Sense is momentarily speechless, staring intensely at that exact backpack. She looks genuinely surprised. Some of these items clearly do not belong in our world. The priest points at a strange book with absolute disbelief. The printing techniques used here are incredibly advanced. Sense narrows her eyes. Where exactly was this found? The priest replies immediately, "In the lone forest where the heroes train. This very knight is the one who discovered it." Hearing this new detail, Sense slowly turns to the knight. "Tell me, including yourself, exactly how many people know about the existence of this bag?" Sweating bullets in pure panic, the terrified knight stammers out his answer. "Only the knight commander and myself, my lady." Sense probes further with a chillingly calm tone. "And what are the chances your commander already reported this to Prince Jesus?" The knight waves his hands anxiously. "Zero chance. I was strictly ordered to bring this directly to you first." Saintesses glances down at the bizarre backpack, her mind racing. She thinks to herself, "I personally inspected all the personal belongings of every single hero in the temple. And obviously, that includes those who already left." Reaching a silent conclusion, she turns and flashes a warm smile at the knight. "You did an excellent job." The knight beams with pride. "Thank you, my lady." Then she drops a massive promise. "I will personally ensure you serve this temple for your entire life." Shocked by this ultimate honor, the knight gasps out loud. "Wait, really?" Saintess sighs softly, but her warning is deadly clear. "You must forget everything about this bag, or would you rather have an honorable death?" Terrified, the knight bows frantically. "Please just let me serve the temple." Saintess nods in absolute satisfaction. "Good choice, now follow the priest." As the two men turn around and leave, a heavy dead silence completely swallows the grand palace. Saintesses walks over and picks up a neat little name tag resting on the desk. She suddenly speaks to the empty room. "You heard all that, right?" A figure entirely hidden beneath a white cloak steps from the shadows, bowing respectfully. "Yes, holy saintess." Sense holds up the name tag and gives a direct order. "Learn the language from the heroes at the temple and figure out exactly how this thing is pronounced. And make absolutely sure they do not find out your true intentions." The cloaked figure nods. "I will remember that." Sense touches her lips, thinking, the very existence of this bag must be a mistake made by the goddess herself. For our perfect goddess to make such a blunder. I wonder if burying this secret entirely is the best move. Suddenly, the cloaked figure interrupts her deep train of thought. "Sense, I know you are worried, but I have an urgent report. An absolute massacre just took place in the Hunter Village forest." Sense snaps her head up, visibly shocked. "What exactly do you mean by that?" "I thought that entire bloody incident was already fully covered up at the strict request of Commissioner Celeblis." The informant shakes their head and explains, "More fresh corpses were just discovered. They belong to the villains, and even the fallen elf tribe members. According to the locals, this is brutal revenge from an outlander's vengeful spirit. You and I know exactly who that is." Sense gasps. "A vengeful spirit?" The informant continues smoothly. "The rumors say a murdered outlander has returned as a wrathful ghost to settle the score." Sense rests her chin, eyes narrowing. "Did you say outlander?" She rapidly analyzes the situation. Normally, people would call them travelers. Could this person be wearing foreign clothes, just like the actual heroes? Connecting the dots, she commands. In that case, the logical conclusion is that this is not a vengeful ghost, but a living person out for bloody payback. "First things first, go get me a rough sketch of what this person actually looks like." The informant bows respectfully. "Yes, my lady." Meanwhile, back with Kang Hansoo, the Dark Knight has fully fallen. A crackling campfire brightly illuminates their small piece of the world. Kang Hansoo sits near the warm fire, his expression totally serious. He glances around at his drooling sleeping companion, then at the two beautiful girls deeply asleep in the cart. He sighs quietly. "Wow, everyone sure is sleeping comfortably." Holding the vocabulary book, he complains. "Meanwhile, I am stuck out here studying a literal children's picture book. And trust me, you will not want to miss what happens next." All right, let's dive into this wild setup. The system chimes in. A god actually loves these cute drawings. Kang Hansoo looks totally stunned. "Wait, you like picture books?" he asks. A notification pops up. She absolutely adores them. Panicking a bit, he immediately questions her. "But where are the other gods?" The god casually replies that she has zero clue. Frowning and gritting his teeth, Kang Hansoo mutters that he needs their locations to dodge them completely. The system dings again. Apparently, a massive group of gods is gathered over in that specific direction. "I thought you said you didn't know," he thinks to himself. He quickly pieces it together. That direction matches the exact temple Semos mentioned earlier. The saintess serving that evil, twisted goddess has to be hiding out over there right now, too. He blurts out, "I need to speed this up." Glancing up, Kang Hansoo makes a mental note. He has to sprint straight toward the northeast and fast. Until he levels up enough, avoiding them is his only play. Right on cue, another notification drops. The god cheerfully suggests he read a different illustrated book. The invisible god reaches out and pinches his cheek. He sighs, only after I completely memorize this one. But the system aggressively spams his vision. The god relentlessly begs for another picture book, giving our guy an absolute migraine. Completely helpless, he groans out loud. All right, stop pressuring me. Suddenly, his eyes snap wide open as he stares straight ahead. Looking totally bewildered, he mutters, "Hey god, let's do story time later. We are completely surrounded right now, and these aren't orcs." Wait a second, are they actually humans? A new alert flashes. The god is furiously annoyed that her reading time got interrupted. Kang Hansoo smirks, daring to upset an outer god. These fools are begging for pure divine punishment. Without missing a beat, he nudges his companion. Hey Simos, wake up right now. Half asleep and shivering, Simos slowly sits up. What is it? It's literally the middle of the night. He fires back with heavy urgency. Now pay attention here, because things are escalating. Shut up and get up. We are surrounded by humans roughly the same level as those girls. Hearing this, Simos snaps fully awake. He senses the area and confirms, you are completely right, we are boxed in. Simos looks back at him, totally baffled. Wait, you can actually gauge their exact levels from this kind of distance? Startled, Kang Hansoo replies, even those weak punks could pull that off. He sneaks over to his two sleeping party members and whispers harshly, hey, do you two actually want to die? Simos snaps at him, you absolute jerk, you are going to make them misunderstand. Julia and Lisa jolt awake, staring at him in sheer panic. He just shoots Simos a sideways glance. Was my pronunciation really that weird? I am completely out of energy here. Simos fires back, that is really not the issue right now. Suddenly, Kang Hansoo's eyes gleam dangerously. He shouts out, there they are! Standing right in front of them are two men holding torches, sporting incredibly sketchy expressions. Right beside them, two more thugs aiming crossbows with pure murderous intent on their faces. A heavily scarred man holding a sword glares at them, flashing a creepy smile while mumbling something. Suddenly, his expression twists into an angry scowl. Truly confused, Kang Hansoo asks, what on earth are they saying? Standing right beside him, Simos translates, he wants you to hand over your absolute monopoly on hunting orcs in this zone. The scarred leader points at himself, barking out another sentence. Simos quickly translates the rest. He says that you and I are definitely dying today, but these lovely ladies, they get to live if they just surrender. Veins popping in his eyes from pure rage, Kang Hansoo laughs coldly. These lustful, discriminatory bastards. Without warning, the ambushers launch a relentless assault. Julia screams out, there are way more of them than we thought. Are you okay? Shaking with sheer fury, he hisses, I am already pissed enough about being dragged into this world. Simos suddenly feels a massive chill down his spine as he continues. In this totally unfamiliar place, I am going to completely shatter your status windows. His eyes glow a terrifying bloody red. Dropping his voice to a deadly whisper, he promises, and I am sending you all straight to the afterlife. Staring down the massive mob blocking his path, he mutters under his breath. Way more enemies than he originally calculated. He briefly glances back at his two female companions. A wave of worry hits him. Brawling with this entire mob while keeping these ladies safe is going to be incredibly tough. Letting out a heavy sigh, he decides to pull a wildly different tactic. The scarred leader and his thugs completely panic when he suddenly screams out, hey, we have some seriously strong women right here. Instantly, 3 razor-sharp arrows shoot directly toward him. He casually deflects the strike and scoffs. Too easy. Without a single drop of fear, he confidently blocks everything. With brutal precision, he violently kicks an enemy flying backward. Seeing his lackey absolutely wrecked, the scarred boss roars in pure rage. You saw that coming, right? Well, this is where it gets crazy. The red-shirted crossbowman yells out something angry, but his eyes bulge out of his skull when a massive, insanely muscular hand suddenly clamps right over his entire head. Looming right behind them is a horde of violent, bloodthirsty orcs. They roar with absolute glee, shouting, pigs everywhere! A massive orc with terrifyingly long fangs laughs wickedly. The female pigs belong to me. The monstrous horde launches a brutal ambush against the bandits. Completely blindsided, the thugs scramble into a desperate defensive formation. Over on the sidelines, Julia and Lisa look just as utterly terrified. He just stands there completely unbothered, watching the humans slaughtering the beastly orcs. A wicked smirk creeps across his face. All right, time to kick off the double experience event. The battlefield is pure chaotic madness. With his eyes glowing a menacing red, he moves like a hurricane, slicing through the raging orc pack with terrifying speed. His face is completely splattered with thick blood, but his gaze remains dead set. A system window pops up, titled Butcher. Friendly races will now feel sheer terror and disgust toward you. Their resistance to your evil actions has massively spiked. A sword clatters to the dirt. One of the ambushers from earlier is so paralyzed by fear he collapses, trembling violently while crying for help. Suddenly, a hand grabs the guy's collar and violently yanks him backward. The scarred boss clutches a massive bleeding gash on his stomach. Spitting mad, he roars out, I am going to kill you! Outwardly, Kang Hansoo gives him a cheerful, mocking smile. Oh wow, you are still standing after I sliced you that deep? But internally, he is actually quite impressed. Guess a boss really is built differently, he thinks. The scarred man glares daggers at him, grinding his teeth in bitter fury. An enraged orc spots the bleeding boss and aggressively howls out, charging right into the chaotic brawl. Out of nowhere, 2 men leap forward and savagely stab the beast right in the chest. Meanwhile, another massive wave of thugs charges aggressively straight toward the front lines. Moving at absolute lightning speed, they swarm toward him, screaming for his head. A heavy blade slashes inches from his eye, but he doesn't even flinch. A blonde guy leaps into the air, bringing his sword crashing down directly at him. His eyes flash brightly. Time for the oldest trick in the book, running away. He immediately bolts in the opposite direction, letting out an agonizing scream as a blade heavily slices into him. Seeing that solid hit, the scarred boss smirks with pure triumph. But Kang Hansoo's face suddenly goes completely dark. He furiously mutters, "Damn it all, I really love this specific cloak." Cold sweat drips down the scarred man's face. His eyes widen in absolute horror as he weakly stammers, "Monster." Out of nowhere, a bloody arm violently pierces straight through his chest. He drops the dead boss to the dirt while everyone around watches in sheer, paralyzing shock. He just glances sideways. Let's see here. Suddenly, a massive shockwave erupts, aggressively blasting everyone far away from the impact zone. Checking on Lisa, he notes the mage is totally fine, and the swordswoman is holding her own. Julia looks utterly dumbfounded, gasping out loud. Looking super confused, he sighs, "Well, looks like everyone is busy handling their own fights." And that is where we pause. Trust me, you will want to stick around. The system flashes again. The god demands he hurry up to read more picture books. Yeah, I am wrapping this up fast," he replies. Let's jump right into this crazy world. Morning breaks, and it's a beautiful sunny day. Out on the street, the crowd is staring and whispering. Right there on the table, a massive bag stuffed full of orc noses. Kang Hansoo smirks, wondering if this pile is actually enough. He clicks his tongue, letting out a sigh of pure regret. He mutters that if it wasn't for those ladies holding him back, he would have easily bagged way more. Kams just throws his hands up in defeat. He calls him a total lunatic, shouting that the girls almost died from pure exhaustion out there. Hansoo ignores it and calls out to the girls, leaving Lessa looking completely confused. He hands them a piece of paper, telling them it is proof of their completed quest, and tells everyone to grab one for themselves. Lessa and Julia light up with joy and take the papers. Julia smiles so wide her eyes vanish, thrilled because they actually leveled up twice just by hunting with him. The system screens 16. She has Noble Blessing D, Warrior D, Charm F, and Student C. Seeing her curses, someone gasps in absolute surprise. "Oh, really?" Kams laughs, totally hyped up, realizing he leveled up too. He admits he should probably be a little grateful to Hansoo. The screen flashes next. Name is Kams, level 20 with a solid B rank and Charm Blessing. He also has Mystery D, Magic B, Warrior E, and Noble Curse A. Hansoo just chuckles, thinking that if even a basic demon like this guy hit level 20, his own level jump must be absolutely insane by now. So he eagerly checks his own stats. Kang Hansoo, level 1 Outlander Blessing F and Fairy Race C. Mercenary B, Hero Curse E, Butcher E, and a weird ratio of 6.60. He literally cannot believe his eyes. Eyes wide with shock, he stares at the screen and lets out a frustrated curse. Hansoo glares up at his god, demanding to know what the heck is going on here. The system spams notifications while his god just awkwardly looks away into the distant sky. The deity suddenly comments on how starry the sky looks today, literally faking sleep to avoid him. Completely baffled, Hansoo yells at his outer god, demanding an explanation. But the only response he gets is a super hostile attitude. The god actually snaps back, saying she absolutely hates being doubted by him, leaving Hansoo feeling completely and utterly frustrated with this nonsense. Now pay close attention, because this flashback changes everything. In the very beginning, the world was just endless night. A distant star formed, and over time, life took shape. This is the origin story of a certain god. When people saw a brilliantly shining star in the sky, they would cry out in pure awe, calling it a god. The very first living beings quickly began to discover their divine presence. Whenever they saw a god, they would bow with deep respect. Showing absolute unwavering faith, they would drop to their knees and beg, declaring their belief and pleading for salvation. These beings truly became gods, while humanity constantly begged for their divine help. The gods stayed high above, quietly watching every single move the mortals made down below. By helping humanity, the gods finally felt the true meaning and joy of existing. The system spams notifications as a certain goddess is seen hugging a pillow, just floating around aimlessly in the endless void. A random demon suddenly creates a rushing river. Then, a shy goblin god cautiously makes an appearance, continuing this grand introduction of all the different deities waking up. Slowly but surely, the number of gods keeps increasing. To compete, they start helping mortals in their own unique ways. Every single person receives different divine blessings, allowing them to grow and evolve down completely different paths. Because of this, endless wars break out everywhere. Yet countless lives are lost without ever even knowing about each other's existence in this massive world. They wage brutal wars and face total destruction. Time passes. Inside a dark cave, a blonde guy tightly covers his mouth as he violently coughs up blood. As the guy writhes in agony from a fatal stomach wound, a system screen suddenly pops up. It says a certain god has just found a tiny, fragile life that is slowly dying away. The young man trembles with deep emotion and gasps, calling out to the deity. A certain god then asks a simple question: "Do you want to keep living?" Tears filling his eyes, he quickly answers that, of course he wants to live. He refuses to die like this. A bright light flashes. A certain god commands him to go to the western cave. The guy is completely stunned as he suddenly starts floating in midair. Totally naked, he screams in absolute embarrassment while facing the goddess. The deity just keeps gracefully soaring through the sky above him. Right in front of her is a warm, cozy wooden cabin. The system repeats that a certain god wants you at the western cave. Seeing the god appear, an old couple gasps in absolute shock. They can't believe a real god is there. Fulfilling the dying boy's desperate wish, she saves him by turning him into a baby. Just like that, the reborn child and the old couple become a happy family. Seeing this heartwarming scene, the goddess smiles, completely overflowing with happiness. The system pops up again, stating that a certain god is incredibly proud of how this turned out. A good amount of time passes, and the god returns to visit the boy, who is now a young man. A notification appears. A certain god warmly asks if he has been living a good life. Wiping the sweat from his face, the guy asks in disbelief, "Wait, the god from back then?" The deity happily confirms it. A certain god asks if he needs any more divine help today. You and I might expect gratitude here, but wait for it. The god appears, making him tremble in fear. But then he grits his teeth and screams, "I absolutely curse you." He yells that he lost the girl he loved just because she turned him into a baby. Hearing this, the goddess is totally bewildered. The system states a certain god is finding this very hard to understand. A certain god replies that he never actually asked for anything regarding that girl. Staring down at his own hands, the boy vents his pain. He says he should have crashed that wedding and saved her himself. The goddess just lets out a heavy sigh as a new message pops up. A certain god expresses deep regret with an apology, but the guy furiously screams back, asking if she thinks a simple sorry fixes this. Take responsibility. But the god has already left. The guy just keeps screaming, demanding to know where she is going and telling her to come back. The goddess wonders where she went wrong. She has no idea how the other gods are managing everything. Meanwhile, in another dimension, a pirate joyfully offers his thanks to his own deity. Offering tributes, he begs for their next voyage to be completely safe. A certain wind god looks incredibly proud. The scene shifts again to another space, where a certain god of war is loudly cheering. The soldiers laugh with pure excitement, shouting that the god of war is on their side. Cutting back to our goddess, she is just sadly flying away, feeling totally defeated. A certain god realizes that the other deities actually don't know the truth yet. She has given blessings to so many mortals, but in the end, every single one of them turns bitter toward her. Flashes of an agonizing mother losing her child, an enraged man, and a heartbroken crying girl appear. The goddess grabs her head in pure agony. Unable to understand why, she collapses in sorrow, desperate to find the real reason. 100 years pass just like that. The deity remains in agony, still lacking any real explanation. As endless time flows on, the world completely changes its shape once again. A king desperately screams, begging the gods for the power to win the war. A nun sincerely prays, crying out for a god to please save her from despair. More and more people just start treating gods like convenient tools. So the gods create a brand new rule. Heroes, demons, levels, blessings, and terrible curses are born. All the gods approve this new rule, except for one long-haired purple deity. She suddenly looks confused by something. Right before her eyes, a girl is gently healing an injured boy. That's where we leave it. Trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. Let's dive into a wild story. The boy, shaking in pure agony, begs, "Call the saintess." The girl just sighs, "Give it up, she took off while you were fighting." Furious, he screams at the top of his lungs, "Then at least hit me with a healing blessing." The girl snaps back at him, "I am already doing it." A screen suddenly pops up. Name Ken, level 38, Hero Knight Blessing rank B, Trust level E, Weapon rank D, Greed rank S, Myth rank D, Boldness A, Reflexes B, Mermaid B, Stamina A, Blessing B, Curse E, Hunting E, Nature E, Demon E, Interest 31.51. Ken groans in absolute misery, his face scrunched up. Damn it, a hero like me shouldn't go down like this. But suddenly, a new system message flashes right before his eyes. An unknown god asks, "Do you want to be saved?" Ken frantically nods, answering over and over again. Yes, yes, yes! The screen updates. The mysterious god warns him he might lose absolutely everything. Ken spits back that it is still better than dying here. Hearing this, the unknown god bursts into laughter. Deeply amused by his desperate answer, the deity summons a blindingly bright orb of light. The glowing sphere slowly floats down and directly absorbs right into Ken's injured leg. Granting this blessing, the god finally felt needed in this world again. Ken stares down at his fully healed legs in pure joy and lets out a massive cheer. Alright, it actually worked. I am completely healed. He quickly turns right back to the girl. Now I need to go find the saintess. But those words make the girl look incredibly confused. Huh? Ken gasps. Wait, what is this, level 1? Seeing his new stats on the screen, the system immediately pops up. The unknown god emphasizes that they did warn him. Ken clenches his fists, his voice full of sheer determination. Lose everything, fine. The only thing that matters is I am alive. I can just start over from level 1. Seeing this, the god smiles in pure satisfaction, and the system says the deity feels completely relaxed. But suddenly a heavy sigh breaks the silence. Ken's eyes go perfectly wide in shock. What the heck? Another guy awkwardly stammers out, "Ken, I am so sorry." The girl in the witch hat beside him chimes in, "We just cannot help you anymore." Your level dropped? They instantly turn and run away, shouting, "Sorry, just forget us." Now watch this part closely. Ken screams in absolute heartbreaking rage. Damn it, you call this a blessing? This is the absolute worst curse ever, the system pings. A certain unknown god is quietly watching him. Ken tries to hold it together, reminding himself that getting angry will not change a single thing. He looks up. "You really did save me, so I will not complain or stay mad. But let me give you one piece of advice." The screen flashes. The unknown god says they are incredibly curious and want to hear his words. Meanwhile, the saintess watches Ken from above, her expression dark and completely unreadable. Ken grips his fists in fury and snarls, "Never give this blessing to anyone else. This curse steals away things far more important than their own lives." Leaving the god in absolute shock, Ken continues. This blessing forces the user all the way back to level 1. I will never use it again, even if I die. Hearing those painful words, the god silently pulls their hood up. It is a massive shock. They were just denying the harsh truth. This world does not need them anymore. The deity finally accepts it. Sometime later, the exact same god is shyly hiding behind a large tree trunk. A boy sits slumped against it, grinding his teeth in pure agony. A brutal arrow is violently pierced right through his right leg. Once again, the god has found a dying boy. And this boy? It is Kang Hansoo. The system announces the god is peaking. The deity just stares blankly at Kang Hansoo's brutally bleeding wound. They secretly wonder why they even gave him a blessing, especially since he carries a dark hero's curse and sits right at death's door. The god's jaw drops. They realize the blessing's name can change, but if the real truth gets out, this kid is definitely going to be furious with them. Fast forward to the present. Inside a massive castle, just as the anxious god predicted, Kang Hansoo has finally discovered the absolute truth about his so-called blessing. Kang Hansoo rubs his chin, completely lost in deep thought. He suddenly blurts out, "Unbelievable," leaving the watching god feeling incredibly panicked and confused. You and I both saw this twist coming, right? The screen explains, "Outsider. All your stats will be completely reset, except for death itself. Terrifying things happen if the lone wolf ever leaves the wild." Kang Hansoo grabs his head in utter defeat. A total level reset. I am unbelievably stupid. I should have seen this coming. Why did I even waste my time slaughtering all those boars? The system pings. The god feels extremely awkward. They nervously wonder if he is actually angry. But Kang Hansoo just turns to his team and says, "Enough of this. Let's go buy some picture books." Seeing his reaction, the god clenches their hands. The system says the god is desperately praying. Kang Hansoo casually asks, "Praying for my broken soul, huh?" The screen flashes. The god insists it is absolutely not for that, smiling softly at Kang Hansoo's question. He raises an eyebrow. "Then what exactly are you praying for?" The deity claims it is a complete secret. Kang Hansoo frowns, clearly baffled. What does that even mean? Meanwhile, it is a beautiful sunny day with crystal clear skies outside. Cut to Honggu, his eyes wide as saucers. He is sprawled out, completely covered in dirt, totally confused about why he is on the ground. He grinds his teeth. This cannot be happening. Remembering his past of being constantly bullied, he thinks to himself, the main character cannot go out like this. He flashes a cocky smirk. Not long before this, Honggu was boldly shouting commands. Sarah, attack! She immediately follows her master's strict orders. Leaping high into the air, she delivers a massive, vicious slash right into the beast. Honggu hurriedly screams out his next command. Kana, Lusa, now! The two girls nod and instantly launch a lightning-fast assault on the monster. Thanks to Honggu's brilliant guidance, the massive beast is finally taken down, knocked completely away. Thrilled, Honggu cheers. Sweet, we did it! He claps his hands, proudly praising the three girls for a flawless victory. Great job, everyone. We finally pulled off some truly perfect teamwork. He quickly reminds them to just keep hunting like this and get used to the rhythm. Wiping the sweat off her face, Sarah politely responds, "Yes, sir." Honggu smiles to himself. The Gnons monsters average around the girls' level, with Sarah, Kana, and Lusa at level 5 and 6. Hunting them is going to be so much easier now. He glances at his coin pouch, realizing he spent nearly all his money on this gear. But whatever, he can just start saving up again. Suddenly, Sarah stares right behind him in absolute horror. She flinches and screams out loud, "It is not dead!" The massive monster is glaring right back at them, its eyes literally burning with a terrifying fiery rage. A fire of absolute unstoppable hatred. It instantly transforms into a massive tornado and completely blitzes them. Honggu desperately throws his arms up to block. A system screen pops up. Name Honggu. Level 1. Hero Blessing rank F. Special rank F. Magic Mercenary rank C. Piercing Curse rank F. Stats 3.25. Staring at the blazing fire in his own hands, Honggu thinks, this magic blessing from Princess Athena creates huge fire spells. This is exactly the unique power a main character should have. But suddenly some random guy steps up, totally mocking him. Wow, impressive! Park Kongjong smirks, clapping slowly. I was going to help if things got dangerous. That is where we leave it. Trust me, you will want to see what is next. Stick with me, we are jumping straight into a heated standoff. Honggu snaps in surprise and glares at Park Hongong, telling him, if you want to hunt, go over there. I claim this spot first. Park Hongong laughs in amusement and replies, I do not want to. His servant silently glares at Honggu, not saying a single word. Honggu gets nervous, realizing this guy is total trash. Then his mind drifts back to his old world, back when he was just a regular student. He remembers how he used to follow bullies around. He pictures Park Hongong back then, turning with a fierce look and snapping, what are you staring at? When they noticed him, they would laugh and tell the idiot to wake up. Honggu clenches his fists in anger, hyping himself up. I am the hero of this fantasy world! Nobody can stop me now. Thinking this, Honggu grinds his teeth and challenges him to a fight. Park Hongong smirks and says, I was thinking the exact same thing. Then he taps his slave's shoulder, giving the attack signal. Honggu's 3 female slaves stand in front of him, glaring fiercely in defensive stances. The system spams notifications. The evil god is excited, and the rebel god grabs some popcorn. Both sides are completely ready for an all-out battle. A green leaf slowly flutters down. Suddenly, Park Hongong's fierce-looking slave dashes at Honggu's group with terrifying speed. Sweating bullets in pure panic, Honggu loudly shouts his orders. Sarah and Kana, keep your guard up while I chant that magic spell. Now watch closely, because this is where everything absolutely flips. The beast charges in with a relentless attack, sending Kana flying. The slave punches Lusa directly in the stomach, causing agonizing pain, and effortlessly takes down Sarah too. The three slaves collapse, struggling just to sit up. Oh Hangu is completely shell-shocked, trembling in pure disbelief. What? Just one punch? He refuses to believe his own eyes and screams in pure denial. No, that is impossible. Park Hongong smirks and asks in a mocking tone if he finally understands the situation. Oh Hangu is completely stunned and screams, "What did you do? Tricks? Are you completely blind? My slave's level just entirely outclasses yours." The three female slaves tremble in sheer fear as Park Hongong continues speaking. What was that thing you told me earlier? Park Hongong gives a wicked smile and throws the challenge right back. Hand over your slaves and surrender to me. He gasps in shock. A heavy, quiet atmosphere falls over the street in the early morning light. Meanwhile, Kang Hansoo is busy studying. Carrying a massive, oversized backpack, he judges the book in his hands. Doesn't seem that special. The system mentions a god requesting that book. Kang Hansoo glances up at the bookshelf and mutters to himself. If I cannot level up, I should at least find a decent, powerful weapon. He thinks to himself. Something like a mythical tier item. The system mocks him, saying it sounds like he has read too many fairy tales. Weapons like that were confiscated long ago. It reminds him, did you forget? Even the nobles said nothing like that existed before leaving. Maybe your only real chance is finding some hidden treasure on an island out in the ocean. Kang Hansoo looks confused and asks a question. He turns with a huge grin and asks, wouldn't that be absolutely fascinating? The system just laughs uncontrollably at his crazy idea. The entrances to those artifact spots are heavily guarded by national knights. Kang Hansoo frowns and asks, how strong are those guys? He scowls in annoyance at the answer, definitely stronger than you. Kang Hansoo turns away and calls out, I am going to get some fresh air. Standing on the mountain edge and looking down, he wonders in disappointment. Is it really impossible for a level 1 guy like me? Knights? He imagines a knight and thinks to himself, I thought knights were just loud, empty braggarts, but is there really no other way around this? Let's pause right here. You and I know his luck is about to shift. The system tells him a god wants him to cheer up. Tears well up in Kang Hansoo's eyes, thinking his idea was solid. Suddenly a loud shout yells, hey you skinny pig, startling him as he glances over. Right in front of him is a purple-haired orc beast. It threatens him, demanding he hand over everything he owns right now. Kang Hansoo just sighs and replies, you green pig, I am feeling really sad right now, you know? The orc beast gets confused, wondering, a pig that speaks the orc language? Am I dreaming? Kang Hansoo glares over at the beast and warns it, walk away while I am still being nice. Feeling totally insulted, the orc swings its weapon, rushing at him while roaring, you smart male pig, do not underestimate us orcs just because you speak our language. Kang Hansoo gets angry, readying his counterattack while sighing. You must not have ears, huh? He strikes it dead in the chest, making the beast scream and tremble in agonizing pain. Kang Hansoo raises his fist high and slams it down, creating a massive explosion. He sits on top of it, grabbing its mouth, and growls. Do you know how it feels when your entire world collapses? He punches the beast repeatedly while screaming right in its face. Why are there absolutely no artifacts left to excavate? What the hell am I supposed to do in this fantasy world with zero hope left? He vents all his inner frustration. The terrified orc trembles and begs, stop, please stop. As Kang Hansoo ruthlessly punches its face over and over, the beast desperately screams out, there is an artifact. He gasps in shock. What? The orc speaks with tears in its eyes. The artifacts are right over there. Please stop hitting me. Hearing this, Kang Hansoo threatens it. Do not lie or I will beat you to death. The orc bursts into tears, crying, there really is a giant orc artifact. Climbing off the beast, Kang Hansoo marvels. So an orc artifact actually exists? The beast cries in absolute misery, clutching its bruised face. My handsome face. Kang Hansoo completely does a 180, extending his hand with a huge smile. Buddy, can you tell me more about this amazing artifact? The beast suddenly looks up at him and smiles. The atmosphere becomes incredibly quiet and strange. The orc beast starts explaining everything to him. It says that just like different regions have their own local dialects, the western continent of this fairy world uses highly unique terminology. Whether it is dragon-level knights or cowardly monsters like slimes, they categorize everything using various monster notes, with goblins and slimes sitting at the very bottom. That basically means good enough. And of course, they also use the term good enough for me too. Kang Hansoo smiles brightly and calls him his buddy. The beast turns and snaps. Stop it! You keep calling me your buddy. Do you not think it is time to stop this? Kang Hansoo just pats its shoulder and replies, you should realize just how incredibly lucky you really are right now. Where else will you find a human friend who communicates this well? The orc yells, do you think I am stupid? And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you will want to see what happens next. Let's dive in. Friends don't use violence, right? He laughs loudly. Lead the way. The orc grumbles, calling him a stubborn jerk. I can lead you there, but a violent pig like you can't enter. He's surprised. Why not? The monster replies, I don't know. It's been like that since I was born. After a while, the orc stops and points. Here it is, right in front of us. Kang Hansoo gasps in excitement. What a wild surprise. But looking ahead, there's nothing but empty mountains and wild forests. He frowns. There's literally nothing there. Suddenly, his eyes go wide. Ancient ruins slowly materialize out of thin air. Massive stone pillars rise up, revealing an entire hidden ancient city. The orc laughs smugly. Smart pig, but still so stupid, finally gone. Meanwhile, Kang Hansoo's jaw is on the floor. Wow, amazing. How could I not see a giant city like this? The monster panics and screams, "Why is this pig still here?" Kang Hansoo asks, totally confused. What? Do I look like I can't enter? You led me here. The orc explains this is the orc sanctuary. Only people under level 9 can enter. Kang Hansoo scratches his head awkwardly. Oh really? Then it's fine, because I'm level 1. The orc obviously doesn't believe him and instantly attacks. Level 1, you liar! Kang Hansoo's eyes flash brightly. He quickly dodges the heavy strike, but his backpack strap snaps in the process. 2 orcs nearby notice him. What a skinny pig. Another one in the city. One of the beasts growls, "It's a male, let's eat him." Is this an orc village? A whole pack suddenly appears. The ferocious horde laughs wickedly. A male pig, blame yourself for entering our sacred sanctuary. Stepping in here means your absolute max level is 9. But the purple-haired orc suddenly yells out in absolute panic, warning its crew. No, watch out, it gets sent flying in pain. Now pay attention because Kang Hansoo calmly grabs his collar. Orcs, let me pass. Or feel free to block me. His cloak flutters in the wind, because I'll gladly walk right over your dead bodies. He rockets upward, sparking a massive explosion. The orcs stare up at him, completely stunned, their jaws drop. Is this male pig actually flying? A god prays. The system announces a certain deity is praying for the souls of countless pigs. The orcs scatter in absolute panic, screaming, "Run! Stop him!" The furious orcs are fuming. Where did that pig go? One grumbles. The smell of our own kind is completely masking his scent. They search everywhere, yelling, "He slaughtered our people! We have to find him and get revenge for our brothers." They turn to keep hunting. That side looks suspicious. Check over there. Kang Hansoo hides behind a wall, watching their every move. He sighs. This is getting annoying. Watching them, he mutters, "This will never end." Kang Hansoo glances at the dead orcs and asks, "How many are even left out there?" "I've already taken down a lot." A system message pops up. The god just shrugs, shaking his head at the absolute massacre in front of him. He sounds genuinely curious. "I'm trying to escape, but I keep running back to this exact same spot. Is there a hidden trick?" Suddenly, a loud shout echoes out. 2 orcs spot him and scream at the top of their lungs. "Found him! There's that pig!" They charge like starving wolves, roaring, "Kill the male pig! You're our sworn enemy!" Kang Hansoo jumps up, dripping with sarcasm. "You guys are truly pathetic." They try cramming through the doorway all at once and get completely stuck. Trembling, they squeeze and groan. "Ugh! It's too tight!" Panicking, they yell at him. "How the hell do you still have stamina to run? Aren't you exhausted?" I know what you're thinking. But Kang Hansoo just smiles with pure excitement. "Alright, let's see who's last." Hearing that, the orcs absolutely panic. A massive explosion echoes out, followed by their dying groans as fine dust clouds the air. Kang Hansoo reflects on how everyone despises his level 1 status. Sitting cross-legged on a literal mountain of dead orcs, he smirks. But that's fine. Looking down at his slimes, he thinks, "I definitely killed way more than I expected this time. Good thing he brought the little slimes along. They'll easily handle harvesting all these orc bodies." He activates the system, buzzing with excitement. "Let's see the changes this time. My butcher title must have finally leveled up to C." But instead, the words "Destruction Rank D" flash right before his eyes. He gasps out loud, "A new curse?" The system screen explains that any enemies brutally killed by his very hands now have a much higher chance of haunting his nightly dreams. The nightmare will continue until the restless soul either achieves its goal or gives up completely. He stares in shock, wondering what that means. Wait, does this mean? He gets a little anxious, picturing the hideous orcs. Are all those monsters he just slaughtered going to torture him in his sleep? Kang Hansoo sighs. Whatever, it doesn't matter since I don't even need to sleep anyway. But stacking all these powerful curses together. Hey god, don't you think this is a bit too much? A system message pops up. The god angrily claims he did absolutely nothing. Kang Hansoo quickly corrects himself. Not you. I mean the god spreading these curses. He complains that getting cursed for saving people is totally ridiculous. Suddenly, 2 strange guys walk over saying something. A message appears. The god suggests listening to the orcs first. Looking at the 2 strange men, Kang Hansoo thinks, wait, I already rescued all the captives held by the orcs. Jumping down, he complains out loud. Is there really no translation for outsiders? I can't understand a single damn thing they're saying. He lands softly, full of regret. I should have brought them along. He glares at a fallen orc and yells, "Hey, you, playing dead over there, I know you're still alive." Trembling in pure terror, it stutters, "Terrifying male pig." Kang Hansoo ignores the insult and demands, "How do I get out of this place? No matter how far I walk, I just end up back at the starting point." The battered monster answers in a weak, shaky voice. The entrance and exit to this city are completely different. The only way out is located right in the city center. Kang Hansoo gasps in surprise. The city center? No wonder I've just been wandering around the edges this entire time. I should have headed straight for the center instead of wandering the outskirts. With that, he turns and marches toward the heart of the city. Meanwhile, those 2 strange men stay hidden behind a wall, silently tracking him. Kang Hansoo looks around skeptically. Is this the place that orc mentioned? He shrugs. Nothing special, honestly. And that's where we leave it for now. Trust me, this fantasy world gets crazier. Alright, let's jump right into this wild Manhwa. Does a portal only open when you use magic? Suddenly a blinding light flashes, followed by an earth-shattering explosion. An imposing orc guardian appears and demands, "Are you the one who slaughtered my people?" The newly summoned humans panic completely at the terrifying sight. The angry guardian roars, "Answer me." Kang Hansoo sweats nervously, thinking to himself, Is that really an orc? He looks way different. The furious guardian shouts again, "Human, answer my question right now." Though internally sweating because this beast is definitely stronger than him, Hansoo just smiles. I told them to move, but they wouldn't. Hearing that arrogant response, the massive orc beast explodes in pure rage. You murdered 300,000 of my orc brethren just for that? Hansoo smirks smugly. Oh, 300,000? No wonder it took me so long. Looking down at his razor-sharp spear, the enemy declares, I am the elite guardian of the city and the entire orc race. I won't let anyone learn this city's secret and leave alive. Hansoo casually tosses his bag aside, mocking him completely. A guardian? He challenges him with a grin. Even better, the orc gasps in surprise. What? Hansoo's face lights up with sheer excitement. A guardian being here. He blasts toward the orc like an absolute rocket. Means there is treasure. The panicked guardian yells out, to protect. Hansoo swings his blade, planning to unleash every ounce of his power in one strike. The orc quickly aims his deadly weapon back. Pointing his sword right at him, Hansoo roars, die. But internally he realizes this guy isn't playing around. Watch closely. This is where it gets real. Seeing the spear, Hansoo knows this guy is on another level. He gasps, seeing his own wrist completely severed. The orc states calmly it is over before delivering a brutal strike. Sent flying in absolute agony, Hansoo desperately struggles to stand up. The guardian stares at him, genuinely impressed. Watching Hansoo clutch his bleeding arm, he asks, you shifted just enough to avoid a fatal blow? Looking at the boy's completely bloodied face, the orc mutters, just an eye and an arm. Staring at the severed limb, the orc frowns. Not enough. You must pay for the 300,000 lives you took. Do not expect a clean death. But Hansoo regenerates at an insane speed. He flashes a cocky grin and says, you talk way too much. The orc steps back in pure shock. What? They lock eyes as the guardian stares at Hansoo's perfectly healed arm. You really do have something backing you up. The orc guardian asks, are you truly immortal? Hansoo flashes a wide grin, well, close enough. Readying his ultimate attack, the orc screams out, it does not matter, this is the only way out of here. It might take hundreds or even millions of years, but I will keep you trapped in this city until you rot. Hansoo just smirks, totally unfazed. Man, you really have too much free time. He thinks to himself, alright, what is the play here? Night falls, revealing 3 glowing moons above. Let's pause the action and check on the others. Yubora sits on a windowsill when someone shouts, Hero Yubora. She smiles, come here. Arya. The girl happily cheers. I can't believe you already hit level 7. That is amazing. Bora smiles warmly. It's all thanks to the blessing. No matter how hard I try, I could never get a hero's blessing. Arya puffs her chest a bit. I was born with a noble blessing. Do you know what a noble blessing actually does? Bora gasps in total surprise. A noble screen displays information. As a descendant of noble blood, you have to protect your family, and in return, they share their experience with you. Arya continues, overflowing with absolute pride. It is proof that I am a child of an A-ranked duke's family. Bora is utterly amazed. That is so cool. She thinks this blessing basically gives the user free experience. Arya lowers her voice. It is also a shame since I don't have a family. It doesn't suit me at all. I used to tell my mom I didn't need it. Remembering her mother's strict lessons, she explains, she screamed at me for saying that in front of people who sacrificed everything for a blessing. She cried so much back then. Bora says politely, being blessed means carrying heavy responsibility. Thanks, I'm learning a lot from you. Arya smiles brightly, don't mention it, but then she suddenly freezes. Arya walks to the window, curious. I wonder if Ohangu is doing okay, Bora smirks. You like him? Arya blushes hard and laughs. What, me? She glances over, feeling shy. I don't know, what do you think? Bora just chuckles. Suddenly a knock. Hero you, Bora. The saintess is here. Arya completely panics and yells out, the saintess? Why is she visiting at this hour? The door opens. Saintess enters, apologizing for bothering them so late. Internally, she looks around thinking, so this is what Bora's room looks like. Bora bows respectfully. Hello, saintess, do you need my help with something? Arya stands behind her, shaking like a leaf. Senna smiles warmly. I just came to Arya, could you fetch us some tea? Arya frantically replies, yes ma'am, and rushes out immediately. Once seated, Sense asks kindly, so have you faced any inconveniences in your daily life here? Bora bows her head. No, not really. Sentes sighs in relief. Thank goodness. You adapted to Fantasia really fast. Bora smiles on the outside, but inside she feels like she's in the principal's office. Setting down her hot tea, Sense asks, the other heroes are competing with each other, right? Bora nods. Ah, yes. These heavily disadvantaged competitions make me so worried. If you notice anything strange, please let me know right away. Before the heroes collapse, Bora is confused. Collapse? So what do you and I make of this? Sense begins explaining their dark downfall. Alright, stick with me because things are getting crazy. Sooner or later, those manipulated by blessings or temptations are bound to show up. In fact, they might already be here. Bora looks incredibly worried as she asks about it. What should we do if that actually happens? Sense replies, looking deep in thought. Even if they stumble, a hero is still a hero at the end of the day. They have their own set of rules, so they definitely will not die. She takes a calm sip of her hot tea and explains, it is just that simple. Their downfall would be an absolute betrayal to everyone who put their faith in the heroes. Hearing that, Bora suddenly remembers Kang Hansoo. Right when he first arrived, he shocked everyone by straight up demanding, just send me back to Earth right now. Back then, Kang Hansoo poured his heart out in pure agony. How could someone who causes his own family so much worry ever protect the world? Eubora simply could not take her eyes off him when he asked that heavy question. Her eyes suddenly light up with realization. When Sense asks her what is wrong, she quickly brushes it off. Oh, it is nothing, I just spaced out for a second. Eubora secretly wonders to herself. Why are his exact words suddenly echoing in my mind? Did Kang Hansoo manage to make it home safely? What if he actually made the right choice all along? Sentis breaks the silence. Hero Eubora, do you happen to know Kang Hansoo? Bora's eyes go wide with surprise as she asks back. Why the sudden question? How do you even know him? Seeing her reaction, Sentis immediately pushes further. Is he your boyfriend? Bora quickly waves her hands and explains no. We just happen to be in the same class together. Sentes looks totally confused by this. Then she literally lunges forward, grabbing Bora's hands tightly and yells out. Alright, tell me absolutely everything. The sudden outburst makes Bora jump. Sentes keeps begging her non-stop. Hurry up and tell me. Just open your heart and spill the details. Meanwhile, the system spams messages that an innocent god is also eagerly listening in. A wise god chimes in asking for updates. The scene then shifts straight to someone's bedroom. Sense crosses her arms, highly suspicious, and thinks to herself, just happen to know him? Yeah, right. She recalls Bora's excited face and starts putting the pieces together. She is definitely interested in Kang Hansoo. Seriously, how many hours has she been talking about that guy without stopping? She holds Kang Hansoo's name tag in her hand, deep in thought. Kang Hansoo, you completely refused to become a hero and got sent right back by the gods. She frowns, analyzing the whole situation. If people find out he actually could not return home, the entire belief that heroes are blessed by the gods will completely shatter. Now pay close attention because this gets wild. If he is dead, it is fine, the evidence is hidden. But if he is alive, suddenly a system window pops up saying an extremely arrogant god is watching. She instantly snaps her head up to look. The system keeps flashing its warnings. An extremely arrogant god is now glaring right at the items. The divine gaze locks onto those objects. Sense's eyes widen in absolute shock as she stammers out. A god, a real god, the system chimes again. That extremely arrogant god is currently feeling very annoyed. And just like that, the god leaves the channel. Sentes sits on her bed, panting heavily, completely drenched in cold sweat. She nervously thinks to herself. Thanks to her special blessing, she can travel anywhere that has the presence of heroes, or even the god of warriors. But if even a god cannot reach Kang Hansoo's location? Sweating bullets, she starts panicking. Could another divine being have already meddled in this situation behind their backs? Pulling out a sealed letter, she makes her decision. I need to find him and erase every single trace. This is an absolute emergency search. Nobody else can know about this. Out of nowhere, another god swoops in. The system alerts that a certain god just peeked at her secret plan. Then it notifies her that the same god has sneakily run away. While that god scrambles away, let us pivot back to our boy Kang Hansoo. Night has officially fallen over the area. And yeah, that intense life-or-death battle is still going strong. The orc guard scoffs at him in disbelief. Are you not tired at all? He asks Kang Hansoo. How long will you keep up this useless resistance? Kneeling in the dirt, Kang Hansoo just mutters, how long? The massive orc guard is caught completely off guard when the kid suddenly bursts out laughing. Covered in grime, Kang Hansoo points a finger straight at the beast. I will keep trying to kill you until you are dead. You absolute monster. Right after saying that, he charges forward like a wild, fearless beast, diving straight back into the brutal fight. The orc guard unleashes another heavy attack, cursing him as a foolish brat. The two of them clash head-on once again. The razor-sharp tip of the enemy's massive weapon stops literally 2 centimeters from his eye. Boom! A massive explosion goes off, blasting a blinding blue light across the entire battlefield. Kang Hansoo is now recalling the fight, sketching out messy, chaotic lines right on the dirt. He is basically replaying the entire clash in his head. Looking completely exhausted, he rests his chin on his hand and lets out a heavy sigh. Scratching his head, he wonders, should I have moved like this instead? He mutters to himself. No, that would not work because he attacked like this. Suddenly, a totally random voice pops up right behind him. Hello there! Startled, Kang Hansoo turns around to greet the guy. Oh, Brooks, it is you? Brooks gives a huge smile as his system info pops up. Level 9 Exploration Blessing, Mercenary Class, and Cursed. Kang Hansoo thinks to himself. This guy is the temporary leader of the natives they rescued from the orcs. But then he looks confused and asks, wait, what did you just say? The guy is speaking in a local dialect that Kang Hansoo cannot understand at all. Brooks points at the girl next to him, laughing. Suddenly, she collapses to the ground, gasping for air. Kang Hansoo instantly raises his fist, ready to punch Brooks. You idiot, she is actually dying right now. Seeing the fist, Brooks runs for his life, screaming out loud. I am sorry, please save me. He turns his attention back to the girl. Wait a second. Who exactly are you? She starts talking a mile a minute. Yes, I am. And then goes right back to speaking the local dialect. Kang Hansoo just turns his back and walks away, tossing a casual reply. Yeah, sure, do whatever you want. The girl stares at him, absolutely dumbfounded. Later, Kang Hansoo sits cross-legged on the dirt, muttering. Where was it again? Stroking his chin, he focuses hard on his strategy. So first, I do this move right here. Next, I aim towards the rising sun. Stretching his arms out, he sighs, it is already morning. This should be enough. His anti-orc guard strategy is finally complete. He glances over at the girl from last night, letting out a deep sigh. Seriously, what is her deal? He stares in utter disbelief. She just fell asleep right there. The system pops up with a god snapping at him to mind his own business. He replies with total defeat. Yeah, I know already. Kang Hansoo focuses back on the main goal. Top priority is taking down the ruined guard. I think I finally have a solid clue, he shouts out. Foreign god! This leaves the god completely speechless, jaw on the floor. With that said, he starts warming up his technique, telling himself to lock in. Time to focus up! A fierce crimson light flashes. He snaps his eyes open, glowing with intense power. Faster than lightning, he slices straight through the orc guard's body. His feet grind into the earth, coat blowing dramatically in the wind. Kang Hansoo smirks. How was that? The god is so stunned they practically fall backward. The system reports that a certain god is utterly amazed. Kang Hansoo proudly brushes off his shoulder. I have been practicing this non-stop since yesterday. What do you and I make of this? Did it resemble the orc guard? The system alerts that a stunned god asks, was that actually real? Let's dive right into this wild story. Hansoo was proudly thinking about reaching peak sword mastery to crush his enemies. Then a god called him a pervert. His stats screen popped up. Level 1, but his Outlander blessing bumped up to mercenary class. Meanwhile, his hero's curse evolved into absolute destruction. All that brutal training finally paid off. Seeing his blessing upgrade, he practically glowed with joy. My blessing leveled up. I respect you so much, Outlander god. The system noted a certain god felt pretty smug, but then he froze. His curse got way worse and he totally lost it. Damn goddess, he muttered, falling deep into thought. His curse leveling up meant one thing. That pesky goddess knew the dwarf didn't kill him and he was still alive. After taking a second to think, he shook it off. All right then. Outlander god, let's get out of here. The system chimed in. A certain god wanted to teach that arrogant pig a lesson. Hansoo sighed, realizing playtime was officially over. The orc guard stood there like a brick wall, crossing his arms. Human, I see you came to die again. Planning on running away again? Hansoo stared right back, his voice totally deadpan. I'm not running this time. The orc fumed. Like I'd believe you. Hansoo fired back, and what if you don't? The guard just threw his massive weapon over his shoulder. Fine, come inside, I'll show you around. Here's where it gets interesting, so watch closely. Hansoo walked up the steps and smirked. Scared? The orc roared back. Nonsense! An elite warrior like me doesn't need cheap traps! Hansoo just smiled. He knew the orc was trapped here and wanted to drag him down. The guard led the way, grunting, follow me. Hansoo was honestly impressed. Wow, the pig is actually using his brain. His eyes went wide. Whoa, wait, there is nothing here, the orc explained. In ancient times, heroes trained in this spot. Wait, orc heroes? Hansoo asked. No, the guard muttered. The gods ignored our tribe. We never had any heroes here. The orc glared at him. But humans got arrogant and lazy. We slipped through the cracks and took over everything, claiming these ruins and all the blessings left behind. Hansoo tilted his head. Why leave it as ruins? The orc smirked. To keep strong intruders out. The guard's eyes suddenly flared with pure bloodlust. But as long as you're alive, we can never rebuild our city. He raised his massive spear, charging forward. I have to end you. Hansoo didn't even flinch. He just smiled like a total maniac while the orc locked into a lethal attack stance. Hold up. Just one question before we do this, Hansoo said calmly. What? The orc growled. Is there actual treasure? He was already dreaming about some legendary god-tier weapons. The orc scoffed. This place is just full of junk for fresh newbie heroes. Hansoo blinked. Huh? He immediately complained in his head. What am I supposed to do with beginner trash? Thinking about those weak weapons made him cringe. Novice gear? That is awful. Imagining himself getting bullied, he instantly started panicking hard. The orc stomped the ground, shaking the room. Enough talking, you little rat. He thrust his spear forward. Pay for the 3,000 tribesmen you slaughtered with your own blood. Hansoo casually gripped his sword hilt. Then, faster than lightning, he executed every single move he had perfectly planned out. The orc winced, his face twisting in pure agony while Hansoo laughed like a psycho. Did he seriously improve this much overnight? The guard suddenly panicked. Wait a second, is this human trying to run for the exit? You and I both saw this coming, right? Seeing him sprint away, the orc chased him, roaring, I won't let you run, and attacked with lethal force. Yesterday I kept thinking to myself, Hansoo muttered. The orc completely froze for 5 seconds as Hansoo slid right under him. If someone got out, Hansoo kicked the massive beast away. What would you think of these ruins? A black portal opened. The orc was furious. Impossible. How did that portal open? He ground his teeth as the exit warped through space. Hansoo stared in awe. What is this? It actually worked. The system noted a god was utterly speechless today. Hansoo cracked up laughing. No guard, zero fighting required. This is absolutely perfect. Honestly, I hope that pig just gets lost in the void forever at this point. He figured he couldn't level up anyway, so grinding was a total waste of time. Grabbing some free treasure was more than enough for him. With that settled, he walked on. A certain god spotted some loot up ahead. Hansoo perked right up. Wait, where? There is a secret room behind this wall, he wondered. Is there actual loot buried in this garbage? His jaw literally dropped open in shock. Whoa! Seeing a dusty old chest sitting there, he stepped closer. Is this it? The system announced it was a novice hero's blade. Grabbing the hilt, he felt totally hyped. A real holy sword. It looked super basic and plain, but the divine energy radiating off it was absolutely blinding. Oh yeah, this is definitely the ultimate weapon for a beginner. He gave it a few test swings. Why leave something this good behind? The system reminded him that only true heroes can wield holy swords. He looked down in sudden panic. Wait, why is it suddenly getting so heavy? A god mockingly repeated, you need to be heroic. Hansoo glared at it. So this sword hates cursed heroes, huh? Without missing a beat, he shattered it and tossed it. A god was absolutely flabbergasted. Hansoo crossed his arms. If I can't use it, then nobody gets to use it. Seems perfectly fair. A certain god actually admired his twisted logic. Hansoo furiously threw all the remaining swords in the air and decisively smashed every single one. That's where we leave it for now, he sighed angrily, continuing his rampage. Then he froze. Let's dive straight into the madness. Our guy swings his blade, totally impressed. Strange, this sword is glowing. Definitely top tier. But boom, a system window pops up. Some god up there just realized the weapon is actually defective. He blinks in surprise. Wait, so the curse doesn't even work. He strokes his chin, lost in thought for a second. Then out of nowhere, he loses it and screams, then I'll just destroy every other sword out there. After literally doing exactly that, he smiles like an absolute maniac. See? Now it's the only one left. 0 flaws. That automatically makes it the best sword in the world. A system window flashes. One of the gods is actually admiring this outsider's completely unhinged logic. Seeing this, Kang Hansoo just cracks up, laughing like he hit the jackpot. The screen pulls up his stats. Kang Hansoo, level 1. Outsiders, Blessing F, Fairy Race C, Mercenary Rank B, Thundercore Hero E, and Slaughter sitting at C. Destruction D and Sword Saint E yield 14.01. His eyes lock onto that Sword Saint title. He completely panics, grabbing the screen, screaming internally that he just caught another holy sword curse. Scene cut. We shift to a totally different vibe. Jang Myeon is excitedly waving down Choi Kangmin. She and the person next to her call out, "Alright, see you tonight. Catch you later, hero." Choi Kangmin flashes a bright smile, waving back. But deep down, he's exhausted. The system is just relentlessly spamming him with notifications. One god insists he has to keep training no matter how dead tired he is. A lazier god chimes in, advising him to just chill and do it later. Then another god starts yapping. Choi Kangmin stares dead at the glowing screen. This brand new blessing I got? Absolutely peak. The panel displays. Choi Kangmin, level 17. Hero blessing, fighting spirit, speed, and leadership all at E, magic D. Magic resistance and immunity at F, curse yield 5.15. He sighs heavily. If this is the payoff, he just has to grit his teeth and push through the exhaustion. Choi Kang rubs his chin, the realization hitting him hard. So this is what they meant by divine privileges. It's only been a few days and I've already racked up this many blessings. A confident smile creeps onto his face. At this insane rate, he's going to absolutely steamroll the next qualifying round. Gripping his sword hilt tight, his determination completely spikes. He's going to prove to everyone that the reward is his. But then the Sword Saint screen updates. A certain god bluntly tells him this really isn't the time to worry about that. Suddenly, a loud shout echoes. Oh right, Jang Myeon is sitting there, arms crossed, looking completely stunning and deep in thought. Now pay close attention here, because her mindset is wild. Heroes, demon kings, princes, princesses, swordsmen, wicked women, and literal tyrants. You usually only see them in those cheesy romantic fantasy movies. Honestly, anyone works. The demon king might be a tough boss, but fighting him sounds kind of fun. Mid-thought, her face drops into a scowl. She jumps up and yells, "Wait, why the hell do I even have to fight at all?" The guy next to her goes into full panic mode, stuttering out, "Myeon, please, just calm down a second." She just crosses her arms, pouting. "Did anybody ask you guys?" He cautiously steps closer, visibly shaking. "I'm sorry," but she keeps that totally unamused expression locked on her face, her mind clearly racing with a million thoughts. "I just wanted to be protected by incredibly handsome knights, but my actual reality?" She heavily rolls her eyes around the room. Knight A ranked 4th, totally dull and honestly a bit brain dead. Knight B is ranked 5th, cheap, stingy, and incredibly cunning. Then there's Knight C at 7th place. Completely weird overall, but at least he actually listens to her. She stares at the trio, groaning internally. Just Knights A, B, and C. She lets out a heavy sigh, her brain working overtime. Not to mention, there is literally only one single person here I can actually rely on. Her expression flips faster than a light switch. Suddenly, her voice goes super sweet and gentle. "No, I'm so sorry. I guess I was just being a little grumpy, huh? I truly apologize, so please forgive me." He stares at Myeon, completely baffled. Alright then." The other two knights waste 0 time jumping in. "So why exactly did you call us here?" She quickly brushes off the question. "Because I have some major important business to discuss." Flashing a confident smile, she drops the bomb. "I got my hands on some top-secret intel. Very soon, they're going to randomly select a hero to send straight to the academy." Knight B scrunches his face, smirking in disbelief. "Wait, this world actually has an academy too?" She looks absolutely thrilled. Swirling a glass of wine, her voice drips with absolute confidence. "I know what you're thinking. She's crazy, but she smirks. I'll absolutely get into that academy, just watch me. My real fantasy life is finally starting right now." Cryptic system notifications suddenly start popping up on the screen. A very generous god is heavily supporting her wild ambition, while some innocent goddess remains highly suspicious of her motives. Knight C steps forward, bowing deeply to her. "My queen, may I please ask you a question?" She glances down at him, forcing a rather awkward smile. "Sure, go ahead and ask." He pushes his glasses up. "Will just anyone who wishes to join the academy actually be allowed inside?" Her eyes light up instantly. Her fingers tap away unconsciously as she answers. "Nope, only the heroes with the absolute highest total scores can get in. From what I hear, only 4 people will be selected in total." Hearing this, Knight C simply adjusts his thick, heavy glasses. If that's true, there are definitely going to be fierce factions forming in there. But aren't you worried about that at all? Faced with his sharp questions, she can only manage a strained, nervous laugh. "Haha, I'm totally fine." Knight B, completely unconvinced, immediately pushes back. "Hold on. Why are we the only ones you're sharing this top-secret information with? Mion just clasps her hands together, staring right at him as a smirk curls on her lips. Because I want us to go into the academy together. His eyes narrow with pure suspicion as he blurts out, "You're totally messing with us, right?" Her gaze turns dangerously cunning. "Not at all. I am being dead serious." He furiously scowls and slams his hands on the table, yelling, "I absolutely refuse to clean up your mess. What about that white knight prince you're always running around hanging out with?" She strokes her chin playfully, looking up at him. "I promise I won't drag you into that, and if I break my promise, I'll literally grant you a wish. How does that sound?" He panics a little and asks, "Wait, really?" She flashes a smile, raising her hand provocatively as she quickly adds, "The gods above are listening to absolutely everything. Do you still think this is a lie?" Hearing that, Knight A immediately cuts right into their conversation. "I will go with you. As long as you're happy, I'll follow you anywhere." Not wanting to be outdone, Knight C immediately crosses his arms and bows deeply. He loudly declares, "My queen, you may issue absolutely any command you desire." Only Knight B is still scowling. "Even though I've thought about this a lot, I still feel like I'm walking into a scam. Fine, whatever, I'll go too." She shoots the three of them the cutest, most victorious smile ever. "Thank you three so much." Scene cut. Kang Hansoo's voice practically shatters the sky as it echoes out. Damn it all. He glares down at his sword, cursing heavily. "Because of this stupid holy sword, I broke a bunch of them and now I'm stuck suffering a curse." Suddenly, a massive system window blocks his vision. It's a note about the sword saint. "The blood and tears of the gods literally buff every single holy sword around you. It's going to make it insanely difficult to destroy or seal any harmless holy blades. So what do you and I make of this?" He mutters, "I guess this is it. But honestly, is this actually a curse?" Holding the blade up, his eyes narrow with suspicion. "If it's a defective holy sword, what am I supposed to do with it?" A god immediately shakes his head, sending a system alert. A certain Sud sends their deepest condolences to the other gods. "All right, you and I are jumping right back into the madness." He smiles, looking up. The gods definitely will not notice some hero breaking the holy sword. Gripping the holy weapon tight, he thinks to himself. Out of countless holy swords, only this one got stronger from a dark curse. His god quickly asks if they should finally leave this place. Hansoo immediately answers, "I am completely sure this is where the goblin vanished." Looking confused while holding his sword, he wonders how to even activate the portal. Suddenly, a terrifying voice echoes out, shaking the entire massive space. "Human!" The second he spots the monster, it lunges forward at insane speed. He barely has time to react, he is actually back. "But why do I feel like you have changed completely?" With a casual wave, he stops the monster dead. "If you leave, you start aging, right? And then you can never turn back." The monster charges at him like a rabid dog. He speaks up, his voice dripping with pure challenge. "Haha, you are terrified, aren't you? Maybe I should test out this new holy sword then." He clashes with the beast in an absolutely brutal fight. After trading heavy blows, he smirks. "It is finally time to cut off your arms." He smiles, looking totally victorious. The goblin spits out with pure hatred. "Human, stealing my youth comes at a massive price. I even ignored the deaths of 3,000 of my own tribe members for this." Eerie blue light explodes from its hands as it leaps high into the air. It screams down at him, defending its youth, blaming his dirty tricks. He just mocks it. "Watch closely, you are going to love this." He laughs. "Just because of that?" The goblin rushes in blindly. Then boom, its head is suddenly chopped clean off. He stands firm, looking at the severed head. "Since when did you put in some actual effort?" The heavy body slumps to the dirt. He finally stares at his sword, deep in thought. "What is this? Playing dirty? If I am weaker, this is dirty, right?" The system pops up. A certain god warns him that it is not over yet. He looks shocked. "What?" The goblin corpse starts moving again. He turns his head and can only force a laugh. "You are stubborn." The goblin glares coldly. "Just die already." He fights the beast all over again, wondering out loud. Is he dead yet? Nope, still completely relentless. What is wrong with this pig? Suddenly he stops, remembering something crucial. Oh right, he looks off into the distance and yells. "If I throw him over there, he dies, right?" The beast panics. "Wait, my lord, I surrender. I will do absolutely anything you ask, just please do not throw me over there." He pauses for a quick second. "Anything? What can you even do?" Shaking like a leaf, the goblin stutters out. "Did you not want to leave? I can move the city entrance near the holy sword." Holding back tears, it continues. "But the holy sword can only be swung by a true hero, so even if I try," he casually interrupts. Holding the blade up, he says, "The holy sword?" The goblin freezes, realizing it. Yes, that exact sword. After a long silence, the goblin is stunned. "You really are a hero." He glares sideways. "Hey buddy, open the status window." The goblin shouts yes. System opens. Tier 8 Green Guardian. Observation B. Superhuman Strength A. Stamina A. Dignity B. Hero Curse A. Ruin D. Human C. He stares at the glowing panel for a second. "Hero Curse?" The goblin quickly explains. "It usually happens when you kill a hero." Stunned, he rubs his chin. "What about the Ruin Curse?" The system panel pops up to explain it. "You and I both know this sounds like a trap. You cannot act against the ruined target." The goblin quickly chimes in. "It is basically a mandatory quest. If I activate that curse, I become fully immortal." He asks how. "Because I am the final boss meant to test new heroes." Crossing his arms, he glares down at the beast. "So you are not actually a guardian?" "I never once claimed to be the guardian of humanity. I am an orc guardian, fiercely protecting my own race, instead of seeking selfish personal gain." He just calmly deadpans. "But you still lost to me." Hearing this, the orc turns back around, face completely covered in tears. Then our guy speaks up, looking incredibly smug. Even the weakest demon I know is much better than you. Not letting him finish, it interrupts. A hero? He answers immediately. What, are you not leaving? It asks, eyes still welling up with heavy tears. He just stands up completely straight. Did you not just say you would never let me leave this place? It drops down to its knees, looking right at him. Honestly, if you leave right now, that would be incredibly great for me. Putting on a super dangerous expression, he replies, I want to leave right away too. But internally, he thinks this orc is way too suspicious. TSK, these monsters are literally all the exact same. Pointing far off into the distance, he orders the beast. Then take all those people over there too. Way off in the distance are some poor, miserable, ordinary humans. The monster looks over and pouts its face. Fine. Humans really should not know about this city anyway, so I have absolutely no reason to reject your request at all. Hearing that, he turns toward the captive humans and shouts at the top of his lungs, Link, let us go home! But strangely, they just stand there looking completely calm. Highly confused, he mutters to himself, I totally thought they would be jumping up and down for pure joy. Maybe they grew up here? Suddenly, a massive heavy bag is dropped down, violently shaking the ground. He panics when he only spots 3 figures and blurts out, Only 3 of you? Tesk, whatever, I will just ignore it. But hey, thanks for carrying my bag over here. A glowing yellow spatial portal suddenly appears right in front of them. Frowning, he thinks to himself, this feeling is way too familiar. Please do not tell me danger is coming again. A system pops up, a god grabs his head, frowning, extremely angry out of pure boredom. Even with his head grabbed, he still looks effortlessly cool. Oh, respected outer god, please look at the exit. She frowns, glaring right at him. The system panel flashes, a certain god emphasizes that this is incredibly annoying. Seeing this, he casually clasps his hands together and acts totally cute. Ah, great god, please take good care of this young, inexperienced apostle. Feeling refreshed by his praise, she shrugs. The system flashes again. A certain god acts highly arrogant and graciously agrees to let it slide. The system updates. A god says this place is totally safe. He tilts his head. But hey, green guy, how do I return? Trust me, you and I need to see what is in that portal next. He answers his question with zero panic, saying if he is speaking to the Sword Saint, then yes, he will hear it. He looks totally confused. Trust me, you and I both know this guy is shady, but the god swore this place was completely safe. The system pops up again. Some mysterious god doubles down, insisting this zone is harmless. Hearing this, he turns around, telling them he trusts it and is heading out now. Slowly, his body steps right into that strange spatial rift. Opening his eyes, he looks around in pure shock, relieved it is not boiling lava or deep underwater. Right behind him, the rest of the group starts crossing over into this new world too. He spins around, totally lost. Where even are we? Just some room. Right in front of him is an entire massive sword collection. But instantly his gut tells him something is very, very wrong here. Grabbing the holy sword, he yells out with deadly focus, demanding they open the door now. He frantically signals everyone to turn back. Panic instantly washes over every single person's face. While some unknown god watches, the system screen flashes. He immediately snaps at it, demanding answers. God, outer god, did you not just swear to me that this place was completely safe? He glares down at the crumpled, fancy clothes left on the floor. A noblewoman's outfit and a literal holy sword just hanging up there as a random wall decoration? Whoever owns this room is definitely not normal. The system immediately pops up to scold him. Some god aggressively insists that, yes, this spot is still perfectly safe. Furious, he screams back at the screen. Still safe? Meaning it gets dangerous later? The god just smirks, using the system to blatantly confirm that yes, things are about to get incredibly deadly. Total panic hits him. Looking at the god, he shouts that they need to get out right now. Suddenly, his eyes freeze. A subconscious question slips right out. Why is that thing here? An old backpack sits right there. Now pay close attention because we shift to Hunter Village where Atena Amazing loudly rallies the crowd. All right, heroes, listen up! With all the crazy incidents lately, this village has completely fallen into chaos. Please be careful and do not make things worse. The heroes all start chattering about the village's messy situation. Flashing a bright, cheerful smile, Atena Amazing drops one final warning. And one more thing, please be super careful not to bother the saintess. Scene change. A cowering man points the way, saying, right this way, saintess. Scent softly whispers, the scenery is mostly cleaned up by now, right? Suddenly, the man drops to his knees, begging for mercy. I am so sorry. She just smiles and replies softly, telling him not to be terrified. I only came because I heard rumors of a mysterious massacre here. The man stammers nervously. Yes, of course. Feeling curious, she immediately asks him, but is this really the place where Elder Celeblus was locked up? He quickly nods his head. Yes, it absolutely is. She stares right through him, her voice suddenly turning incredibly sharp. Do you have any idea how important Elder Celeblus actually is? Sweating bullets. The man grabs his head, violently shaking as he stutters. Ah, well, about that. She sighs, looking completely exhausted by him. Alright, whatever, it does not matter if you know or not. An image of Celeblus flashes on the screen. Celeblus, the guardian of fire. Sure, close quarters combat is her weakness, but the spirit beasts she raises are insanely powerful, especially that legendary phoenix which earned her the grand title. Her face turns completely dead serious as she speaks. Interfering with the peace and the harmonious relationship between humanity and the fairy realm as well as provoking war is an absolutely unacceptable crime. But since the person in charge has already shown forgiveness, I will not involve myself in this any further. He breaks into a huge smile, practically sobbing with gratitude. Thank you so much. But she just turns her back, asking firmly, so what did that person actually look like? On behalf of humanity, I would very much like to reward them. Hearing this, he stammers for the millionth time, trembling. That person, they are probably dead already. She glares with pure menace, raising her voice sharply to intimidate him. I specifically asked you what that person looked like. Sweating buckets, the utterly terrified man quickly spits it out. Well, about that, he had short black hair, kind of exactly like those hero guys who visited the village earlier today. Hearing that, she shoots him an absolutely terrifying glare. He screams out in pure terror. Ah, no! Looking away from him, she coldly proceeds with her next question. What was his name? Keeping his head firmly bowed, the man replies, I do not know, I really do not know. She hums, ready to ask more, but her companion interrupts to remind the saintess. Hearing the reminder, she stops and clicks her tongue with a heavy sigh. Fine, whatever, just go give the heroes a proper tour of the village now. He instantly sprints away, desperate to escape this miserable situation. The girl next to her speaks up about that spirit. Sense quickly answers, yeah, I have no idea if he is still alive, but it is definitely him. The brunette girl presses on with another question. But what if he actually has a blessing? Sentes replies with a totally dismissive look on her face. No matter how many blessings he has, he could never defeat a tier 1 golem. Just look at our heroes. Do you really not see that? Even in their absolute best condition, the heroes got wiped out by 2 golems. He cannot do it alone. Now let's pause here, because this is where she gets suspicious. She turns around. Besides, has anyone even given him a blessing yet? Literally all the gods are at the temple with us. The brunette quickly chimes in to add more context. But saintess, if the spirit and the owner of that bag are the exact same person, isn't it incredibly dangerous to bring the heroes along? A mysterious, totally sinister smile instantly spreads across her face. Not at all. I can still control them perfectly, so it is completely fine. Suddenly, a bunch of system alerts pop up. Some arrogant god secretly peeks down in absolute panic, while another arrogant god watches closely, clearly feeling extremely displeased. Sentes's eyes grow colder and completely emotionless as she casually brushes it off. I am not going to be fooled, so stop worrying so much. You know that guy is already dead, and I have hard proof too. But still, there is one issue left to solve. I think the tournament intel leaked out. The brunette states matter-of-factly. Sentes replies with absolute calm. I already know that. I am just pretending to be clueless. The girl stares at Sentes in pure shock. Wait, what? Sentes starts explaining her master plan. How people handle information depends entirely on them. Do you not think the hero Kang Mi-hun has been changing for the better lately? She laughs softly and continues. I have no idea why she wants to go to the academy, but I will do my absolute best until the tournament starts. I am really looking forward to it. Scene transition. A single drop of water falls from the sky, hitting the ground. Choi Kangmin mutters subconsciously, is it raining? Since when did these dark storm clouds roll in? This is going to be a massive downpour. Someone's voice echoes out. Ugh, this is so annoying. How much longer do we have to wait? Yep, that is Mi-hun. Pouting in frustration, she complains, I already hate things normally, but what is up with this now? I am so exhausted. Nightsea looks at her in total panic and offers. If that is too heavy, please let me carry it for you. Instantly beaming, she replies cheerfully. Really? Thank you so much. Kangmin's lips curve into a small smile as he thinks she is still exactly the same. Nearby, Arya laughs out loud, happily gossiping with Yubora. So what happened next? That guy's big mouth! He watches them for a long time, realizing Yubora has not changed either. Sitting down, he sighs in relief. It feels like a chill picnic with 0 tournament worries left, and that is exactly where we leave it. You and I just know the calm before the storm never lasts long. Stick with me here. Out of nowhere, a creepy dark figure appears in the distance, and he quickly shouts a warning. Heads up, someone is trying to reach Princess Athena. It might actually be Seos Vlone. Mon's face instantly drops, shaking in pure fear as she stammers his name. Arya? She looks just as completely terrified by this sudden threat. No way. The figure finally steps out of the heavy shadows. Arya screams, Hero Ohangu! Ohangu, why do you look so incredibly creepy right now? Watch closely now. Ohangu glances around calmly. What? It is just you guys. Look at my prestigious victory medal. Gangmin completely brags, showing off his so-called prize to everyone. A prestigious medal? Are you seriously still playing pretend? He stares right at Gangmin, flashing a super confident smirk. Yeah, this is a real victory medal from an actual intense battle. You guys could not even imagine it. A real battle? That is absolutely hilarious. Gangmin sneers with pure disgust. Ohangu suddenly bursts out laughing. Do not believe me? Let us fight then. Gangmin draws his blade, overflowing with absolute arrogance. Alright, I will show you the real difference in our power. You and I are gonna love this epic showdown. Our skills are completely different. Ohangu sizes up Choi Kangmin, thinking, sure, your level is definitely higher than mine. But with this brand new blessings I just got, there is no way I am losing this. Stick with me here, because this tense showdown between Ohangu and Choi Kangmin gets wild. Wait, whose voice is that? What is going on? Ohangu is actually fighting Choi Kangmin. Suddenly, someone waves their hands frantically. Hold on a second, warrior Choi Kangmin. Arya steps right between them. Choi Kangmin stops and asks what is wrong. Arya quickly replies, I cannot stop you two from fighting, but you need to know that Sir Ohangu is currently injured. Ohangu feels deeply moved by her words. Choi Kangmin just smiles and says, all right then, it has to be a fair fight so there are no regrets later. Thanks for the reminder, Miss Arya. Hearing this, she blushes shyly and whispers that it is nothing. Ohangu rolls his eyes, totally annoyed. Out of nowhere, the saintess appears. Sir Ohangu, you are causing trouble out here too? Choi Kongmin gasps in surprise. The saintess stares them down, completely serious. I will heal you so this match is fair. So wrap this up quickly, warrior Choi Kangmin. Hearing her, Choi Kangmin answers with absolute confidence. Yes, saintess. He turns to Ohangu with a cocky smirk. Did you hear that? Try using those skills you practiced in the real world. Fully healed, Ohangu flashes an equally arrogant look. How dare this guy look down on him like that? Have you really endured that much? Flashback to a few days ago. He lies collapsed on the lush green grass, sighing. I let my guard down. I need to be more careful next time. Staring at the sky, he remembers Bakhanyang taking those slave girls away. He saw their tears when they were forced to leave. Sarah, Kana, Lusa, I will definitely save you all. Suddenly, the system pops up. Revenge initiated. The stronger the enemy, the stronger you will become. The more people want revenge on you, the stronger you get. He thinks it over. Is this that classic power given to the betrayed main character? An enemy for revenge? That guy is way too absurd to just be a revenge target. He is an absolute monster. Watch closely, because this is where his mindset shifts. He instinctively laughs. Choi Kangmin, it has to be him. He clenches his fist toward the blue sky and screams. Alright, this is a fresh start. He officially declares himself the main character of this world. Nearby, a little slime is just chilling. He lunges at it, screaming like a madman. Found you, slime! The slime gets furious and completely rams into him, making him spit blood. Scent flying, he curses bitterly. Damn it, are slimes always this high level? The system flashes. An evil god is investigating his missing belly band. Ohangu realizes he got hit with a weird curse while hunting. Suddenly, his entire status window drops. Name Ohangu, Blessing level 3, Warrior F, Mercenary F. Magic C, Revenge F, Clairvoyance Curse Multiplier 4.63. The system explains this is from poaching. Every creature around you gets stronger. Trap failure rate heavily increased. Reading this, he pauses to think. Ever since I got hit with this ridiculous curse, I cannot even kill a basic slime, something I used to do so easily back then. How can I, the literal main character, get stuck with a curse that ruins my progression like this? Arya, you really should have warned me a curse like this actually existed. The system pops up, noting that an immature god is literally rolling on the floor laughing at him. He grips his hands tight. Fine, whatever. His hands suddenly ignite with roaring flames. He speaks with dead seriousness. If this is the fate of a main character, so be it. The two magic auras finally clash. Choi Kongmin looks absolutely thrilled by this power. You have actually gotten a lot better since the last time we met. Oh, Hangu laughs like a complete maniac. What? Don't tell me you are already scared of this magic body. It will be a lot harder for you if you are scared. Hearing this, Choi Kangmin grits his teeth, thinking, man, you are getting incredibly annoying. He points his blade and shouts, I will show you the harsh truth about yourself. You and I both know this is about to explode. Choi Kangmin uses sprint, while Oh Hangu charges straight at him like a blazing fireball. Choi Kangmin effortlessly dodges it, smirking mockingly as he taunts him. A strong attack means absolutely nothing if it misses completely. But before he can even blink or react, an unusually bright, blinding light flashes directly into Choi Kangmin's eyes. He instinctively panics in his mind. Wait, a second attack? The blinding light burns brighter and brighter by the second. Choi Kangmin frantically wonders, did Oh Hangu's magic really improve this much in such a short time? After landing the direct hit on Choi Kangmin, he laughs out loud. Ha, how was that? But before he can celebrate, his eyes widen in pure shock. Choi Kangmin uses his spirit power and warrior skills to dash right at him, roaring. Is that all you got? The attack was strong, but did you think you would win just by landing a single hit? Yubora cries out in total admiration. Go. Seeing him completely push through, Oh Hangu gets absolutely furious and unleashes a rapid barrage of magical attacks, screaming out loud, stop messing with me! That flex does not mean anything at all. Choi Kangmin stands tall, holding his sword with an unbreakable grip. He flashes a provocative smirk and replies, it only means nothing to you. He raises his blade right to Oh Hangu's face, glaring intensely. You lose, Oh Hangu. Out of pure human reflex, Oh Hangu throws his hands up to defend himself from the strike. In that exact split second, he is completely engulfed by wild, cracking lightning. Choi Kangmin gasps in pure disbelief. What the hell? The explosive force is so absolutely massive that it flips the entire surrounding area upside down. The system clearly states that an immature god is highly satisfied with this chaotic outcome. A betting god feels extremely annoyed, while an evil god is holding his stomach, laughing uncontrollably. The dust clears, revealing the image of both fighters lying completely knocked out on the ground. The saintess sighs, her face full of exhaustion, as she reminds the crowd. Do not just stand there staring, go help them right now. Hearing her orders, everyone scrambles in a panic and shouts, yes ma'am. Oh Hangu suddenly jolts awake, glaring furiously and yelling, damn it, I am back. Rushing back in, he suddenly clenches his teeth and thinks, that fat goblin bastard. I seriously cannot believe he actually dared to send me to such an incredibly dangerous place. A shadowy figure appears out of nowhere. Oh, you are finally back? Startled by this, Oh Hangu looks directly at Komos and asks, wait a minute, you didn't run away? Seeing him ask this, Komos casually crosses his arms and replies, honestly, I originally planned to leave this place yesterday. He casually scratches his nose and continues explaining, but because certain people showed up, I had to lay low to avoid being seen, and I completely missed my window. Hearing this, Oh Hangu calmly scratches his ear and asks, who exactly? Did some god appear here, or was it someone else? Komos looks visibly bitter at the question. I was absolutely terrified of getting caught, so I had to stay hidden here waiting for you. Oh, Hangu presses him again. So who was it? He replies with heavy dread. It is Prince Annis, the heir to the Master Kingdom throne. Komos panics, his voice trembling loudly. He is the third strongest knight in the entire kingdom. He gets more and more agitated as he speaks. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. That guy is a monster. This brings back all of his traumatic childhood memories caused by those ruthless knights. Stick with me here, things are heating up. Facing those aggressive words, he just calmly takes off his shirt and says, Aha, I get it. Seamoss looks pretty disappointed by his reaction, sighing, The ladies told me the prince wants to see you. He looks completely surprised and a little confused, asking, Me? Seamoss looks super anxious and angrily shouts, If you go see him, do not say a single word about me. He will instantly realize I am a demon. He pulls his shirt all the way off and asks, How is that even possible? Cold sweat starts dripping down Seamoss's face as he explains. It is because Prince Annis is a knight of light, personally blessed by the goddess herself. He throws his shirt on the ground thinking, a knight of light? Honestly, he is pretty curious about the guy. He quickly grabs a fresh, more comfortable shirt and says, Basically, this has absolutely nothing to do with me, right? Hearing that, Seamoss completely loses his mind. Nothing to do with you? Have you even been listening to a single word I just said? He continues, Did I not just say the prince wants to meet you? But Hansoo casually replies to Seamoss's anger, I cannot even communicate with him anyway. Seamoss barely gets 2 words out before a loud noise at the door stops him cold. Julia and Lessa burst in, looking totally panicked as they both shout his name. Kang Hansoo! Seamoss turns around with a deadpan expression, totally ignoring his panicked look. We did not even call for him, but he came looking for you anyway. You are strong, so you must be pretty popular with the ladies. The deity in the corner is just pouting. He comforts the ancient deity while telling the girls, She will probably come here again to ask me to carry her and help her level up. Seamoss just cringes hard and tells him, You really have a habit of completely brushing off other people's feelings, do you not? If you keep this up, you are going to end up single forever. He quickly snaps right back at him. Is that really something an old demon should be saying? Seamoss grabs his face, his pride totally crushed by that, while Hansoo bluntly asks him, Are you crying right now? Interrupting their little bickering session, Julia says, Kang Hansoo, because of this special favor. Before she can even finish, Lessa blurts out, The curse! Seamoss wipes away a dramatic tear and says they look sad because they think he left before they could even meet him. He just looks completely clueless, scratching his cheek in confusion. Seamoss continues, Anyway, what exactly are you planning to do now that you have been hit with that curse all over again? Now pay attention, because his answer is pure madness. The system panel suddenly pops up and he confidently declares, Going hunting! Seamoss stares at him in absolute shock. With the hero's curse, even entering a city is extremely hard. Did you already kill a hero somewhere or something? He flashes a completely innocent smile and replies, Ha, no way. Seamoss just scowls, gritting his teeth and crossing his arms as he keeps talking. Whatever, goodbye to you in this city. If we keep traveling together, there is no doubt you will end up dying before you even get married. Hearing that, he gets absolutely furious, grabbing Seamoss by the mouth and yelling, What? You little punk, who exactly is the one translating around here, huh? Seamoss flails around until he finally breaks free, suggesting, I have an idea. Just go buy some slave who has the blessing of language. Hansoo looks skeptical and asks back, Is not that specific blessing incredibly rare? Seamoss just points right at his bag and says, Is there anything in this entire world that money cannot solve? You have slaughtered enemies and made a massive fortune, so you definitely have enough cash to buy someone. He turns his head, realizing it, and says, Oh, right. But then he gets mad and screams right in his face. Wait a minute, you bastard. Are you trying to drain all my money in one go or what? Seamoss answers him with the most casual tone ever, because that is how you literally always are. Julia and Lessa just stand there watching the two of them bicker. While he is busy roughing up Seamoss, Lessa calls out his name, Kang Hansoo. He turns around and replies with total innocence, What is it? Meanwhile, Seamoss is still squished in his hands, yelling, You really are an absolute idiot. Why do you think a woman dresses up so perfectly just to come see a man? He instinctively covers his own mouth and says, Love? Seamoss sighs heavily, looking at him like he is hopeless. You are totally beyond saving. Hansoo stands up, smiles, and holds his hand out to Seamoss, saying, Come on, it looks like they want to go out. Let us go together. Hearing that invite, Seamoss suddenly looks super shy, stuttering a bit. Then he looks over at Julia and Lessa, thinking to himself, Those girls definitely have feelings for this guy. Seamoss grabs his hand and whispers, Fine, I am not going to risk staying behind alone while that prince is still roaming around the city. Hansoo casually replies, Is that so? Then he just drops 2 words, You coward. Seamoss gets instantly triggered, throwing a tantrum and screaming, Was I not the one just calling you an idiot? Cut to them hanging out outside, having an incredibly memorable time together. By the time the sunset hits, the trio stops right in front of a massive gate. He is carrying a ridiculous amount of stuff, thinking, Damn it, all this gear is extremely annoying. What did these girls even do to me? This place looks exactly like some high-ranking noble's mansion. Where the heck are we? Stepping inside, the servants immediately bow to greet him. Kang Hansoo is totally blown away by the sheer luxury of it all, thinking, Wow, this detailed design is absolutely gorgeous. I know what you are thinking, but watch closely. Standing right there is a man radiating an insane golden aura, making Hansoo blurt out, Whoa, this guy looks pretty interesting. Then the glowing man suddenly turns around and calls his name, Kang Hansoo. He frowns, staring at the guy, and mutters, and he is ridiculously handsome too. Suddenly, the man flashes a brilliant smile right at him and says, haha, what an amazing surprise. Those two nobles were incredibly eager to finally meet you. Seeing this, Hansoo is shocked and says, huh? He is actually talking. Then someone explains it to him. This is the blessing of language. The prince can speak literally every single language from all kingdoms and races. Hearing that, Hansoo just thinks, damn it, is this the exact same prince that Seamos was warning me about? Then he introduces himself. I am Anis Smaster from the Smaster family of the Night Kingdom. I may be a prince, but please do not feel too much pressure. Seeing this, Lessa uses her hand to call his name Kang Hansoo. The prince steps closer to the two women, gives a slight elegant bow towards him, and says, first, for your heroic act of subjugating the goblin threat harming our kingdom, and for saving the two daughters of noble families, who are widely considered to be the precious crystals of our kingdom. I wish to express my deepest, most sincere gratitude to you. He blankly scratches his head and replies, as a citizen of Fantier, I just did what anyone should do. While talking, he thinks to himself, wait, is Kang Hansoo talking about me? Then the prince speaks up again. Because of that, I am extremely curious about the skills of the man who wiped out the great goblin chief in the plains. Would you possibly be willing to spare some time for a friendly sword duel with me? It hits him like a lightning bolt, and he asks back, what? Anu suddenly looks right at him and presses, could you spare just a little time for me? He looks completely dumbfounded, scratching his head. Right now? Julia and Lessa are practically having heart attacks in the corner, stressing out for him. Anus flashes another ridiculously handsome smile, radiating charm, and tells him, oh my, we suddenly have guests, so I got a little too excited. But then, what suddenly appears right in front of his eyes? A massive feast appears on the table, making his jaw hit the floor. Anis points at the spread and smiles. First, let us eat and talk, and that is where we leave it. Trust me, you and I definitely need to see what happens next. Stick with me here, because you and I are about to watch this guy eat like he hasn't seen food in 10 years. Lesha just stares at him in pure shock. Even the chefs cannot bring out the plates fast enough. After he stuffs his face for a while, Prince Anis finally picks up his knife. What an interesting blessing, the prince says, to eat endlessly without getting full. Honestly, I am jealous of you. Hearing that, our MC just mumbles, really? Suddenly, the system pops up showing a certain god's mood. Getting such genuine praise from the bottom of his heart, that specific god is absolutely thrilled. That same god starts lecturing him, telling him to learn some manners from the prince. An awkward smile flashes across our hero's face. He quietly mutters, I ate way too much, please do not laugh at me, prince. Anis just looks at him with a forced smile, awkwardly keeping the conversation going. Haha, it is totally fine. Much better than letting good food go to waste. But then the prince drops a sudden question. Kang Hansoo, why exactly do you have a warrior's curse? Hearing this, Hansoo freezes instantly. He panics internally, thinking, yep, I knew the prince was going to ask about that. Snapping out of his thoughts, he stops eating, flashes Anis a smile, and casually replies, it is a bit hard to believe, but I actually taught a lesson to some warrior who was harassing a poor fairy. The prince's face goes completely blank. Hearing that answer, he subconsciously mutters out loud, oh, so that is why you received the fairy's blessing. Then the prince asks him another question, his eyes turning dark and serious. So, do you remember what that specific warrior looked like? Hansoo laughs out loud, scratching his head as he rambles. Sorry, I really do not remember. The moment I saw the injustice, I just punched him immediately. Deep down, he is just making things up on the fly. Hearing this excuse, Anis clasps his hands together. No problem at all. We just need to investigate which warrior got injured in the face. Hansoo quickly turns his head away, silently sweating over what kind of massive consequences this lie will bring. Sorry about that, my fellow warriors, he thinks. But Anis isn't done yet. The real reason I invited you here today, Kang Hansoo, is because guild records show you hunted the absolute most orcs. Hansoo feels a sudden wave of guilt and quickly asks, did I do something wrong? Right then, a totally sly smile spreads across Prince Anis's face. Of course not. You are solving the biggest problem our kingdom currently faces. How could you be wrong? Just consider this a standard routine investigation. Now pay close attention because the plot is about to thicken. Hansoo stutters out, investigation? Anis explains the crazy situation. Every single orc on the plains has mysteriously vanished without a trace. To say they suddenly disappeared wouldn't be an exaggeration. What do you think caused this? Hansoo just laughs foolishly and casually offers up his own completely ridiculous theory. Maybe I accidentally hunted way too many of them. Hearing this deeply unsatisfying answer, the prince seemingly loses his mind and shouts, if just one single person's strength could wipe them all out, I would have already sent my knights. Actually, no, I would have wiped them out myself. Lesha and Julia's faces go completely pale, sensing something terrible is coming. But our guy, he just stays calm and blurts out, is that so? Then the prince stares right at him and says bluntly, just as the young ladies mentioned, you really are an incredibly fascinating person. I want to learn a lot more about you. The dark night fully covers the ground, highlighting the silhouette of this incredibly extravagant man. Anis quickly adds, at first I only planned to thank you for saving these young ladies. Suddenly, he pauses and speaks with pure cunning. However, I just grew unexpectedly curious. I needed to confirm if you were truly at level 1. Thank you for agreeing to spar with me. Hansoo just blankly scratches his head and replies, it really is nothing worth bragging about. If the prince is interested, take a look. He quickly thinks to himself that bringing out the holy sword is a bad idea. The prince looks over, utterly shocked, his mind racing. Is that the holy sword? Hansoo tries to save the awkward atmosphere. I will just show you a little bit. Pulling out a weapon would be way too flashy. Then, flashing an absolutely wicked expression, he raises a single finger at him. This is all I need. Everyone's jaws hit the literal floor in shock. Seeing this stance, the prince immediately throws out high praise. Absolutely amazing. He looks at his own hands covered in blue aura and replies, to use such a dangerous finger technique so easily. To train to that level, my hands would have to be severely injured over 1,000 times. Hansoo puts on a total troll face and says, yeah, same here. The system pops up showing the god's mood again. That specific god is criticizing him for being a terrible liar. Annis turns his back, smiling as he says, mastering a skill like that at only level 1? We shall gift you a sword that truly matches your worth. Happily accepting the blade from Annis, Hansoo eagerly replies, thank you, prince. Then the prince stands tall, pointing his sword straight at our hero. I will allow you to strike first. Come at me whenever you are fully ready. His blood is totally boiling now. Then I will not hold back. Getting ready to attack, he suddenly thinks, Prince Annis is the 3rd ranked knight in the whole kingdom. Looks like this is the perfect chance to use my full power. You all know he's about to overdo it, right? He activates the fairy's alien technique. The prince panics and screams, wait, what are you doing? Hansoo is instantly surrounded by an indescribably massive amount of raw magic. With absolute confidence, he charges right at the prince and shouts, here I come. His magic creates a colossal, earth-shattering explosion, flipping everything in the area upside down. Even he is shocked by its sheer destructive force. Seeing the aftermath, he subconsciously screams out in panic. Oh no, this is really bad. I definitely went overboard. What if the prince is actually dead? Ah, there is the exit! Like a gust of wind, he bolts straight for the door, echoing a massive apology as he runs. The prince just slumps onto the dirt, sweating bullets after experiencing that insane, overpowered strike. Annis chuckles and mutters, ha, Kang Hansoo. Looking up at the sky, the prince feels deeply suspicious. Even though my reaction was slow, for the sword I infused with power to shatter completely like this, you are truly a bizarre person. After fighting Annis, our hero is absolutely terrified and just keeps running away. Seeing this mess, Julia sprints toward the prince and cries out anxiously, Lord Annis, are you okay? Lesha reacts just as strongly as Julia, frantically asking the prince, you are not injured anywhere, right? Replying to their intense worry, he simply waves his hand gently and says, I am perfectly fine. Then he slowly stands up, letting out a very awkward laugh. The world really is a massive place. Lesha steps closer to him and whispers softly, I think he was honestly just startled. Julia quickly jumps in and adds, he literally ran straight out of here. Prince Annis smiles again, wiping his head as he admits his mistake. Because of my own weakness, I almost falsely accused the savior of our kingdom of having intentions to assassinate a royal. Then he puts his hands on his hips and continues, I want to personally apologize to Sir Kang Hansoo. Will you ladies help me? Lady Julia quickly answers his request. Ah, he definitely headed back to the inn. The two girls are overjoyed hearing Annis say this. Julia quickly sprints ahead, shouting loudly as she runs. We will be right back. Lesha is right behind her, dashing off instantly. Please wait for us. Respected prince. The prince smiles wickedly to himself and whispers, I am just as excited as the first time my mother taught me swordsmanship. Scene change. Saintesses asks in a super dark, gloomy tone of voice. Did anyone enter my room without permission today? The nearby servant totally panics and quickly answers, no, absolutely no one. Except for the inspector and the usual maids. Is there a problem? She stares at the floor and tells her servant someone definitely broke in. And that is where we leave it today, so trust me, you will want to see what happens next. Let's jump into the madness. He stares down at the floor in pure shock, but she just stays totally calm and orders everyone, all of you step outside right now. Filled with absolute terror, he immediately screams out, Young miss, it's way too dangerous. The assassin might still be hiding inside that room. She turns right back around, completely radiating intense bloodlust. What kind of assassin actually leaves behind clear traces? Hearing that solid logic, the old man stammers awkwardly. She slowly steps into the room, throwing out a sharp warning. Nobody enters without my explicit permission. But the second she walks inside, she freezes in total shock and gasps, it's completely gone? Saintesses carefully scans everything around the entire room, her mind racing with deep thoughts. Out of all this furniture here, even if the other normal things got stolen, it wouldn't even matter, because they could be easily replaced. But this is completely irreplaceable. She violently bites her lip in frustration. Kang Hansoo's bag was the absolute proof that the traitor had vanished. The system suddenly flashes, announcing that a certain arrogant god is demanding to know what you're making such a massive fuss about. Sense just lowers her eyes and mutters quietly, Kang Hansoo's bag was totally stolen from me. Another system prompt pops up right away, showing that the arrogant god is left completely speechless with nothing to say. With a visibly depressed and sorrowful expression, she makes sure the god hears her perfectly. Someone literally sneaked right into my private room just to steal it, and that's all they took. That goddess completely erupts in fury through the system screen. That certain arrogant god immediately scolds her, snapping that she really should have just completely destroyed it from the very start. She replies back, completely unfazed by it all, oh please, do not even try testing my trust. The goddess glares with pure malice, leaving that arrogant god feeling incredibly annoyed. That arrogant god asks, so what exactly are you planning to do now? She answers without hesitating. I guess I will just have to let fate decide what happens next. She answers him incredibly bluntly. A massive wall of text suddenly pops up on the system. That arrogant god asks, is that seriously your actual answer? That same arrogant god demands to know if you have any actual way to find it again. She drops her head low and instantly snaps right back. Instead of just firing off questions at me, why don't you try finding it yourself, god? The absolute rage of the goddess violently spills through the system window, and that arrogant god feels deeply offended. Now pay attention here. That arrogant god finally leaves looking completely irritated. She grabs her own head, all her facial features twisting up in pure stress. Just thinking about Kang Hansoo is already giving her a massive headache. What kind of absolute monster is he? Suddenly, the communication orb right next to her starts ringing loudly. Miss, are you all right? Can we come inside now? Saintesses glances at the communication orb and answers. All right, and make sure to send letters to Prince Annis and the Elf Kingdom. A maid sprints over frantically calling for the prince. Annis hears her, quickly turning his head to ask, what is it? The maid quickly reports, the young miss is looking for you right now. He looks completely stunned. Oh no, I completely forgot to inform her about everything. I will just leave this destroyed fountain and the rest of the cleanup tasks to you. Sitting right there in his room, he stares into the communication orb. Miss, were you looking for me? Sense's holographic image appears with a loud hum. Prince Annis, how exactly is your investigation into the sudden disappearance of the orcs going? Seeing her, he instantly replies, I will report the contents of my investigation right now. I truly think finishing the orc hunting plan alongside our warriors is going to be incredibly difficult in this current situation. She asks absentmindedly, is that so? He continues his report, explaining that the orc population has dropped drastically, with absolutely zero signs of increasing again. Hearing this, she immediately asks him, did you find out the reason yet? Without a single moment of hesitation, he explains everything. According to their investigation, they captured an orc and interrogated it using a special language blessing. From what they gathered, it seems their entire homeland was completely taken over by a demon. She slowly strokes her chin in deep thought, absent-mindedly muttering, a demon? Annis stammers nervously. However, that specific information hasn't been completely verified yet. Sense looks highly suspicious as she firmly replies back. I think we definitely need to strengthen our tracking on whatever demons might have done this. Still, you put in some good effort. All of a sudden, he calls out to her. She instantly replies in pure reflex. Yeah, it's already getting late into the night. Everything is slowly becoming blurry, but you can still make it out thanks to the gentle moonlight tonight. Meanwhile, over at the teleportation gate, it slowly starts spitting out massive piles of people's luggage while a huge crowd waits completely surrounding it. Brewer spots Kang Hansoo's silhouette in the distance. His eyes completely light up as he happily smiles. Hey, you finally made it back! Carrying two massive piles of gear wrapped up like giant sacks, Kang Hansoo limps out, barely managing to keep his balance. Hearing someone call out, he immediately looks up in absolute shock and asks, Brewer, you aren't asleep yet? Kang Hansoo walks over to Brewer, looking incredibly happy and full of wild explosive energy. Kang Hansoo says, perfect timing, we're gonna need way more people. Brewer looks pretty surprised hearing that. He reaches up with one arm, scratching his head in pure confusion, speaking with a totally puzzled tone. People? What kind of people do you need? I know what you're thinking. Kang Hansoo just points at the massive pile of gear right behind him. Huge crates, heavy sacks, and backpacks are scattered all over the ground waiting to be moved, and they look incredibly heavy. Kang Hansoo calmly replies, people who can easily carry all of that stuff over there. Brewer looks pretty surprised by this, but he tries not to show it too clearly. He just freezes up for a quick second before quickly responding to Kang Hansoo, ah yes, right away. A while later, as he stands there watching his cargo being transported, an orc guard suddenly steps right up to him. Hey knight, where exactly did all that stuff go? Kang Hansoo is clearly quite annoyed by this. He shoots a grumpy glare over at the guard and replies in a fully disgusted tone, that's my luggage. From now on, those guys over there will carry my things. The mighty orc guard follows the exact direction Kang Hansoo is pointing, looking straight at where his heavy luggage is currently being hauled away. The guard watches it for a quick second before snapping at Kang Hansoo. This place is not your personal warehouse, knight. Kang Hansoo couldn't care less. He watches the busy porters working tirelessly under Brewer's command and replies carelessly, just make sure to move the things I ordered via the Holy Sword directly to the exit. Seeing that incredibly arrogant attitude from Kang Hansoo, the orc guard has no choice but to stay completely silent. A moment later, he glares over at Kang Hansoo, his eyes clearly showing how frustrated and bitter he is because he can't do anything about it. Feeling completely helpless and boiling with anger, he sarcastically snaps at him. I've met all sorts of crazy people in the past, but this is honestly the very first time I'm furious just because I'm weaker than you. Kang Hansoo is entirely unbothered by that. He carelessly rests his holy sword on his shoulder, shoots the orc guard a cocky smirk, and laughs. I'll just take that as a compliment. The scene cuts over to a pitch-black, incredibly dark forest. The massive leaves from the towering trees completely block out the moonlight, leaving the woods in total darkness. Only tiny slivers of light manage to sneak through the branches, creating a super eerie atmosphere. Komos is wandering through those exact dark woods. It's completely pitch black, as hopelessly dark as facing an impossibly hard new exam. This heavy darkness has left him totally terrified. He's forced to keep walking while nervously biting his nails, completely trapped in a state of absolute, overwhelming anxiety. Suddenly, a loud noise echoes right behind him. Komos jumps, spinning around to see Kang Hansoo standing there cheerfully greeting him right behind his back. Komos is totally caught off guard and panics. Where the heck did you just suddenly jump out from? Kang Hansoo casually grabs his chin, looking deep in thought as he smiles. Let's hurry. Where to next? That's where we leave it. You'll want to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me here. Seeing Kang Hansoo acting completely carefree, CMOS is about to snap. He screams out, "No, at least explain this situation to me." Seeing CMOS lose his absolute mind, Kang Hansoo finally drops the jokes. He casually mentions that from now on, they need to run as far away from the ladies as possible. Hearing this wildly weird remark, CMOS is pretty confused but honestly not entirely surprised. He quickly starts connecting the dots in his head, asking if this suddenly has something to do with him getting hit by that warrior's curse. Turning back around, Kang Hansoo just smiles with his completely calm face. He casually says yes. Seeing that ridiculous expression on Kang Hansoo's face, CMOS secretly curses him out. But on the outside, he just holds his chin, stares off, and says, "If we want to get away fast, I think we should head down to the south." Surprised by this, Kang Hansoo quickly asks, "What exactly are we doing in the south?" CMOS answers straight up, "The absolute biggest slave market in the Western continent is over there. We are going to find you someone who holds the blessing of language." Kang Hansoo looks at CMOS with this super meaningful expression, letting out a long sigh. Seeing that weird attitude, CMOS gets annoyed and asks, "What is with that stupid look on your face?" Crossing his arms, Kang Hansoo looks pretty amused and says, "The fact that you aren't running away, it's honestly quite charming." Hearing that pure unfiltered sarcasm, CMOS absolutely loses his mind, screaming out loudly, "Are you seriously joking with me right now? You are the one who took all my stuff." CMOS yells, then immediately looks away. Looking super awkward, he mumbles, "And because of that, I literally cannot even afford to buy a horse. Let's move fast, we might face those swordsmen soon." Kang Hansoo just cuts him off, being absolutely no help at all in this situation. Watch closely here because it gets hilarious. Kang Hansoo suddenly sweeps CMOS right off his feet into a full princess carry. Caught totally off guard, CMOS freezes while Kang Hansoo just smiles down and asks if this works. Blushing bright red with pure rage, CMOS screams out, "What the heck are you doing? Put me down right now!" Still carrying CMOS in his arms, Kang Hansoo starts leaping massive distances, completely ignoring all of his desperate screams. He casually replies, "This is way faster and it is a perfectly safe method of travel, princess." After struggling for a bit, CMOS just gives up. He hopelessly complains that his body has been tainted by a human. Soon enough, the dark night passes and the bright morning sun finally appears. The sky is getting bright and the sun is rising behind the mountain. Seeing how tense the situation actually is, CMOS nervously asks, "Can you really still talk like that in this kind of situation? Don't compare me to a monster like you." Hearing that, Kang Hansoo helplessly draws out his sword, looking like he has no other choice. Well, it cannot be helped now. He uses a dimensional portal created right from his sword, casually pulling out plates of hot food for both himself and CMOS. Staring at the hot food in front of him, CMOS lets out a surprised gasp. Meanwhile, Kang Hansoo is just stuffing his face like this is totally normal. Finished, he opens the portal again and just tosses the dirty dishes right inside. The clinking sounds of the plates crashing together echo out, feeling surprisingly satisfying. Kang Hansoo just stares at the portal, crossing his arms and speaking with a weirdly nostalgic tone. Not as great as eating with a princess, but this works. Standing right behind him, CMOS is left completely speechless. The guy looks incredibly annoyed at being judged like some kind of royal maiden. CMOS speaks up, "Even seeing it, I don't get it. I've never heard of any magic that can perfectly prep a meal and then literally wash the dishes too." Kang Hansoo fires back, "That is just because you do not know about it." CMOS glares at him with extreme irritation, grinding his teeth before spitting out, "Ugh, you are so annoying." Kang Hansoo stretches his arms in the other direction, totally unbothered as he says, "We ate, so let's get moving." CMOS puts his hands on his hips and says, "Stop whining, we are almost there." Kang Hansoo asks why. While walking toward the market, Kang Hansoo looks visibly annoyed as he complains, "What? We should have just waited to eat until we got there." CMOS sighs helplessly, "Just shut up." After walking until their legs are practically numb, CMOS finally turns to a distracted Kang Hansoo and announces, "We are here." He introduces it as the absolute biggest slave market in the Western continent. Looking at the scene ahead, the crowd is endlessly bustling, the space is massive, and the rush of people is suffocating. You and I have seen big cities, but Kang Hansoo is mind-blown. He stares wide-eyed at everything with pure curiosity and massive excitement, happily shouting out that is actually pretty amazing. His pure excitement and total amazement at his surroundings make quite a few people stop and stare, inspecting him with deeply suspicious and curious eyes. Seeing Kang Hansoo zoning out and falling behind, CMOS turns around and snaps, "Drop the country bumpkin act and hurry up." Catching that insanely annoyed vibe from CMOS, Kang Hansoo gets irritated and secretly curses right back at him. Suddenly, someone shouts at them with a highly annoyed and cautious tone. "You aren't allowed to pass through here. Who exactly are you guys waiting for?" Hearing the noise, Kang Hansoo whips around, secretly caught off guard. He thinks, "Oh no, is this guy security?" But outwardly, he just scratches his head and stammers awkwardly, "Ahaha, my bad, I am so sorry." Looking closer, they realize the security guards here are just huddled around a table, gambling and playing cards. Their entire posture looks completely sloppy, lazy, and totally unprofessional. One guy even has his feet kicked up on the table, annoyed, and curses right at Kang Hansoo's apology. Sure, they are wearing armor and are supposed to maintain order, but this whole squad looks like a bunch of street thugs. Seeing this total mess, Kang Hansoo completely freezes up on the spot. He looks like a statue, absolutely clueless on how to handle this weird situation. CMOS quickly steps in to guide Kang Hansoo so they don't catch any unnecessary trouble. Stop staring at them so weirdly like that, CMOS aggressively whispers to him. He explains that in wildly overpopulated cities like this one, strict security checks are a massive problem. Hearing this sudden detail, Kang Hansoo is honestly pretty surprised. With a complicated expression, he looks at the lazy guards and mutters, "What a bizarre town." CMOS suddenly turns to Kang Hansoo, holds out his hand, and demands, "By the way, I'm not running away, so give me back my stuff first." Turning to look at CMOS with deeply guarded eyes, Kang Hansoo questions him, "You mean until we actually find a slave with a blessing of language? Is this a magic sword? It looks mid-tier." CMOS hums in thought. Holding his holy sword, Kang Hansoo ignores the question and commands, "Give me the old brown bag from the back." Right after hearing its master's command, the sword instantly generates a portal, and just like magic, a worn brown bag flies straight out of it. Kang Hansoo easily catches it mid-air. Watching Kang Hansoo use this power so casually, CMOS strokes his chin in deep thought and mutters, "That blade looks mid-tier. I know this guy never actually studied any magic, so is that seriously a magical weapon he is holding?" CMOS finally speaks up, "Can I take a closer look at that?" Kang Hansoo just shrugs, hands the sword straight over to him and says, "If you want, here." Gripping the blade in his hands, CMOS inspects it extremely closely. He notes, it doesn't look like it's enchanted with dimensional magic. On the outside, it just looks like an utterly average iron sword. But he couldn't have predicted what would happen next. The sword suddenly releases a massive surge of electricity, violently shocking CMOS on the spot. Looking at that intense raw power, you and I know this blade is no joke. Taking the full blast of the shock, CMOS lets out a massive, painful groan. Let's jump right into this wild ride. Hair completely fried from a magic shock, CMOS tosses the blade back to Kang Hansoo. "This is a holy sword," he panics. Catching it, Kang Hansoo inspects the glowing weapon. "Yeah, I had no clue there was anti-theft magic slapped on this thing." CMOS is absolutely furious. "How dare you let a demon like me touch a holy sword?" he snaps. "I should have known when you handed it over so easily." Glaring up at him, CMOS demands, "Also, how did you even get a holy sword?" Kang Hansoo shrugs. "It's a defective product." CMOS just stares at the so-called knight. "This weapon is as busted as its owner," the demon scoffs. Catching that sarcasm, Kang Hansoo angrily points the sacred blade right at him. "What did you just say? Repeat that." Seeing the holy weapon inches from his face, CMOS shrieks, "Ah, get that away!" The two bicker loudly, causing a massive scene on the main street. "You okay? You look sluggish." CMOS snaps back, "You think a demon feels okay near a holy sword?" Cut to another location. A stunningly beautiful girl hears the street noise outside. Her ears and hands give a subtle twitch. She slowly opens her radiant ruby-red eyes, but her gaze completely empty and totally dead inside. Out on the bustling streets, merchants are screaming at the top of their lungs, "I'm selling these young, muscular guys right now. Come take a look." At another stall, buff men stand around flexing, showing off their absolute peak physiques. "Look at these bulging muscles. Perfect for heavy labor," a merchant roars. Watching this chaotic, noisy market, Kang Hansoo and CMOS just stand there in pure stunned silence. Someone else yells about an anniversary sale. Finally, Kang Hansoo reaches his absolute limit with all this. "This is way too boring," he sighs. Hearing that random complaint, CMOS is totally lost. "What do you mean?" Kang Hansoo explains, "Imagine an evil boss treating his slaves like trash. Then a hero of justice swoops in to rescue them. Wouldn't that be epic?" That totally impossible fantasy leaves the demon completely speechless. "Nonsense," he mutters helplessly before throwing some extra salt. "What could a guy who almost assassinated the prince even do? Think of something normal for once." Kang Hansoo just pouts and glares back. "You talk way too much." But pay attention here because a loud scream suddenly rips out from a small alleyway. A fat, furious man is about to strike a tiny girl. The guy's vicious growls and curses echo down the street. It immediately grabs the attention of our two travelers. The fierce man barks aggressively. "You dare act like that to your master? Do you want another beating or what?" The short, pink-haired woman is trembling on her knees. She begs the violent brute with clasped hands, "I'm so sorry, please don't hit me." Taking in this sketchy scene, Kang Hansoo looks pretty confused. What about her? But unlike him, CMOS is completely unfazed. "You see this stuff all the time," the demon replies smoothly. "They put on a pity act so some soft-hearted idiot buys her. It's just a classic merchant scam." CMOS points it out. "Look closely at her. If she really got beaten up that badly, how is her skin still so flawless?" Realizing that sneaky little detail, Kang Hansoo lets out an impressed gasp. Turning away, CMOS tells him, "Stop falling for cheap tricks. Let's keep moving." There are basically 4 main types of slaves sold at this market: humans, elves, dwarves, and mermaids. Prices change depending on the race, but beyond looks and basic skills, the most crucial factor is their actual level. Kang Hansoo follows closely behind him. Suddenly, the demon says, "We actually have a destination now, so you can explore on your own later." Kang Hansoo blinks. "Where are we going?" CMOS looks back. "I know a few shops that strictly sell top-tier stock. You and I are about to see the good stuff." Kang Hansoo steps into a stunning, luxurious room. The shop's female owner steps out with a bright smile. "Welcome," she greets warmly. "Are you gentlemen looking for a helper? Or perhaps you want something more intimate?" Seamoss cuts in. "I need someone with the blessing of language." The boss strokes her chin. "What level?" "Doesn't matter," the demon replies flatly, "as long as they possess the blessing of language." Standing right behind him, Kang Hansoo whispers, "I want a partner who can follow me for my entire journey." Hearing that wild condition, Seamoss looks floored. "Are you joking? Do you honestly think a slave that loyal actually exists in this world?" Even so, he just can't say no. "Fine, let me ask," he sighs. Kang Hansoo just zones out while his buddy negotiates. Standing there looking completely lost, the guy honestly looks super cute. After chatting for a bit, the owner smiles brightly. "We only have one." Seamoss instantly rejects it. Obviously, that won't work. Then he suddenly shouts, "Wait, only one?" Turning to Kang Hansoo, he looks pretty awkward. "I'm already worried about this, but let's see her anyway." Seeing the demon act so dramatic, Kang Hansoo is just completely speechless. Hey, all three head upstairs to find this mystery girl. Checking out the people sitting in front of them, Kang Hansoo is totally shocked. Almost all the top-tier slaves are sold out. But letting them sit around freely, aren't they afraid they'll bolt? The women resting on the chairs glare over, looking totally annoyed and apathetic. Seamoss answers his friend's question. "Everyone here is under a heavy curse or branded with a master's mark." He points straight ahead. "Just look at the status window." A timid girl with short hair is sitting quietly in the corner. Both of them lean in. Right in front of them, a glowing status panel reveals her details. It reads slave. This person has surrendered all wealth and rights. Every time they disobey a direct order, agonizing pain will course through their body. While Kang Hansoo is busy studying the ruthless system text, the owner's voice interrupts them. "Now then, everyone," the boss cheerfully announces. Dyla steps out gracefully in a flowing dress, completely emotionless. "Trust me, you're gonna love what happens next. Let's dive right into this crazy transaction." The slaver boss points at her and says, "She is absolutely beautiful, right? That is exactly why her price is sky high. Plus, she actually has the language blessing." Staring at the massive horns on her head, Seamoss takes a wild guess. "A demon?" The slaver boss instantly confirms it. "That's right, she is." Staring intensely at Ria Loka, Seamoss blushes bright red. Holding his chin, he rigidly mutters, "She actually looks really attractive. It is super rare seeing a demon working as a slave for a human like this." Hearing praises about how absolutely amazing her shop is for securing a rare demon slave, the boss completely swells with pride. She laughs out loud twice and proudly agrees, "That is right." But seeing Seamoss's super obvious expression, Kang Hansoo instantly sees right through his dark little thoughts. Kang Hansoo cheerfully covers his mouth, flashing a super mocking smirk. "I knew it, you like her, don't you?" Completely exposed, turns beet red, flinches hard, and yells. "What kind of absolute nonsense are you saying?" Kang Hansoo and the goddess stand there, laughing mockingly at him. Kang Hansoo smirks, "You are just looking for a slave exactly like yourself. Naturally, only a demon could truly satisfy you." Kang Hansoo laughs together with the goddess. Both of them look wickedly smug, acting like they just pulled off the perfect evil master plan. Seamoss cannot do a single thing against them, just silently grinding his teeth. Trying to save his fragile ego, he boldly declares, "I am going to buy her." "Oh really?" Kang Hansoo replies. After a moment, Seamoss nervously counts his remaining cash. He looks incredibly awkward and confused, especially when Kang Hansoo brutally mocks him again. "You don't even have enough money to buy her." Scene shift. A little later, Kang Hansoo leans coolly against a brick wall. Looking deep in thought, he asks her, "But why did you suddenly decide to become a slave anyway?" Ria Loka answers, "There was a guy who I treated like my absolute entire world. But he completely rejected all the deep feelings I had for him, so I just gave up on humanity." She speaks incredibly softly, "So I decided to become his slave instead." Kang Hansoo raises an eyebrow. "And then you just got abandoned by him all over again?" Knowing exactly where this tragic sob story is going, the goddess suddenly appears beside him. She pouts in disgust at this super melodramatic plot. Seriously, she totally grumbles about how this is the most painfully boring story ever. Seamoss drops straight to the dirt, crying actual waterfalls. He wails, "That is just so incredibly sad." Seeing his ridiculously dramatic overreaction, the goddess and Kang Hansoo are left completely speechless. They just stand there, judging him incredibly hard. Gradually losing her temper, the goddess furiously snaps, "Master, please get up off the ground right now. Acting like this makes it feel like you are looking down on me. If I lose control and accidentally do something dangerous, do not you dare blame me." With that chaotic little interlude finally over, Kang Hansoo turns his back and calmly asks, "All right then, are we good to leave this place now?" Ria Loka looks super confused. "Is it really okay to just walk away without confirming my skills?" Kang Hansoo looks back over his shoulder and smiles. "Yeah, it is totally fine. Just taking one look at your status window basically confirmed everything for us." Right then, Ria Loka's status screen pops up with the crucial info. Name, Ria Loka. Level 27. Her stats display clearly. Blessings include Demon rank B, Warrior rank C, Language rank E, Observation rank D, Slave rank D, Resistance rank D, Slave Curse rank C, Hunting rank B, and Destruction rank F. Now pay attention here. Watch closely. Suddenly, Ria Loka drops hard to the ground, hugging herself while trembling violently. Kang Hansoo looks super confused. "Why are you kneeling down like that?" Ria Loka shivers as she answers, "Please do not look at me with disgusted eyes because I am now officially your property." Then she looks straight up. Her face is fully flushed, showing this expression of extreme joy and terrifying ecstasy. Seeing the intense way she blushes like that really makes your heart skip a beat. Her status board officially updates, showing this girl had surrendered absolutely all her rights, money, and wealth. Every single time an order is given, this slave feels supreme, absolute happiness. Ryoloka jumps right up, totally energized, and practically begs, "Master, please give me a strict command right now. The entire reason I even obey you, a vastly inferior human, is purely so I can hear commands from you." Feeling totally helpless about this, Kang Hansoo sighs, "Well, if you really want that." But before Kang Hansoo can even finish his sentence, the goddess flinches hard and aggressively cuts off his words. "Hey, you better not try giving her any kind of weird commands to test this. I absolutely will not forgive you if you do." Kang Hansoo and Ryoloka just stare at CMOS with intensely judgmental eyes. With zero reaction from anyone else, CMOS just blankly mutters, "Huh?" The goddess furiously screams, "Master, please give me the absolute order to kill that demon right now." Kang Hansoo gently but firmly stops her. "Hold on, we cannot kill him just yet." CMOS wildly panics, screaming, "Wait a second!" But tragic, agonizing screams echo through the air as Ryoloka gives CMOS the absolute beatdown of a lifetime. Why? Because Kang Hansoo only explicitly said not to kill him. He never once mentioned anything about not doing other painful things besides killing. Ryoloka instantly understood her master's hidden meaning, rushing in to feed CMOS a massive barrage of fists. Stepping past the carnage, Kang Hansoo asks, "So, can we go look at the other slaves now?" Scene shifts entirely. Kang Hansoo is now watching a massive group of workers moving his stuff. Looking at the absolutely massive mountain of goods, Kang Hansoo rubs his neck awkwardly. These prices felt way too cheap. I think I might have bought a little too much. Standing right next to him, Ryoloka reassures him, but every single item was so cheap. Plus these are absolute daily necessities. Kang Hansoo steps forward, directing the transport workers moving the heavy cargo into his spatial storage. "Over here! Bring them in this way, just one person at a time, please." Suddenly, out of nowhere, CMOS pops up and whispers right into Kang Hansoo's ear. "Kang Hansoo, I have something important to discuss with you." Kang Hansoo looks at him, totally confused. "What is it? Are you leaving?" CMOS hastily denies it, speaking up loudly. "You and I both know karma acts fast, but this timing? Perfect. I changed my mind. I am coming with you." Suddenly, multiple arrows shoot straight into CMOS's head. Pierced by the arrows, he violently faceplants into the dirt. Kang Hansoo jumps back in total shock. "Huh? Arrows?" Ryoloka coldly stares down at CMOS, dragging himself on the ground. "I have wanted to do that for a super long time, but someone else beat me to the punch." After saying that, she brutally stomps right on CMOS's head, grinding her heel down just to feel satisfied. "Someone actually stole my thunder today." Kang Hansoo glares coldly toward a specific hidden direction. He growls out, attacking people in broad daylight. Without missing a beat, Ryoloka and Kang Hansoo simultaneously deflect the deadly arrows flying straight toward them. Kang Hansoo lets out a dark chuckle. This world has really turned into absolute chaos. Flashing a mischievous smirk, he cheerfully asks her, "Am I right?" Boom! One of those hidden bandits takes a devastating punch straight to the mouth. The sheer impact rattles his brain and shakes the very earth. That lightning-fast punch blasts him several meters out of the narrow alley. He violently collapses face first right in front of terrified bystanders, making one guy let out an absolute blood-curdling scream of terror. A brave bystander slowly approaches the unconscious body lying there on the freezing ground. He wants to check who this guy actually is and why he got beaten this mercilessly. But he quickly realizes the man is bruised so badly his face is entirely unrecognizable. Right at that exact same second, another woman walking past sees the carnage and screams in sheer horror. Deep inside the alley, Kang Hansoo and Ryoloka are busy trashing the remaining bandits. Hearing those panicked screams echoing from outside, they quickly realize this situation is getting a little too public and dangerous. "So what do you and I take from this?" "Never mess with this duo. This is annoying. A huge crowd is going to gather." Ryoloka analyzes the bandits' gear and tactics perfectly, making Kang Hansoo turn his head in surprise. With an indifferent gaze, he looks at the demon slave he just bought, quietly listening to her sharp assessment. Let's dive right into this crazy escape. Rumors were already spreading fast about a level 1 buyer scooping up a massive amount of slaves, but their luck just completely ran out. A heavily armed squad of guards heard the massive uproar from the townsfolk and rushed straight at them, gripping massive 10-foot spears in their hands and shouting out loud warnings. "Hey, what are you doing over there?" Kang Hansoo hasn't even processed the chaos before the guards are practically breathing down his neck, ready to drag them all to the station. Pure panic hits his face. Cold sweat drips down his cheeks as his voice actually starts shaking. Oh no, the guards are closing in way too fast. Ryoloka acts like the perfect little servant. Ready to slaughter them all, she politely asks her master, "Should I just kill them?" Kang Hansoo lets out a heavy sigh, glancing down at Simo, who is still completely passed out on the dirt. "Since you're a slave, it doesn't matter to you. But this guy is actually a demon, so he absolutely cannot be discovered." Ryoloka tilts her head, totally clueless. "I will just kill him too then." Kang Hansoo quickly shakes his head no. "You are not helping at all. Let's just get out of this town." So Kang Hansoo and Ryoloka drag Simo all the way to the edge of the forest outside of town, sprinting a massive distance before finally stopping. After finally shaking off those heavily built, broad-shouldered guards, they wait until the shadows vanish behind the thick trees before catching their breath. "They won't follow us all the way out here, right?" Kang Hansoo shows absolutely zero mercy, tossing the unconscious Simo straight onto the hard dirt. With a cold, ruthless glare, he snaps, "Get it together, Simo, you cannot afford to be this incredibly weak." Simo hits the motherland hard. His entire body slams against the solid ground, forcing a painful groan from his lungs. Ugh, he finally snaps awake, thrashing around painfully on the dirt floor. Still refusing to stand, he instantly tries to blame Kang Hansoo. He glares with pure hostility, his hand forcefully snapping an arrow entirely in half just to suppress his raging urge to physically attack him. "Stop calling me weak!" I have never been ambushed from that close of a range before, so I was completely caught off guard. Gianluca just stands on the sidelines, silently watching this whole pathetic display from the start. "Are you telling me you've lived your entire life with zero defenses, relying purely on your regeneration abilities? That basically just proves you are incredibly weak." Simo takes massive emotional damage from that brutal insult, absolutely crushed. "You honestly cannot do a single thing right. You couldn't even buy a slave for your own self without messing it up. You absolute brainless idiot. Now pay close attention here." Kang Hansoo sighs, brushing his pristine white shirt that's now stained with fresh blood. "My shirt is ruined again." Suddenly, a hand with razor-sharp claws sparks with deadly purple magic, primed for a lethal sneak attack. Who would have guessed this gentle-looking slave, Gianluca, would actually dare to ambush her own master? Luckily, Kang Hansoo's survival senses are terrifyingly sharp. He dodges Gianluca's sudden lethal strike with absolute lightning speed, leaving her completely disappointed and totally frustrated. Kang Hansoo easily evades the blow and effortlessly grabs Gianluca's glowing magical hand mid-air, stopping her dead in her tracks. With a relaxed, easygoing smile, he asks, "Do I really look that easy to sneak attack?" For the very first time, the arrogant Gianluca completely fails an ambush. She grinds her teeth in pure, unfiltered rage, completely powerless to break free, but she absolutely refuses to accept defeat. Because deep in her mind, she honestly believes she is incredibly powerful, way stronger than Kang Hansoo could ever be. So she instantly launches a vicious, heavy-hitting second attack straight at him. But Kang Hansoo is a level 1 for a reason. He's dealt with this exact kind of betrayal a million times in his messed up life. Already prepared to return the favor, his hand flares up with blazing red magic, ready to strike back. The exact second their two magic powers collide, a massive explosion of light erupts everywhere. An ear-splitting, horrible shockwave aggressively rips through the dead silence of the dark, treacherous forest. When the brutal clash finally ends, her entire magic hand is literally blown into smoke, completely crushed under Kang Hansoo's overwhelmingly powerful and rapid-fire counterattack. Watching this insane showdown from the corner, Simo feels deeply offended by the sheer disrespect. He screams out, demanding some justice for his own bruised ego. "Kang Hansoo, you bastard!" Kang Hansoo stabilizes his stance, finally processing the whole situation, while a massive question mark basically pops up over his head. "You and I both know what's happening here." Gianluca never actually believed her new master was level 1, so she tested him. Losing a hand finally makes her realize the terrifying truth. "Are you actually level 1? Kang Hansoo just smirks coldly at her question and replies, "What if I am not? Are you going to say you'd take me down as easily as Simo over there?" Gianluca has never felt this incredibly humiliated in her entire life. Her blazing anger completely shatters her self-control. She lunges at Kang Hansoo like a missile, pouring every ounce of her screaming fury into her rapid-fire strikes. "You really are a simpleton." Kang Hansoo gets dead serious, fully activating his combat mode. Both hands shift into a flawless fighting stance as a cocky, challenging smirk crosses his face. "Alright then, let me show you." With that, Kang Hansoo accelerates, charging straight at Gianluca. His eyes lock on, absolutely determined to beautifully obliterate this smooth-brained slave. Behold your master's true power. Kang Hansoo unleashes an insane technique, raining down countless clone barrages directly onto Gianluca's body, and his own physical stamina shows zero signs of dropping. No weakness, no exhaustion. His entire body is overflowing with raw energy. Even after fighting half the day, he fiercely counters every single move without breaking a sweat. Just pure, relentless magic. Sadly, no matter how incredibly strong Gianluca is, she cannot escape Kang Hansoo's razor-sharp magic strikes. Her entire body takes brutal, non-stop damage. Her arms, her shoulders, and her thighs are all continuously pouring out blood without stopping. If it wasn't for her insane regeneration abilities, this crazy girl would have been dead on the spot from extreme blood loss by now. Reaching his limit, Kang Hansoo decides this beatdown is enough to teach her a permanent lesson. He prepares to lock in one final devastating strike that will absolutely force her to respect his authority. But somehow Gianluca perfectly exploits a tiny gap in Kang Hansoo's battle tactics. She smoothly dodges his ultimate finisher, completely avoiding any extra damage to her own body. Her previous brutal wounds instantly heal up, returning her to perfect condition. She pulls her magic back into her right hand, her red eyes staring deeply at Kang Hansoo, calculating something sinister. Her real plan is definitely not that simple. Unbelievable. She actually pulls a dirty honey trap. She squints her eyes, faking this super cute, innocent national idol smile. With a dangerously soft and gentle voice, she flawlessly manages to steal Kang Hansoo's entire focus. "Looks like you lost your guard too, huh?" No matter how rational a man is, standing in front of absolute flawless beauty, he simply cannot ignore it without falling completely head over heels. His fierce, determined glare from earlier has completely vanished into thin air. All that's left is a totally dazed, foolishly hypnotized smile. Ahaha, this move is going to cause some seriously heavy damage. Taking full advantage of Kang Hansoo's distracted state, Gianluca violently slashes a massive deep cut right across his stomach. The fatal wound instantly sprays blood everywhere. Kang Hansoo violently staggers, completely losing his balance for a few seconds before collapsing straight to his knees. Seeing her master bleeding out from her strike, she tilts her arrogant face to the sky, crowning herself the true winner. That's where we leave it. Trust me, you need to see what happens next. Stick with me. You are about to watch one of the most savage reality checks in Manhwa history. She smirks, bragging that a wound like this would kill a normal human. Oh, master, just give the order to set me free and I will heal you right up. But she completely underestimated Kang Hansoo. He does not even flinch. His body is perfectly fine, standing tall like an absolute mountain without a single scratch. Instead, he challenges her. Stand still. That single command snaps her back to reality. Jialoka grits her teeth in pure rage. All her effort to trap him just went down the drain. He took 0 damage. And that slave mark? She is stuck with it for life. The deadly wound she left on his body heals back to normal in exactly 3 seconds. Kang Hansoo coldly reminds her that her master cannot be taken down by a pathetic little scratch. Loka uses her demonic energy to regenerate her torn arm, staring at him. Are you even human? Kang Hansoo just smiles. Looks like we both have insane healing factors. So let us fight to the death and see who drops first. 3 strikes and she still could not break him. Now Jialoka is the one sweating bullets. She frowns, staring at him in absolute panic as she desperately asks him, is that an actual order from you? Meanwhile, Seamos is still glued to the floor. The guy cannot even stand up, but he still finds the energy to curse Kang Hansoo out. Now pay attention, because this idiot actually tries to switch sides. He calls Kang Hansoo a lunatic and offers to help Lady Jia overthrow him. Even Loka is questioning reality, looking at him like, you? Kang Hansoo just crosses his arms, looking completely unbothered by Seamos. I have traveled with him forever. I know his whole fighting style. I can support you with my magic. Before he can even finish, Seamos gets smacked down hard, screaming in pain. Kang Hansoo bluntly states, this fool claims he knows me, but he missed this. Even Jialoka shakes her head. The guy is just unbelievably stupid. Kang Hansoo completely agrees. His dumb actions are extremely easy to read. Kang Hansoo launches a brutal preemptive strike at her. You realize he was just doing that to impress you, right? Loka easily blocks his attack, still having the nerve to talk back. I despise people who betray the trust of others. Kang Hansoo just sneers at her. Wait, aren't you betraying my trust right this very second? Loka stays stubborn. Magic gathers in her left hand, her eyes full of defiance. I am a slave, but I never swore loyalty to you. Instantly, an earth-shattering explosion erupts. Red and purple light blasts into the sky, clashing together and blinding the entire battlefield. But here's the brutal truth. A high-level demon like her is still no match for a level 1 freak like Kang Hansoo. Facing his relentless barrage, she takes heavy hits. She can heal, sure, but her regeneration simply cannot keep up with his devastating damage. You and I both know she is panicking now. She attacked dozens of times but could not escape. Gritting her teeth, she wonders, why is this guy so insanely strong? Kang Hansoo glares back with terrifying blood-red eyes. His internal energy surges, completely ready to strike as he mercilessly mocks her. Haha, that is a pretty good excuse. Another massive shockwave shakes the ground. This time, Kang Hansoo's red magic completely dominates. Loka's purple magic spirals out, trying to destroy everything in its path. The night sky turns bright as day. She tries that same pitiful puppy dog distraction trick. But Kang Hansoo does not fall for the exact same cheap trick twice. The second her magic circles behind him, Kang Hansoo sees right through her outdated plan. Nice try. He throws a furious, fully charged punch straight ahead. Kang Hansoo leaps high into the air, driving a brutal left kick right into her head, aiming to rattle her brain entirely. Luckily, Loka keeps her senses and quickly leaps back to buy time for healing. One more second and she would have been completely dead. Blood completely covers her face, a red line dripping from her mouth to her chin. She looks absolutely pathetic, a total night and day difference compared to the untouched Kang Hansoo. Kang Hansoo keeps the pressure on, not letting her attack while she heals. He overflows with the cocky, arrogant confidence of an unstoppable young fighter. You said your stamina was weak, but you are honestly tougher than those elves. But suddenly, Jialoka spreads a pair of incredibly rare wings. Even the mighty Kang Hansoo is caught off guard. He never expected her to pull out a hidden trump card. Wings. He knows she revealed those demon wings for a reason. This fight is about to get a whole lot harder. So he makes his move first, channeling all his explosive magic straight at her. Guess I have to take you down before you can even use them. But Jialoka is one step faster. She takes flight before the magic connects, her shoe landing perfectly on his arm. Using his arm as a literal stepping stone, she crouches on it, as light as a feather. Kang Hansoo can only stare up in pure shock. She kicks off his arm again to build momentum, doing a flawless mid-air flip. Her movements are crazy smooth like an absolute combat master. Kang Hansoo cannot help but curse from below. Damn it, he just watches her dominate the sky, calculating his next move. Constantly shifting between attack and defense like that, she has to be running on empty. Seeing this, Kang Hansoo boldly unleashes fairy magic to strike her down. He only has one goal, wipe her out completely. You are not that strong, but Loka strikes back from above. Then let me show you. She readies a devastating demon dropkick from the sky to end it. Kang Hansoo does not back down. Then I will finish this. He fires his magic at her dive, and trust me, you cannot miss this final clash. Stick with me. You are about to see him completely shocked when Jialoka effortlessly blocks his powerful kick. He manages to strike her, but takes a brutal hit right back. They are trading heavy blows. Hold on. Kang Hansoo takes a massive kick to his spiky head, leaving him totally dizzy. He clenches his teeth so incredibly hard that blood literally splatters everywhere. Jialaka is not looking much better. She landed her hit but took his strike dead on. Their crazy impact sends a massive shockwave shattering the earth, tearing the entire ground wide open. Then an absolutely massive explosion completely swallows them both. Who knows how much time passes? Kang Hansoo suddenly wakes up totally dazed, staring up at a bright blue sky. His mind is completely blank. He cannot remember a single thing about how his explosive battle with Jialaka ended last night. His head is pounding like crazy, feeling like pure physical trauma. Did he lose? As his vision clears, a system message suddenly pops up. A god decided this battle was totally meaningless. The deity erased the memories of outsiders, declaring that this was never a fair fight to begin with. Kang Hansoo lets out a tired sigh, an absolute command from a god, damn it. While he is distracted by the situation, Jialaka suddenly speaks up. Master, you are finally awake. It seems she woke up way before him. Kang Hansoo awkwardly covers his completely ruined clothes to hide his exposed body. Even Kamos is watching from far away. He still has Kang Hansoo's blade stabbed straight into his bleeding head, yet he continues to hopelessly obsess over the goddess. After that wild clash, Kang Hansoo actually has somewhat decent clothes left. But Jialaka? Her outfit is completely destroyed, leaving her struggling to cover herself up. So she swallows her pride, drops the grudge, and begs him for some spare clothes. Now pay attention here. Kang Hansoo completely ignores her appeal. His face stays icy cold, treating her with zero special privilege. Why on earth should he help? Only that foolish Kamos is completely blinded by her beauty. He ignores all logic and immediately jumps to her rescue. Hold on, I will find clothes for you right now. Anything for you, Lady Jialaka. But she is absolutely disgusted by Kamos. After all, this pathetic guy is definitely not her chosen master. She has zero reason to care about him. She violently punches Kamos so hard that the blade stuck in his head flies right out. Besides, taking care of a slave is strictly a master's duty. Kang Hansoo calmly sheathes his blade. He shoots her a look of pure disdain, feeling absolutely zero sympathy for a situation as he plainly mutters. So shameless. Even with his cold attitude, Kang Hansoo opens a magic portal and tosses a bright green maid outfit right over to Jialaka. Left with literally zero options, Jialaka grabs the ridiculous outfit and hurries to put it on. Her torn rags were about to fall off completely and expose everything. Despite the absolute humiliation, she decides to be entirely honest with Kang Hansoo right then and there. It is deeply shameful that I could not defeat you. Tying a purple bow around her waist, she truly looks like a maid now. I never actually saw this coming. But the moment her sharp gaze shifts toward Kamos, the vibe completely changes. Pure disgust is literally written all over her face. At least I am incredibly lucky I am not a slave to utter trash like him. Hearing his beloved goddess insult him cuts Kamos incredibly deep, leaving him crying silently. What? Jialaka angrily digs her heels into the dirt, barely suppressing her burning rage, and furthermore, she slowly growls out. Jialaka storms right up to Kang Hansoo, angrily poking her finger hard into his chest. You and I can tell her massive pride is bruised here. You held back on purpose, did you not? That seriously pisses me off. Getting completely called out, Kang Hansoo immediately looks away. He tries to awkwardly shift the focus, refusing to actually admit the truth. With his sharp tongue, he shamelessly pivots the conversation in a flash. Did you forget something? Shouldn't you be saying, I lost or I will obey you now, master? Jialaka lets out a helpless sigh. She is already so incredibly exhausted by her deeply childish new master. I have acknowledged a lowly creature like you as my master. Did you honestly think that was an easy thing for me to accept? She turns her face away, acting all embarrassed since she cannot handle the absolute shame of losing. Just thinking about being mocked forever is awful. Treat that battle like a simple test. Kang Hansoo is totally immune to her feminine charms. Completely unmoved by her dramatic act, he coldly replies, honestly, whatever you say. Jialaka snaps her head back, glaring right at him with a deeply unfriendly look. You are seriously greedy. I am already your personal slave. What more could you possibly want? Meanwhile, that annoying Kamos is causing a huge scene, even though those two are just having a completely normal conversation. But this pathetic guy honestly thinks his precious goddess is being bullied, so he starts screaming. Beaten half to death on the grass, he literally rolls around, fiercely demanding absolute justice for her. If you force Lady Jialaka to do anything messed up, I will never forgive you. The pathetic part is, she never asked for his help whatsoever. Hearing this totally brainless guy scream leaves her absolutely speechless, her face just radiating pure indifference. She lost the fight, but she is stepping up for her master now. Despite her incredibly sharp tongue, she actually shields him from that annoying Kamos. Shut your mouth. Do you actually think you are a match for my master? She aggressively grinds her sharp heel right into his bleeding wound, making him scream out in absolute agony. Oh boy. Kang Hansoo just steps back to casually watch her torture the guy. He does not interfere at all, actually looking pretty amused by the absolute chaos. The god officially judged this demon as completely hopeless. He is genuinely losing his mind. Suddenly, Jialaka stops and reaches out to embrace Kang Hansoo. But the ultimate straight-laced guy spots it coming and instantly smacks her reaching hands right away. The battle instincts keep him on extremely high alert. He glares at her suspiciously. What are you trying to pull here? She dives straight in, hugging him tight. Did you not ask for a reward? And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you will want to see what happens next. Stick with me here, because Ryoloka's mind is not as innocent as it seems. She actually thought the reward Kang Hansoo wanted from her was some kind of intimate physical contact. so she did not hesitate to make her move. It completely froze Kang Hansoo in his tracks. He could only spit out, "That is not the reward I meant." Ryoloka totally dropped her usual toxic attitude. Right in front of him, she squeezed her eyes shut, leaned her entire relaxed body against Kang Hansoo, and whispered softly, "Since you injured me, you have to take full responsibility for this." But wait, why does her little demand sound exactly like an innocent girl trying to snatch back control and demand justice for her own sake? Kang Hansoo was not acting like his usual cold self anymore. Reacting to Ryoloka's sudden intimate embrace, he naturally wrapped his left arm around her slim, delicate waist. Yet, he was still completely questioning reality itself. Her entire attitude just flipped so much faster than a pancake on a hot skillet. His words got caught in his throat. Since this was Ryoloka's first time being physically close to a man and actually getting a response, she was highly sensitive. Plus, a woman's waist is a delicate spot. It was totally unavoidable for her to suddenly feel like she was the one at a disadvantage here. And she was no exception. Clueless on what to do next, she just screamed at the top of her lungs into the empty forest, "Kang Hansoo, you absolute jerk!" Meanwhile, over at a massive mansion bathed in bright sunshine and blue skies, Anis's gentle smile appeared, projected clearly through a small magical communication sphere. He spoke formally. "On his behalf, I guarantee this will be a worthy reward." The voice on the other end replied, "I trust you." Turns out the one secretly contacting Anis was actually saintesses. The daily workload was insanely heavy. Add in countless unpredictable emergencies, and she could only close her eyes in sheer exhaustion, letting out a long, heavy sigh of pure frustration. Now pay close attention. Things are about to escalate. The goblins in the plains have been completely wiped out. Just a short distance away, a clear, crisp voice suddenly echoed. First it was the hyenas, and now it is the goblins. The mysterious woman pressed on, asking, "Have you looked into this matter for me yet?" Sense could not fully confirm it. The info was incomplete and definitely not 100% accurate. No, not exactly. Elder Syllablester. Yep, the woman she was speaking to was none other than Elder Syllablester herself. She was the absolute youngest elder in their ranks. She carried a beautifully gentle vibe, rocking fresh mint green hair and glowing golden eyes that practically radiated the vibrant, living energy of pure nature. This master of magic sat comfortably on the highest seat of authority. In her hands, she was gently cradling an absolutely adorable, rainbow-colored little creature. She smiled warmly, asking about the newly surfaced crisis. It was a situation that made the girl she trusted and loved so much sigh with a massive, throbbing headache. The monster forest, huh? Suddenly, deep inside her mind, a flood of ancient memories rushed back, childhood images she had not thought about in a very long time. The days when she and her lover were deeply intoxicated by the sweet wine of romance. The exact place where they shared a passionate, youthful kiss, right under the watchful eyes of the sacred phoenix. Sentis turned and asked Syllablester, "That is right, is it impossible?" Syllablester just smiled and replied, "I will not actively hunt this culprit down, but if we want to, we can definitely find them." Syllablester reached out, gently stroking the smooth, cool body of the slime. She said, "I will order this little friend of mine to help out with the tracking process." Sentes was not exactly buying it. "Forgive me for asking, but does this friend really have that kind of ability?" Syllablester just burst into laughter. She lifted the seven-colored slime higher and said, "Do not worry at all. This is a very special kind of slime." Hearing that, Sentis looked super doubtful. "Special?" Syllablester raised Molang up high and declared, "Look closely, this little guy is not just any regular slime. He is the one and only Molang." Right on cue, Molang flashed a hilariously proud expression. Watching their smug faces, Sense felt totally helpless. "I am sorry, but I literally have no idea what you are talking about." Syllablester chuckled, promising she would understand once she witnessed Molang's real power. Hearing its name, the slime giggled happily in agreement. Syllablester then asked, "So where are the clues to find this culprit?" Sentis replied flatly, "Right now, we are already standing at the active crime scene." Sense explained the client's request. "Please find the thief who broke into my room. You and I both know this is bad." Syllablester gasped, covering her mouth. "A thief broke into your room?" Syllablester immediately turned to the slime. "Molang, do you know the identity of the intruder?" Instantly, Molang's soft, squishy body erupted in a blinding, brilliant golden light. The golden glow was as intense as a high-powered spotlight. Along with it, Molang let out a long, drawn-out cry. "Molang!" Sense stared at the slime. Wait, what exactly is Master Molang trying to say right now? In her mind, Sentis was freaking out. She could not believe her powerful language blessing was not enough to translate this weird slime speech. Syllablester answered, "According to Molang's analysis, the intruder escaped using the holy sword hanging on the wall." Hearing that, Sentis gasped. "The holy sword?" Her face instantly darkened with pure fear. The worst-case scenario had happened. The culprit was actually a warrior. Syllablester smirked. "Looks like you have already guessed who the culprit is, huh?" Startled, Sentis quickly replied, "Ah, yes, thank you so much for the help. How can I ever repay you for this?" Syllablester paused, thinking it over. "Help me, huh? Well, I am planning to join the Magic Academy. If you could pull some strings for me, that would be absolutely perfect." Sentis was stunned. "Wait, you are going to be a professor at the Magic Academy?" Syllablester nodded. "Exactly. My level is pathetically low compared to others in my own clan. Because of that, I am heavily restricted in what I can do." Syllablester's face darkened slightly, her tone laced with sadness. "I really tried my best out there, but the only thing I learned is that war just is not meant for me." her hand resting lightly on the table, clenched into a tight fist, fully revealing the heavy, painful emotions she was carrying. Mo Lang approached her, letting out a few soft, worried cries. An image flashed Celeblester living peacefully, in total harmony with all the wild animals in the forest. Sentis finally realized the truth. Because Celeblester deeply loved nature and absolutely despised war, she had only reached level 12 even after living for 1,000 long years as an Elf Kingdom citizen. Sentis thought it through. If Celeblester snagged that professor title, she could safely earn experience points without ever stepping onto a bloody battlefield. It was honestly her most logical choice. So Senti smiled warmly and said, "Understood, I will do my absolute best." Scene cuts to simple houses under a clear blue sky. Oh Hangu was laughing with pure joy. Oh Hangu clenched his fists, muttering to himself, "Even if there is a massive gap in our power levels right now, Choi Kong Min, next time we meet, I will absolutely crush you completely." The system suddenly pinged. A demon god supports you. A young deity praises you for being cool. Oh Hangu lowered his head, secretly smirking in pure triumph. Oh yeah, keep those praises coming. A heavy-set porter walked over, lugging 2 massive bags. "Warrior Oh Hangu, here are the things you needed." Oh Hangu turned. "Ah, hello." Seeing the massive pile of swords inside, his eyes nearly bulged out. "Whoa, that is way too many," the bulky man chuckled. "Just a small token of appreciation for the man who saved our world." Oh Hangu rubbed his neck. "I still think this is overkill. But hey, thank you." He grabbed the bags and asked, "Quick question. Are there any unconquered dungeons nearby?" And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you will want to see what he hunts next. "Alright, you and I are jumping right back into the madness." The man says, "Absolutely not." Oh Hangu just scoffs, thinking they simply haven't looked hard enough. It makes zero sense for warrior numbers to spike without new dungeons popping up. Dungeons are packed, and warriors are everywhere. Suddenly, a massive uproar from behind grabs Oh Hangu's attention. He turns around to see a huge crowd gathering in the street. Curious, Oh Hangu wonders what all the fuss is about. He glances back at the heavy-set man and thanks him for the info anyway. The big guy just nods and wishes him a safe journey ahead. "Safe travels, Sir Warrior." Oh Hangu desperately squeezes through the dense mob like a piece of meat shoved into a sandwich. "What the heck is going on here?" he mutters. When he finally gets a look inside, he covers his mouth in pure shock. It is Celebless standing right in the center. So cute, he thinks. Just who is she? Some kind of high-ranking noble? Celebless speaks up. "Oh no, I am so sorry for causing a traffic jam here. I promise I did not come to start any trouble, so please do not worry." The onlookers whisper, "Why is she even here? Seriously, she should not have come." Hearing this, Oh Hangu looks around in total confusion. Meanwhile, the little firebird resting on Celebless's shoulder puffs up, looking incredibly angry. Mlang the slime also cries out twice in pure frustration. "Mlang! Mlang!" Left with no other choice, Celebless just stays helplessly silent. A middle-aged man with a mustache and a fancy hat pushes through the crowd. "Hold on a second, let me through." Seeing him, Celebless asks, "Are you the new mayor?" He rubs his neck and confirms it. "Then please give me a few minutes," Celebless says. "Is the basement still exactly the same as before?" The mayor gestures politely and replies, "Yes it is, right this way." Watching this unfold, Oh Hangu thinks, this is obviously a classic heroine event. He instantly shoots his shot. "Excuse me, miss?" Celebless hears him, glances over, and asks what he wants. Pointing at his own face, Oh Hangu says, "Do you have anything to say to me?" In his head, he is completely convinced he has some special hidden stat that perfectly attracts characters and triggers secret quests. But reality hits hard. Celebless gives him a weird look and plainly says, "I have absolutely no idea what you mean." His imaginary stat panel shatters into a million pieces. Oh Hangu deflates instantly. What? How could this happen? Was I not supposed to step in during this specific scene? Did I do something wrong here? The system suddenly chimes in. A male god analyzes the situation and finds it absolutely hilarious, while a demon god completely agrees with the assessment. Refusing to give up, Oh Hangu leans right in and boldly asks, "So are you married yet?" Celebless thinks for a second. "I was almost married," she says. Her cheeks turn bright red as a memory of a certain kiss flashes in her mind, but she quickly snaps out of it. A guard steps up from behind and yells, "You rude punk!" But Celebless interrupts. "Don't." Looking totally annoyed, she tells them, "I am not amused right now, so both of you need to stop this immediately." Celebless turns back around and says, "Mr. Mayor, let us keep moving." The mayor simply nods and follows her. Meanwhile, the system pops up as a male god asks Oh Hangu if he is doing okay. Oh Hangu lets out a deep sigh. She is honestly a bit impossible to understand. But as the main character, I will definitely help her out. The system chimes in again. The male god slaps his thigh in sheer admiration, and a young god drops a word of praise. Oh Hangu grabs his 2 bags, muttering that there is no rush. Since he knows nothing about her, maybe he should investigate a bit first. Pay close attention here, because the plot is shifting. At the palace, 3 differently colored moons hang in the sky. That evening, the warriors are formally gathered together. Asus takes the floor. "As you all know, our ultimate goal is to completely subjugate the Demon King. And to achieve this, we will use absolutely every method at our disposal. This upcoming tournament is no different." Pointing firmly at a map, Asus explains that inside this specific red-marked zone, they have released a massive horde of orcs. Asus lays out the rules. The mission is to hunt down an orc and check the tag on its leg. Zhangjian rubs his shoulders, muttering, "Orcs?" A female warrior with curly brown hair echoes him in shock. "Orcs?" The person across from her with straight long hair shivers, saying it sounds terrifying. Asus raises his hand. The method does not matter. Whoever brings back the most tags wins this whole thing. And the grand prize for this event? One of the legendary warrior holy swords. Hearing this, Choi Kangmin grinds his teeth in anger. Damn it, to completely eliminate the weakness held by Oh Honggu, I absolutely have to win this tournament. The sky grows dark as a golden-orange sunset falls. Staring at his sad stat window, Oh Honggu mutters, man, if only I had a save point right now. The system panel clearly displays Oh Honggu's absolute garbage stats. He is level 4, Warrior's Blessing, F rank. Special skills, mercenary traits, magic revenge, curses, clairvoyance, and even basic hunting. Every single one is solidly stuck at F rank. Rubbing his chin, Oh Honggu grumbles. The only reason I cannot enter the academy is because I lack a hero certificate. He remembers eavesdropping on those 2 heroes earlier. One asked, were you assigned as a guard there? The other guy nodded, saying, yeah, it seems like heroes are currently being recruited right into the Magic Academy. The first guy added, oh, and apparently even the elf tribe elder is going to be a teacher there. Hearing this memory, Oh Honggu whispers the academy. He falls deep into thought, murmuring a teacher and a student. Oh Honggu instantly starts hallucinating a dramatic scene, picturing himself standing on a school rooftop, gazing out at the distant sky. I know what you were thinking. Romance time, just watch. A woman in a pink skirt holds a letter saying, hey Oh Honggu, this is wrong. Why? He asks. Turns out it is just syllabus in his imagination. Blushing shyly, the imaginary syllabus says, but we are a teacher and a student. Oh Honggu just smirks. Do not worry about irrelevant things like that. Then the 2 of them embrace. Teacher, I really like you, Oh Honggu says. Oh Honggu, I like you too, she replies. In that perfectly romantic afternoon setting, cherry blossom petals fall gracefully around them. Snapping out of it, Oh Honggu scratches his head, laughing like an absolute creep. Still, his head hurts as he mutters, the real problem is how do I get admitted? The system alerts him. A certain demon god guarantees that everything will fall perfectly into place if he just gets his position restored. Meanwhile, a water god complains, showing absolutely zero interest in this. Oh Honggu claps his hands together and shouts. Exactly. Smirking, Oh Honggu figures it out. I can simply take back my hero title, and then I will easily be able to enroll in that magic academy. Later that night at the temple, the 3 moons hang high in the sky. Long time no see, everyone. Oh Honggu calls out, making the entire crowd turn to look. I guess it has not been that long, he says, as 2 people sneer at the sight of him. Confused, Asus asks, why are you even here? Pointing directly at himself, Oh Honggu boldly declares, I am going to participate in the tournament too. Asus immediately shuts him down. Anyone without a hero certificate cannot participate. Oh Honggu fires back, I am trying to get reinstated. My skill level is more than enough, right? Covering his mouth with a laugh, Oh Honggu adds, do you guys not agree? Nearby, Choi Kangmin angrily mutters to himself. The room falls silent as they watch Choi Kangmin furiously clench his fists and grind his teeth. Then Asus finally speaks up. I did hear that you were evaluated to have strength equivalent to hero Choi Kangmin. But Asus continues, I cannot help but deeply doubt your character. Have you completely forgotten what happened with the elf tribe? Oh Honggu flinches in shock. Wait, what? So what do you and I make of this? Oh Honggu defensively stammers, that was a misunderstanding. I was really just trying to help her. Asus narrows his eyes, furiously yelling, how dare you tell such a blatant lie? Let's dive right back in. Anna suddenly pauses his hand mid-air. He glances back, catching a glimpse of Saintesses standing there, totally lost in her own deep thoughts. He wonders, is she waiting for him? Her intentions are completely unreadable. Annis just scoffs and finally agrees. Hearing that, Oh Honggu's face lights up with absolute joy. But there is a catch. Annis demands he pay back all the money he took when quitting his hero title. Only then can he be officially reinstated. Zero shame. Oh Honggu just scratches his head and admits he blew it all during training. He promises to pay it back. Annis glares at him with a deadpan expression. Annis warns him not to celebrate just yet. He needs to test him personally. Blue magic instantly ignites around his hand. He clenches his fist and raw mana violently explodes outward. He asks how much he improved since leaving the shrine. The crowd gasps. Oh Honggu just smirks, claiming he will be very surprised. They face off. A system alert pops up. Some random demon god is actually complaining about not having enough popcorn for this. Another god watches with pure excitement. Oh Honggu blasts bright orange fire magic, yelling his battle cry. A massive explosion shakes everything. Choi Kangmin nervously mutters, is he even alive? Nope. Oh Honggu is completely upside down, legs kicking, head buried in the dirt. The system literally grants him a miraculous survival rating. Miraculous survival greatly boosts your chances of not dying in any situation. Questioning how you even survive this will honestly just give you a headache. Now pay attention, this is where the stakes get real. Annis asks for a final show of hands for the tournament. He makes it crystal clear, every hero is completely responsible for their own life. A curly-haired guy panics. Own responsibility? The brunette girl trembles, realizing they could actually die here. The dark-haired guy just freezes. Hesitation fills the air. Then one hand goes up. Soon others follow. Annis raises his hand on the men's side while Jongmun confidently joins from the women's side. The rest stay totally frozen, too anxious to volunteer. Seeing this, Annis remains completely silent. He warns the hesitating heroes to choose now with zero regrets. Sen steps forward, telling Prince Annis to stop. He must respect their final decision. She turns to the dropouts. Anyone not competing must return to the dorms and pack their bags. The hesitant heroes are completely stunned by this. Pack our bags? The curly-haired guy stammers out. The dark-haired guy is just as shocked, asking what she even means. Sentes explains they only train heroes with true courage and iron determination. This was literally a screening test. Immediately, the cowards throw their hands up, screaming they will join. They desperately beg to stay. Sense just laughs at them. A true hero has real courage. Those only chasing personal benefits are absolutely no different from cheap mercenaries. The brunette girl wipes away her tears. She argues that the tournament winner has basically already been decided anyway. The curly-haired guy agrees, claiming they are just being realistic. He insists they are not lacking courage or determination at all. Sentis smiles, shutting him down. They do not need heroes who use reality as an excuse to dodge fights. Bitterly, the guy grinds his teeth and leaves. The shrine doors slam shut. The remaining heroes look up as Sense speaks. She congratulates everyone still standing for bravely passing the first round. Smiling, she wishes them the absolute best of luck in the next round, hoping the goddess blesses them all. Still planted upside down, Oh Honggu waves his arms in hype. Meanwhile, somewhere on a road, a guy is carrying someone. It is Kang Hansoo carrying Rialoka. Kang Hansoo mutters about that arrogant jerk, knowing this is not over. He recalls his rival's vow from last night. I will return stronger, truly worthy of Rialoka. Just wait. A god nearby looks totally annoyed. The system alerts that this deity thinks he acts nothing like an outsider, demanding he ditch the demon slave. Kang Hansoo just smiles, telling the god to chill out. Glancing back at the sleeping Rialoka, he notes that his translator has been swapped out for her. The god radiates a gloomy aura. A system alert drops. The deity hates this. Seeing that, Kang Hansoo just curses in sheer disbelief. The god pouts hard. The system spams endless alerts. The god dislikes this, dislikes this, dislikes this. After that temper tantrum, the deity simply flies away. System alert. The god is completely left. Kang Hansoo flinches, muttering in confusion. Wait, left? He looks around, but the god is actually gone. Where did they go? Are they there? Dead silence answers him. Completely helpless and exhausted, he groans. Are you kidding me? The god peeks out. System reveals they are watching the shrine. Honest confidently claims the boy has grown immensely. Ohongu screams his battle cry. The god looks around. Suddenly, Ohongu gets violently sent flying back across the dirt. System notes the god is watching as a new holographic screen pops up. Watch closely. The grand prize just dropped. Top winners enter the Elite How Magic Academy. The god immediately pictures two epic mages blasting heavy magic. The deity is absolutely hyped. Meanwhile, at an inn, Kang Hansoo carefully tucks Rialoka into bed. Staring at her sleeping face, he gently comments. She looks really pretty asleep. He checks the system. Outsider status has completely reset all stats except death. Like a lone wolf stepping into the wild, terrifying things will come. Reading this, he hums thoughtfully. His blessings are still active, meaning the god hasn't completely abandoned him. A female staff opens a door, asking a question. Kang Hansoo looks lost, wondering what she could possibly want. She awkwardly mentions guest reports about a demon. Suddenly, her face twists in absolute terror. Yikes, it is his slaughter attribute effect kicking in. To her, he looks like a monster radiating terrifying bloodlust. Phantom souls literally seem to wail all around him. Panicking, she apologizes and bolts. He is completely clueless about what just happened. He pulls up the system's slaughter trait. People nearby will fear you and keep their distance. They are highly likely to attack you. Kang Hansoo finally understands, muttering to himself. So this caused it. He chuckles, feeling a strange itch lately, and that's where we leave it. Trust me, you're going to want to see his next move. Kang Hansoo sits up and says, well, not a big deal since it doesn't cause me any trouble. He leans against the window, staring at the scenery outside. Let's dive in. Kang Hansoo smiles. By the way, this is the perfect hour for thieves to run wild, right? Looking down at the quiet streets, he mutters, I need to punish them before leaving this city. The god sneaks up behind him, but a system notification completely blows its cover. Seeing the god sneak back into the room, Kang Hansoo smirks. Oh, you returned way earlier than I expected. The god proudly puffs out its chest while the system chimes in. It is praising its own solo journey and demanding some heavy compliments right now. Playing along, Kang Hansoo praises it. All right, good job. Then he asks, hey, outsider god, want to go somewhere with me? The system translates. The god is asking if he finally ditched that little demon. Glancing at Dilaka fast asleep on the bed, he replies, yeah, she's totally knocked out. The system prompts again, asking where to next. Flashing a wildly wicked, cold-blooded smirk, Kang Hansoo declares, we are going to hunt down those useless thieves. We have to leave a proper little farewell gift before we ditch this place. The system asks about his plans after that. Kang Hansoo shrugs, well, I am not really sure yet. Immediately, the system notification pops up, urging him to head to the academy. Hearing that, he looks utterly bored. Scratching his head at the thought of an academy, he groans, ugh, let's just go catch those thieves first. The system instantly fires back a message. The god hates that answer. It literally flops onto the floor, throwing a massive tantrum. The system helpfully translates. The god is rolling around, demanding he make a promise right this second. He ignores the drama and says, I will consider it after you help me catch these thieves. The god glares at him with pure dissatisfaction, a fact the system happily confirms. The god asks if he will really go to the academy afterward, deeply curious about what kind of help he actually needs. Kang Hansoo simply replies that to catch fish. He flashes a sly, mischievous grin and says, you need good bait. Outside, 3 moons hang high in the dark night sky. Down below, a middle-aged guy with a white headband and a thin mustache speaks up. Yes, thank you. Please come again next time. Kang Hansoo drops his goods and says, leave it right here, thanks. Then he adds, thanks to you too. Outsider god, I seriously need a translator. The system chimes in. The god is wondering if he actually needs more slaves. Scratching his head, Kang Hansoo laughs. Haha, everything will be useful eventually. But seriously, daughters of mages, sons of noble knights. Staring down at the tied-up group on the ground, Kang Hansoo sighs. The bounty always seems insanely low for these low-level targets, regardless of their fancy family background or original jobs. He shakes his head. That just makes me unbelievably depressed. Haha. The system translates that the god believes displayed levels mean absolutely nothing, strictly insisting that true combat skill is the only thing that actually matters. Kang Hansoo totally agrees, nodding. Yeah, I am entirely with you on that. Suddenly something lethal shoots straight toward his back out of nowhere. Now watch closely, this is where the fun begins. Smiling like he predicted it, he simply raises a hand, casually blocking the attack while the captives on the ground stare in absolute shock. Up on the roof, a guy with a crossbow and a middle part raises his fist, cheering, "Bullseye, right?" His buddy in blue scoffs, "Idiot, just a level 1 trash escorting some slaves." Down below, Kang Hansoo cheerfully responds, "Spot on." The two thugs flinch in panic. The blue shirt guy gasps, "Wait, what?" Effortlessly snapping the arrow in half with his bare hands, Kang Hansoo mocks them. "Your tactics are painfully mediocre. Are you totally sure you guys are their accomplices today?" The crossbow guy snarls back defensively, "Don't you dare look down on me." Suddenly, a massive, overly muscular hand clamps down hard on his head. Hearing a deep voice, the blonde guy turns around and stammers, "Boss." The boss is huge, rocking wild, shaggy hair and a ridiculously built frame. Down below, Hansoo notices even more thugs appearing on the surrounding rooftops. He laughs, "Oh, gathering your little squad, are we?" The giant boss leaps down from the roof. The system instantly spams, urging him to hurry to the academy. Completely ignoring it, Kang Hansoo grins. "So this meathead must be their leader, huh?" The boss slams into the ground, triggering a massive boom that shakes the earth and kicks up a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, the system keeps nagging. The god demands an answer right now. Playing dumb, Kang Hansoo shrugs. "Sorry, but I am super busy slaughtering people right now. Let's talk later." A system alert pops up. The god is heavily annoyed by this. The boss's eyes bulge out with a psychotic glare before he lets out an earth-shattering roar. Pouting its cheeks in anger, the god complains through the system, grumbling that he is moving way too slow. Yeah, I know, he replies. A status window flashes open outside her slaughter. Without wasting another second, Kang Hansoo dashes forward, his hands crackling with a sinister, dark red energy. "I will end this right now. You and I both know they messed with the wrong guy." The boss's eyes widen in absolute, paralyzing fear, thinking, impossible. Moving like a ghost, Kang Hansoo blitzes through their formation effortlessly. He slips behind a thug in a blue tank top and ruthlessly chops his neck. The guy screams before instantly blacking out. The terrified leader thinks, "A level 1 doing this?" Kang Hansoo sighs heavily, muttering, "Crushing these weaklings bare-handed just feels super weird." Meanwhile, the god is joyfully skipping and singing around the unconscious bodies on the ground. The system announces the god is literally twirling and dancing, urging him to quickly finish the slaughter. Stepping right up to the trembling leader, Kang Hansoo grins, "Found you, so you are the big boss here." The giant lets out a pathetic, terrified gasp. Flashing a sinister smile, Kang Hansoo praises him. Not running away was definitely the smartest choice. "Don't worry, I won't kill you." Completely breaking down, the leader turns and sprints for his life, screaming in sheer panic. But Kang Hansoo instantly lunges forward, launching a brutal flying kick directly into the giant's back. "You dare run away," he sneers. The deafening crack of the leader's spine snapping echoes through the alley. Foaming at the mouth, the massive boss crashes and skids painfully across the dirt. Seeing this absolute destruction, two sword-swinging thieves desperately charge at him from behind. The black-haired guy in the green shirt screams, "You absolute bastard! How dare you do that to our boss?" The blonde thief beside him furiously roars out, "D!" Kang Hansoo just turns his head. Seconds later, agonizing squeals like a dying pig echo through the dark streets. The next morning at that exact same spot, a voice calls out, "These guys?" A city guard looks down in utter disbelief, asking, "Are they even alive?" Staring at the tied-up pile of brutalized bandits, he mutters, "Amazing work." He hands over a heavy pouch. "Here is your reward." Taking the cash, Kang Hansoo replies, "Oh, thanks a lot." The guard shakes his head. "No, we are the ones who should be thanking you." The rest of the squad quickly hauls the broken thieves away. "Ah, it is all right." Kang Hansoo waves it off. The guard mentions the slimes will clean up the rest. Peeking over the guard's shoulder, he notices a pristine white bone on the ground, completely untouched by the slimes. He wonders to himself, did those thieves drop that item? Wait, the cleaning slimes don't actually eat those. Following his gaze, the guard spots the item on the ground and immediately exclaims, "Oh wow, a per-meeting bone!" Staring at it, Kang Hansoo thinks, so they really don't eat valuable materials. That is actually pretty damn impressive. Once again, the system flashes. The god is urgently pushing him to head to the academy right now, grumbling that he better not ignore it anymore. Sighing, Kang Hansoo asks, "What's even at this academy?" The god just smiles mysteriously. The system says he will find out when he gets there. Kang Hansoo deadpans, "I don't even know which academy it is. So what is waiting for him there? Stick with me to find out." "Stick with me here." Someone calls for Kang Hansoo to wait. A massive shadow appears behind him. He spins around and gasps. A middle-aged knight with slick purple hair speaks. He says his son at the academy needs the bone. Hansoo just thinks, oh boy. Hansoo is totally lost, not understanding a single word. Plus, he could literally be wanted for plotting against the royals. He sighs heavily. This guy is a knight, after all. Thankfully, the system steps in to translate. The god tells him this knight wants to buy the bone. Hansoo asks, "What is wrong with you?" The god explains that the knight plans to gift it to his son entering the academy. The god repeatedly highlights the academy, stating that he is eagerly waiting for the outsider's reply. Hansoo thinks it over, humming to himself. Then he looks up and asks, "Respected knight, can I offer a different trade condition instead of just cash?" The knight looks highly suspicious. "A condition?" Hansoo boldly replies, "I want to attend the academy too." The system notes the god is happily laughing, while the knight looks super awkward. The academy? The knight ponders this, grunting. The god hovers around him, eagerly waiting. The system reports the god is thrilled, his heart pounding fast. Suddenly, the knight raises his hand and says something Hansoo cannot understand at all. But the god's expression instantly drops into pure, absolute shock. Hansoo immediately asks, what did he just say? The system announces the god is feeling extremely annoyed, angrily stomping his invisible feet. Hansoo sighs. Seeing the god's wild reaction, he can already guess the answer. He mutters, "Should I try a different negotiation?" Suddenly, Leoloa appears right behind his back. Negotiation? Hansoo jumps back in panic, yelling, "You scared me. When did you even get here?" Leoloa pouts, complaining that he left her all alone while she was injured. She steps closer, acting all weak and delicate, leaning her weight against Hansoo. She whispers softly, "Isn't that just a little too cruel of you?" Hansoo gets major goosebumps. He yells, "What the heck are you doing?" Leoloa just giggles. "Oh my, why are you so shy?" The knight opens his mouth to speak. The knight suddenly cries out, "A demon!" Leoloa turns to look at him with pure, unhidden disgust and fires back a knight. Watch closely, the tension here is wild. They glare at each other, invisible sparks practically flying. Leoloa asks who this guy is. Hansoo says, "Oh right, Leoloa, translate for me." The knight demands, "A human demon, are you a slave?" Leoloa scoffs, "If I was not, I would not be walking around so defenseless." Inside, she thinks, "You stupid knight." The system chimes in. The god is urging him to negotiate fast, totally tired of reminding him. Hansoo helplessly gives in and sighs. "All right, both of you stop it. Let's talk nicely about the academy." The system notes the god cannot wait anymore. Having a great idea, the god vanishes somewhere. Hansoo wonders, did the outsider god leave again? The knight firmly crosses his arms. "Anyway, no academy." Hansoo groans, "Come on, man." Suddenly, the ground shakes violently like a massive earthquake. The knight gasps, "What is that?" Hansoo yells, "What in the world is happening now?" A soldier points and shouts, "Look over there!" Another soldier cries out, "Oh my god." The knight trembles in absolute fear, mumbling something Hansoo cannot even hear. A massive glowing red foot with sharp claws slams down. Someone screams, "Impossible! That is a giant red dragon!" The beast opens its jaws. "Listen up, weak humans." The red dragon roars, "Despair beyond death has returned." It vows, "This time I will slaughter all of you, along with that female warrior you trust." Now here is where it gets absolutely hilarious. Halfway through its epic speech, the dragon freaks out. "What? Why is that kid level 1? What is going on?" Hansoo mutters, "Ahaha, so that is what happened." The dragon frantically grabs its head, yelling, "Who did this? Who would dare?" Hansoo looks stunned. "Who are you asking? Haha." The god floats high up in the sky, his eyes glowing an eerie red. Hansoo says, "It is our god." The citizens below are terrified, running away in pure panic. People are screaming, desperately crying for help. The dragon steps fully onto the ground. Seeing the massive beast land, someone screams in panic, "A dragon is here!" The red dragon glares down with cruel ruby-red eyes. Leoloa casually crosses her arms and says, "It is a dragon. A beast that size is a straight-up disaster-class threat." Hansoo replies, "What you are saying completely contradicts your relaxed attitude." Leoloa shrugs, saying, "If we cannot beat it, we just run." Hearing this, Hansoo just says, "Aha." The angry dragon demands, "Who did this? Who dares mess with me?" It opens its mouth, scorching flames building up, ready to erupt. The dragon thinks, "Yeah, it is definitely that warrior." The beast opens its massive jaws and roars, "All humans must die right now." A scorching pillar of fire blasts forward, instantly destroying countless houses. It leaves behind a blinding light and intense heat waves, crashing sounds echoing everywhere. The knight draws his sword and shouts something. The slick purple-haired knight charges forward with a perfectly determined face, saying, "See you guys next time." The system notes a certain god is very happy to finally have real work. He commands you to defeat it as fast as possible. Hansoo says, "Defeat that giant thing?" The blue god punches forward. The system says the god wants you to show off your skills to the knight. Hansoo says, "Ah, is that it?" So Hansoo boldly draws the holy sword. Leoloa beside him sees it and gasps, "The holy sword." Hansoo says, "Oh, so you recognize it right away too?" That guy only realized after touching it. Leoloa says in pure disgust, "Do not put me on the same level as that idiot." "Anyway, master, are you a warrior?" Hansoo says, "No, this is actually a sword with a flaw." Leoloa looks totally surprised. "I did not know gods made mistakes too." "A flaw, really?" The dragon, with fire dripping from its mouth, taunts, "Come on, warrior, show yourself." The dragon breathes fire and threatens, "If you do not show your face, I will turn this city to dust." Hansoo mutters, "Come on, come on!" A soldier yells, "Archers ready! Fire!" Tens of thousands of arrows launch from the city wall, completely blacking out the sky. The dragon snorts, "Humph!" raising its massive wings to easily block the entire barrage. The dragon scoffs in pure disgust, typical humans. It brags loudly. The dragon aims its fiery maw at the soldiers on the wall, yelling, "If my level was still normal." The knight charges in, appearing right before the flames, raising his sword high while shouting. A blue energy blade slashes down, completely splitting the fire. Hansoo watches in shock. He actually blocked that? Trust me, you will want to see what happens next. Alright, let's dive right back into the madness. You really can't underestimate them, Ria Loka states. The knight agrees a national protector needs that level of power. Kang Hansoo just nods. Yeah, at least that much. True, I could block that attack too, plus that dragon isn't exactly in peak condition anymore, Hansoo says. He suddenly leaps onto the roof. Ryoloka stares up, totally confused. Master, she calls out. Hansoo's face lights up with pure excitement. Is that so? Meanwhile, across the battlefield, the dragon violently swings its massive claws. The knight barely dodges, jumping high, leaving the two soldiers behind him to take the brutal hit. Instantly, the dragon's level shoots through the roof. It smirks. Oh, so I can actually regain my lost levels just by hunting down these bugs? The system suddenly pings. A certain god urges you to defeat it quickly. Hansoo mutters to himself, I guess I really should take it down before its level gets any higher, huh? Think I can pull it off? Ryoloka flaps her wings, floating up. Master, who exactly have you been talking to this whole time? Hansoo casually replies, the guy who revived that dragon. She freezes, utterly bewildered. Wait, what? Watching the dragon wrecking the distance, Hansoo sighs. Well, an order is an order. I need to prepare a few things. Go bait it and buy me some time, will you? Yes, my lord, as you wish, Ryoloka obeys, instantly rocketing toward the massive beast. The dragon glances up at her, amused. Oh ho, level 27 are we? What is a high demon even doing here in the western continent? Absolutely perfect. Become my prey and help me level up. Ignoring its taunts, Ryoloka brings her hands together, charging up a terrifying sphere of pitch-black energy. She blasts a massive energy pillar straight at it. Keep dreaming, lizard, she screams. The dark beam slices right through its wings, slamming directly into the dragon's main body. The beast roars in absolute agony. How dare you, you filthy insect! Furious, the dragon glares down. Fine then. Searing flames erupt around its massive claws as it unleashes a deafening battle cry. In the name of the Fire Dragon King, burn to ashes! Blazing violent flames explode from its entire body, creating an inferno that blasts straight toward Ryoloka. She throws her arms up, barely blocking the heat, grunting in pain. Meanwhile, the god violently waves his hands in absolute frustration. The system chimes. A certain god demands to know what the hell you're doing. A certain god is scolding you, calling you a stubborn outsider. Hansoo just puts a finger to his lips. Shh, keep it down. I'm busy concentrating my power right now, so just be quiet for a sec. The system immediately updates. A certain god is covering his mouth with both hands. A certain god is now nervously asking if everything is going to be okay. What kind of question is that? Hansoo smirks. Watch closely. Here's where it gets wild. Dark red energy swirls around his body as his stats pop up. Fairy race, outsider, holy sword. Hansoo stomps his foot down hard. Anyway, I'd say this much power should be enough, right? With that, he launches himself forward like an absolute bullet out of a gun. Ryoloka is still desperately holding back the dragon's raging flames. Suddenly, Hansoo's voice echoes right behind her. Ryoloka, get out of the way! She whips her head around, shocked. What? A crimson-coated blade slashes through the air. The strike cleanly severs the dragon's neck. Blood sprays everywhere as the massive head drops to the ground. Game over. Ryoloka stares in absolute horror at the brutal scene. The system chimes. A certain god is completely speechless. Hansoo grins, hyped up on adrenaline. Haha, how was that? Having decapitated the dragon in a single flawless strike, Hansoo casually lands on the ground. The giant head crashes down with a massive thud. System alert. A certain god is singing the outsider's praises. Haha, thanks a lot, Hansoo laughs. But insanely, the severed dragon head suddenly opens its mouth to speak. What the hell? Hansoo spins around, totally caught off guard. Dude, I literally chopped your head off. How are you still talking? The dragon groans in disbelief. How was I defeated? By a mere level 1. Hansoo rolls his eyes. Hey, you're level 1 too, buddy. Ryoloka lands beside him, glaring. You seriously used me as bait for that monster. You're pathetic, master. Hansoo shrugs, completely unbothered. So what? It's a valid tactic, obviously. It had to be done. I mean, look how huge that dragon was. Hansoo then gives her a thumbs up. Anyway, you did great. Ryoloka is just left utterly speechless by her shameless master. The knight, clutching his injured arm, stammers in pure shock. Hansoo glances over. Oh hey, you survived that? Ryoloka steps in front of Hansoo, glaring at the knight. You witnessed it with your own eyes and still doubt him? Should I gouge out those useless eyeballs? Hansoo quickly waves his hands. Whoa, let's not do that. The knight gulps nervously. Suddenly, the dragon head grumbles. What sort of joke is this? The knight shrieks in panic. The dragon continues. Ah, the Fire Dragon King, defeated by some brat who isn't even a hero. Hansoo chuckles. Hey, it is what it is. No need to be embarrassed. The dragon head violently snarls. I swear upon my very soul. You humiliated me. This is worse than defeat. You and I both thought he won, right? Think again. The dragon shrieks. I curse you! Instantly, a blinding red light burns directly onto Hansoo's stomach. The system flashes, the king's wrath. Seeing this, Hansoo's face drops. Damn it! His frustrated scream echoes across the entire ruined courtyard. Damn it! Shaking with absolute rage, Hansoo grips the glowing system panel. Another freaking curse? Ryoloka shakes her head. Dragons are incredibly proud creatures. It's extremely rare for them to actually just accept defeat like normal monsters. So instead of dying quietly, it cursed you. Honestly, this is the first time I've ever seen this happen. Furious, Hansoo furiously smacks the dead dragon's head. Hey, you stupid oversized lizard, revive right now and take this curse back. You bastard. Wait, is it actually dead? System alert. A certain god is spinning in circles. A certain god has prepared a training menu for you to complete. Hansoo just drops to his knees in total despair. No way. Crying fake tears, Hansoo whines. I literally saved this entire town from a lethal monster, and all I get in return is yet another curse. He wipes his face, sighing. But seriously, how does this curse even work? He taps the system panel to pull up the brutal details. The king's wrath. The lingering fury of the dragon you slayed will massively provoke any nearby dragons. They will go absolutely berserk and attack you whenever your life is already in mortal danger. Reading this, Hansoo grabs his head, groaning. Ugh, my brain, this curse is literally a guaranteed death sentence during an emergency. Just then, Ryoloka starts humming happily while looking at her own system screen. Hansoo glances over, raising an eyebrow. Huh? Hansoo glares at her. Are you seriously enjoying your master getting cursed right now? Ryoloka smirks. Of course not. I just got a brand new blessing. Huge rewards like this only come to those who never give up. Hansoo flinches, totally caught off guard. Wait, a blessing? Show it to me right now, Ryoloka smiles proudly. Sure thing, master. Her glowing panel reads, The King's Wrath Blessing. The legendary Dragon Slayer title will apply massive pressure to any nearby dragons. Any dragons affected by this powerful blessing will fiercely protect you whenever your life is in danger. Seeing her insane blessing, Hansoo completely loses his mind, hugging his cursed panel while laughing like a maniac. Ha 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 ha. Then abruptly, he snaps his neck around, glaring right at the wounded knight. The old man instantly looks away, awkwardly clearing his throat to avoid eye contact. Ahem, Hansoo dashes right up to his face. Are you kidding me, you two? Sweating heavily, the knight just keeps nervously coughing. Ahem! Hansoo slams his hands onto the dirt in total despair. So where does that leave us? With a deeply unfair universe. Why me? He screams. Let's dive into a wild story. Why is our guy so unlucky? Everyone else gets blessed, but he gets stuck with a literal curse. His status window pops up. Name, Kang Hansoo, level 1. He has a crazy mix of titles. Outsider Blessing E, Fairy C, Mercenary, Noble B Cursed, Hero C, Butcher C, Slaughter D, Sword Saint D, and King's Wrath C, plus 18.84 dividends. A god raises a hand, cheering him on. The system announces that some unknown god is praying for the outsider with a bright, beaming smile. Meanwhile, a bunch of slimes are cleaning up the battlefield just by eating everything. Watching bones digest inside them, Kang Hansoo mutters, Slimes can actually separate the components. That is disgusting. He realizes as they sweep through and break things down, they definitely leave the valuable parts behind, right? Staring at the dragon's shiny, glowing scales, Kang Hansoo sighs with heavy regret. Oh, what a waste. I cannot believe I have to leave this top-tier loot behind. The guards will definitely arrest me if I try to take it. So annoying. Suddenly, massive cheers erupt in the distance. The crowd is going completely wild. Kang Hansoo turns around totally confused. Huh? Outside, the citizens are screaming in pure excitement. The knight, hooray! Faces glowing with joy, they cheer as a pink-haired knight rides through a massive sea of absolute praise. Wow, the knight! Right behind this pink-haired hero, a massive dragon head sits displayed on a pulling cart. Suddenly, the knight spots Kang Hansoo and Diloka waiting in a dark alley. They just stand there, arms crossed, totally silent. Kang Hansoo gives a knowing smile. Eventually, the deafening cheers fade away into a quiet corner of the city. The knight says, I owe you. Kang Hansoo casually brushes it off. Meanwhile, the system announces that a certain god wants him to head straight to the academy next. Kang Hansoo tells Diloka to pass on a message. I want to share the loot to help rebuild the city and support the grieving families. Diloka nods. Yes, sir. But then she turns to the knight with absolute disgust. Feel honored that my master and I saved your life. We do not need that pathetic garbage, so use it for yourselves. The knight freezes up completely. Kang Hansoo gives Diloka a side-eye that definitely sounded like a pure provocation. Diloka just flashes a totally fake smile. Come on, I translate it perfectly, Kang Hansoo sighs if you say so, but suddenly he stops dead in his tracks. He stares up at a strange white cloud forming in the sky. What is that? More smoke starts pouring in, gathering together. Looks weird, Kang Hansoo mutters, watching it merge. Watch closely. The system flashes, King's Wrath. The knight panics over a dragon's rage as a huge bonefoot stomps out. Next comes a sculling blue eyes like ghostly flames. A bone dragon? Kang Hansoo asks. But Diloka quickly corrects him. It is a real dragon. Kang Hansoo shrugs. Seems smaller than the last one. Diloka warns that it is the furious soul of the dragon he killed, summoned right back into a physical form. Scratching his head, Kang Hansoo smirks. Fascinating. But then his aura shifts into pure rage. I easily slit the throat of a fully living dragon. Who does this bone pile think it is, mocking me? Early morning at the temple, a man's voice echoes, what a beautiful sunny day. And today, brave warriors aiming to destroy the Demon King have gathered here. The MC is a middle-aged guy with a long face and slick-back hair. The MC continues, but among these elite fighters, who is truly the absolute best? Ohangu grins with pure confidence as the MC shouts, today, we find out. The hero tournament, he roars. The massive crowd goes wild, their screams echoing like roaring thunder. Sense then announces, your endless support has fueled our hero's growth until today. Sense declares this tournament will prove their cheers were not wasted. Nearby, a noble dressed in pure white asks a question. What do you all think? A blonde noble in black rubs his chin. Glancing over at Choi Gang-min, he smirks. If the rumors are right, it seems the hero Choi Gang-min will easily be the strongest one here. No way, a balding noble in white completely disagrees, shaking his head. From what I know, it has to be Kang Myeonker. A noblewoman in blue checks her telescope. Wait, is that Yubo? Down below, a shy Arya hides behind Yubo. Yubo asks, Arya, what is wrong? Arya points nervously. My mother is watching live from that front row seat. Spotting an elegant noblewoman fanning herself, Yubo instantly understands and gasps. Clenching her fists, Yubo smiles. Then you have to do your best. Hiding behind me will just disappoint her. Arya looks at her in awe. You are so strong. I need to push myself too. Yubo just giggles. Arya shifts awkwardly. Sorry for asking so suddenly, but what would you do if another hero falls into deep danger during the tournament? I will help them, Yubo answers instantly. Arya smiles, no hesitation at all, you really are amazing. Blushing, Yubo stammers, what? It is nothing special. I bet that guy would say the exact same thing. Arya looks totally confused. Who flustered? Yubo waves her hands around wildly. Huh, nobody! Arya narrows her eyes, giving Yubo a super suspicious stare. We both know peace never lasts here. Saintesses declares, let the tournament begin. Guards wave flags, roaring, start. A black-haired kid blinks. Wait, what? It already started. Suddenly, Choi Gang-min sprints forward. The rest of the competitors blindly scramble after him. A civilian driving a carriage waves, Knight Choi Gang-min, this way. Choi smirks. I prepared a carriage in advance, everyone get in. A blue-haired girl gasps, wow, so cool, the blonde agrees, that is our Choi Gang-min for you. Choi grins arrogantly to himself. Information is priceless power. While these absolute idiots get lured away, he is going to wipe out all the orcs himself. Running behind them, Arya yells, that is totally playing dirty. Yubo suddenly gets dead serious. Arya, wait. Arya blinks. What is wrong? Without explaining, Yubo grabs Arya's wrist and instantly activates her speed boost skill. Her body turns into a rushing wind, dragging Arya forward at crazy speeds. Flying like a kite, Arya screams in total panic. Ah! The system reads, acceleration. Your legs move faster than normal. No resting until the finish line. Kang Mian puffs his cheeks out. What the heck? Are Choi Gang-min and Yubo already gone? I thought I would be fastest. Kang Mian shouts. Everyone, let's hurry before we're late. They quickly scramble onto another carriage. The short-haired guy leaning on the carriage cheers, oh. Meanwhile, a figure in a white cloak urgently approaches saintesses. The holy follower whispers, last night in the Northern Night Kingdom, the Blood Dragon King Ankaiser vanished. Saintesses flinches hard. The Blood Dragon King? Are you sure? The believer nods, confirming every single detail matches the ancient books perfectly, its shape, horn count, and scale color. That dragon is definitely Ankaiser, the Blood Dragon King you tamed centuries ago. Holy Maiden, Saintesses mutters, recalling their victory, but where is it? Trust me, you and I are not ready for what comes next. Saintesses narrows his eyes, filled with doubt. I am absolutely certain the Blood Dragon King was dead, but the believer suggests something crazy. Maybe the gods actually revived it? I highly doubt that, Saintesses replies. But you and I know he is completely wrong. He thinks the gods are just enjoying the tournament right now, so reviving a dragon would be pointless. Saintesses mutters to himself, trying to make sense of it. Or maybe some rogue gods who do not know about the tournament location accidentally brought it back to life. The believer hesitates, replying, but would the gods really do something like that when there are 0 heroes around to fight it? Heroes? Sent says. Right, every single hero is currently busy at the tournament, but suddenly a specific silhouette flashes through his mind. He instantly thinks of the hero Kang Hansoo. Sense remembers that beside Kang Hansoo is a god who can block the holy saintess from tracking him. What if this whole mess was actually caused by that exact god? Senti snaps at him. Why did you not report this sooner? Now I have to go there myself. That beast must be subdued before it causes any more damage. The believer quickly speaks up. Sir, the believer stammers. The Blood Dragon King has already been taken down. Hearing this, Saintesses completely freezes. He whips around, totally shocked. Taken down? Who on earth could possibly do that? The nervous believer answers him. We do not have any further information right now, but rumors say the dragon's deadly breath was entirely blocked by just a single royal guard knight. Sense lets out a harsh breath. Then that definitely was not the Blood Dragon King. It is absolutely impossible for one person to block its breath attack alone. Saintesses shakes his head. We do not have the time to deal with fake news right now. We will talk about it later. Let us just focus on the tournament. No way! A loud shout echoes out, scattering the nearby birds into the sky. A bald old man scoffs loudly. You have 0 money, but still want to ride the carriage? Keep dreaming, kid! The dark-haired man adds, you call yourself a hero? Stop talking nonsense and get lost. Oh Honggu stands there completely confused. He asks himself, what is going on here? Is it not totally normal for commoners to gladly help out a hero? The system suddenly notifies him that some evil god is asking if he plans to give up. Oh Honggu mutters back that he is not quitting, but this voice just randomly appeared. Hey, hero. Julia rides up on her horse. Were you not supposed to be at the tournament gathering by now? Why are you still here? A bunch of system panels suddenly pop up all over Julia, displaying the number 10. The system warns that Gravel cannot see a target even without physical obstacles. Because of this, the risk of your own fatal weaknesses being exposed has increased significantly. Ohangu gets furious. A magic knight? Damn it, because of this curse, I cannot see anything at all. Out loud, he just says, yeah, that is right. Inside, Ohangu thinks if I am the main character, I am bound to face moments exactly like this. A special system notification pops up. Under the effect of a blessing, Julia kindly offers, I can give you a ride. It might be a bit uncomfortable since I only have 1 horse, though. Ohangu excitedly replies, thanks a lot. He immediately hops onto the horse behind her. Excuse me then. Julia warns him to hold on tight. Oh, just do not sit too close. Ohangu smirks and says, all right. Deep down, he thinks this is more like it. Julia promises to get him there as fast as possible. But Ohangu smoothly replies, oh man, taking it slow is totally fine by me. Ohangu thinks to himself, riding with a beautiful female knight is way better than those smelly old men. Should I just recruit her into my party right now? Meanwhile, back in the city where Kang Hansoo is located, the entire area has been reduced to absolute ruins. Buildings are shattered, and thick smoke rises with deafening explosions. Rioloa is kneeling on the ground in shock while the royal knight lies completely unconscious nearby. Rioloa stares in pure terror. Master, what exactly is that thing? Now pay attention because this is where everything goes absolutely wild. A terrifying bone dragon breathes out white smoke. Two more skeleton dragons are blasting fire in the sky. Down below, Kang Hansoo is furious, screaming, "What the hell is happening here?" Staring at the massive bone dragon hovering right above him, Kang Hansoo grits his teeth. He thinks back, recalling that up until the exact moment he killed that first monster, everything was perfectly fine. Earlier, when Kang Hansoo smashed that bone dragon into pieces, the system suddenly flashed a warning. Title acquired, King's Wrath. That notification just kept popping up on repeat, spamming his vision. Kang Hansoo let out a confused grunt, totally lost. Suddenly, a skeletal claw bursts through the ground. Then a massive swarm of bone dragons emerges, all of them roaring, "I will kill you! I will kill you, pathetic humans!" Total chaos, pure destruction, and death follow. Kang Hansoo is completely stunned. What the actual hell is going on here? Before he can even react, a bone dragon fiercely lunges straight at him, screeching loudly, "I will kill you!" Kang Hansoo steps back. Wow, there are giant-sized ones too? A heavy wind blasts past them. The knight raises his arm to block the violent gale, yelling out, "Why are so many bone dragons suddenly appearing everywhere?" Out of nowhere, another bone dragon creeps up right behind the flashy pink-haired knight. It growls darkly, "I am going to slaughter all of you. Die, you filthy humans!" Startled, the knight whips around. Damn it! But the dragon wildly swings its massive tail, sending him flying through the air. The pink-haired knight slams hard into a stone wall, groaning in sheer pain as he slowly slides down. Ugh! White smoke suddenly erupts from the knight's chest. The system chimes in again. King's Wrath activated. Your infamous Dragon Slayer title has inflicted massive pressure onto all the surrounding dragon monsters. The enraged dragon monsters will now protect you while your life is in critical danger. Suddenly, a tiny skeletal dragon foot plops right down onto the knight's shoulder armor. This specific bone dragon has glowing green eyes. It opens its jaws and declares, "I will protect you, human. I will protect you, my brother." The green-eyed skeleton dragon immediately charges forward, fiercely shouting, "I will protect!" Let's pause for a second, because you won't believe this. A red-eyed enemy dragon charges in, screaming, "I will kill!" The two dragons brutally slam their heads together. Kang Hansoo just watches, humming quietly. Kang Hansoo remains completely unfazed amidst all this utter chaos. He just crosses his arms calmly, even with a dragon breathing fire right behind him. What the heck is this? They just keep endlessly spawning out of nowhere. Rioloa gets totally furious. "Stop annoying people!" Her hands instantly glow with dark purple magic. She violently swings her arm, completely shattering a bone dragon as she screams, "Just die!" The monster crashes to the ground, bursting into countless pieces. Rioloa pants heavily, absolutely exhausted from the intense fight. She turns back and says, "Hey master, this is getting really weird." Suddenly the green dragon's voice echoes out loudly, "I will save you! Human!" But its voice is almost entirely drowned out by the aggressive red-eyed dragon roaring, "I will kill you, filthy humans!" The two dragons brutally shove each other, tumbling straight toward Rioloa. Rioloa has zero energy left to dodge. She just stands there frozen, muttering, I do not even have the strength to attack anymore." A massive collision hits her, and Rioloa's terrified scream echoes out, "Ah!" Rioloa gets totally crushed underneath a huge pile of dragon bones, dizzy and completely losing consciousness. The system chimes again. King's Wrath. Your infamous Dragon Slayer title has inflicted massive pressure onto all the surrounding dragons. The enraged monsters will protect you while your life is in danger. Thanks to that, yet another bright green-eyed dragon flies up into the sky and roars, "I will protect you, demon. I will protect you with love and hope." Staring up at the chaotic swarm of red-eyed bone dragons flying wildly above, Kang Hansoo sighs. If this keeps up, this whole place will be destroyed. Kang Hansoo raises his sword behind his head, charging a massive attack. Swirling red and black energy instantly gathers. He glares forward and mutters, "I have to end this. So what do you and I take from this? Never mess with him." Kang Hansoo dashes forward, slamming his sword into the ground with a massive crash. Resting his hand on the hilt, he looks at the endless bones and sighs. Wow, that is way too many. The slimes are going to be super busy. Rioloa limps over, leaning on her staff like a tired old lady. She groans out, "I never expected bone dragons to swarm us like an absolute flood." "All right, stick with me here because things are getting crazy." "I have never heard or witnessed anything like this before," Dalaka said. "The King's Wrath curse shouldn't be triggering this carelessly." "You really don't know the reason?" Kang Hansoo pondered, then replied, "The reason? Well, I do have one theory in mind." Dalaka looked completely startled. "Wait, seriously?" Kang Hansoo immediately thought about his Outsider's Blessing. He muttered to himself about having a totally broken cheat skill called the Outsider's Blessing. He definitely wasn't like those gluttonous monsters that only gathered their massive strength by constantly eating food. Kang Hansoo realized he gathered his own strength by draining pure life force. Since his stats constantly kept resetting, his life force was continually being drained away. Therefore, this extremely low lifespan essentially became a massive, life-threatening danger to him. He couldn't help but think back to his King's Wrath curse activation conditions. The enraged dragon monster would slaughter you whenever your life was in absolute danger. So the exact moment his life force dropped low, the dragon monster appeared. Then thanks to his Outsider's effect, his life force refilled. But fighting dropped it down again. This meant another brand new dragon monster would spawn, creating an endless loop of monsters. This literally turned Kang Hansoo into a mass production machine for dragon monsters. He figured that honestly, whenever the King's Wrath curse activated, there was definitely a strict limit on how often it could trigger. But in his totally absurd case, the cooldown just kept resetting over and over again. Kang Hansoo let out a heavy sigh, muttering, "This is going to be super troublesome. I really need to control how much power I'm using." Suddenly, a tiny slime tapped Kang Hansoo's leg with a dragon bone. Startled, Kang Hansoo looked down and let out a surprised gasp. Staring at the massive pile of dragon bones, he wondered what to do with them. Sure, they were smaller than a blood dragon, but they were still genuine dragon bones. Kang Hansoo quickly turned to Dalaka. "I'll allow you to take all of these." Startled, Dalaka asked, "Wait, what? All of this?" She mumbled that it honestly felt like she was just being handed a giant pile of trash, though saying that out loud felt incredibly awkward. "These dragon bones are worth way more than me. I can't possibly take them all." Suddenly, the dragon bones began to rattle and shift around. It was the knight. Now pay close attention here. He emerged from the bone pile, spouting a long string of foreign words that Kang Hansoo couldn't understand at all. Kang Hansoo just turned and casually said, "Oh hey there, knight." The knight frantically pleaded, "Please go with my son to the academy." Brushing back his hair, the knight begged, "I am asking you this as a desperate father." Kang Hansoo looked utterly confused. "What is this old man saying?" Dalaka casually translated. "He's asking you to go straight to the academy alongside his bastard son." Hearing this, Kang Hansoo instantly perked up, letting out an excited gasp. "Oh," a god happily waved their hands around. A system notification popped up. A certain god is absolutely thrilled. This mysterious god was currently praising them for such a flawlessly executed plan. Dalaka sighed. "Well, at least he has some basic manners. He basically wants to treat you to a massive reward for helping completely wipe out those dragon monsters." Kang Hansoo simply smirked. "All right, sure." Looking at the knight's hopeful, smiling face, Kang Hansoo thought to himself, was this ruined city really his fault? Dalaka leaned in and asked, "So should I go ahead and firmly reject his invitation then?" Kang Hansoo reached out, shaking the knight's hand, and said, "Task, I guess I really don't have any other choice here. Your proud knight's honor is exactly what's making you want to reward me, right?" Someone spotted the massive pile of bones and loudly shouted, "Oh my god, look at all those bones! Someone get over here and help me out!" Kang Hansoo glanced over at the approaching crowd. The more people that show up, the more annoying this gets. They'll just completely get in the way of cleaning up. Dalaka quickly grabbed a few bones. "Let's get out of here." Kang Hansoo chuckled. "You look pretty excited about this," Dalaka scoffed. "You're totally just imagining things." Walking ahead to lead the way, the knight finally announced, "Here we are." The knight turned back to look at Kang Hansoo and gestured. Kang Hansoo's jaw dropped in absolute surprise. "Wow, a place like this actually exists way out here in the city outskirts?" Dalaka mentioned the knight claimed his home was totally humble, yet right in front of them stood a massive, luxurious mansion, completely surrounded by a beautiful garden and a huge courtyard. Kang Hansoo scoffed. Is this what he seriously calls humble? Being a knight seems way better than being a mercenary. Kang Hansoo then asked, "By the way, why are you still hanging around here? I'm the one who got invited." Dalaka quickly retorted, "What if I'm not here to translate and you end up making a massive mistake?" Kang Hansoo rolled his eyes. "Are you looking down on me right now? I already told you that Prince and I are actually on really good terms." Dalaka smirked. "Oh, I know you are. That's exactly why you ended up becoming an escaped prisoner." Up above them, a pink-haired teenager with a bowl cut and freckles silently stared down at the group from a high balcony. Let's pause for a second, because this gets hilarious. At the night's luxurious steak dinner, Dalaka glanced at Kang Hansoo, who was loudly stuffing his face, and asked, "Did you actually understand all of that?" Kang Hansoo wildly twirled some noodles onto his fork and shoved them into his mouth. Chewing loudly, he asked, "So he wants me to go with his eldest son instead of the youngest one?" Kang Hansoo then glanced over at the handsome, pink-haired teenager sitting nearby. Dalaka nodded. "The youngest son already has a companion. The eldest son dropped out of school halfway through, but he's planning to return to the academy very soon." Dalaka continued, "In other words, he desperately wants you to take care of that dim-witted idiot and attend the academy right alongside him." She was clearly talking about the guy with the pink bowl cut. Kang Hansoo complained, "I seriously feel like I'm just being used as a spare tire here." "What exactly did they say?" Dalaka explained, "He basically wants you to become his son's friend, acting as an incredibly strong and totally reliable companion for him." Kang Hansoo slammed his hands on the table and stood up. "What kind of garbage translation is that?" Dalaka casually dodged the question, randomly muttering, "Potato, potato." Kang Hansoo immediately turned around and confidently declared, "I'll do it!" A god threw their hands high into the air. The system instantly announced a certain god is cheering with pure joy. The wife, with her light orange hair, happily hugged the pink-haired knight and said, "Is this really happening, honey?" The knight gasped in disbelief. Impossible. Their pure, overwhelming joy was completely immeasurable right now. The knight started speaking again, but Dalaka translated it incredibly short and straight to the point. "They are going to aggressively persuade you with money." Kang Hansoo glared at her. "Are you just translating whatever the hell you want again?" Dalaka shrugged. "I am simply removing all the boring, unnecessary details for you." Kang Hansoo let out a massive, exhausted sigh, more like completely distorting the facts. Dalaka suddenly stood right up and proudly declared, "Listen here, Sir Knight. My master demands to see the face of that shameful son of yours, the pathetic coward who only hides whenever guests arrive." Utterly panicked, Kang Hansoo asked, "Wait, hold on a second. What are you even saying right now?" Watching the night couple completely break down and hug each other, Kang Hansoo yelled, "Why are they suddenly crying their eyes out?" Dalaka kept up her totally fake act. "That was just an absolutely brilliant god-tier translation from me." Kang Hansoo groaned, "But why on earth did you just make his parents cry?" Kang Hansoo exhaustedly flopped back onto his bed, grumbling to himself, "My translator just does whatever she wants. This is only going to make that poor couple way more exhausted with me." Kang Hansoo suddenly sat up and asked, "Anyway, Dalaka, do you actually know anything about this academy?" Dalaka scoffed. "It's one of the 4 main academies founded by those lowly, pathetic humans, specifically created just to fight against us." Dalaka continued, "They mainly teach barbaric violence there. But honestly, no matter how hard they try, they will always just be weak, fragile humans. So it became a place for networking and creating factions," Dalaka stated. Kang Hansoo sighed, "Wow, this is going to be super annoying." Just then, the bowl-cut eldest brother slammed the locked door open. "You and I both know this is about to get crazy. Let's dive right into this. Hey, country bumpkin," the pink-haired punk sneers at our level 1 MC. Tiger talks back, and Dialoa asks if she should translate. Kang Hansoo replies, "No need, even I understood that." Tiger glares at him. Kang Hansoo stands up, casually deciding to proceed since the kid's dad already entrusted him to his care anyway. Kang Hansoo steps forward with a smirk. "I am a good son. I know exactly how to turn him into a top student here." Flashing an absolutely evil grin, Kang Hansoo says, "I need to teach him a little lesson." Tiger suddenly feels terrified. Wait, but it is too late. Bam! Kang Hansoo's fist smashes into Tiger's face, leaving a massive swollen lump. Tiger struggles up, yelling, "You bastard, attack!" But Kang Hansoo just lunges, landing a brutal punch right into his gut. "He did all this," Kang Hansoo says, raising his fist. "Just for you." He sends Tiger flying with another strike, lecturing him. "The absolute least you can do is fulfill your filial duty." Crash! Tiger slams hard into the solid wall, groaning in pure agonizing pain. Kang Hansoo pins him to the wall, glaring down with a terrifying expression. He remembers arriving and asking the goddess, "How can you save the world while worrying about your family?" Furious, Kang Hansoo crushes the doorframe, cursing, "Damn it!" Then he snaps back to reality, realizing Tiger is already knocked out cold. Panicking, Kang Hansoo asks, "Oh crap, is he still alive?" Dialoa sighs. "You went a bit overboard bullying a weak level 13, sir." Dialoa teases him. "Would an attack like that really kill him?" Kang Hansoo quickly explains, "Don't misunderstand, I am a lower level than him. Besides, aren't you the dramatic one? Now watch closely." Tiger suddenly wakes up and sprints for his life, screaming, but Dialoa casually raises her hand, blasting him with a lightning-fast magic strike. Dialoa smiles, looking incredibly amused. "Oh my, he just tried to run away," she says, clearly enjoying the chaos. Pointing at the unconscious Tiger, Kang Hansoo asks what they should do now. Dialoa cheerfully suggests, "Should I separate his head so nobody recognizes him?" Kang Hansoo immediately says no. Kang Hansoo gets an idea. "Oh, you have the dragon bone, right? Since it is expensive, let's send some with him." Dialoa asks if Tiger can even walk. Kang Hansoo stays silent, unsure how to reply. 3 moons hang in the quiet night sky. A knight looks in pure disbelief. "What the?" A medic yells for healing. The speechless knight stares at Kang Hansoo, who awkwardly scratches his head and forces a laugh. Bathed in the green healing light, Tiger finally regains consciousness, letting out a dazed groan. Ugh, Kang Hansoo smiles. "Wow, that healing works fast." Seeing him, Tiger instantly panics. You! Tiger aggressively shoves the medic away and charges. "I will kill you." Kang Hansoo just smirks. "You really haven't learned anything, have you?" "Oh boy." Kang Hansoo unleashes his terrifying aura, the immense pressure turning the surrounding air into fierce winds. Simultaneously, the King's Wrath Curse activates. A massive bone dragon manifests, snapping its jaws straight at Kang Hansoo. It roars for destruction. The giant jaws clamp down, fresh blood splashing through its sharp teeth. As the bone dragon growls, a terrified Tiger backs away. Dragon Bone! Suddenly, an arm punches right through the dragon's jaw. A massive white tooth flies past Tiger's face, crashing into the bloody ground. You and I both felt that. Kang Hansoo crawls out of the dragon's mouth like an absolute demon. "Now, Tiger, let's be good friends." The door softly opens. Saintesses stares exhausted into the empty room, panting heavily. She shuts the door, leaning back, anxiously hoping that volunteer support from sponsors doesn't drop below their current relief funds. Supporting the warriors using only the temple's power is becoming impossibly difficult. Lost in thought, Sense walks over to her bed. She collapses face first in total exhaustion, realizing that no matter the era, some things absolutely never change. She mumbles about her head being full of these stressful thoughts. Suddenly, the crystal ball on her vanity glows, emitting a voice. "Saintess, are you free right now?" Sentes asks what is going on. The caller reports, "Principal Howard has been waiting for an interview since early this morning." Pushing herself up, Sentes asks in confusion, "I thought we finished the warrior entrance exams." The caller replies, "The issue is she wants a private discussion with you." Sentes pouts in annoyance, staying silent. Sighing helplessly, she finally slides off the bed. "If that is the case, I have no other choice." The caller adds, "But we also have good news." Sense asks what it is. The Believers reported that the incident caused by the Fire Dragon King is successfully resolved. The Believers state the damage was massive, but miraculously there were 0 casualties. Sitting at her desk, Sense replies, "That is great news, but let's discuss it later. Connect me to the principal." Principal Howard laughs. "Ho ho, Lady Saintess, how are you feeling?" Sense frowns. "Not great, since someone contacted me knowing I am incredibly busy." The long-haired, green-haired woman with pointy ears exudes a truly captivating magical beauty. Principal Howard mentions that everyone can finally live without worry, all thanks to the sheer effectiveness of humanity's shield. Sense replies coldly, "If there is nothing important, I am leaving." Howard teases her, "Oh my." The principal then lifts a pipe to her lips, taking a long drag. The exhaled green smoke takes the shape of the principal herself. "So impatient," she says. "Why so cold today?" Sense gets visibly angry. Principal Howard continues speaking. "Fine, I will get straight to the point. This year, we expect great things from the rookies. We are planning to open the underground ruins for joint training with the warriors." Tapping her fingers on the desk, Sense questions, "Underground ruins? You mean the labyrinth? Sounds like you finally managed to unlock the heavenly seal." Covering her mouth, Principal Howard giggles. "Exactly. Are you surprised? It is a good thing. In my hands, breaking the heavenly seal was absolute child's play." Senti stays quiet, scoffing internally. She knows the labyrinth is where gods once ruled, using their immense power to create a mythical era. Its structure is completely different. That explains why relics retrieved from there possess such unnatural strength. Sense furrows her brows, thinking about the unpredictable, fatal dangers lurking inside. Principal Howard explains, "That place acts like it has a mind of its own. It is practically begging us to open it quickly, so I really cannot wait any longer." Sense nods. "This seems like a necessary element for our current warriors, who desperately need real challenges." Howard coughs slightly, agreeing, "Exactly." Sentes agrees to send it after the tournament, and that is where we leave it. "Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next." Coughing, he begs to open the window. Sentes says he is cutting the connection. Principal How hastily interrupts, asking why they cannot chat just a little bit longer. The crystal ball goes dark. Sentes slumps over, sighing heavily. "Come along with me because we are about to see exactly how many warriors actually survive this absolute madness." The sun sets, a warm campfire blazing. Leza smiles warmly. "Nice to meet you, warrior Ohangu. I am the mage Leza, Julia's good friend." Ohangu pauses while lighting the fire, then happily welcomes her. The girls give polite, faint smiles. Meanwhile, Ohangu is totally hallucinating, both beauties throwing themselves straight into his arms. "Oh man, both beauties right in my arms," he thinks. Catching his weird and creepy vibe, Leza quickly whispers, "Is this guy seriously supposed to be a warrior?" Julia awkwardly whispers a quick apology. Lysa speaks up. "So, the warrior who gets the most points from killing those orcs wins the whole thing, right?" "Spot on, you are one incredibly smart mage," Ohangu replies. Lysa thinks to herself how magic depends entirely on mastery and endless practice, though raw intelligence definitely helps cast much stronger spells. Julia pulls her into a tight hug, thanking her for coming. Suddenly, Lysa's eyes begin glowing with a bright green magical light. She is using magic right now. Lysa smiles, saying the honor is hers to meet a skilled warrior. Suddenly, Ohangu's actual status window pops up. Level 6. Warrior Blessing F, Special F, B, Defender E, Survival F, Superhuman F. It is a complete mess of low-tier trash skills. Hunting rank F. Lysa is completely shocked. How does a level 6 have so many blessings? Is this really what a god-chosen warrior looks like? She honestly expected so much more. A real warrior is amazing, right? Meanwhile, Ohangu mutters to himself about where to go next. Remembering Kang Hansoo's evil smirk, he claims he would be totally shocked if they did not cross paths. High above, an owl slowly twists its head, letting out a dark, eerie hoot. Under the light of 3 moons, Ohangu complains about not finding any orcs yet. Lysa crouches, inspecting some tiny footprints. "Someone definitely beat us to this hunting spot," she points out. "What? Someone actually got here before us?" Ohangu whines. Julia reminds him that even though they used a shortcut, that never guaranteed they would be the absolute first ones to arrive. "We also wasted time waiting." Spotting little slimes passing by, she notes they are already cleaning up, which means the main targets are super close. Julia pushes ahead and spots a dead orc hidden in the grass. It is covered in slash marks and severe burns, meaning a warrior and mage duo totally wrecked it. "Who dares steal my kills?" Ohangu fumes. Suddenly, a bizarre shrieking noise echoes out. He points ahead, sprinting like a madman, swearing nobody is going to rob his precious prey again. They freeze in their tracks. Now pay attention, because you are going to want to see this. It is Arya and Eubora, throwing down right in the middle of 4 massive orcs. "Looks like a fun party," Ohangu smirks. Eubora suddenly leaps into the air, thrusting her hands forward as a massive fireball brutally explodes right over an orc's ugly head. Taking advantage, Arya aggressively dodges and slices deep into the monster's gut, sending dark blood flying everywhere. Another huge orc violently charges her with a heavy axe, roaring for her to die. But Eubora flawlessly intercepts it, instantly swatting the heavy weapon away while critically wounding the beast. Arya loudly cheers for her hero. A system alert reveals Eubora's unique blessing. The heavy metallic gauntlet on her wrist suddenly erupts with a razor-sharp, blazing orange aura. The system details the weapon blessing. Her entire body literally transforms into an unstoppable lethal weapon, perfectly adapted to absolutely any combat situation. Any weapon she holds instantly regenerates, exactly like a living body. The furious orc violently screams in pain, but Eubora relentlessly chains her attacks together without missing a beat. Every single fluid, devastating strike connects with absolute, terrifying precision, totally overwhelming the beast. Searing hot flames erupt from her hand once again. "Time for the last one," she declares. She brutally slams her glowing palm straight into the orc's face, instantly incinerating its entire head. The headless monster lifelessly slumps to the dirt. "Class President!" Oh Hangul loudly cheers. Yubora calmly turns around, mentioning he showed up way earlier than she actually expected. I should be the one saying that. Oh Hangul fires back. How did our gentle, quiet class president suddenly become this ridiculously overpowered? It makes absolutely zero sense. I honestly have no clue what you are talking about, Yubora casually replies. Back at school, the class president was always the absolute top student with completely flawless all-around grades, and that logic still applies here. The only real difference is we are using actual magic now. Exactly. Oh Hangul loudly complains. That is entirely my point. We are literally inside a magical fantasy world right now. You cannot just level up your combat stats by studying hard. Completely confused, Yubora reminds him that being well-rounded obviously includes physical education too. The president has to dominate the practical exams. She truly cannot grasp his weird gamer logic, leaving Oh Hangul visibly annoyed. But in the novels, it is totally different, he whines. A system alert pops up, some male god is shaking his head in sheer disappointment, while a more innocent deity gently clicks the agree button. Yubora totally ignores his rambling, turning her back. Let us just go, she tells Arya, warning him not to interfere. Oh Hangul arrogantly shouts back, telling her to enjoy second place because he is definitely taking the top spot. Aha! Yubora just lets out an exhausted sigh. Second place is perfectly fine by me, she replies, genuinely wishing him luck on getting first. Oh Hangul blinks, totally caught off guard. Wait, what? Did she seriously just cheer for me? Oh Hangul whispers in sheer shock. Wait, that means I am the heroic male lead. His delusions instantly kick into maximum overdrive. Obviously, she is the main heroine. Let's pause for a second, because we all know where his mind is going. He actually thinks she loves him. The system chimes one god is literally considering cursing him, while an innocent goddess feels somewhat moved. Yubora is totally my fated heroine. Oh Hangul happily cheers. But right at that romantic moment, two massive dark green shadows silently creep up right behind them. Julia frantically spins around. Two more orcs. I smell fresh human girls, one of the hideous beasts roars. It tells the weak little pigs to get lost and leave the women behind unless they want to die a very painful death. Julia and Lysa instantly drop into a tight defensive stance, bracing for an intense fight. Leave them and run? No way in hell, Oh Hangul confidently smirks. Lady Lysa, Lady Julia, please step back. Oh Hangul aggressively raises both hands, summoning a massive roaring fireball. Eat this, he proudly screams, hurling the blazing inferno straight at the giant monster. Right then, the system triggers his hunter skill. The huge orc slowly blinks, totally unharmed after the blinding flash of light fades. A massive curse effect activates. His terrible hunter skill literally buffs all of his nearby prey with extra strength, drastically increasing the overall failure rate of his attacks instead of helping. In a perfectly hilarious twist of fate, the monster is completely fine. Oh Hangul just stares blankly up at the hulking, terrifying shadow towering right over him, totally speechless. Die! The furious orc roars, violently smashing its heavy weapon downward. Oh Hangul barely dodges the first strike, but he is not lucky twice. The monster swings its massive mace, swatting Oh Hangul across the sky like a home run baseball. Screaming in absolute terror, Oh Hangul brutally crashes into the hard dirt. His limp body bounces off the ground, skidding violently and kicking up a massive, thick cloud of dust. A miraculous survival system alert suddenly pops up. Thanks to this ridiculous defensive blessing, Oh Hangul is just knocked out cold on the ground instead of being instantly killed. Lysa just sighs heavily in disappointment. Our supposed hero is completely useless, literally nothing like that other guy. Julia agrees completely. He truly is special, taking down a level 6 orc while stuck at level 1. So what do you and I think? Will they actually manage to cross paths with our real overpowered main character again? Let's dive into this epic madness. Julia says they will reunite if he goes to the academy. Meanwhile, Lysa summons blazing fireballs and Julia charges forward with her sword. A hunter system notification suddenly pops up. The orc's wooden club gets sliced into tiny pieces. It gasps in pure shock. Lysa swings her arms wide and boom, two orcs are completely swallowed by roaring intense flames. Looking at the defeated orcs on the ground, Julia smirks. She says that even with the hunter's enhancement blessing, these monsters still stand absolutely no chance against them. Lysa tells Julia to forget about that. Julia just grunts in response. Pointing right at Oh Hangul, who is completely passed out, Lysa frowns in pure annoyance. She asks, what exactly are we supposed to do with this unconscious hero? Lysa asks, Julia, do you want to carry him? Julia immediately shoots that idea down, saying sorry, but her back has been hurting lately. Lysa quickly agrees, saying what a crazy coincidence, her back is also acting up. The two of them just stare at each other in utter silence. The atmosphere gets super awkward. Suddenly, system messages flood in. Some evil god is absolutely losing their mind laughing, while an innocent god is just giggling away, and another god is just watching. 3 moons hang high in the dark sky. Heavy boots step onto the dirt. Choi Gang-min looks around and quickly spots Jang Myeon's group stepping right out of their carriage. Jang Myeon warmly smiles and thanks the driver, saying she arrived so fast just because of him. The driver laughs happily. He says it is an absolute honor to help the great hero, Jang Myeon. Jang Myeon waves and tells him to have a safe trip. Choi Gang-min just frowns and angrily mutters, "You absolute coward." Jang Myeon laughs right back, asking look who is talking. Weren't you the one who used a carriage first? Choi Gang-min glares, warning her that if she ruins their hunt, he will not show her any mercy. Jang Myeon fires back with pure sarcasm. Oh wow, I am so terrified, oh strongest hero. She flashes a mocking smile. Choi Gang-min grinds his teeth and you can practically see the angry sparks flying between them. Jang Myeon spins around, telling her team it is time to move. Choi Gang-min does the exact same thing, calling his own squad. The two rival groups storm off in totally opposite directions. Choi Gang-min's face is twisted in pure rage and frustration. Suddenly an orc roars, demanding the weak pigs hand over the female. Choi Gang-min barks an order to his team. 2 orcs, wipe them out. Flames burst right from June's hands. She rushes forward, telling Choi Gang-min to be careful. Teaming up with another fierce girl, June launches a massive blast of fire straight at the 2 ugly orcs. The explosive flames hit hard, completely stopping the 2 monsters in their tracks. Taking his chance, Choi Gang-min charges in with his sword. The orc flinches and turns to look, but it is way too late. Sharp blades slash through the air in a blur. Choi Gang-min instantly appears right behind the massive orc. The monster's body is covered in deep cuts as dark blood violently sprays everywhere. Choi Gang-min lets out a heavy breath. Gripping his sword, he mutters that the #1 spot absolutely must belong to him. High above, 3 moons glow in the dead quiet night sky. Now watch closely because things go horribly wrong here. An orc swings its club, roaring for them to die. A brown-haired hero gets smashed backward, groaning in pain. Their entire 3-man squad is totally surrounded by a massive orc horde. The hero back-human panics, screaming that there are just too many orcs. The messy-haired hero yells that they are all going to get slaughtered. Meanwhile, the bigger hero with glasses frantically shouts, "Goddess, dodge right now!" Back-human spins around, desperately calling out Jang Myeon's name. Over in the distance, Jang Myeon is already boxed in by a pack of drooling orcs. The glasses guy screams for her. One nasty orc licks its lips, mumbling something disgusting. Totally confused and terrified, Jang Myeon cries out, asking why all the monsters keep targeting only her. Then, a system notification pops up. It is her beauty trait. Usually, beauty is super subjective, but her blessing makes her a total exception that completely transcends all normal racial aesthetics. Because of this crazy blessing, the giant orc stares down at Jang Myeon with literal pink hearts in its eyes, drooling and calling her a beautiful little pig. The orc steps closer, groaning out, "Hey there, beautiful little pig." Terrified, Jang Myeon bursts into tears, screaming out loud for somebody, anybody, to please save her. Hearing her cries, Baekhyun blindly rushes forward, screaming Jang Myeon's name. But in a massive stroke of bad luck, he trips hard over a dead orc's massive foot. Baekhyun faceplants straight into the dirt, groaning in absolute agony. The system even notes an earth god pities him. Meanwhile, the giant orcs violently grab both of Jang Myeon's wrists. She thrashes around, screaming for them to let her go. A system message flashes. A great beauty god is finding this super interesting. The creepy orc repeats, "Beautiful little pig." Watching from the dirt, Baekhyun's eyes shrink in horror as he screams out, "No!" Another god's message casually pops up. "You and I both know where this is going." The messy-haired hero suddenly shouts at Jang Myeon. He yells, "I am only here because of you. Be useful and sacrifice yourself for everyone else." Both Baek and a crying Jang Myeon freeze, completely stunned by this utterly heartless betrayal. Jang Myeon stares blankly, whispering, "What?" Lowering his sword completely, the cowardly hero coldly states that the whole team absolutely cannot die just to protect her. He claims if she just acts as bait, the rest of them, including the saintess, can actually escape alive. The trash hero even lies, saying she probably will not die. Even the guy with glasses cowardly mutters, "I am so sorry, goddess, we are counting on you." Utterly betrayed, Jang Myeon gasps, asking how they could do this. The shameless hero smirks, reminding her that she once promised to do absolutely anything. Jang Myeon goes dead silent, lowering her head in pure despair. She mutters that if she knew things would end up like this. Looking up at the sky with tears streaming down her face, she cries that she would have just returned to Earth like Kang Hansoo. Baekhyun desperately struggles to stand. He screams out, "No, absolutely not. Do not give up. Hang on, Jang Myeon. I am coming to save you." But suddenly, Jang Myeon violently yanks her hands right out of the monster's grip. The orc grunts in surprise. Trembling hard and crying completely broken tears, she looks back and tells Baek she will lure them away, so just run. Stepping back, a system notification flashes. Charm activated! Jang Myeon actually forces her blessing to turn on. Glowing pink hearts literally pop up all around her as she sprints off in the opposite direction, screaming at the top of her lungs. "Over here, you giant pigs!" Hooked by her power, the orcs blindly stampede right after her. Still pinned to the dirt, Baek reaches out, sobbing and screaming no. It does not take long. The monstrous orcs grab her, making disgusting, excited noises. Jang Myeon cries out in sheer pain as they force her down. Completely stripped of hope, she tightly shuts her eyes in agony, desperately calling out for her dad in her mind. Mom, her mind finally breaks and she passes out. Who knows how much time goes by, but suddenly a gentle voice calls out, "Jang Myeon, are you okay?" Slowly, she forces her heavy eyes open. As her vision clears, the face of a boy with silver-white hair comes into focus. He gently whispers, "It is all over now." Still completely dazed, Jang Myeon weakly thinks to herself, "Wait, who is this guy?" Tears well up in her eyes as she gasps. Utterly shocked, she stammers out, "Baekhyun, how did you even—" But her words completely die in her throat the exact second she sees the unbelievable bloodbath right behind him. A massive mountain of dead orcs is scattered everywhere. Looking closer, she even spots the totally wrecked bodies of those trash heroes who abandoned her. Completely speechless, Jang Myeon whispers, "What happened here?" Baekhyun gently replies, "Thank God you are totally safe." Right after saying that, Baekhyun completely collapses, passing out right in her arms. Jang Myeon panics, shaking him and screaming, "Wait!" She looks around in pure shock, asking what the hell actually happened here. System messages just keep exploding onto the screen. An earth god is deeply touched. A water god is literally crying tears of joy. And a fire god is loudly praising his absolutely insanely cool heroics. More gods chime in as Baek sleeps soundly right in Jang Myeon's warm embrace. Suddenly, a huge notification drops. A high-tier beauty god is incredibly proud to have formed a contract with him. So what do you and I make of this crazy power-up? We'll have to see. Meanwhile, a female hero steps onto the grass, nervously asking why there isn't a single orc around. The black-haired guy guesses they might be hiding. Let's dive right in. The bun-haired girl glares. Oh god, you want to die? The black-haired hero scoffs. Haha, just kidding. Wait, did the early birds clear this zone? A voice suddenly chimes in. Yup! The class rep hunted every single orc nearby. The black-haired hero turns, calling out. Wait, weren't you following Choi Gongmin? He asks. Scratching his face, he sighs. Anyway, classic class rep. Whether it's this fantasy world or our old one, the guy just never changes at all. Jun Ion smirks and says, exactly, even here the class rep is leading the pack. Since he's sitting comfortably in first place, he probably doesn't have the time to notice everything, right? Jun Ion flashes a dark smile. If you hate that, want to help me out? The hero gasps. Yeah. The bun-haired girl narrows her eyes. Should we retreat? Under 3 glowing moons, shady schemes brew in the dark. Come morning at the temple, a voice gasps in total shock. Saintesses grips the report, muttering to herself. Is this because of cultural differences? According to our plan, Hero Yuba was supposed to win. This is a real headache. A believer speaks up, Saintness, what if we just tell Hero Choi Gangmin about the pouch and ask for his cooperation? Sense rests her chin, deep in thought. A hero who casually backstabs his friends? She glances over. Can we even trust a guy like that? The believer panics. I misspoke. Please forgive my insolence. Sense pushes herself up, deciding to leave the rest to the whims of the gods and fate. Opening her door, Sense sighs. All that's left is the knockout rounds award ceremony. Let's just get it over with. The believer bows. Yes, holy saintess. Now pay attention. Here is where the tension peaks. Choi Gongmin's squad lines up right alongside Yuba and Arya. Sense steps up to the podium, grabs the mic, and smiles. Everyone's been waiting, right? She announces, I will now reveal the final hero rankings. Cut to a rolling carriage. Tico groans, holding his face. School again? Kang Hansoo is there. Kang Hansoo leans on his hand. Do you really hate it that much? He slumps back, completely exhausted. Because I'm the one who hates this most. Rioloa chimes in. But Master Dio, my level is way too high. I probably can't even enroll. Kang Hansoo casually shrugs, noting that slaves are treated like mere luggage, so bringing them is fine. Rioloa snaps. I'm literally being hunted by the royals and I have to attend classes? Outside, the system notes a certain god is acting goofy, totally swearing everything is fine. The system insists this god is telling the truth. Kang Hansoo sighs. If the system confirms it, he has to believe it. Can you at least whisper it? The system chimes that a certain god is acting super flustered. Kang Hansoo demands to know why he must attend this academy. I won't run away, regardless. The system states the god guarantees he'll understand once he gets there. Kang Hansoo shakes his head. If you refuse to tell me, 0 comic books for 2 whole days. The system flashes. A certain god formally protests these savage, cruel threats. It's enough to make a deity cry, but the carriage keeps rolling. Glancing out the window, Kang Hansoo points. Hey Rioloa, what does that sign on the bridge actually say? She turns her head, confused. Huh? Where is it? Looking at the pure white road ahead, Rioloa reads How. The guard barks out. Welcome to How Academy. Present your student ID or official permit. The knight's handsome youngest son, sporting slick-back fluffy hair, hands over a letter. Here for enrollment. The red-haired female soldier inspects it. Verified. You may enter. I know what you're thinking. A school arc? Tico collapses, holding his head. Back to hell. No. Kang Hansoo stares at the system. God, am I actually doing this? The system announces the god is fake sleeping while clutching a pillow. Staring into the distance, Kang Hansoo lets out a very soft, defeated sigh. Gazing at a massive stone statue of a man, Kang Hansoo looks around. Instead of a school, he sees endless soldier formations, weapon forges, stables, and harsh training grounds. He deadpans. This place looks way more like a straight-up military fortress. Someone awkwardly interrupts. That matter? Kang Hansoo turns his attention back, looking a bit suspicious. The wavy-haired noble kid nervously rubs his hands together. You just see so much at the academy. Kang Hansoo nods. Just drop the formalities. The noble kid's eyes light up with excitement. Yes. Wait, Kang Hansoo? The casual address feels awkward, but Kang Hansoo just smiles. A literal servant playing buddy to a noble. A girl with an orange ponytail bows politely. Kang Hansoo, please take care of me. The system instantly triggers Salona. Level 9, Noble Blessing rank F, Angel rank F, Noble Curse rank E. Eyeing Salona, Kang Hansoo realizes this random girl is actual nobility. The carriage finally stops. Stepping out in his fresh uniform, Kang Hansoo sighs. Finally, Rioloa cringes. Master, that looks terrible. Level 1 status is clearly mocking you. How about a striking red instead? Instantly, Kang Hansoo's outfit morphs into a blindingly bright crimson color. Kang Hansoo snaps his head back, absolutely furious. You can't just dye my uniform, he points at her. Stay in the dorms, do not follow me. Yes, sir, she pouts. Kang Hansoo groans in pure agony. I got Isakate all the way here, and I still have to take entrance exams? Cursed. A blue sign reads admission counseling. A silver-haired examiner raises an eyebrow. You're only level 1, yet you flawlessly passed every single physical test? He leans forward. Continuing Kang Hansoo, what do you know about goblins? Kang Hansoo blinks, utterly confused. A goblin question? I once got shot by a goblin's arrow. Haha, interesting expression. The bearded man grins, and that's exactly where we leave it for now. Stick with me here. This manly guy with a monocle grabs his chin, saying clashing with elf arrows means plenty of blessings and curses. He stamps Kang Hansoo's admission paper with red ink and says he passed. With an elf officially hired this year, he hopes Kang Hansoo becomes a bridge. Kang Hansoo shakes his hand, promising to do his best. The man replies thank you and tells him to ask for help anytime if anything goes wrong. Kang Hansoo laughs awkwardly and steps outside. He mutters to himself, I passed, but what am I supposed to do now? Head back to the dorms? Suddenly, a certain god sits on Kang Hansoo's neck, telling him through the system to visit the bronze statue. Kang Hansoo asks, why the heck should I go there? The system says the god really likes it. Kang Hansoo sighs, standing under the massive statue and looking up. This statue? Kang Hansoo asks. The system shows the god whistling casually. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind, making Kang Hansoo curious. Wait, the hero Pedonicus? Seeing two people approach, Kang Hansoo calls out, oh, the youngest and the lady. Who is that? Are you famous around here? The youngest looks proud. He's famous for fighting alongside ancient summoned heroes from this very academy. Brushing his pink hair back, he adds, I want to be a hero like him too. A comrade to the heroes. Seeing the god's reaction, Kang Hansoo realizes there must be something more to this story. Staring at the statue's face, Kang Hansoo mutters, I should investigate this later when nobody is watching. Suddenly, a loud voice shouts, hey, you new students over there! A brown-haired guy frowns, pointing at a rolled-up banner on his shoulder. Don't come closer! A banner? Kang Hansoo asks. What does it say on there, senior? The guy angrily unrolls the banner and snaps, are your eyes level 1 too? It says, welcome heroes, obviously. The wavy pink-haired kid gasps in awe. Wow, heroes! This prestigious school is different. Legendary heroes are actually enrolling. Now pay attention here. Hearing this, Kang Hansoo remembers his classmates. Heroes enrolling? Laughing from pure anger, he calls the god. The system shows the god acting totally innocent, promising everything is perfectly fine. Kang Hansoo awkwardly wonders, can I still run away right now? Rubbing his temples, he mutters, God of the outsiders. If the heroes arrive, won't you be ignored like an outcast? Is that okay? The system chimes in. The god says he has absolutely nothing to worry about. The god swears there are no other classmates nearby. But Kang Hansoo thinks if they do come, I'll definitely run into that awful goddess and the rest of the gods. Remembering that fake two-faced goddess, Kang Hansoo makes a quick decision. I need to get out of here right now. But first, Kang Hansoo says, I'll trust you. The system shows the god beaming with a huge radiant smile. The god emphasizes that the statue is simply incredible. Kang Hansoo thinks, if you're trying to tell me something, just say it directly to my face. Wait, or maybe they literally can't. The banner hangs across the statue's chest. The brown-haired guy snaps, hey, stop your mumbling and get lost already. Annoyed, Kang Hansoo smirks, then puts on a totally fake smile. Senior, I honestly have no idea what you were talking about right now. Veins pop on the senior's forehead. Furrowing his brows, he grunts, grabs Kang Hansoo right by the collar and screams, I will make you understand. Follow me. Kang Hansoo just chuckles, yes sir. As they walk away, the pink-haired kid quietly watches them leave from behind. He mutters, Pedonicus said it would be fine. Walking down a deserted street, a pitiful voice from an alleyway catches Kang Hansoo's attention. I'm sorry, senior, please forgive me. In the corner, a dark pink-haired girl holds a blonde by the collar, raising her hand to strike. Can't you even stand straight? The bowl-cut girl gets slapped hard, crying out in pain. Meanwhile, the brown-haired guy slams Kang Hansoo against the wall. Punk, guess where you are right now? Kang Hansoo looks around with zero emotion as the guy sneers, not even the staff patrol this area. I know what you're thinking. Big mistake. Kang Hansoo asks, so there are no supervisors here? The senior grins. You level 1 idiot, you still don't grasp your situation? Who do you think? Suddenly Kang Hansoo grabs his neck, lifting the guy completely off the ground. Whatever I do here, Kang Hansoo smiles, a terrifying ice-cold smile. Veins bulge on his neck, showing his true rage. Nobody will ever find out, right? Give me the hammer, Kang Hansoo commands. An orange-gold portal opens from thin air, leaving the senior in utter disbelief. What the? Holding a heavy black iron hammer, Kang Hansoo says, I'd love to bury you here, senior. Flashing a menacing smile, he adds, but since we're schoolmates, I won't. Right? The guy chokes. Kang Hansoo just drops him. The senior falls hard, hitting the dirt. He groans in pain. The brown-haired senior rubs his bruised backside, whining on the ground. Kang Hansoo smiles, slamming the hammer down right next to the senior's head. This is a disgrace, he says. The pink-haired bully notices the noise and calls out suspiciously. Both girls freeze, completely stunned seeing Kang Hansoo with a hammer and the senior cowering. Kang Hansoo sarcastically covers his face with the weapon. Pretty ladies, staring like that makes me shy. The pink-haired girl points a finger straight at Kang Hansoo. Hey, you level 1 freak, have you completely lost your mind? Actually, I think you're the brainless one. Kang Hansoo just grabs the senior by the collar, casually dragging him along. Looks like you forgot nobody can see what happens back here, Kang Hansoo warns. So what? She snaps back. Without hesitating, Kang Hansoo swings his arm forward at lightning speed. Just like the senior, she gets lifted into the air by one hand. She struggles wildly, groaning but still trying to curse him out. How dare you, bastard? Ignoring her, Kang Hansoo turns to the bullied bowl-cut girl. Hey, senior over there, can I ask for a small favor? The confused girl mumbles, yes? Kang Hansoo smiles. Could you leave us alone for some private time? She quickly stammers yes, turning around and sprinting away as fast as possible. Trust me, this is where it gets wild. Kang Hansoo smirks wickedly. So dear seniors, allow me, freshman Kang Hansoo, to formally introduce myself. Stick with me. You and I are about to watch one wild relationship unfold. Hansoo continues choking the young guy, who lets out a choked gasp. Meanwhile, his other hand keeps a firm grip on the pink-haired woman's neck. Looking at them both, Hansoo just smiles. I hope we can build a wonderful partnership. Their pitiful groans echo down the completely empty street. As night falls and 3 moons hang high in the sky, Rioloa stretches her legs over her head, casually getting some exercise in. Hansoo steps into the room, letting out a heavy sigh of relief. He pulls off his outer coat and tosses it aside. Seeing him, Rioloa perks up. Ah, you are finally back? Hansoo groans. How did things get like this when I was only gone for a second? He gestures around. Hey, if you hog the entire bed, Rioloa, where am I supposed to sleep? Rioloa just keeps doing her stretches and casually replies back. I just wanted to make sure that annoying human girl wasn't creeping around the window next to this bed. You can just sleep right here with me. Hansoo blinks in confusion. Wait, which girl? Rioloa rolls her eyes. Yes, that human girl you were hanging out with earlier. Hansoo suddenly realizes Rioloa is talking about Pedonicus. He stares at her. Wait, you mean Pedonicus? What kind of crazy academy puts guys and girls in the exact same dorms? Rioloa just shrugs it off. Well, aren't all of them just supposed to be basic servants anyway? Obviously, trash like them wouldn't get any kind of special treatment here. Hansoo rubs his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Hold on, so where exactly are you planning to sleep? Rioloa smirks. Usually low-level slaves would just curl up right by the door. She lets out a confident laugh. But I am nothing like them, so I will be sleeping right beside you, master. Hansoo glares at her, completely annoyed. And you really think I would allow that? Rioloa pouts. Fine, then I will just kick those human girls out of the room. Hansoo sighs. No, forget it. I am going out. Rioloa crosses her arms, acting totally betrayed. Are you really going to abandon me here just so you can hog a bedroom all to yourself? Master, if that is what you truly want, I won't stop you. But I am not taking any responsibility if those human girls suddenly die in a tragic accident, okay? Hansoo lets out another exhausted sigh, totally done with her. Will you just knock it off? Follow me, we are heading somewhere. Rioloa happily shoots her hand into the air. Yes, master, then she tilts her head, totally curious. Wait, where exactly are we going anyway? Now watch closely. This is where things get completely out of hand. At the academy's bustling night street, they step right into a noisy tavern. Welcome, a voice calls out. The patrons inside instantly start whispering the moment they see Hansoo. A bald guy mutters, Who is that? Is he a rookie? Someone else scoffs. Wait, did you say level 1? Keep your voice down. And who is that horned woman with him? A drunken blonde guy sneers at them. What are you doing in a place like this, newbie? Hansoo just flashes a polite smile. Excuse me, but I came here because I heard you were an expert in this specific field. Senior, the blonde guy squints at him. Who exactly sent you to me? Hansoo thinks back to the 2 guys he beat to a pulp earlier today. Just some seniors I met recently. I can't really go into the details right now. Hansoo slams a heavy bag of coins onto the table. I need to quietly infiltrate the academy tonight. Consider this your payment. The blonde guy raises an eyebrow. At this hour, he leans in closer. But before that, who is the lady with the horns over there? Hansoo answers casually. She is a level 27 demon, and she is also my personal bodyguard. The blonde guy bursts out laughing. What a joke. Why would a high-level demon like her ever escort a pathetic level 1 scrub like you? Hansoo turns his head and whispers quietly to Rioloa. I told him the absolute truth, but he still refuses to believe me. Rioloa scoffs. That loser is only level 13. Just let me handle him, and they will definitely believe you. Hansoo whispers back. Will there be any major consequences? Rioloa smirks. That part is entirely up to you to fix. Master. The blonde guy suddenly slams his hand hard onto the wooden table. Hey, you level 1 trash. What did you just say? Do you want to die? The blonde guy licks his lips like a creep. Tell you what, level 1. Leave your bodyguard here and get out. Once I am fully satisfied, I might spare you. Before he can even finish his nasty little fantasy, a golden heel violently smashes right into him. Rioloa kicks the blonde guy so hard he goes flying across the room, shattering the table. The entire tavern erupts as people jump to their feet. The bald guy in gray yells, What the hell? This bastard has lost his mind. Another guy with dark hair roars, You are just a level 1. You are so dead. Hansoo looks around confused. Wait, why are you guys mad at me? Rioloa glances sideways as the thugs charge straight at them, screaming, Hansoo watches in absolute awe, letting out a loud gasp. Wow, Rioloa swings her long legs, violently kicking them away one by one. Hansoo thinks to himself as the thugs get their teeth kicked out and noses broken in midair. Wait, they are not white. The chef and waiters hide terrified behind the counter, watching this brutal massacre unfold. I know what you're thinking, classic anime logic, right? Hansoo realizes her panties are actually a beautiful black. He slaps his forehead. Oh man, I really should stop her. He was totally distracted by the view. Under the light of 3 glowing moons, a figure in a black cloak walks down the empty road carrying a lantern. While her guard is completely down, a shadow suddenly leaps up right behind her. Hansoo whispers, Sorry about this, senior. The poor girl only manages a tiny yelp before she is knocked out cold. Holding up her black cloak, Hansoo smirks. Joining the night patrol just to get a good performance evaluation? Tough break. Well, at least her hard work made it way easier for me to sneak in here. This patrol cloak is definitely going to be useful. Hansoo nods to himself. Yeah, but like I said, bumping into guards like this is going to be a huge pain. The most annoying part is I can only knock them out, no killing allowed. Rioloa finally asks, Master, why do we even come to the academy at this hour? Hansoo points straight at the giant statue of Pedonicus. Right there, I have some business with that statue. He quickly jumps inside. Rioloa mentions, Pedonicus was famously known as the legendary female warrior's comrade in arms. Hansoo nods. Yeah, I know. Rioloa continues, actually he aggressively tried to make a move on her and ended up getting banished. Hearing this new lore, Hansoo hums in absolute curiosity. Rioloa smiles. Driven by pure rage against that warrior, Pedonicus submitted to the Queen of Shadows. He turned into a powerful vampire and successfully kidnapped the female warrior. Hansoo looks impressed. Wow, you really know your history, don't you? Rioloa chuckles. It is totally normal for someone like me to know these old tales. Hansoo stares at the stone. Anyway, the god mentioned this statue might hold a hidden clue. Any idea what he was talking about? Rioloa taps her chin. I think I might know. Should I tell you or keep it a secret? Hansoo quickly demands. What is it? Stop playing around and just tell me. Rioloa points up. Look closely at the statue of Pedonicus and the swordswoman he kidnapped. It doesn't look like there is any clear path built between them. But isn't it incredibly strange that there are 0 obstacles separating the two figures? Rioloa explains further. What's more, while Pedonicus is staring directly at the swordswoman, she is actually looking completely away in another direction. It is almost like the statue is pointing us toward a specific location. Hansoo catches on immediately. So should we try following the female swordswoman's line of sight? Rioloa smirks. Let's go check it out and see. The two of them push aside the thick bushes, spotting something hidden just up ahead. Hansoo gasps, oh, what is this? He crouches down to inspect it closely. It's an old map. Did they want us to find this exact spot? Rioloa traces the faded lines. It looks like the area near the lake, but that place is absolutely massive. Searching that entire zone is going to be straight up impossible. Hansoo hums quietly, lost in deep thought. Then Rioloa suddenly gasps. Ah, I remember a legend about an eel in that lake turning to stone while waiting for Pedonicus. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me here. Hansoo asks, what's so creepy about this? Rioloa suggests, should we turn you toward the legendary Pedonicus? Hansoo replies, okay, that might be a bit much. But then, they suddenly spot an actual mermaid statue nearby. Startled, Hansoo points and yells out, wait, it is actually real. Hansoo looks closer and asks, a mermaid statue? Why not an eel? Rioloa gets super hyped up and asks, should we try smashing it to pieces first to see what happens? Hansoo immediately panics and yells, no, stop. Why would you just destroy our only clue? Rioloa points out, but this isn't that legendary fish anyway. Looking closely at the statue's crying expression, Hansoo rubs his chin and says, she is shedding tears. But if this mermaid wasn't completely abandoned, why would she be crying so sadly? Hansoo crouches near the base of the statue, searching carefully. The statue's gaze points right here, so maybe this place. Suddenly, he stops and gasps in surprise. He lifts his glowing hand up to his face and asks, what the heck is this? A glowing ring of pure light now rests right on Hansoo's middle finger. Hansoo mutters a ring. Rioloa quickly explains, it is a classic ancient magic that mages back then used for marriage proposals. Hansoo groans in complete disgust. That is it? There is absolutely nothing else here? Then the system suddenly chimes in. Forgiveness. Forgiveness. People will deeply want to confess their sins when looking at your merciful face, and they will want to hide their sins when looking at your sad face. Hansoo violently flinches in shock. The system pings again. A certain god is furious about taking a hit. A certain god wants you to immediately reject it. Hansoo gets super hyped and shouts, it is a blessing. I finally got a blessing instead of a curse. The system announces that a certain god is stomping their feet in extreme frustration. Because of his loud, excited shout, the Academy guards instantly spot Hansoo. A long-haired blonde guard wearing glasses glares and yells. Since a practical exam is currently happening, unauthorized personnel are strictly forbidden from entering this area. The glasses-wearing girl frowns and mutters. His name is Kang Hansoo? Who the heck is he? The soldier behind her whispers back. Seeing him casually hanging with a high-level demon, he is definitely not normal. Now watch closely. Hansoo raises his hands. I am. Someone barks, stop. If you don't want to die, don't move. Hansoo immediately freezes in place. Then he remembers the forgiveness blessing he literally just got. So he completely fakes a super pitiful look and softly says, okay, I will stand completely still. The system instantly triggers forgiveness. When I see your merciful face, it makes me want to confess my sins. When I see your sad face, it makes me deeply want to hide my sins. The glasses girl immediately softens. Just make sure to follow Ha Academy's rules from now on. A spiky-haired guy with a goatee quickly adds, looks like a freshman. We will just let it slide since we're busy prepping for the opening ceremony. Hansoo nods politely. Yes, I will remember. Goodbye. Rioloa crosses her arms and scoffs. Master, please do not use that weird tone on me. Hansoo asks, why not? She bluntly replies, because obviously even without that skill, I would always forgive you anyway. Hansoo smirks. Oh really? Alright then. Consider this my apology to you. Rioloa tilts her head. Why say that? What exactly did you do wrong to me? Hansoo casually shrugs, just stuff. Inwardly, he sweats. He definitely cannot admit he saw something terrifyingly dark. The very next morning, bright and colorful fireworks explode beautifully across the clear blue sky. The slick-back, pink-haired youngest brother grins. Getting to enroll in Ha Academy? What an absolutely amazing morning. But Tiger groans in pure annoyance. Are we really going back to this hellhole? This is the absolute worst morning. A loud voice echoes, congratulations on your enrollment. The youngest brother looks up. It's starting. A silver-haired man takes the stage. So first, right after introducing the faculty, we will have a special speech from the headmaster. Hansoo whispers from the crowd, "Isn't cheering for these random teachers basically just a massive joke?" Rioloa replies, "Seeing how they gathered such strong individuals, they must be pretty famous." Hansoo suddenly realizes and asks, "Wait, why are you even here? How did you even get in?" Rioloa sighs, "The dorms were boring, so I came here. Does this academy uniform look good on me?" Hansoo nods, "Yeah, it suits you. But seriously, keep it low-key and don't cause trouble." The silver-haired man continues loudly, "The professor leading our newly established course is the Guardian of Flame and the Elf Kingdom's leader. I know what you are thinking. Please welcome Cella Blessed." She gently smiles, stepping forward. "I look forward to our time together." Hansoo stares at the fiery bird on her shoulder. Is that a phoenix? Suddenly, memories of that white-haired girl flash through his mind as he observes it. The phoenix. Terrible, painful memories flood his brain. The fiery bird tilts its head, staring straight at Hansoo. He gulps, thinking, crap, did we just make eye contact? Hansoo nervously tilts his head, really hoping it is just his wild imagination. Tur gasps loudly. Oh my god, we get to learn from the Guardian of Flame? Coming back to school actually pays off. Hansoo deadpans. Weren't you literally whining about dying just a minute ago? Looking closely at Cella Blessed, he asks, is she really that strong? Tur freaks out. What? Are you entirely clueless? The silver-haired man speaks again. Finally, a few words from our headmaster. Light footsteps echo as Ha Academy's headmaster steps up to the mic. Greetings, new students of Ha Academy. This year is incredibly important for all of you. A highly esteemed individual is coming to assist us, the headmaster announces smoothly. The warriors are also about to officially enroll in our academy soon. Hearing this, the students instantly erupt into chaotic whispers. Warriors? Actual warriors? What is she even talking about? Suddenly, a completely ear-piercing screech blasts right through the speakers. Students scream, agonizingly covering their ears. The headmaster glares, silence yourselves unless you want to be severely punished today. Blood literally spurts from Hansoo's ears, but his face stays completely deadpan. Man, she has a seriously nasty temper. The headmaster smirks down at them. Well then, freshmen, from here on out, we will instantly divide you into upper and lower classes. The rule is brutally simple. You just need to fight until exactly half of you completely collapse. The headmaster raises her hand high. Get ready! She screams, fight! Immediately, the terrified students panic and start ruthlessly beating each other up. A green-haired girl panics. Wait, why so sudden? A short-haired brown guy swings a massive punch, crying, I don't mean to do this. The battlefield turns into pure chaotic madness as everyone violently brawls. A ponytail girl slaps someone like she's raising her hand in class. Hansoo watches and nods. Honestly, sometimes barbaric acts like this are the best way to get things done. The system announces that a certain god is thoroughly enjoying this loud, chaotic atmosphere. Hansoo stretches his arms, cracking his knuckles. Guess I need to put in some effort too. Hansoo steps forward, cracking a smile. Please forgive me as I proceed to brutally crush all of you. The spiky-haired guy mid-punch turns and stares right at him in shock. Hansoo flashes an incredibly evil, terrifying grin. Boom! A massive explosion of dust erupts as people around him scream in pure terror. And that is where we leave it. Hansoo charges in like a god of war, roaring, all of you become the lower class. Students scream in absolute panic. Save me. Let's dive right into this crazy manhwa. The system announces a certain god prayed for mass suffering. Taiko crawls on the ground, whispering, this school is insane. Absolutely everyone is crazy. Tiker whispers back, if the upper class is like this, I can't imagine the struggle. Lying face down, he mutters, better to just fake passing out and stay safe in the lower class. A brown-haired girl with glasses steps right up to them. Welcome to the upper class, new students. She adjusts her glasses and adds, by the way, the power levels in the upper class this year are completely chaotic and pretty hard to manage. Pushing up her glasses, the brown-haired girl warns them. Remember, if your grades ever drop, you can be kicked right back down to the lower class at any time. She pauses, making sure they are listening. And there are a few more things to note. First off, there are two main courses here, Knight and Mage. You need to pick the path that best matches your personal talents, the brown-haired girl explains clearly. Second is the upper-class president position. The glasses-wearing girl announces it's already been decided, going to Prince Rachel. Right on cue, a boy with long, sun-blonde hair confidently steps forward. Rachel turns around with a bright smile. Upperclassmen, I look forward to your support from now on. Kang Hansoo stays totally silent. Class president? What exactly is this kid trying to pull here? Meanwhile, over at a grand temple hosting an award ceremony, Sense calls out loudly, Tournament winner Choi Kang-min, please step forward right now! He smiles warmly. Congratulations on winning the entire tournament. You will be awarded a sword kept safe within this holy temple. A blindingly bright, divine holy sword is solemnly handed over to Choi Kang-min. Sentis tells him, this holy sword, a true symbol of a hero, will greatly aid your future growth. Now hold the blade high and shout with all your might. I want to become stronger. Choi Kang-min raises the sword high. I want to be strong. Instantly, the sharp blade erupts with a massive surge of pure white energy. Now watch closely. Things are about to get wild. Choi Kang-min mutters, that should do it. But mid-sentence, a spatial portal sucks him right in. The other heroes are completely stunned by this unexpected event. The spatial portal completely vanishes into thin air. Snapping out of their shock, everyone screams, Choi Kang-min. Meanwhile, a totally confused Choi Kang-min just yelps, eh? Looking around frantically, Choi Kang-min mutters, This place. Staring at an entirely foreign and strange land, he wonders just where the heck he is. Suddenly, a middle-aged man with a bandaged head and one missing arm steps up. Welcome to Orgola. Seeing him, Choi Kangmin gives a confused, huh? A human? Then a massive, muscular orc with dark hair appears and declares, this is Orgola, the great city of goblins. Goblins? Choi Kangmin screams out in absolute shock. The mighty orc guard shouts down from high above, O warriors summoned by the principals, our training will begin right now. Meanwhile, back at the academy, the pale blonde, open-shirted man looks down and says, you are not ready to join my class at all. It's Kang Hansoo. Hearing this, Kang Hansoo frowns. Not ready? What requirement am I missing exactly? The man answers firmly, swordsmanship is the most basic requirement for any true knight. You simply cannot keep up with my class if you haven't been granted the warrior's blessing. And just like that, Kang Hansoo gets literally thrown right out the door. Absolutely furious, Kang Hansoo spins around, pounding on the door. Open up right now, he grumbles, this old guy. Leaning his head against the wood, he tells himself to calm down and think. So the warrior's blessing. The system chimes in about the warrior. You have survived countless life or death situations and are truly worthy of receiving this immense power. Defeat all enemies blocking your path with the power of love and justice. Remembering names like Rioloa, Tiker, and Seamoss, Kang Hansoo just grumbles out loud. It's a cheap blessing that a whole bunch of people already own. System notice for the Outlander. Kang Hansoo actively activates his own 2 unique blessings. Immediately, a dark, sinister red and pitch-black aura erupts around his tightly clenched fist. Kang Hansoo mutters, those basic blessings everyone has are a joke. Bam! He punches the heavy door straight off its hinges, sending it flying. The open-shirted blonde guy jumps in pure shock. Pointing a shaking finger, the teacher yells, Kang Hansoo, did you not understand a single word I just said? Kang Hansoo steps in slowly and replies, that thing you call swordsmanship. I know what you're thinking. Is he gonna fake it? Absolutely. Kang Hansoo puts 2 fingers together and raises them. A sharp, dark red energy blasts upward, perfectly mimicking a real blade. It doesn't matter how I do it, as long as I can make one, right? The open-shirted blonde teacher stares in utter disbelief. How is this possible? He stammers nervously, but if you don't even have the warrior's blessing, the energy blade flares up even stronger, leaking real bloodlust now. Swallowing hard, the blonde teacher quickly backs down. All right then, I will continue the lesson. Watching him, a male student throws his hands up and gasps, he actually used swordsmanship without needing a blessing. That's incredible, man, he is way too cool. Kang Hansoo leans over and asks the guy next to him, but how do you actually learn the warrior's blessing anyway? The pink-haired kid stutters out. Sir, I actually learned it just by using potions. The brown-haired girl immediately chimes in. I use potions too. Hearing this, Kang Hansoo grinds his teeth in pure annoyance. These rich kids didn't even put in any real effort. His thoughts drift as he realizes that, apparently, blessings can literally just be bought through medicine. Suddenly, Rachel appears right behind him out of nowhere, calling out Kang Hansoo's name. Kang Hansoo turns around, looking highly suspicious. Rachel smiles and says smoothly, I already saw your real abilities back during the entrance ceremony. You clearly need the warrior's blessing. If you agree to become my subordinate, I will happily supply you with unlimited potions. Kang Hansoo glares at him with cold eyes. Get lost. Hearing this, Rachel gets absolutely furious. What did you just say to me? But then, thanks to his blessing of altruism, Rachel's anger fades into a gentle smile. Alright, I'll let it go this time, but I won't back down so easily next time. Kang Hansoo just smirks and scoffs softly. Yeah, right. The system pings. A certain god feels absolutely sure that Rachel is exactly the type to become class president. Another certain god is eagerly anticipating the next big development. Kang Hansoo just sighs internally, thinking, Gods, could you please stop talking in such a creepy way? Up at the front, the open-shirted blonde teacher loudly clears his throat, finally grabbing everyone's attention again. Ahem! The blonde teacher announces loudly. Starting off with a boring theory lecture on the very first day seems a bit dull. So I went ahead and prepared something that you kids will definitely find interesting. Holding up a strange, massive, bone-like object, the blonde man grins widely. Now take a good look at this. He brags, this right here is the tooth of the dragon that was recently defeated. I actually bought this using my entire 10 years of savings. Raising the bone high like a priceless treasure, the man continues, Look at this perfect size, this flawless color. No matter where you display it. Kang Hansoo just rubs his nose with a smug grin. Wow, I definitely didn't expect to see that thing here. This really is a small world. The system chimes in. A certain god completely agrees with him. Blue skies, white clouds, time to eat. Finally, out in the courtyard, a group of students gather around. One of them complains bitterly. We just wasted several hours listening to the professor brag endlessly about himself. The pink-haired kid slicks back his hair and argues, but honestly, aside from all that, this was the absolute best class. I don't get why you hated it. Salona nods. It was great. Rachel agrees. Fascinating class. That's where we leave it. Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. Stick with me here, because Kang Hansoo is about to snap. He thinks this guy keeps acting way too friendly. I really should have sent him down to the lower class. System alert, a certain god advises him to give up. Kang Hansoo scoffs. Give up on what exact? Someone steps up aggressively. Hey you, let's talk. Kang Hansoo turns and spots a trio, a blonde guy, a black-haired girl, and a brunette with a ponytail. Kang Hansoo remembers these weaklings. He already tossed them to the lower class. The pink-haired youngest guy slicks his hair back. Kang Hansoo? Salona asks nervously if everything is okay. Kang Hansoo flashes an evil smile. Yeah, go ahead. I was getting pretty bored anyway. Kang Hansoo follows them into a sunlit alley, humming to himself. Inside, a bigger, tougher crowd is waiting. A blonde, durian-haired guy pulls Tiger up by the head. There you are. This brat is your desk mate, right? Tiger is completely beaten black and blue. Ampy smirks, claiming he is pretty decent. If we were not thrown into the lower class because of you, he would not be like this. A muscular guy with a massive sword growls. We'll crush you too, Kang Hansoo. The light blue ponytail girl hisses. I'll return the humiliation you caused me. A dark red evil aura erupts around Kang Hansoo. He scoffs, you idiots. Ampus stares at Kang Hansoo in absolute shock. Kang Hansoo gently places a hand on Tiger. Did you really think dropping to a lower class meant you escaped? Kang Hansoo tells Tiger to rest right here. He glares at the group thinking, they dare mess with someone the parliament member entrusted to me? Kang Hansoo raises his hand. Dragon Bone! A small spatial gate opens. Gripping a bloody white bone, Kang Hansoo smirks. To apologize, I will take responsibility and get pure revenge for him. The sword guy grabs his hilt and openly mocks him. Ha, fighting us with that? Oh please, I was just off guard during the entrance exam. Suddenly, boom, something violently smashes his face. He screams in agony, sent flying backwards with a crash. You are going to love this part. The group looks back, totally confused. Still holding his follow-through pose, Kang Hansoo snaps. I have another class, just come at me all at once. You rich brats, sunlight shines on How Academy. In the alley, Ampus stares in absolute disbelief. What is that? Ampus panics. With overwhelming size and strength, he easily crushes opponents. Even the mercenary prince, a terrifying threat to me, and the Night Kingdom genius could not win a head-on clash. Ampus remembers the lakeside princess. Flexible as a loach, using soft sword arts and elegant footwork, she was supposed to dodge absolutely any attack. But now, the mercenary prince is lying unconscious on the ground, and that blue-haired princess is no different. Seeing Kang Hansoo standing there totally unharmed, Ampus starts panicking. What the hell is going on? Kang Hansoo raises the bone. I can literally hear the plans inside your thick skull. Ampus furiously screams, you absolute bastard. Ampus blindly charges at Kang Hansoo. But suddenly, thick black monster souls explode from Kang Hansoo's body, radiating a truly terrifying, suffocating killing intent. System alert. Slaughter. Friendly races will now fear and avoid you. Risk of rebellion against your savage actions greatly increases. Destruction. Risk of killed enemies haunting your dreams greatly increases. The nightmares will continue until all the dead are sent straight to hell. Those twisted souls wrap completely around Ampus, moaning endlessly. I want to go to hell, human. Are you not sleeping? Go to sleep. Ampus struggles in absolute terror. What is this? Get away. Souls haunt the rest. A blonde guy gets his butt bitten and breaks down crying. No, I do not want this. The bone swings. In a flash, Kang Hansoo appears behind everyone, smacking them hard. Let that sink in. Kang Hansoo wonders, why did the curse trigger suddenly? Slaughter and even destruction. System alert. A certain god says it's definitely broken. With his face completely smashed, Ampes mutters, ah, a devil. He passes out cold. Kang Hansoo scratches his cheek. What? There is no devil around here. Tiger lies on the ground. Kang Hansoo approaches. Hey, pretty boy, you are awake, right? Tiger twitches, sits up, and stares silently at Kang Hansoo, totally speechless. Kang Hansoo says, later tell everyone that you were the one who defeated all these students. Tiger panics completely. Wait, what? But why? Kang Hansoo shrugs. Who would ever believe it if I, a level 1, beat all of them up? Kang Hansoo adds, and since you are a wise master, you take full responsibility for my actions. Tiger mutters, you absolute devil. Suddenly, someone wakes up groaning. Kang Hansoo looks at the mercenary prince. You are the healthiest? Perfect timing. The guy just stares at Kang Hansoo, deeply confused. Kang Hansoo steps closer. Hey, buddy. The guy flinches. Yeah? Kang Hansoo leans right into his ear. I have to get back to class, so do me a favor and drag these guys back. Sweating bullets. The guy stammers. Yes. Kang Hansoo pats his shoulder. Thank the goddess, all our little misunderstandings are nicely resolved. Haha. System alert. A certain god squints at you. A certain god questions your attitude. Kang Hansoo just laughs. Hey, it is just proud, honest self-defense. System alert. A certain god admires your attitude. Kang Hansoo holds up that bloody, brutal weapon again. Anyway, I have no idea what else to use this for, but it is a damn good bone. Staring at it, Kang Hansoo mutters, that goblin is not secretly watching me, right? I definitely felt something the exact moment I swung this. System alert, a certain god asks your opinion. Kang Hansoo laughs out loud. What? He would not actually give me something to beat people with, right? Impossible. After all, he explicitly said no one is allowed to touch anything in that territory. Evening finally falls over a completely ruined area. Choi Kangmin gets brutally knocked backward, crying out in agonizing pain. Ah! Choi Kangmin leans heavily on his sword, coughing violently. The orc guard clenches his fist. Holding back with bare hands is hard. I know what to do, but I cannot control it. Just unavoidable. The orc guard barks, now get up, quickly. Choi Kangmin trembles, leaning on his sword, panting heavily without stopping. He is too strong. Past goblins are nothing compared to him. He raises his sword. Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me. You are about to see pure chaos. He thinks this is just training to get stronger. If I am the legendary hero, I will definitely win. Choi Kangmin screams with absolute determination. The orc guardian smirks. That is exactly right. You need that spirit. Because this ancient training ground has completely lost its original function, so I am taking over. Now, I am giving you a very personal training session. So you are not leaving this place until you can actually defeat me, the guardian barks. Without wasting a single second, he lunges forward. Choi Kang-min just stands there, totally frozen. The Orc Guardian swings both of his massive arms out, brutally grabbing Choi Kang-min tightly by the shoulders. Choi Kang-min gets crushed so hard he coughs up blood, his eyes rolling back. The Orc Guardian chuckles like a total maniac. Just relax. I mean, Mr. Hero, you are obviously going to learn a lot faster while getting beaten up. Choi Kang-min tries to speak, saying wait, but before he can even finish, the Guardian violently headbutts him right in the face with a loud smack. His face gets totally smashed in, blood spraying everywhere. The Orc Guardian just stares and warns him, you really should not lose consciousness. Tightening his grip on Choi Kang-min's ankle, the Guardian wildly swings his arm. He violently tosses Choi Kang-min high into the air, shouting out, come on, show me your ultimate solution right now. Laughing with pure excitement, the Guardian roars out, ha ha ha, here I come again. Choi Kang-min grits his teeth, furiously looking down and muttering, this absolute bastard. Meanwhile, somewhere across a massive mountain range, Kamas slowly strolls down a dirt path. He is vividly picturing Dia wrapped safely in Kang Hansoo's arms. Sighing heavily, Kamas mutters out, oh Dia, why are you with that cruel demon? Kamas steps right into a dark cave, and the goblins inside immediately start cheering. He has returned. He is finally back home. All hail our glorious king. Kamas smiles and says, home sweet home. But then he suddenly flinches hard like a literal electric shock, just hit him, letting out a gasp. Huh? Kamas cautiously turns his head around, his eyes widening. This aura. He grits his teeth in pure fear, muttering, no way, not in this low-level hunting ground. Looking over at Saintess, who is brushing her hair, Kamas panics. Why is the Saintess here? The green monsters start roaring wildly at each other, one screaming at the top of its lungs. The 10 goblins beside it just laugh triumphantly. In the hero party, a young guy looks over at them with a massive grin, excitedly shouting, whoa, goblins! Behind him, the hero wearing glasses scoffs, confidently assessing the situation. Is it really just some weak goblins? Now watch closely. This is where things get hilarious. The two of them immediately charge at the green monsters, yelling together, we will handle this fast. But suddenly they step right onto a loose leaf and slip. Both of them crash straight down into a trap filled with razor-sharp wooden spikes. Panicking with zero time to react, they scream in absolute agony. Up above, the Saintess sees this total mess. She completely facepalms in pure frustration, closing her eyes and letting out a massive exhausted sigh. As for Jang Mian, she quickly gathers her magic to summon a fierce flame. Her face turns dark with pure rage as she screams out, whether it is an orc or a goblin, I absolutely hate green things. She raises her fireball high, furiously glaring at the monsters, and yells, die, you little runts! She heavily swings her arm, and a massive fire instantly erupts forward, completely incinerating those annoying green monsters into nothing. But the goblins are not scared at all. More of them step forward, screaming out 10 times over. Seeing this, the entire hero party immediately gets into a defensive stance. Behind the larger monster that just got burned to a crisp, someone suddenly shouts a loud warning. Watch out, there is another huge group rushing right towards us. Right after that, a swarm of tiny goblins holding clubs charges in. Their mouths are wide open and their eyes are glowing bright orange. Immediately, 2 heroes quickly rush forward to intercept. One swings a sword across, the other slashes down. Working perfectly together, they easily blast the 2 grunts away. After that, Eubora lowers her sword, looking around with intense curiosity. Down below, the soldiers quickly pull the 2 fallen heroes out of the spike trap. E's voice suddenly rings out, sounding incredibly urgent and worried. We only just entered the goblin territory, she starts, then cuts herself off to add more. If we keep taking damage like this, our journey is going to become extremely difficult. Standing right across from her, Eubora quickly steps in to comfort her. We already know that goblins use traps and ambushes now. Trust me, we definitely are not going to fall for their tricks again. On the other side, the soldiers are still dragging the remaining hero up from the pit. Hearing this, E also chimes in to give her own tactical assessment. Goblin warriors are naturally much weaker than orcs, but do not let your guard down since they can easily move in groups. She then adds on, besides, I think the equipment made from dragon bone. Hearing this, Eubora suddenly remembers the cape on her back. She blankly holds her sword and stares at it. It is literally made from a dragon's bones. She confirms that this is exactly what attracted the goblins here. E then points both index fingers right at her head, closing her eyes and frowning in deep thought. Suddenly, she claps her hands together brightly, clearly coming up with a brand new idea, and speaks up. All right, E tilts her head with a massive smile, standing right beside Ansus and excitedly confirming. Honestly, only the warriors should be fighting, but to make up for our lack of numbers, we will join in too. Hearing this, Ansus smiles warmly at her and nods his head in absolute agreement. I know exactly what you are thinking. Is this really a good idea? Well, she completely agrees and says thank you. Then, Eubora suddenly remembers the training ground where someone cast a magic vortex and completely vanished, leaving everyone there totally stunned and speechless. Eubora thinks to herself, even though we are only hunting goblins, she suddenly cuts her own sentence short, stopping her racing thoughts completely. Back in reality, Saintess has a totally dark expression as she reaches out to heal the 2 heroes who fell into the trap. They are lying flat on the dirt, while the other 3 just stare at them. Eubora thinks about volunteering for the kingdom's campaign, all while waiting for Choi Kang-min, the guy who ran away from training, to finally return. Then she realizes something crucial. This mission is honestly way too much for us right now. She firmly decides that as the class president, she desperately needs to get stronger to protect everyone. The exact moment the healing is done, E excitedly throws her hands high into the air, flashing a huge smile and cheering loudly. So, should we go teach those ugly orcs a heavy lesson next? By now, the sun is slowly setting behind the mountains. Eubora reaches out to touch the dirt floor. Right in front of her is another forest leaf trap. Seeing this, she carefully struggles to dismantle it and makes a sudden realization. We were completely wrong. There are way too many traps here. The people behind her closely watch Eubora's actions and completely follow her lead. After taking apart the trap, she raises a hand to wipe her sweat. Looking at the device with absolute shock, she finally speaks up. Most of them are useless, but a few look insanely dangerous. Standing behind her, Jang Myeon clenches her fists. She looks up with pure anxiety and nervously points out, "That is definitely true. We are wasting way too much time trying to level up. It would honestly be better to just head to the academy instead of this dangerous place." Hearing that, Ansis looks over at her and quickly agrees, saying they should probably start setting up camp for today. Right after that, Ansis looks up at the setting sun, smiling and nodding as he loudly reminds the whole group. In the forest, it gets dark way faster than you think. The soldiers set up shelter and a campfire. Trust me, you and I definitely want to see what happens next. Alright, let's jump right into the madness. A loyal soldier bows deeply with his eyes closed, calling out to the prince. Hearing this, Anis turns around and asks what is going on. The soldier quickly answers him, saying that they just discovered some mysterious footprints. Frowning with heavy nervous caution, the loyal soldier adds that nearby traps show clear signs of being completely dismantled and then set right back up. Hearing this wild report, Anis just rubs his chin, staring blankly ahead into the distance before asking if the mysterious footprints were truly found right here in this exact area. Could they belong to humans? He thinks about it more, realizing it makes zero sense if they were left by demons. Standing nearby, the loyal soldier keeps watching him, waiting for orders. Anis finally decides they need to report this straight to the saintess first. Hearing this, the soldier quickly shouts his confirmation. "Yes, sir," he yells, while 3 giant moons glow brightly in the night sky. Right after, magical flames are continuously blasted across the battlefield. Green monsters get completely blown away, but others just keep charging out of the fiery explosions, screaming loudly. In the back, El chants magic, extending his hand to cast spells while smiling eagerly and cheering them all on. "Keep going, heroes," he yells. Further back, Jang Myeon spreads her hands, unleashing intense fire magic. She closes her eyes, looking totally annoyed, complaining that these things just will not stop coming. Suddenly, something dashes across the chaotic battlefield on the ground, fast as lightning. It is Euboza. She is rapidly charging straight toward a massive green monster. Seeing her coming, it raises a wooden club to block her sword, flashing a really arrogant grin. Right after, she struggles hard, squinting and grinding her teeth, barely blocking a heavy smash from the monster while crying out, "Ugh!" Meanwhile, the monster stays smug, baring its teeth in a wicked grin. It starts to speak, but before it can finish, the creature's entire body gets completely sliced into 2. Blood sprays everywhere as the monster's split corpse crashes into the dirt. Stepping up from behind, Ansis walks forward, gripping his sword with an incredibly dark expression on his face. Then he asks her, "Are you okay, Hero Euboza?" Hearing this, she purses her lips and glances at him. Still gripping her sword tightly, she gives a firm nod. Right after that, Euboza instantly dashes back into the fierce battle. From behind, Anis watches the intense fight and evaluates the entire chaotic situation. These constant attacks happen every single night, and he notes how difficult this is for such inexperienced heroes. Right after, Anis turns his head to look back at the brave soldiers standing behind him. He opens his mouth and loudly shouts an order. "Knights, draw your swords and support the heroes." Next, he looks around with incredibly vigilant eyes, confirming his suspicions deep in his own thoughts. Things are going well, but you can never be too careful. Now pay attention here, because everything shifts. Somewhere else, a small demon grovels on the floor before a king sitting on a throne, arm resting on the chair, casually crossing his legs while looking down. The goblin chief trembles, gripping his staff and kneeling submissively while calling out, "Oh my king." Seeing this, the other man simply replies, "Yeah." Next, CM rests his chin on his hand with totally bored, dark eyes, asking the chief how the situation outside is looking. Hearing that, the terrified goblin trembles in fear and replies, "It is just a little bit bad." Seeing this reaction, he gets quite startled, eyes widening in shock as he sits straight up. He pulls his hand from his face, screaming internally, "Just a little? They are not completely defeated, just doing a little bit bad?" Then he voices his thoughts, saying, "Impossible. The saintess is the strongest human alive. There is no way low-level trash like them could withstand her power." Suddenly, CM remembers something crucial, flinching so hard his pupils shrink, shouting in his own mind, "That is right, the heroes." Right after, he vividly remembers Kang Hansoo's incredibly smug face, holding up 2 fingers in a peace sign while smiling in greeting. He realizes internally that because Kang Hansoo wiped out every single goblin and orc, these guys traveled all this way just to find a new monster hunting ground. Next, he grips the armrest of the throne tightly, trembling with absolute rage, screaming internally, "Wow, they are hunting our monsters just to farm experience points for these pathetic heroes." Right after, CM lets go of the chair, raising his hand to hold his forehead. Full of contempt, he smirks and mutters deep in his thoughts, "No, the saintess is not here with them, meaning I only have to face these incredibly stupid heroes." He is absolutely furious, his intense eyes darting around the room. "You and I both know what is coming next." CM smirks, eagerly confirming he has the perfect chance to crush them. Acting instantly, he jumps out of his chair, reaching forward and screaming an order. "Rot, hear my command, summon all goblins immediately." Down below, that terrified goblin chief quickly voices his confirmation to the absolute order. "Yes, my glorious king." Then CM laughs with pure arrogance, frowning with a twisted smirk, arms still extended as he declares it. "It is finally time for our counterattack." Meanwhile, outside, those 3 giant moons are still glowing brightly. Down below, the small monsters relentlessly smash supply crates using the maces in their hands. Seeing this absolute mess, Yu panics and loudly shouts a warning. Those goblins are destroying our supplies again, and they are smashing them even harder. Yet Yu Boza just stands perfectly still. Seeing this, another person immediately calls out a reminder. "Are you just going to stand there and watch?" "Hey, Yu Boza!" Right after, a fireball quickly flies in, completely burning a goblin's head into ashes. The other one nearby looks up, completely and totally stunned. From behind, Jang Mian aggressively swings her hand to cast magic, shouting a stern reminder with a deeply serious face. "If we cannot protect these supplies, we will literally be sleeping on the cold floor." Hearing this, Yu Boza finally snaps back to reality and looks over at her. Right after, Jang Mian screams again in pure frustration. When on Earth will these absolute bastards finally stop attacking? Meanwhile, on a nearby mountain cliff, someone steps right up, closely observing the brutal battle of the heroes down below. It is CM, with a massive horde of monsters fully gathered behind him. He stands with one foot on a rock, hands tucked in his pockets watching. Then he steers confirming, "Now we will begin our glorious counterattack." Next, he flashes an incredibly smug, toothy grin, his eyes widening with absolute disgust as he speaks up. "You total noob heroes!" Another massive giant monster also gnashes its sharp teeth, speaking perfectly in unison with CM. "You total noob heroes!" Right after, Jang Mian slowly advances toward the precious supplies being destroyed by the goblins, constantly using fire magic in her hands. Seeing this, those goblins turn to look at her. Next, fast fireballs are blasted toward the goblins, but they twist their bodies, dodging every single hit while laughing with pure joy and mocking her. Then the goblin grins widely, sticking out its tongue and clenching its fists, eyes narrowing as it enjoys the fun. Seeing them playing around like this, Jang Mian gets completely furious. Frowning and glaring hard, she clenches her fists, screaming in pure anger. "Gah! Damn it!" Suddenly, a bright blue monster stretches out its body, rallying the entire crowd of surrounding goblins. Hearing this shout, the monster horde quickly turns toward where that creature is pointing, gripping their wooden clubs. Right after, they spin around and sprint away, completely bypassing Jang Mian and Yu Boza. Seeing this, the girls stand totally frozen. Jang Mian turns around confused, stammering, "What the heck?" And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. Stick with me. Let's dive right into this madness. Yubora glares down at them, her face twisting as she realizes he's giving orders. He is the commander. Without a second of hesitation, Yubora charges straight toward the goblins and screams out, "We cannot let him escape!" Startled by this, Jang Mian snaps her head over and desperately yells back, "Yubora, wait for me!" Up ahead, the blue monster is running with a massive, twisted grin. Inside that blue goblin, Kamos smirks with absolute arrogance, glancing back over his shoulder as he keeps sprinting, his heart just screaming with pure, twisted excitement. Perfect. The bait is finally working. His mind flashes back to his dark past. To make his body even stronger, he had ruthlessly conducted countless, non-stop experiments on every single one of his miserable slaves. Kamos leans his hands heavily on the operating table. Above him lies a hideous green monster, surrounded by nurses constantly checking clipboards and staring at the beast. Kamos screams internally with pure joy. Finally, all that hard work is paying off right when he needs it most. Right after that, the blue monster jerks its neck up. It sucks in a massive breath, puffing its cheeks out to the absolute limit. Then it opens its jaws wide and unleashes a deafening roar. At the same time, its entire body erupts in a blinding blue light. Behind it, Jang Mian slams her hands over her ears, her face twisting in pure agony as she screams out in pain. Beside her, Yubora also covers one ear, gritting her teeth and groaning loudly as the ringing pierces her head. Suddenly, an urgent voice echoes across the chaos. "Stop the goblins! Protect the warriors at all costs!" Yubora's head is ringing so loudly she goes completely deaf. Her face scrunches up, hands still gripping her skull tight. Her eyes are totally unfocused and full of confusion. She thinks to herself, "Every single time I hear that awful sound, my head feels like it's going to split open." Now pay close attention. Things are about to get intense. Back in reality, the green goblins rush forward like a massive, unstoppable tidal wave, growling fiercely. Kamos watches his monsters attack, his eyes glowing with malice as he grits his teeth. Meanwhile, the vicious horde endlessly charges straight for Yubora and Jang Mian. He screams in his mind, "Just die, you worthless bugs." The brutal battle finally comes to an end, and we cut straight to the next morning. A desperate voice calls out, warning everyone that they have absolutely zero supplies left. Arya quickly bandages Yubora, her face wrinkling with intense anxiety as she speaks up. On top of all that, they are completely running out of food. Beside her, heavily bandaged from head to toe, Jang Mian reaches out and furiously screams her frustrations. "How many days has it been already?" She sits cross-legged on the dirt floor, yelling again. "These monsters just keep attacking us non-stop, and we cannot even get a single second of proper rest." Seeing this, Yubora looks totally exhausted. Her eyes are sunken, dark, and utterly lifeless as she asks a question. "But we have already hunted down so many of them. Hasn't their massive numbers decreased even a little bit?" Hearing this, Anis, standing just outside the tent, simply crosses his arms, looks right at them, and answers. The exact amount of goblins we have managed to hunt so far is equal to what we killed all of last year. He pauses for a second, then adds a harsh truth. Those mutant blue variants that suddenly showed up are just ridiculously strong. He glances off to the side, his brow furrowing deeply as he continues. At the very least, for the honor of Louis, who tragically sacrificed himself, we absolutely must find a permanent solution for this devastating situation. Honest grips his own arms so incredibly tight that his hands start shaking, making a fierce internal promise. We actually lost a highly experienced veteran knight over something as basic as a simple goblin hunt. Suddenly, Athena waves wildly and comes running over from the distance. She calls out excitedly, "Hey everyone!" Seeing her approaching so fast, Aenus quickly turns his full attention to her. Athena drops huge news. The Holy Maiden has finally figured out the enemy's true identity. It is a devil. A devil? After hearing that, Jangmyeon and Eubora throw open the tent flap and step outside. Eubora looks completely doubtful, asking again, "A devil?" Beside her, Jangmyeon is just as confused and stares right back at her. "You and I both know this changes everything." Athena points one hand and clenches the other, shouting that the devil hiding behind the rocky mountain is the true culprit. Up on a high, secluded cliff, Sense stands perfectly still as the harsh winds blow past her. She stares down below, lost in deep thought. A second later, a very close, loyal attendant quietly appears right behind her. She steps up and gives Sense a quick update. "Holy Maiden, we have officially relayed the critical message to all the warriors through Princess Athena. This mysterious servant is completely covered in a heavy cloak, wearing a thick blindfold right over her eyes." Hearing this report, Sense slowly turns her head to look at her. Calm, cool, and totally collected, she simply replies, "Excellent work." Then, Saintesses turns her head back around, gazing far out at the distant mountains standing right in front of them. "We simply cannot afford to take any more devastating losses," she states firmly before quickly adding something else. "I originally intended to push these young warriors to rapidly grow stronger through the simple goblin hunt, but now we've completely lost a noble knight, and the Thunder Curse hasn't even been discovered yet." She glances back over at her loyal attendant, flashing a surprisingly calm and peaceful smile. Even though it is incredibly sad, this tragic loss will definitely become a very valuable, hardcore learning experience for our surviving warriors. Saintesses then faces the cloaked woman behind her, giving a direct warning. "Please pay much closer attention to the overall safety of our warriors. We can easily resurrect dead flesh, but we can't do a single thing to fix a totally broken mind." The cloaked figure respectfully nods in complete agreement. "We have already strictly warned the warriors about the severe trauma of repeated deaths." Then she stares right at Sense's back and steps up to provide one more important update. Unfortunately, it seems Warrior Bora actually remembers the exact terrifying moment of her own death. Hearing this, Sense smiles incredibly brightly, turning around and confidently walking forward as she loudly remarks, "Now that is some seriously fierce, unyielding willpower. Someone like that might just be chosen to become a true legendary warrior." Right after, the two descend the stone steps, leaving the high cliff for a wide clearing. Before Sense lies a completely dead, ruined forest, just dry trees and barren dirt with zero signs of life. She reaches out. Her eyes start glowing brilliantly, her expression turning dead serious as a powerful light erupts right from the palms of her hands. Beneath that blinding, sunlight glow hitting the dirt, a tiny green sprout suddenly pushes through. It grows insanely fast, shooting straight up into the air. Finally, a massive, lush garden fully blooms right in front of Sense. Sunlight pours down on the area and tons of edible fruit plants magically spring to life out of nowhere. She proudly turns around, resting her hands right on her hips, smiling as she tells the cloaked servant behind her, "Well, that little trick completely solves our current food shortage problem." Then she quickly adds a very crucial detail. "But honestly, just leaving things exactly like this is totally pointless." The cloaked figure stays perfectly quiet, just watching her back and listening closely. Saintesses issues her final command, "Tell the warriors to gear up so we can finally wipe out this devil." Meanwhile, in another area, a massive demonic foot steps right out from the very forest Saintesses just created. "That's where we leave it, and trust me, the villain is furious." Kamas screams internally, "Holy Maiden." He grits his teeth in rage, glaring daggers towards Sense with absolute anger. "I worked so incredibly hard just to cut off their damn supply lines." Kamas clenches his fists tight, totally raging as he grits his teeth in absolute frustration. Alright, let's jump right into the madness. Back at the castle, Katmos completely loses it, smashing his hands down on the chess pieces. He screams out in pure, unchecked rage. Kang Hansoo. Katmos violently scowls, eyes bulging and teeth grinding as he yells out in utter confusion. Who is she to suddenly interfere in a brutal battle between these kids? Does the human Saintess really not have any say in this? Katmos clenches his trembling fists and angrily shouts out his intense frustration. This right here is exactly why those arrogant bastards keep using their power however they want. He tries to force himself to calm down. With his fists still planted on the table over the shattered chess pieces, he mutters through his shaking anger. Damn it, the only way left is, he cuts himself off. Right beside him, a captive woman with long black hair suddenly glances over at Katmos. Is there really still a way? Next to her, a timid girl with shoulder-length brown hair carefully looks toward the dark-haired woman, softly echoing the question. Is there anything else you can even buy, master? Hearing this, Katmos' face instantly darkens with intense fury. He glares daggers right at the two prisoners and violently screams at them to shut up. Then he harshly reminds them that this is definitely not something they should dare to interfere with. Seeing his terrifying expression, the prisoners nervously stammer as they try to speak. Please forgive me. Katmo's eyes suddenly flash as his expression turns incredibly dark and terrifying. Heavy panic rises inside his mind. No matter how hard we try at this rate, the goblin army and I are both going to die. Right after that chilling thought, Katmo shifts his dark gaze back toward the two women hanging there with chains around their necks. The women are whispering to each other, figuring that maybe those human kids can still be saved. The two of them tightly hold hands. Seeing this, Katmos flashes an incredibly creepy smile as he makes a cold realization. Those three always put their own selfish benefits above absolutely everything else. He bows his head, his face twisting into a mocking grimace as he thinks about someone actually sacrificing themselves just to save lowly humans. Anyone who hears this story wouldn't believe it and would just burst out laughing. Katmos then gives a strict order, telling the girl with shoulder-length brown hair to call the old goblin in here immediately. Hearing the demand, she looks up directly at Katmos. His face darkens again and he furrows his brow with intense seriousness. He firmly confirms that he is about to issue his next major directive. Meanwhile, over on the hero's side, an arm excitedly shoots straight up into the sky along with a massive triumphant cheer. Mion stares at the glowing stat window in front of her with a huge smile. She reaches out, absolutely hyped to confirm she just hit level 13. She can barely believe she actually pulled this off. Walking forward, she keeps checking her system stats. Ira is already level 14. Just wait and see. It won't be long before I completely catch up to her. All around her, the charred corpses of dead goblins are scattered across the scorched dirt. Then Mion makes a quick reality check. She is completely out of mana, and honestly, she pushed way too deep into enemy territory. Glancing back over her shoulder, she makes a smart tactical decision. It is definitely time for me to head back now. But suddenly, she spots something strange in the distance and calls out in confusion. Now watch closely. This is exactly why you never drop your guard. Another group of goblins holding clubs are grinning wildly and sticking their tongues out at Mion, making her jump. With zero hesitation, they blindly rush straight at her. Panicking, she scowls and quickly throws her hands forward. She stumbles backward, totally consumed by pure panic. Her terrified scream violently echoes through the dense, dark trees of the forest. Ah! A sudden gust of wind sweeps her up, and she completely vanishes in a faint, glowing light. Down on the ground, the goblin corpses remain scattered everywhere. Shortly after, the evening sunset slowly begins to fall. Kang Hansoo casually rests a bone staff on his shoulder. He turns his head back, flashing a confident smirk as he speaks up. All right then, I will leave the cleanup duty entirely to you. Behind him, the only guy still conscious is kneeling on the ground. He looks up, strikes a hyped muscle pose, and yells back with a massive bright smile. Yes, sir, I will do my absolute best. Kang Hansoo keeps the bone staff casually propped on his shoulder as he watches the guy. Shoving his free hand into his pocket, he coolly walks away. Floating nearby, the transparent god excitedly throws his hands up with a huge smile. The system sends Kang Hansoo a direct message. A certain god is urging you to go exploring. Seeing the prompt, he looks up at the sky and smiles. Right after class ends tomorrow, we can finally begin our big exploration. After class ends the very next day, the mysterious ring on his middle finger suddenly starts glowing brightly. Kang Hansoo quietly checks his surroundings and lets out a soft hum. The transparent god floats right behind him, keeping watch. Walking forward, Kang Hansoo mutters to himself. I have definitely been following the ring's exact directions, but I honestly have zero idea where we are right now. Right on cue, the glowing ring on Kang Hansoo's hand completely fades out. He stares down at it, clearly confused by the sudden change. He grunts in frustration. Shaking his finger a few times, he holds his hand straight up. He stares at the ring with wide, bewildered eyes and asks, "What is going on? Is this thing broken already?" The floating god drifts closer, curiously pressing a hand against its cheek to inspect the ring. Then Kang Hansoo puts his hands on his hips. He looks up at a massive white flagpole right in front of him. Or is there actually something hidden here? The transparent god looks up at the pole too, completely puzzled. Kang Hansoo rubs his chin, his eyes darting to the side as he falls deep into serious thought. There is definitely something important hiding in this spot. But then Kang Hansoo just freezes and bluntly admits, I literally have no clue what it is. The god frantically taps him on the head and points backward, as another system message pops up for him. You and I both know that's never a good sign, right? The system warns that a ton of projectiles are flying straight at him. Hearing this, Kang Hansoo just looks confused and asks a simple question. Wait, what is flying at us right now? Before he can even finish his sentence, sharp ice arrows and massive fireballs relentlessly crash down toward him. Kang Hansoo runs for his absolute life, frantically dodging the blasts while screaming at the top of his lungs. His legs turn to pure jelly and he completely eats dirt, face-planting hard. He snaps his head back in sheer panic. Right in front of him, roaring flames and two razor-sharp ice blocks are violently impaled into the ground. Finally catching his breath, he angrily screams out a loud curse. Hey, you absolute jerk! Hearing the yelling, a guy wearing a jester hat angrily opens his mouth. Raising a threatening fist, smoke literally blows from his lips as he screams. Do you have a death wish? You cannot just stroll in here. But immediately after, thanks to Kang Hansoo's altruism effect, the guy's entire attitude flips. He flashes a warm, bright smile showing perfectly white teeth. Kang Hansoo, this is a live magic shooting range. It is extremely dangerous, so you really should not be hanging around here. Seeing this weird mood swing, Kang Hansoo's face darkens. He glares back at the guy in pure annoyance and bitterly mutters, "If it is so dangerous, you should at least put up a warning sign." Suddenly, over on the other side, a girl spots him. Clasping both of her hands together, her eyes go completely wide with sheer surprise. She calls out to him, "Wait, Kang Hansoo?" Her two friends, who had just been practicing their attack spells alongside her, look totally pale and awkwardly run over to join her. Meanwhile, Kang Hansoo casually stands up. He casually dusts off his clothes, completely clueless, and looks over at Lessa. Do I actually know you?" The floating god just tilts its head, crossing its arms while staring at Lessa. Then the system delivers another divine message. A certain god says you really do not need to remember her at all. Seeing his totally blank reaction, she awkwardly averts her gaze and stammers through her introduction. "It is me, Lessa." Hearing that, Kang Hansoo just bluntly replies without missing a single beat, "I do not remember you at all." But then Kang Hansoo nervously scratches the back of his head and steps closer to her. He forces an awkward smile, holding his hand out to save face. "Miss La, of course I remember you now. It has been way too long." And that's where we pause. Trust me, this is about to get so awkward. She coldly stares at him and corrects his mistake. "It is not La, my name is Lessa." She sighs. "So you really do not remember me?" Kang Hansoo forces a bitter smile. His face darkens as he scratches his head, realizing he has to deal with yet another massive headache. "Stick with me here, because you and I are about to see how awkward this gets." On a sunny, breezy day, he sits on a bench with Lesha, listening to her endless rambling. He literally has no clue what she is saying, just resting his chin and giving lazy replies. Yeah, sure." Lesha then looks at him, totally convinced, and says, "Kang Hansoo, it seems you actually understand the language a lot better now." Hearing this, Kang Hansoo, who was staring off into space with his chin resting on his hand, widens his eyes in shock. He quickly turns back to her, throwing a glance and faking total excitement. "I have been studying incredibly hard." Lesha completely buys it, nodding along in agreement. Then, she presses her fingertips together near her chest, smiling eagerly as she throws a sudden question at him. "By the way, why did you visit the magic shooting range? Is it because you want to learn magic?" Kang Hansoo forces an awkward, tight smile and scratches his head, reluctantly admitting to it. "Ah, right, it is because I absolutely cannot use any magic." She stays beside him, flashing a super friendly smile. But deep down, Kang Hansoo is secretly scoffing to himself. "Honestly, I am way more curious about the secret stuff they are actually hiding in there." Then Lesha drops a huge offer. "Well, how about I teach you some magic?" Hearing this, he is genuinely stunned. He furrows his brow, looking straight at her to confirm. "Is that even possible? I heard you cannot learn it without the blessing of magic." Seeing his hesitation, she gets completely fired up, clenching her fists. With sparkling eyes and a serious expression, she explains. "Just the absolute basics are fine." She insists that he needs to learn it so he has a solid counter method when fighting against other mages. Before he can even accept, Lesha suddenly jumps up right out of her seat. "Then I will see you tomorrow at this exact time. By the way, what class are you in?" Startled by her energy, he instinctively looks over and answers, "The advanced class." Hearing that, Lesha completely lights up with excitement. "Wow, then it will be super easy to meet up." As she walks away, she turns back, giving him a playful wave and a wink, promising to see him tomorrow. Kang Hansoo is left completely utterly confused, just sitting there watching her leave. Meanwhile, a classmate notices her passing by and eagerly calls out her name. "Hey, Lesha." The classmate cannot hold back her burning curiosity and immediately interrogates her. "Who was that guy? Is he someone you asked out?" Hearing that, Lesha flashes an embarrassed smile and glances at her friend, quickly explaining. No, it is not like that. Let's just get to class." Another girl nearby also looks over to eavesdrop on the gossip. Back on the bench, Kang Hansoo is sitting alone, hands clasped tightly in deep thought. He watches Lesha's fading silhouette and asks the divine being floating right beside him, "What do you think about this, O honorable god?" The floating entity raises a hand to her chin, looking completely baffled, and relays a message back to him. A certain god remarks that the girl's behavior is definitely suspicious. Hearing this, Kang Hansoo quickly speaks up to correct the topic. "No, not her. I am talking about the magic shooting range." The god beside him rubs her chin in thought, and then the system notification suddenly chimes in. "Now pay attention, because you and I know this system is shady." A certain god pretends to know everything, hinting something is hidden there. Kang Hansoo stands up from the bench, letting out a sharp sigh. "It seems you really do not want to tell me." Suddenly, a loud shout echoes out. Startled, Kang Hansoo flinches and glances over with a grunt. Even the god beside him pops her head out to spectate. It is Prince Rachel, sprinting straight toward them with a scrunched-up face, clutching a rolled-up piece of paper. Seeing this, Kang Hansoo groans internally at the massive annoyance. Ugh, not this annoying guy again. He slides to a stop right in front of him. His face is completely dark, frowning deeply as he complains. "I have been looking for you for ages." Seeing this drama, Kang Hansoo honestly cannot help but ask a simple question. "Why are so many people desperately trying to find me today?" Right after Rachel starts speaking, "You did," but gets instantly cut off by absolute grace. Kang Hansoo just smirks, side-eyeing the guy next to him while silently begging in his head, "Please, just let me walk past you." But Rachel stubbornly reaches out, physically blocking his path. He tilts his head and throws his arm right in front of Kang Hansoo, sharply warning him. That trick is not going to work anymore. Hearing this, Kang Hansoo looks genuinely shocked, frowning in pure confusion. Next, the prince dramatically holds up a piece of paper right in front of his face. Raising his voice with absolute confidence, he declares, Ahem! Listen closely, Kang Hansoo. For me to climb straight to the very peak of Hawas, I absolutely need you. You and I both know a rehearsed speech when we hear one, right? Kang Hansoo shoots him a doubtful glare, thinking he really prepared a whole script. Feeling utterly annoyed, Kang Hansoo pouts with a displeased face, recalling the system choice window and questioning things. Did he prepare all of this just by peeking at the stat window? He quickly realizes something crucial. So this supposed blessing actually has a major weakness after all. Right then, Prince Rachel shoves the paper toward him, flashing a terrifyingly sincere smile. Kang Hansoo, if we team up together, we will absolutely become the strongest force ever. I am completely serious about this. Seeing his intense energy, Kang Hansoo just side-eyes him without saying a single word. He asks himself, a team, huh? Finally, he shoots Prince Rachel a totally calm yet utterly disgusted look of pure rejection. He runs the logic in his mind. Since the academy requires everyone to have their own team anyway, it honestly makes way more sense to party up with a classmate. With that settled, he smirks. Narrowing his eyes, he reaches his hand out toward Prince Rachel and seals the deal. All right then, let's help each other out from now on. Instantly, the prince absolutely loses it. Overflowing with joy, he tightly grips the paper, throws an arm around Kang Hansoo's neck, and cheers with a huge grin. Aha! Exactly! Let's help each other from here on out. Caught in a suffocating hug, Kang Hansoo just pouts, siding him while his fist tightens out of sheer annoyance. Meanwhile, the god floating beside them gets super frustrated, clenching her fists with a dark expression as she glares daggers at them. The system immediately issues a warning. A certain god is currently feeling extremely uncomfortable. Hearing this, Kang Hansoo squeezes his eyes shut, gritting his teeth in sheer helplessness as he screams internally. Yeah, well, me too! Right after Kang Hansoo glances to the side, while Prince Rachel just keeps cheerfully hanging off his neck, absolutely yapping away without stopping. Kang Hansoo seriously wonders if he should ask Daloka how to actually hide the stat window. That night, inside a dimly lit room, a voice questions him back. Is that really it? A piece of pale bone is being carefully sharpened with a small blade. Daloka strokes the bone, sitting with her legs crossed on the table, smiling as she shares her thoughts. I don't really want to tell you that easily. Then she closes her eyes and lets out a sinister giggle, sharply reminding Kang Hansoo. But if you command me, I will definitely speak. Hearing this, Kang Hansoo calmly pulls out a chair. As he sits down, he issues the absolute command. Tell me. The system confirms the use of slave authority. Daloka immediately puts down her small blade. Looking at him with deep reverence, she obeys. Yes, my lord. Next, she forms an O shape with her fingers, placing it right over her demonic eye while closing the other. That open eye radiates a terrifying surge of power. She drops the truth. In order to see someone's stat window, you need a specific blessing. And logically, resisting it also requires a blessing. Daloka adds more crucial details. Seeing this, he rests his chin on his hand, looking away as he seriously asks, a blessing, huh? Which one is the absolute easiest to get? Hearing his question, Daloka quickly gives him the facts. Well, the blessing of secrecy is incredibly hard to obtain on short notice, and the blessing of fairness exposes the stat windows of both you and your opponent. So, neither of those will actually work. So what do you and I make of this? She adds, there is also the marriage blessing. It only lets your spouse see it, but to actually pull that off. Let's dive right back in, and trust me, the system rules are getting wild. He needs a god-approved wedding. The blessing of deceit can fake his status window, but if caught, it becomes a curse with brutal backlash. Plus, the blessing of disguise completely hides his status window if he fakes his own death. But honestly, he probably doesn't want to know the crazy conditions to unlock that one. Then there is the blessing of humility. It forces all his blessing levels to the absolute bottom. Getting it requires an insane amount of patience. Hearing this massive info dump, Kang Hansoo frowns, rubbing his chin to process it all. Finally, his expression darkens like he just stepped in trash. He twitches, forcing a stiff smile at Daka. Are you done yet? She just smiles, eyes totally crinkled in joy. Resting her chin on her intertwined hands, she sits at the table and giggles, confirming his question. That is everything I can think of right now. Small blades and sharp bones sit on the desk. Suddenly, Salona speaks up, asking Hansoo a crucial question. Does it absolutely have to be a blessing? She just finished showering, casually walking out with wet hair under a towel. Wrapping it around her neck, she grabs both ends and innocently repeats her question, looking a bit confused. Could a curse work too, even if it is a little dangerous? Hearing this, he rests his arm against the chair and glances over at her. Realization hits him. He puts his hand on the desk, looking back as he repeats the idea out loud. Blocking a status-checking blessing using a curse, he smirks. That actually sounds pretty fun. On the other side, Daka stays in her spot. Her face darkens with zero sympathy as she shoots a cold glare right at Salona, who just stares back. Finally, Daka stands up, placing her hand on the table to share her thoughts. For a totally ordinary human, she actually makes a solid point. There is one curse that would suit you perfectly, master. Now pay attention here. This is where it gets crazy. Daka drops her hand to her hip, standing tall. She smirks wickedly, throwing out her suggestion. Something exactly like the curse of greed. Hearing this, Salona drops her towel and looks over. Hansoo rubs his chin, suddenly recalling that giant boss frog drowning itself in piles of gold. He frowns, repeating the name. The curse of greed? Next, Daka steps closer to Salona. She raises her demonic clawed hand, lightly brushing it against the human girl's lips as she adds more details. Yes, it is a curse of absolute control over your own possessions, and that includes your status window. Salona's eyes go completely wide with fear as she stares right at the demon. Hansoo immediately asks for the catch. What is the price? Daka playfully points at her own mouth, hiding her sharp claws. She winks and gives him a cheeky smile. Your actual life. Hansoo flashes an absolutely manic, toothy grin, then we lock it in. Meanwhile, the gods are watching from behind him as another system message drops down from above. Some random god comments that the outsider's expression is super weird, but Hansoo just stretches his arms forward, rolling his eyes with an excited laugh. Oh, come on now. He bluntly replies that he has zero clue what the god is talking about. The next morning, Hansoo and Daka stand in the loud, chaotic mercenary guild, surrounded by screaming adventurers. They step up to the counter and receive a few paper flyers. Hansoo picks them up, casually waving the sheets in the air as he asks a quick question to confirm. Is this really the only mission I can take right now? Beside him, Daka glances over at the papers, looking completely baffled by his sudden choice. Master, why on earth did you suddenly register me as a mercenary? Hansoo just stands there, holding the quest papers, resting one hand on his hip with a totally unimpressed pout. Hearing her complain, he half draws his sword, looking back with a casual response. You told me about that curse of greed. I can either hoard tons of slaves or get super rich, right? He makes a point about his blade. But honestly, my entire fortune is tied up right here. He says this while still gripping that stack of low-level quest papers. Pointing a finger, he flashes a hyped, arrogant smirk, revealing his brilliant new idea. So I figured he pauses for a second, then points that exact same finger straight at Daka. Oh? Hearing this, she crosses her arms behind her back, staring right at him in absolute confusion. He throws out a wild theory. What happens if we just boost your mercenary level so incredibly high that I literally cannot ignore your rank anymore? Daka furrows her brows, actually agreeing with his logic. That might actually work perfectly. But then she hesitates, trailing off nervously. Hansoo immediately cuts her off. I know. Closing his eyes, he casually scratches his cheek and calls out her biggest fear. You are currently worried about your personal hunting curse, right? She instantly warns him not to take it lightly. You really shouldn't underestimate the hunting curse. Looking totally panicked, she holds her hands out, trying to weigh the massive risk for him. You and I both know how nasty these system buffs get, right? It's a curse so strong it turns a regular orc into an alpha boss. She pictures those horrific fanged pig monsters and shudders. Hearing this, he just rubs his chin again. He closes his eyes, sinking deep into thought before making a bold claim. I could easily hit A rank right now based on my level alone, but I am stuck at D rank because of that curse. Hansoo opens his eyes, staring Daka down with absolute confidence. We will handle ranking up your mercenary badge later. But then he pauses, asking her one final clarifying question. Are these orcs really that strong? Daka doesn't hesitate for a single second. Absolutely. She suddenly recalls that brown-haired man with the mustache, comparing him to the beasts. They could easily match that elite knight we ran into just a few days ago. Hearing this, Hansoo turns around, waving the quest papers dismissively. Keeping his other hand firmly on his hip, he scoffs. Wait, is that seriously it? Behind him, Daka looks utterly defeated, resting her hands down as she warns him. You are going to regret this. Her face twists in frustration as she points sharply at herself. Right now, I can't even handle fighting 3 normal orcs. Hansoo just gives her a cocky smirk. He glances back, literally waving the paper right in front of his face to confirm the details. Don't worry about it. This quest only requires us to go play around with a few goblins. He drops a final arrogant claim. Just trust me. Cut to nighttime. 3 different moons hang together in the sky. A mob of monsters instantly charges at Daka, screaming out for human flesh. Meanwhile, Hansoo just stands in the back, arms crossed, casually watching. Daka screams out, her face twisting in pure rage as she winds her arm back for a brutal strike. Ah! Her demonic claws slash right into a wolf monster, tearing up its shoulder as it snarls in pain. Grr! But then the hunting curse officially activates. The wolf's eyes blow wide open, its pupils shrinking to slits as thick red veins bulge everywhere. A system alert pops up to explain. The hunting curse drastically boosts the strength of all nearby prey you try to approach. Your trap success rate will plunge significantly. The deep wound on the wolf's shoulder rapidly heals, leaving a patch of raw, hairless flesh. Drool leaks from its mouth as it sneers, screaming back at Daka. That didn't even hurt, you weak little meat! Seeing this, Daka clenches her fist, gathering her strength. Her expression tightens into a heavy scowl as she grits her teeth, cursing the bastard. Panic starts bubbling up in her mind. Was that seriously all the damage I did? Seeing her panic, Hansoo finally steps up from behind and taps her shoulder. And trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. Let's jump right into the action together. Hansoo tells Daloka to fall back. She pulls her hand away, totally confused. Meanwhile, 3 gnolls are staring at him, laughing like absolute maniacs. One of them screams out, talking meat. The other one gets totally hyped and completely agrees. Meat, meat, meat. Its head is mine. But Hansoo just stares them down and casually walks right up to them. Finally, the red gnoll loses all patience. It licks its lips, swings its giant claws right at him, and screams out, this meat is mine. Seeing this, Hansoo draws his sword, frowns, and glares right back at the monster to give his brutal, honest opinion. Wow, acting so friendly this fast? Right after that, Kang Hansoo casually swings his blade in one smooth, lightning-fast motion. In an instant, all 3 gnoll bodies are perfectly sliced completely in half. They are absolutely stunned. The red one's face is frozen in pure shock, dying with its eyes wide open, while the brown one is literally still smiling with its tongue out. Behind him, Daloka is watching Hansoo in absolute disbelief, her eyes wide as saucers, completely clueless about his power. Meanwhile, the three bisected monster corpses just collapse onto the dirt, blood immediately pooling all over the ground. Our guy just stands there looking completely badass. He rests one hand on his hip, stares down at their bodies, and asks, "Is that really it?" In the background, Daloka is literally frozen in shock. Then Hansoo just casually rests his sword on his shoulder, turns his head, and casually reminds her, "Hey Daloka, pull out their teeth." But she hasn't recovered at all. Her eyes are totally blank, zero reaction. Seeing her like this, Kang Hansoo calls out to her again, trying to figure out what's up. What is wrong? Did you not hear me? Has the slave curse stopped working entirely? Suddenly, she puffs up her cheeks. Her face goes bright red, holding back laughter. Right after that, Daloka just can't hold it in anymore and bursts into pure, joyous laughter. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, our boy is completely confused. Still holding his giant sword over his shoulder, he looks right at her and demands to know. What is it now? This is definitely not the time for jokes. Suddenly, he freezes up, looking over at the dead bodies in total surprise. He shouts out, warning Daloka, "Hey, look at that! The slimes are eating everything again!" Now watch closely here, this part is wild. A swarm of tiny blue slimes is crawling all over the gnoll bodies, actively melting them down. Hansoo quickly scolds Daloka. Why didn't you command them clearly? Right after that, he furrows his brows, points straight at the rotting monster corpses, and shouts his next order. Go get the loot right now! Hearing this, Daloka breaks into an excited smile. She totally salutes him like a real soldier receiving orders and confidently replies, "Yes, my master." Then, beaming with pure happiness, she giggles and quickly sprints forward to grab the drops. Seeing her run off, Hansoo calls out another reminder. Those items are proof we finished the mission, so do not miss a single thing. Meanwhile, the three moons high in the sky continue to illuminate the dark forest. Hearing his instructions, Daloka loudly confirms again, "Yes, boss." Fast forward to the very next morning at the academy. Hansoo and Siona are walking down the street looking around, when suddenly a loud scream echoes out. "Hey, Kang Hansoo!" Hearing his name, Hansoo glances over with pure annoyance. It is Tiger. He is absolutely furious, pointing a finger right in Hansoo's face and screaming his lungs out. "Because of you, we are going to be scrubbing the toilets for 15 straight days." Beside him, another very polite student looks at Hansoo and speaks up. "Good morning to you." Startled, Kang Hansoo looks over at the guy standing right next to Siona. Seeing them, Hansoo keeps his hands casually in his pockets and chuckles, ready to mock the angry dude. "Tiger, I see you have not changed one bit, huh? You would not have to scrub them twice if you just did it right the first time. Need my help?" Hearing that, Tiger gets even angrier, points at him, stomps the ground, and screams. "Who says I won't scrub them carefully?" Suddenly, someone else is walking toward their group from far away. She raises her voice and calls out for Kang Hansoo. Hearing the voice, Hansoo quickly turns his head. Tiger is completely shocked and panicking as Lesha steps right up to Hansoo, flashing a super friendly, beautiful smile to greet him. "Good morning to you." The whole crowd is instantly stunned, eyes popping out at her gorgeous pink aura presence and that dazzling smile. Then, looking up with big round puppy eyes, she gazes right at him and speaks a little shyly. "Oh, you are hanging out with your friends. I know what you're thinking." The whole campus is instantly thrown into absolute chaos, fans screaming their lungs out in pure excitement. On Hansoo's side, an arm suddenly wraps around his neck from behind, totally catching him off guard. His eyes widen in shock, completely unable to react in time. Next to him, Tiger's face is literally dark as charcoal. He shoves his face right up against Hansoo's, fiercely interrogating him. "Hey, commoner, what is going on here? How the hell do you know her?" Seeing this, Hansoo glares right back at him, grinding his teeth in absolute annoyance. "I literally just know her in passing." Hearing this, Tiger immediately screams back in denial. "No way, this has to be a total nightmare. My sweet Lesha." Seeing this nonsense, Hansoo gets incredibly annoyed, baring his teeth and yelling back in frustration. Why is everyone misunderstanding this entire situation? He grabs Tiger by the face and shoves him backward, putting some distance between them as the guy groans in pain. Standing behind them, Lesha just watches the two boys fight, tilting her head with the most innocent smile. Then she blushes slightly and grins again. Opening her big, beautiful round eyes, she calls out his name. "Kang Hansoo, after today, I really want to teach you magic." Hearing that, he looks super suspicious and asks, "What did you say?" Seeing her sincerity, Kang Hansoo finally seems to get it. He turns his head back to her and agrees, "Ah, fine by me." Below him, Tiger is foaming at the mouth with absolute jealousy, muttering, "My Lesha!" Hansoo finally lets go of the dude's face. After that, he glances sideways with those classic carefree eyes, secretly thinking to himself, "I definitely do not need to go there, but it is the thought that counts." Full of excitement, Lesha turns to leave, flashing a huge smile and waving at him with a promise. "Catch you later then." She gives him one last reminder, "Do not dare skip out on me this time." Walking just a little bit further down, she suddenly spins around, spreads her arms wide, and shouts to confirm. "It is a promise." Okay, hearing that, the entire crowd totally loses their minds again, staring between the two and screaming, "Lesha!" No way! Hansoo and Tiger just stand there staring at her. The panic screams are getting way louder now. "Lesha! Why is someone like Lesha hanging out with a lowly first year?" Seeing the impossible amount of screaming, he just scratches his cheek, wide-eyed, concluding that she must be crazy famous. Right after that, he literally grabs Tiger by the back of his collar, hoisting him up and urging him to move. "Come on, young master, let's go." Dragged along the ground, Tiger is absolutely sobbing his eyes out, his total fanboy heart shattered into a million little pieces. Boo-hoo! Then he cries even louder and more pathetically. "My dreams and hopes are ruined." The bystanders watching Hansoo casually drag this weeping dude across the dirt floor are completely speechless. Eventually, they finally stop walking. Right in front of him is a massive, incredibly gloomy wooden building. A flock of creepy birds flies overhead. Kang Hansoo, still gripping Tiger's back collar, rests a hand on his hip and stares up at it, while Tiger sits completely depressed in the dirt. Immediately, his eyes narrow and he forces a totally awkward smile, secretly thinking to himself, "These facilities are impressively terrible." Suddenly, a loud voice rings out. "Kang Hansoo!" Hearing his name, he glances over at the newly arrived group. They are literally glaring at him with faces like they just stepped in dog crap. Totally confused, Kang Hansoo speaks up first to ask, "Who are you?" The leader of the group quickly furrows his brows, staring at him with a dead serious expression as he introduces himself. "I am Prince Ampis, from the Night Kingdom." Hearing this, Hansoo finally understands and confirms it. "The Moonpass guys." Moonpass is a common bug bite cream, by the way. Suddenly, Ampis places his hand on his knee and sinks down. The entire group drops to the dirt, bowing their heads in deep regret. "Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. Let's dive right in." Kang Hansoo is totally caught off guard. His eyes widen in pure shock as he demands, "What are you guys doing?" They all slowly lift their heads to face him. Ampis steps up as their representative, explaining that they are the noble delegates from every single nation. Speaking in unison, they admit that a noble kneeling before a commoner is completely unprecedented. It has never happened in the Academy or the entire Empire. Ampis looks up at him, frowning with total seriousness, and desperately tries to explain their actions. But at the very least, by doing this, he pauses, then suddenly yells out, "We want to make peace with you." Hearing this, the god floating behind him drops their jaw in absolute panic. Meanwhile, Hansoo just stares bug-eyed, completely thrown off by their sudden change in attitude. With a sharp sound, the god behind him shakes their head furiously, crossing their arms into a massive X shape. They grit their teeth, sending a clear message: a certain god heavily disapproves. As the nobles keep explaining, the gloomy sky above the building suddenly clears up. Kang Hansoo speaks up, finally putting the pieces together. "Let me summarize," he interrupts. Standing casually with his hands stuffed in his pockets, he verifies the facts with the kneeling crowd. "So you are telling me that if you guys fail to advance in the upcoming exam," he adds, "you will lose your noble titles and suffer a horrible curse, right?" Hearing this, they lower their heads, faces going completely dark. "That is correct," they reply while down by his feet. Taisur remains slumped over in utter despair. Ampis continues speaking, admitting, "I do not know if only our newly gained experience will be taken, or if all our past experience points will be completely wiped out too." Suddenly, a glowing system vocabulary window pops up right next to Hansoo, explaining the dire situation. Now watch closely, because this system penalty is absolutely brutal. It reads, "Noble. You have failed the strict duties of your noble bloodline. Any experience you earn will now be distributed to others in your lineage." Reading the glowing system window, Kang Hansoo casually rolls his eyes back to the kneeling group. Without a hint of sympathy, he calmly deadpans. "So basically, leveling up is going to become a whole lot harder for all of you now, huh? Alright then, I will not bother you guys anymore. Just do whatever you want." After dropping that line, he starts quietly analyzing the situation in his own head. Honestly, I do not think failing to level up is that big of a deal. Hearing his indifferent response, Ampis practically glows with joy. He shoots his head up, eyes wide, and shouts, "You really forgive us?" Seeing this, the entire group behind him swarms forward. Faces lit up with massive grins, they crowd around Hansoo, cheering, "Really? Thank you." One of them laughs brightly, sharing their honest thought. "You are way nicer than I thought." But Hansoo just stands there in the middle, completely baffled by their joyful expressions. Finally, his face darkens with pure annoyance as he screams internally, "Did you guys seriously have such a terrible impression of me?" Right above his head, the god waves their arms and legs in angry frustration, while the system pops out another notification. The message reads, "A certain god objects, claiming that making peace with these people is not something an outsider should be doing." The system keeps going. A certain god states they are completely untrustworthy. Seeing the gods complain, Hansoo looks up in utter panic with his jaw dropped. Then he simply squeezes his eyes shut, letting out a deep, defeated sigh. "Good grief, I am totally innocent here." Kang Hansoo stomps away, walking with so much frustrated force that his footprints literally leave deep craters in the ground. Fuming with anger and pouting hard, he struts forward, glaring fiercely at nothing as he complains. "Now everyone is staring at me like I am some total weirdo, and it is all because those stupid nobles randomly dropped to their knees." Walking right beside him, Lessa glances over with a gentle smile and confirms, "Oh, so that is what just happened back there." She cannot hold back her amusement. Covering her mouth, her eyes turn into happy little crescents as she playfully notes, "You always seem to get caught up in the most interesting incidents, Hansoo." Finally dropping his angry attitude, he lets out a long sigh, looking over at Lessa to ask, "Anyway, where exactly are we heading right now?" Hearing his question, Lessa keeps her bright smile and happily replies, "We are going to a very special, secluded spot. Absolutely no one will be able to bother us while we are there." Hearing that suggestive phrasing, both the god and Kang Hansoo freeze up like they just got struck by lightning. They stare at her with stiff, completely bewildered expressions. Averting his eyes and looking anywhere else, Hansoo awkwardly admits in his own thoughts, "Okay, I definitely just blanked out for a solid minute there. But seriously, what kind of place is she even talking about?" Walking slightly ahead, Lessa softly breaks the silence, asking, "Having a quiet, peaceful spot is really nice, is it not?" You and I definitely did not see this coming. She casually adds, I used to just work strictly as a comrade to the hero. Hearing this, Hansoo completely freaks out. Eyes wide, he yells, wait a minute, you were the hero's actual comrade? Seeing his massive overreaction, she glances back at him, asking in return, it seems like you are extremely interested in the heroes, are you not, Hansoo? She then goes on to explain, I worked alongside the hero Oohongu for a short period of time. He was always overflowing with total confidence. A memory of Oohongu smirking flashes vividly in her mind. Lessa brings a hand up to rub her cheek. Looking away with an incredibly awkward forced smile, she gives her honest assessment of him. But he was way too reckless for me to ever handle. She thinks for a second and adds, how should I put this? Compared to him, you actually seem much more like a normal person, Hansoo. Through her vivid description, Hansoo immediately pictures the insane guy. He imagines Oohongu sitting casually on top of a defeated monster, holding his blade with a careless, arrogant smirk. Hansoo confirms his suspicions internally. If this girl says Oohongu is difficult to work with, it makes sense. Below the monster, he pictures Lessa literally crying and screaming in absolute panic. He concludes the guy must be an insanely reckless hunter. Snapping back to reality, Hansoo thoughtfully rubs his chin. Glancing around the area, he mutters his growing doubts out loud. Wait a second, so Oohongu actually hunts even more recklessly than I do. Thinking back, he remembers the guy in his previous life. He recalls Oohongu chatting with a friend, constantly reading fantasy novels and comic books every single day. His memory shifts to Oohongu sitting at a desk, smiling intensely while completely absorbed in his stories, leading to a huge realization. So that guy must have incredible knowledge about fantasy worlds like this one. It completely explains why he was able to adapt to this new reality so ridiculously fast. Back in reality, the god lifts a hand to scratch their face, tilting their head in pure confusion. The system relays. A certain god tilts their head, deeply questioning your thought process. Another notification pops up. A certain god giggles. Soon after, the two of them arrive at a lush garden. Lessa turns her head to look at him, buzzing with excitement as she announces their arrival. We are finally here. Now then, should we try learning a little bit of magic, she asks. Hansoo takes off his jacket, laying it on the grass to sit down. Sitting behind him, Lessa gently places her hands against his back and calls his name. Kang Hansoo. She leans in incredibly close to his ear, whispering with a soft smile. When connecting with magic, you must completely cleanse your mind of all cause and effect. Taking her advice, Kang Hansoo closes his eyes, listening with absolute seriousness. With her hands still pressed against his back, she adds one more crucial detail. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Just like a newborn baby, she whispers. Suddenly, a bright golden light glows from his lower abdomen. Eyes closed, Hansoo feels it deeply. It feels like something incredibly hot is rising inside me. Let's jump back in. Beside him, the god angrily punches his arm. The system chimes in. A certain god feels uncomfortable, another god feels very uncomfortable, and a third god feels extremely uncomfortable. Hearing this absolute spam, Kang Hansoo just pouts, utterly speechless. His face scrunches up in total defeat, not knowing how to respond to this divine annoyance. Right next to him, Lessa grabs his shoulder. She flashes a gentle smile, leaning in to whisper softly. Kang Hansoo, does my explanation make sense to you now? Hearing her, he covers his face with his hand and quickly nods. Yeah, I totally get it. But suddenly, Lessa flinches, her eyes locking onto something completely unexpected. Frowning deeply, she points at his hand and asks, who exactly gave you that ring? Caught off guard, Kang Hansoo nervously looks away. He glances down at his own middle finger, suddenly very aware of the glowing ring resting right there. Lessa lets out a heavy sigh. So does this mean I arrived too late? Utterly confused by her words, he turns his head, his eyes widening as he stares at her in pure shock. Wait, excuse me? Seeing his bewildered reaction, she keeps her hand firmly on his back and laughs it off. Haha, never mind. Let us just stay focused on the task. He forces a smile, his face darkening slightly. He rubs his lower stomach where a mysterious light is glowing, happily confirming his progress. Alright, I can actually feel the energy gathering right here in my gut. Kang Hansoo nods to himself. So this is real magic. Before he can even finish his sentence, an outsider system alert loudly chimes. Instantly, the bright light radiating from his lower stomach completely vanishes into thin air. Panicking, Kang Hansoo urgently pulls up his shirt. He stares down in disbelief, frantically touching his bare stomach as he yells out in utter confusion. The warm feeling is completely gone. Lessa suddenly leans in close to check, still keeping her hand on his shoulder. Startled by the proximity, he quickly snaps his head away. Meanwhile, the god is laughing so hard they fall over, clutching their stomach and kicking their legs wildly. The system announces again, a certain god feels proud. Another god feels genuinely delighted by this mess. Catching on, he glares upward. Hey god, don't tell me you did this. But before he can complain, a massive status window pops up right in his face, displaying the name Kang Hansoo. Level 1. Outsider Blessing, Elf C, Mercenary B, Altruism F, Former Hero C, Slaughter B, Destruction D, Holy Sword D, Restoration C, Dividend 23.03. Seeing this massive wall of text, Kang Hansoo gasps in pure shock. Wait a minute, did my Outsider Blessing just level up? Now pay attention, this is where it gets absolutely insane. A sudden agonizing pain hits him, making him scream out loudly. He crashes forward, slamming his hands into the dirt to support himself. Thick, suffocating black aura erupts from his entire body, swirling into the air. He wails in absolute unbearable agony. Ah, it hurts so much! Beside him, Lisa touches his back and screams out in sheer panic. Kang Hansoo, are you okay? Meanwhile, Kang Hansoo is internally cursing his own terrible luck while enduring the mind-numbing pain. Damn it, the reset process is happening way too fast. He scrunches his face, hunching over miserably as violent tremors shake his entire body. Gritting his teeth, he realizes the grim truth. If I try to control it like I usually do, my entire power balance will completely collapse. Desperate, Kang Hansoo forces himself to grip the ground tight. His knuckles turn white as he weakly stammers out a broken response. I am still fine, maybe. But as he chokes on his words, dark energy continuously pours from his hands. Staggering, he somehow forces himself back to his feet. The menacing black aura around him only grows thicker. He quickly makes a reckless decision. That is it. I just need to release all this overflowing energy at once. Below him, Lessa trembles in fear, reaching her hand out and shouting his name. Kang Hansoo! Next, he activates his outsider skill. Kang Hansoo raises his arm high, turning his open palm straight up toward the sky. Instantly, a massive energy sphere forms from the overflowing black aura. He struggles to keep himself steady under the crushing weight. Gripping his own elbow to stabilize his shaking arm, he grits his teeth and screams furiously, "Please, just release it!" Immediately, a colossal beam of raw energy blasts out from his palm, triggering a deafening, earth-shattering explosion. Lisa cowers on the ground, covering her ears and screaming in sheer terror. Intense heat radiates everywhere around them. The second the explosion finally fades away, she glares at him, completely baffled by what she just witnessed. What just happened? She drops her hands and stares up at the sky where the massive energy blast vanished, frozen in absolute shock. Seriously, what was that? Meanwhile, Kang Hansoo simply wipes the thick sweat off his forehead. He bursts into loud laughter, confidently resting a hand on his hip. Phew, I feel so much better now. So refreshing. Still kneeling on the dirt, Lisa stares at him with wide, terrified eyes. Then it finally clicks. Her eyes bulge out as she covers her mouth, trembling as she asks him, "Kang Hansoo, how in the world did you just use magic?" Hearing this ridiculous question, he turns his head around, looking at her with total blank confusion. "You and I both caught that, right? Did he just say magic?" Seeing his blank face, she panics even more, screaming loudly, "You used it without even knowing what it was!" Immediately, Kang Hansoo spins back around. Striking a super cool pose, he raises his hand with a cocky smirk. His eyes gleam with excitement as he repeats, "Magic, huh?" He thinks to himself, "That makes sense. I literally copied sword techniques just by using the power of those hyenas earlier." Below him, Lisa continues to stare at him, completely speechless and paralyzed by his sheer absurdity. Next, the system chimes with his skill names: Outsider, Elf. Instantly, a small, bright energy sphere begins gathering right in the center of his palm. Kang Hansoo shouts in his mind, "So why wouldn't magic be possible for me too?" He starts rapidly firing multiple glowing energy spheres high into the sky, but off in the distance, an older man suddenly notices the chaotic display. The man drops his jaw, entirely out of words. Back with Kang Hansoo, our guy excitedly stretches his arms up, laughing like a maniac. "Aha, so this is real magic!" Beside him, Lisa finally stands up. Clasping her hands tightly against her chest, she watches in total awe and confidently confirms, "I am absolutely certain that is real magic." But then her doubts kick back in. How on earth can you cast magic without actually having a magic blessing? Suddenly, the man who was watching them sprints over. He grabs his arm and screams, angrily interrogating the two of them. "You brats! Which one of you dared to use such dangerous magic right inside the academy grounds, huh?" Startled, Lessa whips around, her face pale as she stutters out, "Professor?" Hearing that title, Kang Hansoo flinches in sheer panic. With his hand still pointed at the sky, he slowly turns his head. The professor is literally trembling with dark fury, grinding out his words. "Kang Hansoo, is it you again?" Furious, the professor immediately lists off all his crimes, skipping the mandatory sword training session and now blatantly violating the academy's strict safety rules. The professor swings his arm so hard that his shirt literally rips into tiny shreds. His eyes glow with such intense wrath that he actually starts laughing like a psycho. "If you think you can run away again, you better give up right now." Absolutely terrified, Kang Hansoo's eyes bulge out as he opens his mouth to scream, "Professor, please spare me!" His body goes completely stiff from the sheer panic, automatically triggering his altruism skill out of pure desperation. But seeing this, the professor's terrifying, vein-bulging face just scrunches up. He unleashes a booming laugh straight at him. "Oh, I will spare you all right, but first get over here!" The very next second, the system notification panel for his skill instantly shatters into pieces. Seeing this, Kang Hansoo screams in panic. "What the hell? Not even my blessing works!" The professor fiercely leaps toward him, kicking up a massive dust cloud. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you'll want to see how he survives this. Let's dive in. Those two over there are completely frozen stiff. The professor's face darkens. He flashes a twisted, furious smile right at him and declares, "We are going to make up for all those skip classes with some real hands-on sword fighting lessons right now." Seeing that, he just mirrors that same massive grin right back at the guy, eyes narrowing sharply. Kang Hansoo points his palm forward, gathering explosive energy, and calmly makes his judgment. "Sorry, Professor, but I honestly think I am way more talented at magic." Instantly, blinding power flares up from his hand. The professor freezes completely in his tracks, staring at him in pure, absolute shock. Boom! A massive wave of pure energy blasts straight at the professor, instantly shredding all the clothes right off his body into tiny pieces. Caught right in that massive energy blast, the professor screams in absolute fury. "Ah, Kang Hansoo!" Meanwhile, Hansoo just stands there laughing happily, having the time of his life, his hand still aimed forward. Beside him, Lessa narrows her eyes at his childish behavior, completely speechless. Cut to a beautiful greenhouse botanical garden, with bright radiant sunlight streaming straight down. He sits in the lecture hall with the other students, muttering as he looks around. This classroom seriously looks exactly like a garden, huh? He crosses his arms, closes his eyes, and tilts his head. Damn it, I was not planning on taking any more lectures. Flashback to yesterday. The clown hat professor storms over, furiously pointing at the sword professor who is lying totally unconscious on the floor wearing nothing but his underwear. With his hands on his hips, he scolds him. Kang Hansoo, I can let this entire messy incident slide for you. On the other side, he stands with his hands on his hips, scratching his head with an awkward smile. Beside him, Lessa bows her head, looking completely guilty. Then, the hat-wearing professor points right at him, frowning angrily as he shouts his condition. However, this time just be good and actually attend the classes. Then he strictly warns Kang Hansoo that any mischievous behavior or using magic in this place is strictly forbidden. Remember that well. Back in the present, he keeps his eyes closed and arms crossed, complaining miserably to himself. How are these classes even supposed to help us out? Are they raising monsters just for us to kill? He wonders to himself. He then looks up at the desk in front of him, spotting two people sitting together. Seems like everyone already has a study buddy anyway, huh? After that, he mutters that he does not see the class president anywhere at all. Now pay attention here. Kang Hansoo spots Ampus sitting right in front of him and gasps. He quickly slides over, excitedly pulling up a chair next to him. Smiling gently, he asks, "Hey Moop, you taking this class too? Let us study together." Seeing him there, he completely panics, eyes widening as he aggressively screams out, "Kang Hansoo!" He then regains his composure, closes his eyes, and explains, "I am not taking this class just to listen to lectures. I want to be left alone." Before Ampus can even finish his sentence, Hansoo slaps a hand onto his arm. His face suddenly twists into a furious, dark, wide-eyed smile. He grips the poor guy's arm extremely tightly and speaks up with pure menace. "You are seriously rejecting my sincere offer right now." Hansoo threatens him further. "Do you really want to be held back a year?" Hearing that, Ampus just turns away, crossing his arms and nervously clearing his throat. "Ahem, I guess I agree." Seeing that, Hansoo laughs happily, patting him on the shoulder as he praises him. "Haha, that is a very solid choice there." Right after that, he looks up curiously at what just walked in. It is a bright red screeching phoenix. A smiling woman follows closely behind and happily greets the class. "Very nice to meet all of you." In her hands, she is holding a multicolored slime. The teacher approaches with a bright smile while an eagle flies around, screeching loudly. She adds that they are the students who will shoulder the very future of humanity. Then she looks at the students in front of her, smiling with absolute confidence, and introduces herself. "I am Sarah Brett, and I will be teaching you about the subject." Right after that, she warmly adds another thought. "I really hope we can walk forward together and make some amazing progress in this class." The professor stands right in the middle of the podium, her voice echoing throughout the room. The fire phoenix screeches, happily flying all around. Seeing this, Kang Hansoo crosses his arms and quietly makes his own judgment. Even during the entrance ceremony, it really seemed like she is a super famous fairy, huh? Suddenly, the fire phoenix lands directly on his desk. Kang Hansoo pauses, looking down at it in total confusion. "Huh?" He lets out a confused sound. Beside him, Ampus looks over, frowning in equal disbelief. Then the bird's face scrunches up completely. It glares and lets out a sharp chirp. Seeing that, he gets even more confused. He pouts, glaring and frowning back at the bird as he wonders to himself, "Why is this thing acting so weird specifically toward me?" Then he genuinely wonders, "Did I do something wrong?" Down at the front, she looks up at her students, still gently holding that multicolored slime, and starts explaining the situation to the class. "We need to find out exactly why the creatures all around the academy have recently fallen into a strange state of intense fear." She adds on, "So currently, we are planning to hold these specific types of classes just once every 2 weeks. Hearing that from his seat, he turns his head, squinting over at Ampus right next to him as he notes, "So that means we only have to study twice a month. You and I both know this will not end well." Ampus glares at him, completely and absolutely speechless. With the Fire Phoenix still watching them, Kang Hansoo cheerfully asks Ampus, "Pretty awesome, right, Moonpass?" Hearing that, he leans completely back. His face darkens with total dissatisfaction as he loudly corrects him. "I am Ampus! Why do you keep randomly butchering people's names like that?" He is totally furious, but Hansoo just leans over, grinning like crazy. Thanks to Ampus screaming, every single pair of eyes in the room instantly turns toward him. Immediately after, Sarah Brett frowns furiously and shouts a stern warning. "You boys back there, keep quiet right now. If you keep disrupting my class, then..." The little creature in her hands also frowns, screaming in agreement. Seeing this, Kang Hansoo looks down curiously, while the teacher suddenly freezes, letting out a sharp gasp. Next, her face starts flushing bright red. Her eyes widen in pure shock as she stammers while trembling. "Why? Why is he here?" Her whole body shakes, gripping the slime so hard it looks completely startled and confused. Sarah Brett continues, her voice breaking. I take back what I just said. Today's lesson is going to end right here." Then she quickly turns around, clutches the slime, shuts her eyes, and literally runs crying out of the classroom. The Fire Phoenix immediately flies after her. Sarah Brett shouts a final announcement to the stunned students. "From tomorrow onward, we will have this class every single day at this exact time. So see you all tomorrow." Hearing that from the back, Kang Hansoo is confused, then absolutely furious, his face darkening as he yells in frustration. "Hey, what the heck is this?" Right after he grinds his teeth, turns to Ampus, furiously grabs him by the collar, and screams, blaming him for everything. "Hey Moop, this entire thing is completely your fault." Facing Kang Hansoo's explosive anger, he gets extremely flustered, stammering out in a panic. "Huh? What? Get the heck away from me!" He finally exhales, calming down while muttering, "Good grief. So what do you and I make of this? Why does trouble always follow him everywhere?" "Let's dive into the madness." He cuts him off, remembering Seamoss waving and smiling right at him. "Why do I always run into guys exactly like this?" Meanwhile, outside the academy, the sky is still a clear blue. In a damp, dark place, water drips from the ceiling. A blonde girl is sound asleep on the cold ground. Slowly, she blinks her eyes open and lets out a soft groan. She slowly struggles to sit up, murmuring in total confusion, Where exactly am I right now?" But suddenly, an incredibly gloomy voice echoes through the room, completely cutting off her sentence. Hero Jang Mion. A guy with two dark horns on his head sits with his legs crossed on a chair. He intertwines his fingers across his chest, casually greeting her. "Welcome to my domain." Down below, Jang Mion gets off her knees and looks toward the voice. Standing up on high alert, she frowns up at CM and demands, "Just who are you?" Seeing this, he just calmly looks down at her. His hands remain tightly clasped together as he asks, "Even looking right at me, you still don't recognize who I am." Then he confidently introduces himself. "I am the 14th son of the mighty Black King, Seamoss." Hearing this, Jang Mion screams in absolute shock. She stares wide-eyed up at the Black King's son, quickly slapping a hand over her mouth to muffle her own scream. Then she squints her eyes, secretly calculating the situation while keeping her mouth tightly covered. She spins around in a circle, blushing hard. Closing her eyes, she smiles and thinks, "Looking closely, he's actually super handsome." Then she adds, and his voice is amazing too. Up on his throne, CM hears all this and his face completely darkens. He closes his eyes, frowning heavily as he calls out, "Hey, hero, I have no idea what you're blabbering about, but..." Jang Mion just glances back at CM. She smiles so shyly, her eyebrows raised in absolute, unapologetic excitement. She touches her cheek with her fist, thinking to herself, even if he is the son of the Black King, he's still technically a prince, right? Then she happily mutters to herself, "So this is my ultimate chance to fulfill my lifelong dream." Without a single second of hesitation, Jang Mion shouts right at him, "Hey, you super handsome prince, hurry up and become my loyal slave." Now pay close attention here, this is where it gets crazy. She reaches out with a glowing heart, excitedly using her charm skill. But instantly, pitch-black arrows shoot out. They strike Jang Mion's body, piercing right through her and sending her stumbling backward. Her face is frozen in pure shock as she stares at those pitch-black arrows. Blood immediately spills from her mouth. Her eyes remain wide open, completely caught off guard before she can even react. When did Seamoss even stand up? His face is deadly serious as he mutters, "That was actually dangerous." With his palm facing forward and smoke clearing, his body emits a bright purple glow. "I didn't think she would launch a surprise attack like that." Meanwhile, Jang Mion collapses completely dead on the floor, eyes wide open as blood pools beneath her. Seeing this pathetic sight, CM frowns in total confusion and asks, "Even someone exactly like her can actually become a hero?" Suddenly, he flinches hard, staring wide-eyed at the space right in front of him. The system loudly chimes, displaying his stats, name CM. Level 20, Blessings, Secret Charm D, Magic B, Warrior E, Math C, Trap D, and Observation. Noble Curse. Hero rank F. Right after that, another system notification pops up in front of him. Hero, all languages of hostile races are now automatically translated for the hero. Experience and achievements gained through hunting are drastically reduced. Seeing this massive penalty, he yells out in total frustration, "A hero's curse!" CM violently collapses back into his chair, clutching his head and swearing out loud. Damn it all, he completely loses his mind and starts shouting, "She was my hostage for negotiations, and I just killed her with my own 2 hands. Slowly, CM lowers his hands from his head, gritting his teeth as he mutters in anger. If I can't grow any stronger from hunting, he realizes he won't be able to save Lady Dairoka from the clutches of that absolute bastard, Kang Hansoo. Remembering Kang Hansoo's ruthless and bloodthirsty slaughter, he finally comes to a very firm conclusion. Just like him, I need to find another way to get stronger without just leveling up. Right at that moment, the system chimes again with a new notification. "My king, you have a new quest." Seeing this pop up, Seamoss frowns and glances over, his hands still resting heavily on his head. After reading the quest details, his eyes harden with absolute resolve. "You are finally here." The massive heavy doors in front of him slowly begin to creak open. Yubora stands right behind them, glaring inside on high alert before her eyes suddenly widen in pure shock. "You and I know this looks bad." Gripping her sword, Yubora stares at Jang Mion's dead body on the floor and screams, "Mion!" Up above her, Seamoss is still sitting completely cross-legged on his throne. His eyes go incredibly dark, looking down at the ground calmly as he makes a cold observation. "You followed the trail those goblins left behind, didn't you?" Seeing her there, CM gets incredibly excited and quickly stands up from his throne. Frowning with a huge smile, he shouts, "Welcome, warrior Yubora." Reaching a hand toward her, he mockingly asks, "You bravely walked in here all by yourself." But right behind her, a dark-faced man steps through the doorway and speaks up. "Of course we didn't just send the warrior in." In front, Yubora glares cautiously at CM. Suddenly, CM flinches, his pupils shrink in alarm. Gritting his teeth, his eyes flash brightly as he instantly activates his clairvoyance skill. The very next second, the system panel reveals his information. Naminus. Level 33. Noble Blessing A, E Language Rank D, Blessing B, Fighter A, and Brave B, Courage Rank A, Observation B, Divinity C, and Trust D. And finally, the bloodlust curse F. A blonde guy holding a massive sword steps into the room. He calmly glances up at CM and asks, "Are you the demon who rules over this entire mountain?" Hearing that, CM flashes his teeth in a wide grin. That is exactly right. Standing before his throne, his eyes suddenly glow yellow. Smiling like a true devil, his body is shrouded in dark shadows as he adds, "I am the elite ruler of this mountain." By now, Honest is standing directly in front of CMOS, finishing his dramatic introduction, the ultimate nightmare of all warriors. Demon CM. The demon smirks, looking down at them with a completely smug and joyful expression. Meanwhile, down below, Honest just glares up at him, his face completely dead serious. Right behind him, Athena Archamazing also steps inside, looking up at CM in sheer panic. She frowns deeply, trembling as she looks around the room. What absolutely disgusting traps. "Now all we have to do is defeat that monster, right?" she nervously asks. Up ahead, Anis remains completely silent, just staring a hole straight through CM. Up on his throne, CM's face goes pitch black. He grits his teeth, his eyes bulging as he flashes a twisted, completely psychotic grin. "It seems you're all very happy with the gift I prepared." Hearing this sick joke, Anis swings his massive sword upward and shouts right at him. "You sick demon! Just how many warriors and knights have you brutally murdered?" Without a second of hesitation, Anis charges forward. His eyes are wide with sheer resolve. He swings his blade and yells, "Now I will finally make you pay for all your sins." Seeing the hero charge at him, CM casually steps on a hidden mechanism beneath his foot, pressing it down. He playfully warns them, "Hey now, there's no need to get so angry. Trust me, you're not ready for this." Instantly, a massive boulder drops from the ceiling. Yubora stares up in absolute horror as the giant rock crushes straight toward Jang Mion's body on the floor. "Stick with me here, because things are about to get wild." Simo screams out the brutal truth. "You absolutely cannot revive anyone if you don't have their physical body." On the flip side, Ansys panics. He reaches out and dashes forward. Right behind him, Yubora readies her stance. His eyes shrink in absolute terror as he stretches his hand out. He sprints toward the danger, screaming his lungs out in pure desperation. No. Right after that, Yubora grits her teeth and glares. She charges straight ahead, instantly activating her acceleration skill. Her body shoots forward like a total blur, teeth gritted, eyes flashing with rage. Ansys runs alongside her, shooting a shocked glance her way with his hands still desperately reaching out. Up above, Simos just watches them struggle. He flashes a wicked smirk, glares down, and shouts at them. "Haha, you are way too naive, warrior." He grips a glowing purple rope in his hand and violently yanks it back. The magical cord wraps tight around Jang Mion's body. Up above, Simos pulls his arm back and yells out, "I'm not letting a precious bait like this warrior's corpse go to waste that easily." And just like that, her lifeless body is violently hoisted up into the air. Over on the other side, Yubora runs in total shock, desperately reaching out for Jang Mion. But right above her head, a massive boulder is rapidly crashing down. Seeing this, Ansys runs right behind her, screaming out a frantic warning. "Warrior Yubora, stop right there. It is way too dangerous." She hears him, but her legs just won't stop sprinting forward. Trembling with fear, she stammers out the terrifying truth. "But my body is moving completely on its own." Right on cue, the glowing system panel pops up with an alert. Acceleration active. The host's legs are enhanced to sprint far beyond normal speed. The host cannot slow down or stop until the final destination is reached. Suddenly, the giant rock plummets straight down. From behind, Ansys sprints up with lightning speed and shoves Yubora right out of the boulder's crush zone. His face is pure panic. From her new spot, Yubora looks back at him in absolute disbelief. She flinches, eyes wide open, and stammers out a confused question. From a distance, Athena the Archmage shouts out to reassure them. "Warrior Yubora, just keep looking forward, I will handle the rest." With that said, she quickly thrusts her hands out. A blazing balls of fire sparks right between her palms as her magic ignites. Her face is deadly serious, eyebrows furrowed tight. Boom, the massive boulder is blasted by her magic, entirely shattering into countless pieces that go flying everywhere. The raw impact sends Yubora flying backward as she lets out a painful gasp. Ah! Meanwhile, Ansys raises his sword just in time to block a falling rock. He gasps heavily. His face goes completely dark as blood starts dripping down from the top of his head. "Now pay attention here, this is where it gets crazy." Ansys finally regains his bearings, eyes wide with pure shock. Across the way, Simos yanks his rope up, laughing like a maniac as he shouts mocking praises. "Oh Prince, you did an amazing job there." But then he immediately follows it up with a cruel twist. "Too bad you still can't stop this warrior from moving." Jang Mion is still dangling high in the air, the glowing rope completely controlled by Simos. Next, the villain raises his hand and fires a deadly barrage of arrows straight at the charging Yubora. She twists her body, desperately trying to dodge the incoming arrows. Face twisted in pain, she grits her teeth and lets out a struggling groan. Panic sets in as she screams internally. There's no way she can dodge all of this. Finally, she launches herself right off the ground. She reaches her arms out to catch Jang Mion in midair. She wraps her arms tight around her friend and they plummet down together. The second they hit the dirt, Jang Mion's lifeless body slumps over. Yubora turns around, eyes bulging and jaw dropping in absolute horror. In pure disbelief, she calls out to the prince. Ansys' hand is still reaching out toward her, but his whole body has gone dark, completely riddled with those brutal arrows. Up above, Simos watches this tragic scene unfold. He scrunches his face, gritting his teeth as he coldly comments on the sacrifice. "Prince Ansys, you really do command respect, don't you?" He stares down at Ansys' blood-soaked, arrow-riddled body standing dead on its feet. He smirks and states the harsh reality. You actually sacrificed your own royal life just to save a lowly warrior. Down below, Atena the Archmage looks up in sheer panic, screaming out in absolute agony. Prince Ansis. Crying out, she thrusts her arm forward. A massive, intensely hot fireball instantly materializes right in the palm of her hand. Teeth gritted tight, tears welling up in her furious eyes, she glares straight at Simos and screams, "I will never, ever forgive you for this." Powered by pure magic, she charges right at him. Seeing this, Simos casually steps out and hides behind Ansis's lifeless body like a human shield. Flashing a disgusting, sinister smile, he darkens his expression and throws out a warning. "You better be careful there, Princess Athena." Then he drops the ultimate sick twist. "Your attack will completely vaporize this corpse, and then you'll never be able to revive your precious prince." Hearing that, Atena the Archmage furrows her brows, glaring daggers at him. She grits her teeth and cries out in pure helplessness, tears threatening to spill over. Seeing her hesitate, Simos just mocks her, his face twisted in pure malice as he gloats. "That is exactly right. That is exactly how you should react." Suddenly, an arrow pierces straight through Ansis's dead body and shoots out the back. It buries itself right into Atena's heart. Completely caught off guard, she freezes in her tracks, eyes wide open as she stares down at the arrow in her chest. "You and I both saw that twist coming, right?" Simos retracts his crossbow, resting it on his shoulder with a smug, self-satisfied smile. "That is 2 down." Across the field, both Atena and Ansis collapse, blood completely splattering all over the ground. Meanwhile, Eubora is still holding Jangmyeon tightly in her arms. She grimaces, glaring at Simos with absolute high-alert caution. The villain speaks up again. "Now you are the very last one standing." Warrior Bora. Instantly her brow furrows. She shoots him a look of absolute disgust and spits out her curse. "You are nothing but a total coward." Hearing that, Simos just repeats the word in pure disbelief. "A coward?" He lets out a dark chuckle, points his crossbow right at Eubora and fires back. "You brought an entire squad of powerful knights just to kill a few goblins. And you seriously have the nerve to call me a coward?" Suddenly, the glowing stat screen pops up, displaying Simos' info. Name Simos, level 22. Blessing Secret Charm D, Magic B, Blessing B classes, Gladiator E, Tactician C, Trapper F, Observer D, Curse, Noble A, Warrior F. As the stats glow on screen, he steps up to drop another brutal truth bomb on her. "I am level 22. The level gap between us is only a mere 3 levels. On top of that, my average blessing quality is significantly lower than yours." Hearing his flawless logic, Eubora actually feels a bit guilty. She furrows her brows, glaring back cautiously as her own glowing stat system flashes right onto the screen. Name Eubora. Level 19 Blessing, Warrior C, Magic B, Weapon Mastery C traits. Courage D, Acceleration E, Counter D, Integrity E, Reckless E, Curse active. Next, Simos narrows his eyes in pure rage as he continues his total verbal beatdown. "If you guys weren't so incredibly reckless, the one dying right now would have been me." Then he aggressively questions Eubora one last time. "Do you really think I am the cowardly one here?" Standing in the deep shadows, Simos points his crossbow straight at her. He smirks, his eyes flashing dangerously as he offers a chilling reminder. "Hey warrior, let me give you one piece of advice. We are enemies on a battlefield." Down below, Eubora keeps a tight grip on her sword behind her back. Supporting Jangmyeon's dead body on the ground, she stares completely unblinking at Simos aiming his weapon. Makes you think, right? His voice echoes out. "When your actual life is on the line, there is absolutely no such thing as playing dirty or cowardly." Without hesitation, Eubora swings her heavy sword towards Simos. Brows furrowed in absolute fury, she screams right back at him. "Thanks for the advice." Exploding forward, she grips her blade with both hands, swinging a devastating strike straight for his head. Let's jump right back into the madness. Seeing this, he lowers his crossbow, throwing an arm up to block while glaring with gritted teeth. Right after, a sudden scratch appears on Euboza's face, making her wince in pain. But then the wound heals up instantly as a system alert rings out. Weapon Mastery. Your very body becomes a deadly weapon in any situation. Every weapon you own will automatically repair itself, just like your body regenerates. Immediately, another system notification chimes in. Counterattack. Did you really think offense was the only absolute truth? A portion of any damage you take gets reflected straight back at your attacker. On the other side, Kamos grits his teeth and glares, clutching his own body. Blood drips from a fresh cut on his face as he curses internally. What an absolutely ridiculous blessing. He tears off his cloak, his other hand still gripping the crossbow tightly as he forces himself to calm down. Still, Kamos shouts that this is absolutely nothing compared to that bastard. Suddenly, the discarded cloak flies over and wraps entirely around Euboza. She panics as she is tightly bound next to the sword, her pupils shrinking in total confusion. Trapped like a bug in a cocoon, she struggles against the fabric, her mouth gagged as she lets out muffled cries. Right next to her lies Jangmyeon's corpse. Kamos then asks her, "You can't even use basic dark magic, right?" Kamos slowly steps closer, rolling up his sleeves. He looks down at her and lets out a cold, arrogant smirk, making his final judgment. Humans only know how to use light magic anyway, completely useless outside of war. Meanwhile, wrapped tight in the cloak, Euboza glares at him with pure hatred. Kamos happily confirms his plan. "Now then, warrior Ya, it looks like you will be the next hostage I use for my negotiations." Hearing this, genuine panic flashes in her eyes. She glances down at the thick cloak suffocating her mouth, screaming in her own mind, "I can't breathe." Her eyes slowly flutter shut as she struggles, losing consciousness. Now pay close attention here. A mysterious voice rings out saying, "That is enough." Suddenly, a brilliant blue light flashes across the area. blinded by this intense light. Kamas squints in pain, throwing a hand up to shield his face as he shouts out in total confusion. He chokes out a sound as a figure slowly emerges, declaring that this is not the ending they wanted. Suddenly, she pauses. Meanwhile, Kamas's body is literally being burned alive. He screams in utter agony, surrounded by the corpses of the fallen heroes. The mysterious voice calls out to him, directly addressing him as the demon Kamas. The girl glows with a blinding radiance, looking down from the sky. Her eyes are filled with absolute judgment as she confirms one thing: you have crossed the line. Scenes shift back to the academy where the sun is shining brightly. Inside her office, Principal Hao leans her arm against the window, gazing outside. Holding a smoking pipe in her hand, she asks the man behind her about how a certain someone is doing lately. Mixing a drink, the homeroom teacher repeats her question. Right after that, Principal Hao turns around with fading patience. She glances at him, waving her pipe, and demands to know his reaction to the classes and his overall results. She points out that these holiday classes have been completely useless. Behind her, the homeroom teacher pours some tea, listening intently. Then he chuckles out loud, happily looking down at his freshly brewed cup before finally answering her. Honestly, I don't know if those monster trust-building classes are working. Even using the status window, people will just assume our students achieved absolutely nothing, meaning zero rewards for us. Right then, the system pops up with a new term and perfectly explains it. Instructors. Every time you complete a school year, you receive corresponding experience points. All instructors will evaluate each other to determine the final rankings. He calmly continues pouring his tea, hot steam rising from the cup as his voice echoes out. At this rate, we might not even need to keep the professor position. He adds that this year has been incredibly difficult. Hearing this, Principal Hao slams her hand on the windowsill in frustration, frowning as she yells. I know you are thinking the exact same thing right now. What the hell? Only bad news. Gripping her pipe, she begs for just one piece of good news. She literally slumps against the window, tears dramatically streaming down her face as she whines. I could have been recognized by the warriors just by flattering the saint's noble deeds. She tearfully adds that she was trying so hard to leave this miserable place. Right behind her, the homeroom teacher slides a teacup onto the windowsill for her. Standing nearby with his own cup, he smiles warmly, his eyes crinkling as he tries to comfort her. Luckily, there actually is one piece of good news. Just relax. Hearing that, her dramatic tears instantly stop, though she still pouts with her fists clenched. The teacher gently holds her teacup on the ledge. Principal Hao immediately jumps up, grabbing her pipe, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she demands to hear this news. She quickly notes that the hidden labyrinth was exposed, leaving absolutely nothing for them. The homeroom teacher just watches her quietly. He calmly takes an elegant sip of his tea, closes his eyes, and reveals the secret. A first-year student just received a C-rank divine blessing. He adds that this kid could definitely bring them great results. Meanwhile, over in a gorgeous, brightly lit greenhouse garden filled with lush plants, Celeblis stands there with her arms wide open, smiling brightly as she calls out to Kang Hansoo. He smiles back, politely greeting the professor in return. Hearing that formality, she points right at him, puffing her cheeks in fake anger. Not again! I told you to drop the formalities when it's just the two of us. Put on the spot, Kang Hansoo awkwardly glances away. Celeblis steps closer, insisting that how they address each other is super important, demanding he try again. This time, address me like someone you are completely into. Hearing this, Kang Hansoo simply closes his eyes and lets out a super awkward, forced laugh. Internally, he is absolutely screaming. Oh my god, I completely misread this entire situation. Right then, Kang Hansoo flashes back to what just happened. Celeblis' voice rings out, announcing their first class involves slimes. Suddenly, the entire class is seen chasing after panicked slimes, getting completely overwhelmed by them. One student desperately reaches out, screaming that they are heading this way. Catch them! Then, a single bone is held high up in the air. Instantly, the slimes swarm and stick directly onto Kang Hansoo. Seeing this ridiculous situation, the chasing classmates completely freeze in their tracks, eyes wide open. And that is where we leave it today, guys. Celeblis cheers for him, praising Kang Hansoo's excellent work. Holding a slime with sparkling wide eyes, she just keeps showering him with compliments. Let's dive in. She grabbed everyone's attention using exactly what slimes love, then smiled. I didn't expect such a brilliant student. Celeblis then made a massive announcement. I will open a special class strictly for you. Hearing this, he completely panicked and screamed out, Wait, what? All around him, slimes were happily bouncing on his head and clinging to his shoulders. Snapping back to reality, he awkwardly stuttered out a greeting. Hello, Miss Celeblis. Seeing his reaction, she happily clasped her hands together. A fire phoenix hovered nearby while the slimes below just stared up at him. Celeblis immediately praised him. Yes, exactly. That sounds perfect. She then shyly looked away, gently rubbing her cheeks as she confirmed the lesson plan. Today's special class covers your attitude when interacting with monster companions. She then dropped a total bombshell. Just pretend you are my slime. Kang Hansoo, I will demonstrate it for you. Picking up her own slime, she turned away and called him over. Kang Hansoo obediently followed right behind her. She gracefully kneeled down onto the soft grass. Her fire phoenix and the slimes gathered closely around her side. Sitting perfectly still, Celeblis patted her lap with a bright smile, urging him, completely dazed. Kang Hansoo instinctively laid his head on her lap. His face was utterly speechless, staring up at her in total shock. Celeblis gently looked down at him and asked, Did I end up scaring you? I think I rushed things a little. Lying there, he turned his head, forcing an awkward little smile as he tried to reassure her. I was just a bit surprised, but it is fine. Suddenly, the system chimed again. Kang Hansoo narrowed his eyes, glancing around cautiously as realization hit him. Without the Outer God's blessing, he definitely would have panicked. He seriously questioned what kind of bizarre class this was even supposed to be. The system kept sending notifications. One god was squinting at him in amusement, while another watched him with deep suspicion. Standing nearby, Tia crossed her arms, glaring at Kang Hansoo with intense dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, he just stared back awkwardly, still resting on Celeblus's soft lap. Celeblus looked down, closing her eyes before breaking into a massive, delighted grin. Seeing her pure joy, Kang Hansoo just nervously hummed in response. He flashed back to Siona in just a bath towel, realizing this entire academy was completely insane. Then he remembered Lisa teaching him magic. Now pay attention because the tone flips entirely. Under the sunny canopy, he concluded this whole world was totally insane. Later that night on a quest, 3 glowing moons lit up the dark sky. Rioloka stood confidently, staring down 3 massive wolf monsters. One of the beasts growled in pure excitement. Human female flesh, nice and soft. Rioloka just pouted, her eyes narrowing into a deadly glare. Suddenly, a red-eyed wolf let out a wicked laugh, lunging straight at her with razor-sharp claws. "Shut up and die!" She easily dodged the strike, casually sidestepping with a look of pure disgust as she glanced back at the beast. Faster than lightning, Rioloka twisted her arm around and firmly gripped the red wolf right by its shoulder. The monster looked back in total confusion, letting out a pathetic whimper. Without a single ounce of hesitation, she brutally ripped its entire arm straight off its body. Blood sprayed absolutely everywhere as the beast unleashed a deafening, terrifying scream of pure agony. The wolf collapsed in absolute pain. Rioloka's expression remained completely unfazed as she coldly glared back. Then she casually tossed the red wolf's severed arm right back at its 2 terrified pack members. Suddenly, a massive, devastating explosion blew the remaining monsters into pieces. Rioloka simply turned her back, calmly walking away with her eyes closed like an absolute badass. Clenching her jaw, her expression darkened with pure disgust as she glared into the blazing fire. "A filthy beast like you actually dared to lay a hand on me?" Right after that, she spun around, putting her hands on her hips while scanning the area. "My side is totally cleared out." Then she frowned. "Wait, where did Master go?" Over on Kang Hansoo's side, he was literally chasing the wolves down with a giant bone. He yelled at them with terrifying excitement, his face twisted into a demonic grin. The poor wolf was shaking in absolute fear, screaming as it desperately tried to run away. "Ah, stay away from me!" The frantic wolf scrambled for its life while Kang Hansoo relentlessly chased it down with a heavy bone. Wielding his weapon, Kang Hansoo loudly shouted right back at the fleeing beast. "Ahaha, get back here, you little puppy! Stop running!" Watching from behind, Rioloka just chuckled at the chaotic scene. "Haha, well, would you look at that? Master seems incredibly happy today." A little while later, under the glowing light of the 3 moons, he relaxed on a stone ledge. He watched his slimes happily celebrating their big victory, excitedly bouncing all over the defeated wolf's dead body. "You and I can both agree with him here, right?" Leaning back with a massive grin, he made his final verdict. "Hunting is definitely way more fun than sitting in class." Kang Hansoo just sighed, soaking in that incredible, satisfying feeling. After resting up, he decided to check his overall growth level. Right on cue, Rioloka's glowing system stat window completely filled up his vision. Her stats flashed on screen. Name Rioloka, level 31. Demon's Blessing rank A, Combat rank B, Character rank C, Language rank E, Observation rank O, Slave rank A, Stamina rank O, Reversal rank E, Greed rank S, Noble Curse rank C, Hunter rank B, Destruction rank F. Staring at all this, he stroked his chin and muttered, "Jumping from level 21 to 31 still isn't enough to unlock the Curse of Greed." Standing right beside him, Rioloka simply crossed her arms. She calmly walked closer to him, stating the obvious truth. "I already warned you that it would be incredibly difficult to unlock it." Hearing her words, he finally pulled his eyes away from the floating stat board and glanced over at her. With a massive grin on his face, Kang Hansoo suddenly held up a rolled piece of paper. He gave her a confident smirk, raising his eyebrows as he confirmed their success. "But we still got some amazing results tonight." Later, back at the guild, the quest giver looked completely panicked. "Please, just stop bringing these!" He screamed out loud, desperately holding up a massive pile of severed wolf ears. Hearing his complaints, Rioloka sharply glared back. "Excuse me?" Trembling in absolute fear, the guildmaster quickly tried to explain himself. "If you keep bringing this much proof, we can't even process the subjugation properly anymore." The countermaster frantically interrupted her. Dropping right onto the floor, he looked up at Rioloka and cried out, "The branch treasury has literally been wiped clean paying your rewards, and we still have no gold left." Hearing his pathetic excuses, she just tightly crossed her arms and closed her eyes in annoyance. "If you had a problem paying out, you should have changed the quest details." Narrowing her eyes dangerously, she glared down at him and hissed, "I perfectly completed your commission, so what exactly is your problem right now?" Completely terrified by her fierce aggression, the guildmaster awkwardly stammered, But. Annoyed by the drama, Kang Hansoo crossed his arms, rolling his eyes as he loudly mocked the guildmaster's exact words. "You literally just asked me, who in their right mind only collects the subjugation proofs? The guy literally said that to my face." Standing nearby, Tia simply nodded and smiled as a new system message popped up. "A certain unknown god has revealed that your thought process is entirely correct. Now here's where we leave it. Gripping a paper tightly, the angry guildmaster forced a smile. Fine, I will give you another commission you can handle. So what exactly did he offer them? Trust me, you are going to want to see this next. Alright, you and I are about to jump into a crazy S-rank mission. Or so he thought. Back in reality, he throws a shovel over his shoulder, grinning from ear to ear, screaming with excitement on the inside. He actually believed it. Next thing we know, he strikes the shovel into the dirt. But eventually, his excitement turns into absolute rage, throwing a total tantrum as he angrily digs up the ground. Why the heck am I digging dirt? He furiously screams. I literally got my hopes up because the guy promised it was a top-tier S-rank request. So why on earth am I out here holding a shovel? Kang Hansoo can't help but complain. He feels exactly like a cheap grave robber right now. Meanwhile, Ryoloka is kneeling beside the gravesite, peering down at him and shaking her head with pure curiosity as she casually asks him a question. Isn't this way more fun than going to school? Down in the hole, Kang Hansoo is digging like a madman, violently gripping his shovel as he yells back in anger. Forget it, just come down and help me right now, he urges her. Up top, Ryoloka hears his shouting, closes her eyes, and just shakes her head. Hugging her own frail body, she frowns and complains that she is completely exhausted from hunting down all those super-powered hyenas earlier today. She doubles down on her excuse, saying she literally cannot move a single muscle anymore. Hearing this nonsense, Kang Hansoo completely loses his temper and immediately calls her bluff. Are you kidding me? You were totally fine just a few minutes ago. Right after that, a system message pops up. A certain god is cheering for you, the lone wolf. She grips her own bicep, tossing a mock cheering gesture right at him. Seeing this absolute disrespect, Kang Hansoo boils with rage and screams out in frustration. Ah, damn it! A bright full moon hangs in the sky, shining down on the dark, chilling graveyard. Kang Hansoo has already dug out a massive hole in the ground while she just sits up there, comfortably watching him do all the heavy lifting. Completely annoyed, Kang Hansoo groans. This is taking way too long. Maybe I should just use a massive attack and blow this whole place away? Ryoloka quickly reminds him that doing that would blast away all the important evidence, including the top-secret stuff they are actually looking for. Smiling casually, she adds that if this investigation ends up with just a pile of ruins, the whole mission gets marked as a total failure. Does he really want that? Frustrated, Kang Hansoo leans heavily against his shovel and shoots back a question. Now pay attention here. This is where the genius strikes. He asks if he has no choice but to dig it himself, then mutters it would be better with more hands. Suddenly, Kang Hansoo lights up with a brilliant idea. Placing a hand firmly on his sword, he calls out to the orcs. He asks them to send over some extra manpower to help him dig this place out and to throw in as many tools as possible. Kang Hansoo pulls out his sword, and instantly, a glowing yellow magic circle materializes right in front of him. Ryoloka is totally caught off guard. What the heck is happening right now? From the center of the magic circle, a blonde guy pokes his head out. Then a girl steps through, followed by a massively muscular guy carrying a giant wooden barrel on his broad shoulders. Following right behind them are several others. As the group steps out of the magic portal, a bald guy bringing up the rear calls out to him. It has been a long time, how have you been? Ryoloka glances over at Kang Hansoo, filled with utter curiosity, saying it is absolutely incredible every time she witnesses this. Is that the magic of the orc tribe? Kang Hansoo just laughs, teasing her for only asking about it now. He mentions someone else questioned him the second they saw it. Frowning deeply, Ryoloka complains that comparing her to a guy like him is a total insult. Kang Hansoo keeps poking fun, saying that is way too unfair to the game master. High above them, 3 bright moons are glowing in the sky. Now Kang Hansoo and Ryoloka just sit back and watch. The heavy digging is entirely handled by these muscle-bound guys. Kang Hansoo sits there laughing with absolute pride. Nice. This is exactly why a smart man uses his brain. The angry god suddenly appears beside Kang Hansoo with a message. A certain god criticizes you, stating this is absolutely not the way an outsider should be handling things. Kang Hansoo just chuckles and sarcastically bites back. While everyone else is busy working together, I am doing absolutely nothing. That is the perfect definition of an outsider. The god is genuinely stunned. A certain god actually sees the twisted wisdom in your words. Kang Hansoo then turns his attention back to the group, digging tirelessly without a break. Plus, it looks like there are way more people than he expected. Did their population grow? Ryoloka looks up at him, completely surprised by his reaction. I know what you are thinking. Didn't he literally throw a bunch of slaves in there last time? Exactly. Yet Kang Hansoo looks totally shocked, wondering if he really sent that many. The brunette girl who stepped out of the magic circle earlier brings over some fresh food with a bright smile. She offers the warrior a late-night snack. Kang Hansoo immediately rushes over, grabbing the food and devouring it like a man who has been starving for days. Stuffing his face, Kang Hansoo asks the girl bringing the food a question. Did another warrior actually show up as a guest at the brothel? The girl nods and replies, yes, he said his only reason for coming was to become much stronger. In fact, that specific guest kept training endlessly, right up until they finally stepped outside. Kang Hansoo's eyes shift shiftily as he thinks to himself, this is a huge headache. If I go to the brothel alone, that goddess might catch me. For the time being, I definitely need to avoid going anywhere near that place. Suddenly, Kang Hansoo jumps up, getting ready to leave. Ryoloka quickly follows behind him, asking where her master is heading off to. Kang Hansoo turns back, saying dawn is approaching and he needs to head to class. He tells her to take good care of the workers while he is gone. The workers panic, raising their shovels defensively as she reassures them it is fine. He already told them she is just a demon working under his command. The scene then shifts over to Kang Hansoo's academy. Kang Hansoo casually walks down a wide-open path. There is a specific class where they raise monsters just to eat them, called the locker room. Lately, the frequency of the teacher from that class seeking him out is increasing every single day. Kang Hansoo flashes back to the classroom scene in his head. No matter how many times he thinks about it, he absolutely cannot figure out what the true purpose of that class even is. The entire lecture was literally just the two of them staring at each other. Suddenly, Kang Hansoo gets a fairy system notification. You have been chosen as a friend of the fairy race. Your lifespan and youth have been permanently extended. All effects and reputation gained from the fairy race will massively increase. Kang Hansoo glances at this, feeling completely confused by the whole thing. Is it because of this random blessing, he asks aloud? What do you think? The god crosses his arms, practically fuming with anger. A certain god feels deeply uncomfortable right now. A certain god declares that your reliability level is actively dropping. Kang Hansoo is so sick of him. Why is he acting up again? Suddenly, a teacher approaches from behind and calls out his name. Ah, Kang Hansoo, there you are. Startled, Kang Hansoo spins around. Oh, teacher? The female teacher looks at him, stating she has some important news to share regarding the upcoming midterm exams. You are going to be promoted to a higher class, completely regardless of whatever your actual exam results turn out to be. Kang Hansoo? Highly suspicious. Kang Hansoo asks what the real reason is for receiving such special treatment. She dodges the main question entirely, simply brushing it off by saying it is a good thing. Kang Hansoo knows 10 times the benefits never come for free. The teacher smiles warmly, claiming there is just no way they could ever send someone like him to a lower class. You will become the student of the elite rank. But of course, there is a catch. He has to take extra tutoring to pass the midterms, and that is where we leave it. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Stick with me here. Kang Hansoo hears this and absolutely panics, telling him something this huge right before exams. The furious teacher grabs his arm and screams. This issue severely impacts the entire academy's prestige. It is not just about the director, but Professor Cerebro 10 works here too. The teacher's eyes are basically begging him. Hansoo forces an awkward smile and pulls his hand back. Haha, I will try my best. The teacher adjusts her glasses. Thank heavens. All right, I am leaving this in your hands. I have some other pressing business to handle, so I will be going now. She leaves, and Hansoo just stands there completely clueless. The system chimes in. A certain god's eyes sparkle, claiming this is the perfect chance to punish that fairy teacher. Hansoo is so done with this guy. He sighs, look, outer god, this is definitely not something we should be celebrating. To embarrass that closed room teacher, I would have to humiliate myself first. The god just provokes him, declaring that is absolutely not his problem to worry about. Hansoo scratches his cheek and claps back. Hey, do you not get it? If I get embarrassed for being incompetent, it means you look bad too. Since the outer god blessed me, it means the guy who blessed me is incompetent. The furious god smacks Hansoo's head, shouting that is pure nonsense. His own words suddenly make Hansoo freeze up. Wait, so I really have to take extra classes? Let's aim for an awesome score to crush those midterms. Fired up, Hansoo punches the air. Forward! The god fumes as the scene shifts back to the graveyard. Hansoo walks up and calls out to Leoloka. Surprised, she turns around. Master, those muscular guys are still passionately digging up the dirt. Excited, Leoloka asks him, how was the class? Hansoo ignores the question, laughs loudly, and says, I see you guys are doing great work over here too. She gets closer, glaring at him. You just abandoned me here. She uses her sharp nose to sniff him. Wait, were you flirting with a fairy again? Annoyed, Hansoo snaps at her. Quit talking nonsense and follow me for a second. Leoloka just giggles and says, yes sir, absolutely. Pay close attention to this part. They step up to a high cliff. Looking down, Leoloka asks, Master, why are we here? Laying on a rock, Hansoo smirks to catch a powerful monster. Now Leoloka is super curious. Is there a problem down there? Still tense, Hansoo replies, I am hiding because sneak attacks are way easier. You need to hide too. Looking completely wrong, she tears up and complains. You already have an incredibly powerful demon like me. Why do you need to find something else? Hansoo yells at her to shut up. This is a test, an actual school test. The playful god keeps annoying him. A certain god suggests catching a massive dragon. Another suggests a powerful treasure dragon. Yet another votes for a fierce, brutal dragon. Hansoo completely loses his temper. Your suggestions are way out of line. How could I even feed things like that? Leoloka chimes in. Personally, I think a black dragon or a flying serpent would suit you best. Hansoo sits up, even more furious now. How do I find those in a place like this? Do you seriously have no ideas besides dragons? Suddenly, Leoloka remembers something. Ah, there is one monster that could be an absolute perfect fit. Which monster? Tell me now! Pointing at herself, she stresses every syllable. Me. Both of them are totally baffled. Hansoo seriously considers it. Should I just tame this crazy demon right now? They sit up high, watching the ground. Hansoo frowns, deep in thought. On Earth, any fictional creature is called a monster. But the monsters in this specific world are a little bit different. There is a fierce lion catching a slime. Then there is another monster happily playing with a slime, regardless of whether they actually eat slimes or not. You and I both know peace never lasts. A massive monster stomps in, interrupting his thoughts. It easily snatches up the tiny slimes. From the cliff, Hansoo spots the beast. He stares in confusion. Is that an elephant? Leoloka calmly crosses her arms. Master, that is a Lamborghini. Why the heck is it named that, she replies. A knight riding a Lamborghini, tearing through enemy lines is like a battlefield flower. Hansoo tunes her out because her explanation makes zero sense anyway. Whatever. If those slime-loving teachers saw this, they would definitely pass out. The angry god pushes Hansoo. A certain god feels disappointed. A certain god is furious about missing a great chance. Suddenly, a massive snake flies out of nowhere. It coils around the Lamborghini, completely blocking its attack on the slimes. The snake transforms into a terrifying monster, making the beast scream in pure horror. Hansoo's jaw drops at the insane scene playing out. The Lamborghini's eyes flash as it charges up an attack to fight back against the snake spirit. Boom! A huge explosion hits, sending thick dust into the air. Through the smoke, the snake monster smirks with glowing red eyes, totally satisfied with her epic victory. Meat is on the menu today. Turns out her name is Lamia. Suddenly, she spots Kang Hansoo watching from up on the high cliff. Huh? A little boy. Getting caught makes Hansoo flinch. Lamia licks her lips, baring her fangs with a hungry look. A tough little boy. How rare. I will take special care of you. Leoloka tilts her head with a scornful laugh. Haha, no need to waste any more time. She leaps straight off the cliff. I will handle this. Panicking, Hansoo cannot stop her in time. Leoloka, wait. The fierce Lamia lunges forward. I do not want a woman. Leoloka quickly grabs Lamia's tail before she can even react. Smiling calmly, she says, oh my, I was thinking the exact same thing. With her tail caught, Lamia cannot move and thrashes around in total frustration. Winding up for an absolutely devastating punch, Leoloka speaks. You know, my master is not someone a trash monster like you can ever touch. With that, she throws a brutal, heavy punch right at Lamia. The massive impact sends Lamia flying in pure agony. Leoloka asks if she knows her place yet, a literal toad trying to eat swan meat. She delivers a vicious kick to her neck, making Lamia bite her tongue. Stepping on her, Leoloka's eyes glow red, growling a terrifying threat. You insolent trash, know your place. As she begs for mercy, Leoloka raises her claws. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me here. Up on the cliff, Kang Hansoo quickly stops Leoloka from attacking. Wait, he says, that thing can talk, so why not train it? She hesitates. What? Meanwhile, the snake girl Lamia gets this wicked gleam in her eyes. She triggers her hunting skill, totally catching Leoloka off guard, and immediately makes a run for it. Before slipping away, she actually turns back just to taunt them. You little brat, I'll let you live today. Her eyes narrow, glaring at Leoloka with pure, unfiltered hatred. But out of nowhere, boom, for some crazy reason, blood suddenly explodes from Lamia's body in every direction. Even Leoloka is absolutely stunned. Oh no, that's exactly what the master was looking for. Another massive beast with razor-sharp eyes and absolutely terrifying fangs is already busy chewing on the snake girl's corpse. Hansoo just stares at the monstrous beast in total shock. Suddenly, a god taps his shoulder and cheerfully announces, a certain god is highly satisfied. A certain god tells you it's a very cute dragon. Everyone just stares in disbelief at the so-called dragon devouring the snake girl. Hansoo immediately sprints right up to the beast, yelling at the god, you call that thing a dragon? It looks completely different from the red dragon I saw before. Hansoo busts out laughing. Beside him, Leoloka looks amused and chimes in. It must be a different species from the red dragon Ankaiser. This guy honestly looks like the king of dragons, doesn't he? But right at that moment, Hansoo gets a wild system notification. The reversal effect kicked in. Killing that crazy dragon earlier has actually completely provoked all the other dragons nearby, sensing his life is now actively being threatened. A crazy dragon is about to attack you. Hansoo is genuinely caught off guard. The reversal curse is fully activated, meaning this massive beast really is a dragon. Leoloka is totally lost. What do you mean? The dragon snorts, tenses its legs, and lunges right at him, literally launching a hunting skill directly at Hansoo. Hansoo is honestly just helpless against this thing, but instead of panicking, he just stares right at it and bursts out laughing. Seriously, why does everyone want to kill me? Hansoo and the dragon clash in an absolute all-out brawl. A blinding golden light erupts from Hansoo's body, and surprisingly, tears actually start streaming down the dragon's face. The massive impact forces the half-eaten tail of Lamia, which the dragon was still holding in its mouth, to go flying right out. Now here is where it gets absolutely epic. Hansoo leaps high into the air, swinging his blade. To the fairies, the outsiders, this sword. Raw demonic energy surges and gathers into his weapon. He roars at the top of his lungs, and to the damn goddess who threw me into this crappy world. With those words, he brings the sword crashing down, unleashing a violently blinding red flash. The dragon looks up at that terrifying light, its huge eyes suddenly getting totally teary like it's about to cry. Hansoo's devastating red slash rips right past its body, missing the beast by just an inch. Absolutely terrified, the dragon slowly looks over to its side, where Hansoo's insanely powerful sword strike just carved a massive, deep fissure right into the earth. Hansoo gives it a huge, wicked smile. You belong to me now, good boy. The dragon looks like it's about to sob, but can't even make a sound. Hansoo scratches his face, suddenly conflicted. It's honestly too cute, should I just take it with me? Leoloka, what does this thing even eat? The dragon visibly trembles in pure fear. She shrugs and answers calmly. Dragons pretty much like eating everything. Leoloka casually picks up the half-eaten snake tail and adds, if they get sick, it's definitely because they eat literal garbage. But this stuff is normal. They can even chew straight through solid steel. Hansoo's eyes immediately light up with excitement. Really? Then raising it is going to be super easy. He gently calls out to the massive beast, baby dragon. Slowly, the dragon opens its eyes and looks up at him. Hansoo softly pets its huge head, trying to reassure the beast that there's nothing to be afraid of anymore. Come with me, he coaxingly says. Miraculously, the dragon actually seems to understand his words. It stares at him in absolute shock. Hansoo glances over his shoulder at Leoloa and smirks. His name is going to be Sea Moss II. How's that? Leoloa just sighs, crossing her arms. I honestly feel bad for this sea dragon. Hansoo gives a wicked, totally suspicious grin. He and Leoloa hop onto the dragon's back. All right, time to head back to the academy. Let's fly, Sea Moss II. The dragon lets out a massive roar, finally ready to carry them into the sky. Scene changed to a lush green forest. A girl named Cassandra is laughing and happily chatting up a super muscular dude. But nearby, a frustrated voice yells, "Damn it!" Oh Honggu sits on a bench, glaring at them in total annoyance. How much longer is this journey gonna take? I need to get to Hua's academy fast. Above him, a god casually mentions that he's currently feeling super dizzy. Oh Honggu just rests his chin on his hand, sighing back to the god. Yeah, me too. Flashback time to the Minari Guild. Oh Honggu is standing at the front desk, talking to a blonde receptionist. Hey there. You're looking beautiful as always. She totally ignores the flirting, pulling out a logbook with a bright customer service smile. You can check all the available guild quests right here. Oh Honggu chuckles smoothly and says, just give me a quest escorting some nobles or rich merchants who are heading straight to Hua's academy. I know what you're thinking, but watch this. The blonde receptionist instantly activates her observation skill to check his status window. But remember, the higher a target's level is compared to yours, the higher the chance this observation completely fails. Well, she sees his status perfectly fine. Your level and rank are way too low, so you absolutely cannot take those quests. Not even a legendary warrior gets an exception here. Oh Honggu's jaw drops as he screams, what the heck is that? Completely deflated, he mutters, I seriously do not have time for this nonsense. Cassandra puts her hands on her hips and calls out, maybe I can help. She's not just anybody, she's the leader of the Cassandra mercenaries, literally the daughter of the dragon Cassandra. She shoots Oh Honggu an offer. My mercenary group is heading to Horde for a mission right now. Do you want to tag along? Oh Honggu's face instantly lights up with massive excitement. Yes, absolutely. Cut back to present. After walking for a while, Oh Honggu is tiredly grumbling in his head. He totally expected this mercenary squad to be packed with gorgeous girls led by their beautiful captain. Instead, a rowdy blonde dude throws an arm around Oh Honggu's neck, teasing him. Hey Oh Honggu, why so lonely over here? Are you still feeling shy? Haha, the guy with the black headband bursts into loud laughter. Come on, it's time to adapt already, oh great warrior Oh Honggu! Squished between these two endlessly loud dudes laughing their heads off. Oh Honggu is just so utterly exhausted, he's thinking, if I knew it was going to be a sausage fest, I would have traveled solo. Suddenly, an object flies out of nowhere and smacks the blonde guy right in the head. Everyone jumps and looks up. What the hell was that? The blonde guy, the headband guy, and Oh Honggu all stare in absolute horror at the massive, terrifying monster suddenly towering right in front of them. It's a freaking troll, a level 19 absolute unit, completely cursed and blessed all at once, carrying the strange title of a man who once protected his daughter. The blonde guy immediately barks orders at Oh Honggu. Hey Oh Honggu, you focus on support magic from the back while we tank this huge thing. Oh Honggu gives a firm nod. Got it! And trust me, you're going to want to see how this plays out. The headband guy grips his sword and charges forward. A sneak attack from a level 19 troll? Everyone grab your weapons, because a blood-pumping battle is about to explode right now. The headband guy aggressively lunges and slashes the troll with everything he's got. But wait, his sword only manages to scrape off a little bit of green slime. He grits his teeth in pure frustrated anger. Let's dive right in. Just as he feared, normal attacks are totally useless against this thing. Suddenly, the guy with the black headband stares in absolute shock at what's coming next. The monster unleashes a brutal counterattack straight at him. Headband guy is knocked flat on his back, unable to even defend himself. The muscle-bound warriors charge forward, yelling for anyone who is injured to fall back immediately. A bald, shredded guy steps up and shouts, "We are launching a combined attack right now. Stay ready." The monsters roar back in their own twisted language, looking absolutely terrifying and aggressive. The two strong warriors rush straight in, clashing violently with the beasts in an epic brawl. We will hold the line until the warrior Oh Honggu can activate his magic. But Oh Honggu just watches in pure shock. Is that really a monster? Everyone else is already throwing themselves into the brutal fight, leaving Oh Honggu just standing there completely frozen. He frantically asks himself what he is supposed to do against an opponent like this. Suddenly, Cassandra collapses right next to him, making Oh Honggu jump. He panics and catches her. Boss, watch out! He frowns hard. That's right. He is the only one who can get them out of this deadly mess. The legendary warrior Oh Honggu looks up at the horde of monsters and his struggling team. The wind god told him that this exact moment would be worth the risk. The black headband guy quickly turns back to Oh Honggu, shouting, "Wait, warrior. We do not need that magic anymore." The muscular brown-haired guy immediately backs him up. He's right. Just watch Cassandra, the daughter of the dragon. Oh Honggu absolutely loses it, screaming back, "You are all bleeding out. What are you planning? Are you saying we should just give up?" But suddenly something bizarre like an upside-down cloud appears high up in the sky. Everyone looks up in complete and utter disbelief. Now pay attention, here is where it gets crazy. As that weird cloud gets closer, the shape becomes clear. Is that a giant skull? The monsters actually look terrified now as the massive skeleton rapidly approaches them. The massive skeleton looks absolutely terrifying, growling viciously straight at the horde of monsters. Cassandra gives the command, and it moves instantly. It flies up, launching a brutal attack. The rock-solid skeleton literally starts devouring those slimy creatures alive. In just a few seconds, the beasts are reduced to gross, slimy puddles. The skeleton then raises its massive tail. With one brutal swipe, it completely crushes the remaining monsters into dust. A blonde guy helps Cassandra get back on her feet. Wow, exactly what you would expect from the daughter of the dragon. Even though she is hurting, she grabs her head and laughs out loud. The muscle guy excitedly yells, "Boss, I love you!" Oh, Hangu just stands there, silently grimacing while listening to everyone cheer for Cassandra. The massive cheers keep echoing loudly through the entire forest. All hail the daughter of the dragon. Oh, Hangu is super annoyed, just wanting to reach the academy already. Cut to the campus, where everyone is walking around, laughing and having a great time. Suddenly, something massive grabs all of their attention, causing a huge uproar. Kang Hansoo's epic dragon is actually descending straight from the sky. The entire crowd just stares at it in total, absolute shock. It is a real sea dragon. How did a sea dragon even get inside the academy grounds? Kang Hansoo controls the beast, smacks it lightly on the head, and tells it to stay right there. The dragon lands safely on the ground. Kang Hansoo successfully jumps off, but the poor dragon now has a hilarious orange-sized bump on its head. A guy nearby gasps in complete and utter disbelief. Oh my god, that is Kang Hansoo. The girl next to him is equally terrified. Is that really him? Kang Hansoo just rubs the dragon's head affectionately and says, "I actually found it on my way here. I'm planning to keep it as a pet." As if it perfectly understood his words, the dragon suddenly looks incredibly happy. Now that is true selflessness right there. You and I both know he's playing them. Kang Hansoo winks playfully and asks, "You guys will let me off this time, right?" Standing next to a wooden log, he pats his muscles and says, "Alright, this should be enough." He hits the log with a physical technique, then lowers his voice. "And now, catch!" he suddenly yells out. The heavy piece of wood gets instantly launched straight toward the huge dragon. Copmos flexes, lets out a few loud roars, and eagerly runs over to catch the wood. Celeblus sees this and praises him. "Wow, it really listens to you perfectly." Kang Hansoo laughs out loud and glances at her. "Oh, you think so?" But right at that moment, a frantic male student runs up and nervously asks, "Instructor Celeblus, could I have just a minute of your time?" Celeblus angrily snaps her head toward him and scolds, "How incredibly rude! Cannot you see that I am holding a very important supplementary class right here, right now? What is it? If you need something, go to the main office, over in that building." The desperate student then holds out an adorable, bright pink pet right in front of her. "Please, you have to help my friend." The cute little pet actually speaks and bows politely. The student says, "This is my partner, a guardian spirit, and honestly, an incredibly rare kind of spirit at that." Kang Hansoo stares at it, completely underwhelmed. "That little thing?" To him, it honestly just looks like a cheap plastic toy that comes free with a puppy. Celeblus just waves her hand in total boredom. "Oh, a descendant of whatever. Fine, please just leave." The student awkwardly begs her, "But the thing is, I really want to join your supplementary class too." He desperately keeps pleading, "I feel like having a rare spirit should be enough to prove I am qualified, right?" Celeblus glares at him and stresses, "I am not going to say it a second time." Kang Hansoo suddenly gets a sneaky idea and mutters to himself, "If I play this smart, I might actually escape this boring class." Hearing this, the poor student's face immediately turns as dark as a burned pot. Kang Hansoo drags himself back to the classroom, totally depressed. In the end, his genius plan to skip the annoying supplementary lesson completely failed. Celeblus showed zero interest in that little spirit, probably because she is already tied to a phoenix spirit or something epic like that. Right at that moment, the instructor up at the front finally speaks. "All right, everyone get back to your seats." The teacher summons a spark of magic in her hand. "We are starting our dark magic lesson right now, so you better listen very carefully." Suddenly, her eyes widen with a terrifying intensity as she asks the room, "What exactly do you think dark magic is?" The teacher then aggressively taps her chalk against the chalkboard. The common idea that dark magic equals evil is a complete misunderstanding. It all stems from one super resilient, incredibly strong demon who just happened to be an absolute master of dark magic. Sitting in the back, Kang Hansoo feels a bit curious. "Oh, so this is the dark magic the village chief mentioned." But then he just sighs, drops his head onto the desk, and instantly falls asleep. In a flash, it is nighttime, looking at a creepy graveyard. Kang Hansoo calls out, "Hey, Jirya Loka." She turns her head back and replies, "I am right here." Kang Hansoo walks closer and asks, "My class covered the principles of dark magic today, so I wanted to ask, why exactly can't the elf race use dark magic?" Jirya smiles and gently explains, "Low-tier elves do not actually have natural long lifespans like the powerful demons or angels do. They only exist longer by literally stretching out their timeline." Kang Hansoo looks pretty surprised by this. "Stretching their lives out?" Rialoa nods. "Exactly." She goes on to clarify, "A basic injury that heals in one single day for a normal human, that takes them 2 whole weeks. They use the pure length of time to completely compensate for their insanely weak and fragile life force." Jirya laughs excitedly and adds, "Meanwhile, demons have massive lifespans combined with a super fast healing rate. So obviously, you absolutely cannot compare them to the elf race." Rialoa whispers into his ear, "That's where we leave it. Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. Stick with me here." Kang Hansoo is plotting something wild. His eyes go completely sly. So recovery speed is the real issue. Rialoa instantly catches his weird look. Suddenly, something grabs their attention. The diggers working for Hansoo start cheering like crazy. They actually did it. Even the muscular bald guy is absolutely hyped. They finally finish the job. Hansoo is just as hyped up. Oh, is it finally done? Rioloa slides right down, fast as the wind. Hansoo and Rioloka peek over the edge. Hansoo says it looks way deeper than expected. She asks, "Are we going in right now?" Master Hansoo laughs out loud. "Of course we are. What else did you expect?" Rioloka smiles, eyes totally crinkled. "Did you really need to ask? Just give the word." Hansoo jumps down first. "All right, follow my lead." Rioloka drops right in behind him. "Yes, master." She sparks a little magic on her fingertips to light up the dark. Seeing Hansoo acting a bit shaky, she immediately asks if he is okay. Covering his mouth, he mutters that he thinks he just bumped into something. "Watch closely, things are about to get crazy." Rioloa lights the path, totally confused. There is nothing there. Suddenly, a weird noise makes them spin around. A glowing green monster is winding up a punch. Hansoo blinks, asking Rioloka, "What the heck is that smiley face pudding?" She is absolutely terrified by his clueless question. "Oh my god, you seriously do not know what a slime is?" Hansoo simply reaches down for his blade. He draws it and slices the monster right in half. Hansoo calmly shrugs, saying it does not matter if he knows it or not. Rioloka just covers her face to block the exploding monster guts flying everywhere. But more of these beasts keep charging aggressively. Hansoo smirks. Even this goofy smiley thing has to react when poked, right? You know exactly what happens next. Deep inside that dark cave corner, monster pieces just keep flying out and splattering everywhere. Wiping them out, Hansoo and Rioloa push even deeper. Hansoo stares at the slimy goo covering his hands and body, feeling absolutely sick to his stomach. The way they die is as gross as their faces. Yuck, Rioloka walks beside him, teasing. "You really should have been born a demon, master." He mutters that is harsh. Suddenly, the ring on his finger flashes, catching him completely off guard. Rioloka and the deity peek over, super curious. Hansoo is shocked but totally hyped. The ring is reacting. That mercenary guildmaster was actually telling the truth. "Let's go, Rioloka. Time for a treasure hunt." Deep inside the pitch-black cave, Hansoo turns to her. "What do you think, Rioloka? We are pretty deep down now." On the way, he had already slaughtered countless slimes. "Are these slimes the weakest?" he asks, lighting the path with his ring. Rioloka speaks up. "Trust me, you need to see what comes next."